Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Crown Prince Roughright Ragnar received orders and was heading to the Emperor's bedchamber. Minister, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Standing before me was the Minister of the Imperial Palace, who seemed to have just finished receiving reports. How is His Majesty? He says it's just a mild cold, and he continues to attend to his duties. Okay. Upon the minister's words, I couldn't help but utter a groan. What kind of person falls ill to nothing more than a mild cold and lies in bed instead of sitting in a chair? Due to the relentless military campaigns and inevitable fatigue, that's what happened. At a time like this, one should rest comfortably to recover. One could quickly tidy up and get up from the seat. However, it seemed that the emperor, who existed solely for ruling the empire from the moment of his birth until now, had no intention of doing so. I must do the same as well. I sighed lightly, straightened my clothes, and entered. Your Majesty, your son has come as summoned. Come, son. Sit here. The emperor, who had removed his glasses, pointed to the chair beside the bed. Approaching and sitting down, I inadvertently brushed against the emperor's head. For a moment, I found myself staring blankly at my father's freshly whitened hair. I've heard the news. The Heisens have proposed a meeting. That's correct, Your Majesty. It seems, discussions regarding the hardliners. Those who had waged bloody battles against the empire for a long time to maintain their dominance in the south. Even though some of their kin had turned back to favoring the empire, they continued to wield bows and arrows until the end, ultimately self-destructing after consuming countless lives. But the timing seems a bit off, Your Majesty. Too early. Yes. I had expected it to take at least 2 more months, but a meeting proposal already. The cheerful and lively demeanor that was apparent when I conversed with him earlier was now nowhere to be found. The Crown Prince, as the future emperor, appeared mature and experienced, considering various strategies and predictions. I am glad that the prince was thinking so far ahead. Your Majesty. The emperor chuckled silently and handed something to me. This. Just a while ago, a highly classified report came in. It's quite surprising, but I find it credible enough. May I ask who submitted this report? I wondered, so I cautiously asked. The emperor nodded as if to confirm my suspicion. Son, that person you allowed to return. Oh no, I shouldn't call her that. The leader of the Special Operations Executive Team, Karl Adelheit. She was known as the Blade Queen. No one else but the emperor himself mentioned the name and alias. That alone meant one thing. She was an agent so overwhelming and outstanding. After you allowed her temporary return, she led the Special Operations Executive Team to the south. Yes, Your Majesty. We planned to judge the Luzernes, who dared to attack the empire twice with the assistance of the Heisens, against innocent people. I still remembered the moment when Rika had knelt before me, pleading fervently. Your Majesty, I humbly request your forgiveness and permission. Just a moment. Just a moment to use my return to devote all my power to daringly judge those who have harmed the empire and completely destroy their origins upon my return. Some said it was childish to call her the Blade Queen, but soon her overwhelming prowess and the fact of whom she called her mother made them quiet and simply applaud. If it weren't for the duty to inherit the family and title, she would have stayed until the end. And when the time came, she might have been entrusted with even more important tasks. Such Rika had returned temporarily. And as soon as she returned, she began to move in earnest. Arrival at the southern Great Forest. Cooperation promised by the Heisens. Encounter with the Heisens Extermination Unit. Mutual cooperation begins. Operation Wrath of God commences. Perhaps the last report should be called the Wrath of Sister rather than the Wrath of God. Recalling the parts I had thought about while examining the report at the time, I spoke. After the last report, I thought some time had passed before anything happened. But it seems that wasn't the case. It was because there was a top-secret matter that only Your Majesty should know. Something like that. Let's see, son. At the Emperor's urging, I unfolded the tightly folded report and checked the contents. What was written inside was, as usual, very simple and straightforward. But the content was by no means simple or straightforward. Your Majesty, can you see correctly at the moment? Why do you ask? Do you want to borrow my glasses? No, that's not it. I'm so embarrassed, I don't know what to make of this. I laughed out loud and checked the content again. Leader of the Luzernes, Darnang Navar. Preparing for a large-scale counterattack. Based on the interrogation results of the situation at the time, the deployment status of nearby Imperial Army units, and the proximity of Darnang's escort factors, it appears that it was the Imperial Army that killed him. The most likely person is the one who was rescuing our allies at the time, Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Your Majesty, if you want to, visit the academy tomorrow. Go and ask the hero. Really, just in case, this is true. With all the circumstantial evidence already in place, what if it comes down to Karl saying, I did shoot a gun at the visible Luzerne's elf at the time? This. Can I make up for it with the Medal of Honor? I was constantly laughing inside. The Emperor spoke. More importantly, it's about time to tell Count Friedrich too, don't you think? That. I hadn't mentioned my marital issues despite having a woman in mind that I hold dear in my heart. Despite various opinions expressing genuine concerns about the lack of an heir, I refrained from speaking. However, it cannot continue like this any longer. Now that the external disturbances have ceased, it is time to solidify the internal matters. It is indeed a duty for those who lead the palace to have a member of the palace as their own. Upon hearing those words, I nodded. In truth, I planned to officially announce our relationship once Rika returned. It had been a little over 3 years since I harbored feelings for Rika. However, I had only confessed my feelings just over 2 months ago. Originally, I had intended to reveal my feelings earlier, but I held back because her brother, Karl, had not yet returned from the battlefield. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. In front of her, who cherished her brother dearly, I refrained from acting rashly, fearing that even as the crown prince, I would break into a cold sweat. If this happens, what will happen to my title? It could be one of two things. Either Rika ascends to become the Empress of the Empire and concurrently assumes the title of Countess Friedrich. In that case, if we were to have several children later, those territories could be divided among them. Alternatively, she could pass the title to the next successor in the family's line of succession. I believe Rika is more likely to choose the latter. Thinking so, I became preoccupied with scheduling tomorrow's agenda. I needed to find Karl and address a crucial matter that needed confirmation. *****. Anyway, while searching for my squad members, I recklessly ventured into the woods. Worried about being discovered? Well, it's not something to boast about, but I'm quite good at stealth. Like a shadow knight. Oh, please, scratch that. Stop. Don't write it down. Anyway, you reporters, you're always looking for the weird stuff, so cross it out. Anyway, as I went on like that, I happened to encounter a Canfer unit head-on. I had to pass them, but it seemed like I might get caught. So, I deliberately fired a shot roughly and immediately left the spot. Then those guys started bustling around, thinking some ambush was coming. In that gap, I managed to pass through and finally meet up with the squad. Alright, the interview ends here. If I go further, other journalists will complain, why did you give them over 5 minutes and only give me 5 minutes? Give me the same amount of time. Time commitments must be strictly adhered to. For my sake, and for others. Ugh, I don't know what the hell this is all about. At first, I thought of myself as just a student who returned to school after completing military service. I thought I would be remembered as a senior so distant that memories of me would be faint, to the point of being blurred. Frankly, isn't that the fate of a returning student? Especially one who also enlisted in the military. That's what I thought. Senior Karl? My father, who served in the army, invites you to dinner. I respect you, senior. It's an honor to be in the same academy as you. Can I ask if you could come and give a lecture in the military science department this time? Wow, quite popular, me, an individual, being popular. Haha, it's sad. Yes, I'll be honest. When I returned to school, I wanted to hear the word bro. People are like that, aren't they? Rather than calling someone auntie, it's better to call them sis or sister, or calling someone uncle, it's better to call them bro or brother. Of course, that's better. And as a returning student, you want to be called big brother or big sister. Why? Because it's obvious. During the time I was on hiatus due to personal reasons, I imagined a peaceful academy where I could belong, not a hellish battlefield. Well, it may be a no-brainer. Whom should I blame? I think I've magnified the scale of the situation too much. Starting from rescuing hundreds of allies to preventing a train terrorist attack, and even preemptively quelling diplomatic disputes. If someone were to say, you're just a regular returning student, that would be truly absurd. If it really happened, wouldn't my sister come chasing after me, saying, how dare you ignore my Karl's achievements like this? This won't do. You've made me a monster? Come, Karl. Now, what's all this? As I was leaving the morning lecture, 4 guys suddenly grabbed me. Then they dragged me to the lounge and soon handed me some white papers. What's this all about? If it's some kind of draft for re-enlistment, I'll tear it all up. What are you saying? Even if we're crazy, we wouldn't re-enlist. Yeah, Karl. That's crossing the line. Well, that's true. Sorry. Even I think re-enlistment is going too far. What is this, then? You read it. It's definitely not a loss. It's a gain. Definitely. Karl, wouldn't you like it too? Seriously, what is this about? If you start talking, where does it end, guys? With a sigh, I began to carefully examine the papers they handed me. Tap. Hey, you guys. Yes, Karl. Has your family's allowance been cut off or something? What? What are you talking about? No. If that's not the case, then why would you guys go to such lengths? N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. I shook the papers they handed me forward. Exactly, they were patent applications. If that's not it, then why are you doing this? The 4 guys handed me patent applications. And the contents were about Bunjapang and Hadiak. Starting with the names, shapes, colors, methods of making them, and even the tools and molds used to make them. They seemed to have prepared everything that could be patented and were eager to seize it all. Why not, Karl? It's obvious. And what's that obvious reason? My question prompted Shulifen to confidently declare with his arms crossed. Because it's almost winter. That's right. We thought about selling them during the festival, but these sell even better in the cold. Why? Because they're warm? They're easy to eat while staying warm? Sweet and delicious. That's true. If we could spread this throughout the empire, this will quickly become the people's favorite snack. The probability of that is very high. Sometimes I wonder if those bastards are in a situation similar to mine. How do they know that bunjapang and hatiak sell well in winter and become a national snack? Seeing them so confident makes me unable to erase such doubts. So we talked about it among ourselves, Karl. Continuing Schleifen's words, Wilhelm opened his mouth with a somewhat serious tone. We'll patent this, get a fair value, and advertise it throughout the empire. If it goes as well as we expect, we could make a lot of money just by sitting back. There's no better winter snack. Yeah, that's true. But why are you discussing this in front of me? It's a natural question. You're the one who came up with the idea first, Karl. It doesn't make sense for us to work on it without acknowledging you. In response to Wilhelm's words, the other three nodded in agreement, looking at me. So, as a rightful privilege of the originator, include my name in this patent, would you? That's what it sounds like. All right. Do it among yourselves. I'm good. What? Do it among yourselves. The patent. I'll waive my rights. I just presented the concept. It's those guys over there who took it to the highest level at the recent festival. In other words, it's the four of them over there who confirmed the possibility of success through the patent. I know the money that can be obtained through a patent is tremendous. But there's no reason to risk my life for money. Our family doesn't even have a small rural estate, and among the counts, we're at the top. Moreover, I receive a huge pension from the Empire for receiving a Medal of Honor. The one who made it a great success is you guys. I just came up with the idea and helped out later. Hey, Karl. Still, you won't have anything to do. Just put your name on it. We'll take care of the rest. We're not trying to make you feel like an unscrupulous bastard, are we? No, it's not that I really don't need the money. You guys, what you seem to be forgetting is that I'm a Medal of Honor recipient. Isn't it strange if a guy like me starts talking about making money, especially by patenting something to eat? Look, who am I? Karl Adelheit. Returning student. Our classmate. Ah, damn it. How did you end up being all wrong while chatting? Oh no. Well, I guess it can't be helped. After all, when you think about it, they're all right. Anyway, those are correct words, but besides that, I tap my chest. Or rather, where the medal should be. When I did, Alexander exclaimed, oh, with admiration. Medal of Honor recipient. Correct. Alexander. Here, I'll give you 10 points. Wah. No, it's a joke, but it's weird if you're so genuinely happy. Anyway, I'm a Medal of Honor recipient. Right. Yeah, but, it's not but. Schleifen. People might misunderstand if they see a person like me applying for a patent and making money. They might say, oh, the Medal of Honor recipient doesn't have money. Upon hearing this, Schleifen shook his head. What does a patent have to do with not having money? In the first place, a patent is meant to secure rightful rights to concepts, frameworks, or things created by oneself. Why does a guy who is so smart turn out to be a fool when he needs to be? Schleifen is right, Karl. A patent isn't a bad thing. Of course, that's true, Joachim. But you have to consider public perception. As a Medal of Honor recipient, I believe I should be more cautious than others. It seems my persuasion has somewhat worked, as Alexander is the first to nod in agreement. Schleifen and Wilhelm follow suit, murmuring, that could be. Still, it feels too exclusive if we keep it among ourselves. However, Joachim still seemed to believe that I should have a stake in it. Kids. Loyalty and conscience, who's the real hero here? Yeah, romance approved. I'm sorry if I was too harsh, Joachim. And to the rest of you. As I looked at them, suddenly a good idea came to mind. It's something I've been considering for a while, but the scale of it was too daunting to attempt. The money earned from patenting. Can a portion of it be used as I suggest? How so, Karl? Just say the word, and I'll listen. I want you to start a foundation. At my words, the four of them asked, a foundation, while simultaneously looking at me. Yes, a foundation. To be precise, it would be like the Disabled Veterans Pension Foundation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Schleifen looked at Karl, who was enthusiastically explaining the foundation. The Empire has a lot of support programs, of course, and it's not that we don't have enough of them, but it's because we have a lot of good things going for us. In addition to the fact that it creates a social perception where the money spent by the Empire's citizens returns to those who fought for the Empire, it also gives them a greater sense of recognition for their efforts. And not just for veterans, but for their families as well. We don't need to make it excessively large. Since various policies for veterans are already in place for war achievements and welfare, we just need to complement them appropriately. Sometimes it seems like Karl has a different perspective on the world than the rest of us. Even though we're the same age, gender, and nobility, how does he have such a different view? How can he be so confident? Is military service really that great? Did being a soldier help him so much? Hey, Schleifen. Wilhelm, who was next to me, poked my side. What do you think about that? The Disabled Veterans Pension Foundation. Expressing an opposing opinion might make me look like a really bad guy, wouldn't it? Never mind that. Isn't it a bit too much to only use a portion of the money from the patent for that? I look at Wilhelm to see what he's trying to say. In response, Wilhelm Fritz, the son of the Marquis of Gramstad, smiles. Since we're doing it anyway, let's do it properly with the strength of our family. The strength of our family. Yeah, it's a good thing. It's something we should do properly as nobles. Karl's intention was simply to use what comes to him. However, Wilhelm didn't stop there and seemed to have a broader and larger view. Of course, it's something we should do properly. It's unreasonable to just use the money that comes back to Karl for that. That would be neglecting our duty as nobles. Actually, I thought the same way. So, I also considered using some of the money from patenting for the operation of that pension foundation. A foundation that takes care of not only veterans but also their families comprehensively. A voluntary effort to help them beyond what the law mandates in the Empire. What do you guys think? Alexander. Joachim. It's common sense. Are we crazy to only use Karl's share for such a thing? Do we lack conscience? The Prince of Theodule casts his vote in favor of the pension foundation. PR/N, title might change in the future. Taking advantage of Karl's excitement to talk about the pension foundation, the four of them took a moment to listen. The heirs of Marquis of Adria, Marquis of Gramstad, Brunn Imperial County, and the Prince of Theodule have made up their minds to think positively and seriously about the foundation. Swoosh. Under the dimly lit sky, Rika was writing a report relying on moonlight and starlight. When there was no night operation like now, I reported the current situation whenever I had time. Can't we just light a fire and do this, Rika? We might strain our eyes. Watching the scene from the side, Eloise murmured while lying sprawled on the ground. She was speaking somewhat seriously about the serious issue of human presbyopia. PR/N, presbyopia is the gradual loss of your eye's ability to focus on nearby objects. Do you not have any flint? Or should I illuminate with light magic? Forget it. If we do that, we might unnecessarily reveal our location. At my response, Eloise could only shake her head wryly. No, aren't we hunting right now? Why worry about revealing our location? Especially when just today we've caught dozens of luzernes. Are there any left in the vicinity? Even if we want to catch more, we've caught too many already, so there are hardly any luzernes left in this area. In any case, Eloise regarded Rika with admiration in many respects. Why, Eloise, did she sense that gaze? Rika parted her lips while still teasing her pen. It's fascinating. Even with moonlight, it's still quite dark, yet there's no hindrance in writing the report. Do you have something to say? Rather than having something to say, I don't know what to say. Should I say you're impressive? No offense, but you should know that I don't usually say such things. You mean it as a compliment. Ugh. Rika, who momentarily pushed the report aside, subtly inclined her body forward. The figure of the woman, who was partly obscured by darkness, became clearer under the moonlight. Why are you suddenly like this? Flattery? Or an act to improve our relationship? First of all, there's no reason for flattery. And haven't we already improved our relationship enough? For some reason, Rika showed no particular reaction to the last statement. As she said, we had greatly improved our relationship since Rika joined our unit. And the method was, of course, capturing the common enemy, the Canfras, or so-called luzernes, together. By the way, Rika, can I ask you something? Yes, go ahead. Well, what exactly is your relationship with the Baharath Empire's Crown Prince, Roughright Ragnar? That's a somewhat sudden question. Why are you asking about the Crown Prince? Then Eloise goes, that's it. Ahaha, scratching her head. Should I tell her? Is it okay to tell her? After all, there hasn't been any instruction from the higher UPS to keep quiet about it. Well, since there hasn't been such an instruction, it should be okay to mention it. Since Rika joined our unit until yesterday, the higher UPS have been strongly hinting that Rika, you, should cooperate properly with the Crown Prince. So when I asked why they kept doing that, they said it was because the Imperial Prince specifically requested it. At first, I thought it was just concern for sending a first-class talent to a distant land, but honestly, how many times should it be repeated? But the fact that they've been doing it every day seemed a bit odd. That's why I don't like elves who are quick-wit. No, should I call her an elf? Anyway, that's why I don't like quick-wit elves. It would be nice if they just quietly ignored it. Grumbling inwardly, I shrugged my shoulders once and responded, yes, that's right. It's been about 2 months since I started seeing His Highness, the Crown Prince. Or is it 3 months now? We've been in a relationship since then. Wow. I wondered if it could be true, and it turned out it was. Is she really someone who could potentially become the future empress, the future wife of the Crown Prince? But isn't that the same woman who teases elves, plays with knives, and was even holding a decapitated head a while ago, saying, should I take this with me? Oh, darn. At this rate, won't the next emperor become some tyrant obsessed with elven blood, saying there are no good elves in this world and all? Wow, I'm really worried about this, aren't I? Even Eloise, who usually doesn't have any affection for her own kind, was momentarily concerned about the future of the elves. And it was a very serious concern. Well, I suppose we're still in the stage of getting to know each other. Honestly, I'm not sure if it will even continue. Why aren't you sure? My parents don't know about it. His Highness hasn't really expressed his feelings yet, and even if he did, he suggested keeping it a secret to avoid unnecessary pressure. I think it might be even more shocking if it's kept a secret until the end. The Empire is really strange after all. I couldn't shake off such feelings. I see it quite optimistically, though. Rika, what do you mean? I mean that when you were writing your report to the Crown Prince, you still seemed a little bit human. Like, if you touch lightly, it feels like it might tear. That kind of feeling. Of course, the most human they seemed was when discussing about Karl, but still. Just yesterday, when I praised Karl a bit, she just kind of floundered. It was such a dramatic change that I even experimented a few more times. And the conclusion I drew was that this woman loves her brother to an excessive extent. Seriously, he's not the crown prince's rival, is he? Please, no. Rika, don't misunderstand, Eloise. Rika clicks her tongue as if she realizes the implication. I love Karl. I love my brother. Just a tad more than others, perhaps due to sibling affection. If you mistake it for something else, I'll be really hurt. With that said, Rika sneaks a dagger out of her arm. Wow, that's too much. It's not right to threaten while being kind. And similar to the affection between other siblings? What sister would go around cutting throats mercilessly just because of her younger brother? I raised both my hands in surrender, indicating I won't ever fight her. There was pressure from above, but more than anything, I saw a real fight on the first day. The conclusion drawn from witnessing that sight was clear. I couldn't win. No matter how confident I was, this woman was beyond the norm. The movements I saw at the special forces not long ago were simply incomparable to mere children's play. I call myself the leader of the extermination unit, but Rika has surpassed even that. How could a human being move like that? I sincerely wanted to ask God. That's all it takes to explain Karl's combat abilities. Indeed, it seemed like the family background wasn't just a saying. I'm sure both Rika and Karl's parents were undoubtedly of that caliber. Let's stop talking about the crown prince. It's a matter of the empire, and it's personal. I'd rather not have personal conversations during operations, Eloise. Wasn't talking about Karl fine. Of course. My Karl is always precious. How can one say such things so casually? Now, it's astonishing to the point of admiration. At the same time, I'm amazed that Karl continues to follow his sister without deviating. Usually, wouldn't such clashes make it burdensome and make one behave worse? Yet Karl seemed to be doing well with his sister, indicating he had received good upbringing. Either that, or you're supposed to be polite when your life's on the line. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eloise Lonegrad, head of the extermination unit. Reporting. Ugh. So tedious, really. Must it be this way? Can't we stop showing off? Our Heisen's combat operatives usually have freedom of action. They don't interfere excessively. They just give missions and don't micromanage the process. That's why I'm still here, despite my daily grumblings. But since Rika arrived, they keep insisting on formal reports every day. Seems like it's to show off to the Empire. Hey, we Heisens are working hard too. Is that right? Anyway, those higher UPS really just like to show off. 10 days into the operation. Minor skirmish at dawn. Any casualties? No casualties on our side. 17 enemy casualties. There is one casualty. My watch. It was a souvenir I bought in the Empire, and of course, it had to break just now. I was so angry. I think I hit it. If I knew this would happen, I would have taken off my watch before hitting. You can buy a new one with your salary. Wow, that's too much. No compensation for casualties during the operation. If there are no special circumstances, continue with the operation. There's not much time left now. And with that, the squirrel goes hop, 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 and disappears between the branches. Seriously, the researcher from our tribe who trained these squirrel friends as messengers deserves to have their head dissected. I feel like grabbing and shaking them, but anyway, squirrels are cute. It's hard to be angry in front of them, let alone vent. Seriously, I can't take it anymore. After this operation, I'm just going to ditch it. That's it. I've already planned everything. I heard they're recruiting the next Imperial Academy exchange students. Since I'm somewhat smart, I'll pass the entrance exam easily and go there. Eloise N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Oh, yes. Rika, if you're done with the report, let's start moving. I nodded and began to return to my place to roughly tidy up my sleeping bag. But, there was something strange placed. What's this? It's a gift. A gift. Yes. Yesterday I saw the watch you were carrying. It was broken. What? You saw that right then? When? When exactly? Scary. Do you know what's even scarier? You know, the watch that Rika gave me to wear. Thump. What time is it? Who dares to touch the nose hairs of a peacefully sleeping honoree of the Medal of Honor? I'll take special care of you, so just say, oh, I tapped the wrong one? I'm sorry, and go away. Thump thump thump. This is maddening. Who on earth? Unable to endure it any longer, Karl cursed as he got out of bed. There's a high probability that the humans on the other side of the door are those four. That's for sure. They must have something to discuss about yesterday's patent or pension foundation, or whatever it was. These bastards don't even sleep in. They're really off the charts. Checking the clock, it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. Considering that the first academy lecture starts at 9, they really came early just to wake me up. Moreover, today was my day off from morning lectures. I was planning to enjoy sleeping in, but now my sleep was disturbed. Constantly muttering Dem Hydra under my breath, I leisurely washed my face, combed my hair, and slowly dried off. Now, I leisurely put on my clothes. Throughout this, the knocking continued, but I refused to move quickly. Instead, I took my time, almost as if saying, I'm inside, so wait a little longer. I'm coming, you assholes. Finally, after preparing myself to meet whoever it was, I sighed and opened the door. Sorry to disturb you, Karl. It's not assholes, but asshole. I'm the only one who came to see you. Standing there was not those idiot four, but the crown prince. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What's going on? Am I still in bed? Haven't gotten up yet? Right. That would make sense. Otherwise, why would the Crown Prince be standing in front of me, saying, "Good morning, Karl. Your Highness." I wish this person in front of me would just split into four suddenly and say, "Tada. It was just a dream. Yeah, it's me. But, shouldn't we go inside first? I'm here early in the morning to avoid being seen by the other students." Yes. Please come in, Your Highness. And don't shout. Karl. It'd be awkward if someone heard. The prince stepped inside and promptly closed the door. Wait, where are his guards? If you're worried about the guards, you can stop. They're all stationed nearby. Oh, really? It's harder to adjust to a male character's passive-aggressive behavior. Was it all written on my face? I thought I was good at controlling my expressions. If that's the case, should the guards also? They were going to come in with me, but that's a bit much, isn't it? It might seem like I don't trust the Medal of Honor recipient. Besides, whatever happens, you can handle it. With that, the prince entered alone and closed the door behind him. What's going on? This makes me really nervous. The Crown Prince suddenly showing up at the academy, let alone sneaking around, coming into someone else's room in the morning? Anxiety level increased by 100. It took quite a while to open the door for someone who just woke up, because I thought it might be another unwelcome guest. In other words, you were deliberately dragging out the time, hoping to make me wait as long as possible. That makes sense. Even I would get mad at being woken up like this in the morning. So it's not Karl's fault. If anyone's at fault, it's mine for coming without even a heads up. Haha. The prince suddenly stared at me after saying he had something to talk about. I thought for a moment, then realized he was waiting for something. After all, since I'm the host and he's the guest, he's waiting for me to say, "Please sit." Oh my god, a crown prince waiting for a nobleman's permission. It's crazy. Please, have a seat, Your Highness. Thank you, Karl. And once again, sorry for the rush. At the mention of urgency, I involuntarily trembled. What's going on now? Surely, it's not another Canfra. I mean, a serious threat to the Empire from Luzerne's side. Damn Canfras. How much longer are they going to bother me? Do I really have to kill them all? As much as it pains me to say this about our Empire's ally, the Heisens, but this is why elves aren't worth a damn. If you have superiority that can't be matched, you need the humility to acknowledge and accept it. For now, Lasker, the kingdoms of knights and Abilshti, the cradle of wizards, have accepted without hesitation whatever they deem worthy of learning from the Empire. In the process, they acknowledged the Empire's superiority and even bowed their heads. They were wise enough to bend their pride when necessary, even if it wasn't eternal. In contrast, elves, apart from living longer and having pointy ears, keep interfering. Speak sensibly, Karl. I must have been mistaken. It seems there are no major issues regarding the Empire's security. The remaining leadership of those scoundrels has almost been wiped out. And theirs. Well, your sister has returned to the scene. What serious threat could there be if they're facing a serious threat to their lives? The prince looked at me with trembling eyes. Why are you doing this? It's scary if the next emperor looks at me like that. Karl. Yes, Your Highness. The reason you received your first Medal of Honor. The miraculous event that happened that day. Is he talking about that incident where I inadvertently saved our allies? Have you reported everything about that? Yes, Your Highness. I reported every important detail without leaving anything out. I'm not stupid. Reporting is the most important thing in the military. Even though I didn't even receive orders and acted recklessly on my own, it was even more imperative to report properly. It's probably because I'm a noble that I got away with it. Otherwise, I would have been disciplined. Karl. It doesn't have to be something super important. Anything else. But the prince kept asking if there was anything missing from that report. Why is he doing this? Wait a moment, Your Highness. Come to think of it, the journalist that interviewed me yesterday wrote an article and had it published in the newspaper within a day. I didn't read it properly, but I still remember the interview, so it might be helpful. If you look at this article, there are some parts that I didn't include in my report. Are you sure? There's nothing different from what I know. Nov. L. B / JNN. Wait a minute, Your Highness. Oh, damn journalist? Seriously? They left out everything I said in the interview? They just faked it with a bullet and slipped past in the meantime? Did they really refuse because they couldn't believe that an imperial hero was hiding like a mouse and sneaked past? Sighing, I reluctantly relayed what I had said to the prince at that time. So, Karl, before rescuing our troops, you happened to pass through one of the Luzerne camps to shake up their defenses, fired a shot, and immediately left. Yes, Your Highness. I wasn't caught. I also pride myself on my concealment skills. Your Highness. The prince's mouth was open, and he was staring blankly at me. No response. Just staring like that. Why is he looking at me like that? It's scary, Karl. It was over 3 minutes before the prince spoke. Even if you don't want to receive the Medal of Honor, you absolutely can't refuse it, Karl. Your Highness. If you truly have a conscience, you must never refuse it. Even if you receive 3 or 4. What's he suddenly talking about? 3 medals of honor? 4 medals of honor? In fact, a report came up yesterday, strictly confidential. It was confirmed through cooperation and investigation with the Heisens side by your sister. She reported that the leader of Luzerne, Darnang Navar, was killed. I heard from Eloise Lonegrand, a contact from the Heisens side whom I met last time, that their leader was killed. what a coincidence. I replied, and suddenly the prince burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Your Highness? Did I commit some impropriety? Ah ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha. Honestly, the Adelheit family really keeps surprising the empire. I thought it was just Count Friedrich, but it's not. Like father, like son, huh. The prince is saying something incomprehensible. Why is he bringing up my father, and what does like father, like son mean? Karl, listen to me carefully. The leader of Luzerne, Darnang Navarre. It seems. Karl, it seems like you're the one who killed him. What? It's the unanimous testimony of the surviving members of the leadership present at the time. A single gunshot, and a single hit, and a bullet that pierced the leader's heart in one shot. Wait a minute, just a moment. At that moment, there was one Imperial soldier who was perfectly placed in that situation. And even more coincidentally, one shot fired. All the circumstances point to you, Karl Adelheit, being the protagonist. Isn't that just a simple conjecture? Yeah, technically, it's conjecture. But, Karl, when almost all the circumstances fit the conjecture, its credibility increases dramatically. Especially when it's none other than you, Karl Adelheit. Only then did I understand why the prince brought up my father. During the time when my father was actively serving, he had a record of engaging in duels during battles with Lasker, and he once killed a master who had challenged him to a duel. Moreover, that guy was quite important from the Lasker side, so I heard their morale was greatly affected. Thup. The prince placed his hand on my shoulder and spoke in a solemn voice. You can't complain that you don't like receiving medals, Karl. You must never refuse it. If we don't give it to someone like you, our imperial family will be criticized for as long as the empire lasts. The crown prince sat beside me, laughing incessantly, lost in his own thoughts. And my current state, to be honest, I'm quite bewildered. It's unbelievable. I killed him, the leader of Luzerne's, with a single shot. One bullet, straight to the heart. No matter how much I deny it, when you combine the testimony of those involved with the circumstances, it all points to me. It's absurd. I know better than anyone about my marksmanship skills. While others were fighting and killing with guns, I was scattering peace with my gun. Watch out. Bullets are flying over there. Oh, don't dodge. You won't get hit even if you don't dodge. Luckily, I was active in close combat. Otherwise I wouldn't have had anything to say even if I was misunderstood as a spy for the real Canfra. That's about it. But, no, this is ridiculous. Why would a casual shot to draw attention to myself go right through the heart of the leader? I thought about it and realized that I was aiming at their camp, not at thin air. If you go to a fence and get hit, they'll start screaming about raids and stuff. In case you're wondering, I didn't shoot to catch anyone. I wasn't in a position to, I couldn't afford to, and most importantly, I didn't want to. It was a cumbersome gun anyway, so I shot it and threw it right away. Thanks to that, the platoon leader asked me where I left my gun. It was an added bonus that I was frantically wondering if I'd abandon my lover like that. Anyway, I killed the leader of Luzerne. I killed him with one bullet. I wasn't aiming for it, but it was so perfect that I had to assume I was aiming for it. The situation is such that it is safe to say that sharpshooter came, sniped, and then left. Was it really okay to do that? Ignoring Luzerne's and rescuing allies? That's not a big problem. There are plenty of others who have made significant contributions on the battlefield. Preventing a terrorist attack? Protecting exchange students? That's fine too. I'm a recipient of the Medal of Honor, after all. Even if all three of those scenarios were known to everyone, I concluded that there was nothing to worry about. But killing the leader of Luzerne's is different. If that gets out, it could be really troublesome. It's not just about journalists coming or receiving more medals. There's a high probability that the remaining Canfra bastards will try to kill me in any way they can. It wouldn't be a big deal if they only targeted me. I won't just stand by and take it from them. The problem is that their anger could spread to innocent people. Where am I right now? At the academy. And the people around me? They're students. We're far from the battlefield. If the Canfra bastards really come after me with all they've got, it could be a big problem. Perhaps I could witness someone's death even in a place filled only with peace. Your Highness. As my thoughts reached that point, I reached a conclusion. That is, this must never be revealed to the public. Those involved know, important figures know. Even if the truth is announced to the Empire someday, it must not be now.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I'm truly sorry, but could I make one request? I think I know what you are going to ask for. Yes. You want to make sure that the fact of killing the Luzerne's leader doesn't get out. Am I wrong? The prince, with a nod and a sigh, continues. Of course I'll do that. Look at you now. You're doing well at the academy. But if that fact gets out, who knows what the remaining Luzerne's people will do? Killing the leader is completely different. They might think they have to do something, even if it means using any means necessary for revenge. From your behavior so far, you're not worried about yourself but about those around you. It's a legitimate concern. If it's Luzerne's, even if they only harm those around you, they'll bark about avenging themselves. The prince taps my shoulder a few times. His gesture increases my trust, as if saying, just trust this guy. Karl, you won't cause any trouble. The Empire has its pride, and so does the royal family. Surely, they wouldn't want to make things difficult for a Medal of Honor recipient. Thank you for your reassurance, Your Highness. Of course, we should take care of our citizens and treat our heroes properly. asking for help and avoiding trouble. If we don't even do this, why would there be a royal family? Loyalty to the empire and the royal family seems to be suddenly surging, doesn't it? Or is it just me? Honestly, it should be like this. If you've sacrificed for the country, this is how you should be treated. Damn, are you listening? Those soldiers talking about military privileges and such? They should just get a bullet to the head. Your Highness. So, was it because of that the Heisens invited me to the meeting? It's not because of that. Well, by now, the news might have reached the upper echelons of Heisen, so that could be a reason. But from my perspective, they called you for a different reason. If it's for a different reason, it must be related to stopping the train terrorism and the attack on the academy exchange students, right? Come to think of it, besides benefiting the empire, there's one more place where I've received considerable favor. And that faction is, naturally, Heisen, which takes a position opposite to Luzerne's. If either the train terrorism or the attack on the academy students, or both, if they think they were successful, the empire's animosity towards the elves would have reignited. If so, would that fire simply burn Luzerne's? No, I don't think so. At first, they'll just curse Luzerne's. Those damn Canfra bastards and all. Then, their hatred will shift to all elves, and even their sentiments towards Heisen will become extremely negative. The royal family can't ignore such anti-imperial sentiments. If the hatred continues within Heisen, there might even be traitors who want to ally with Luzerne's. Whatever happens, it will go the way Luzerne's wants. The empire will once again fight against the elves. The elves will realize that they cannot reconcile with the empire. Isn't this exactly the result those Demcanfra bastards were willing to sacrifice their lives for? For these reasons, from the perspective of Heisen, Karl, you must be truly regarded as a great benefactor and nobleman. You crushed all of Luzerne's wicked deeds and prevented the empire's perception of elves from hitting rock bottom. In my view, it seems like they want to convey their gratitude directly. Now, in addition to that, they probably also want to express gratitude, albeit unofficially, for the assassination of the hardline faction leader. When the prince finishes speaking like that, he takes a sip from the cup himself, nods, and says, "That's it. Hey, Your Highness. Isn't that a bit self-congratulatory? You don't like tea? I'll pour you a cup too." Thank you. And it's an honor. Your Highness personally pouring tea for me. I thought you might not be too familiar with tea. Oops. How did he know? I honestly thought he'd be drinking water with these tree leaves. He's definitely not your average prince of the empire. Could this guy be using Shinnik energy? Reading people's minds and saying things like, "You're a traitor. You're being punished." Nah, probably not, right? Anyway, I came to see you for that reason. I wanted to hear directly about what happened that day. Whether you really fired the gun yourself. Ultimately, it turned out that the empire's hero was, and is, a hero. If only he had mentioned another Medal of Honor, I would have said, 2 is enough. Your Highness. After finishing his cup of tea, the prince slowly gets up to leave. Seeing him like this, he doesn't seem like the Grand Prince of the Empire, just a regular academy student. Look forward to the Medal of Honor ceremony. Karl, I'm expecting great things. Since it's a ceremony presided over by a prince, it will be as grand, if not grander, than the princesses. I'll do my best, Your Highness. If I had known this would happen, I would have just gone to the palace to receive it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ladies and gentlemen of honor, first, let us offer a prayer to our protector and guide, the light. May your light bless this event today. Déjà vu? This sounds like the beginning of something I heard recently. I sneak a glance around. Academy students and faculty, as well as mid-level empire officials, are all gathered. There are even several members of the rarely seen noble families. Those standing over there seem to be the heads of the families to which the members of those 4 are related. Maybe I should go after the ceremony and say, "Please scold those bastards and make them come to their senses." Next, there will be the presentation of the Medal of Honor by His Highness the Prince. Humans are creatures of adaptation, aren't they? The second ceremony was a bit less embarrassing than the first. Even though applause and cheers erupted as if the academy was about to collapse, now it's okay. Hero of the Empire. Come here, let me give you a hug. Nope. Cancel. It's not okay. It's even more embarrassing. Kaya, Your Highness, why are you doing this? Seriously? Before the presentation of the medals, the prince suddenly grabs me and pulls me close. In the moment of confusion, wondering what was going on, the prince pats my back. And what he said lingered in my heart for a long time. To those who couldn't stand with us, let there be honor as well. The moment we remember them is the empire's greatest moment. The moment we forget them all is the moment the empire ceases to exist. The history of the empire has always been intertwined with war. No, perhaps all nations have been the same. And those wars always demanded much blood. Countless individuals sacrificed themselves. From those who had some reputation to those whose names were unknown, all gave their lives for the empire. Karl lifted his head and looked at the serene and quiet place he had just arrived at. The Imperial Ellington National Cemetery. A place where those who had spent long, yet short, times together rested. Exhaling deeply, I stepped inside. First, I encountered the old guard. The guardians of this sacred place. They were like the final elegy for the heroes. A slight tremble was noticeable as they glanced at the medals hanging on my chest. But they did not salute like they would to a princess or a prince. They merely went about their duty. Here, even being a recipient of medals of honor held no significance. Because the true heroes, greater and more genuine, rested here. The first thing you see is, of course, the graves of the unknown soldiers. With no genetic testing technology, it was very difficult to ascertain their identities accurately. Military ID tags had their limitations. Hence, the graves of the unknown soldiers occupied the largest area in the Ellington National Cemetery and were meticulously maintained accordingly. They had served for the prosperity and glory of the Empire. Rest here with the great ancestors. Only God shall know their names. PR/N, Amen. My comrades, perhaps they were fortunate to be remembered, because there were those who recorded their personal information. But the ones resting in these graves were not so lucky. They were all those who had faced their final moments together. Not even a single record survived the fire to reveal who they were. That's why they were honored and revered more than anyone else. Because they fulfilled their duty even without leaving their names. Because they protected the Empire. Step by step, quietly, Karl's embrace carried a myriad of emotions and burdens. It wasn't just one or two burdens. They seemed quite heavy. Yet, he carried them alone. I'm here. Finally, I arrived at a place that felt newly constructed. Some saddles were just laid, while others were still being prepared. I came upon hearing the news that it was recently set up. It might seem a bit late, but don't say anything. I've been really busy too. With a rattling sound from his embrace, he pulled something out. I'm back. The nobleman, as you lot used to say, has finally returned to where he belongs. But what happened after my return, you couldn't even imagine. Anyway, damn those bastards. I filled a large cup with ice and then poured cold water into it. I survived. Sometimes it feels like I'm going crazy remembering those times, but still, I'm alive. There are many who are enduring even more nightmare-like times, so I shouldn't complain. I was one of the lucky ones. I didn't have any limbs blown off, nor was I captured as a prisoner of war. Losing comrades was the same for everyone. Who could return unscathed from the chaos of war? Not even the all-powerful gods could ensure that. Some wanted alcohol. Some wanted coffee. And then there were those cheap candies that no one would eat even if given. Amidst fading breath and dwindling life, what they uttered wasn't resentment or curses towards the world, nor jealousy or envy towards those who remained. It was simply, when I die, just give me that one thing. Then I can forget everything and live. Do you see this? Do you know what this is? This is the Medal of Honor. Honor. And not just one, but two. 2 medals? Yes. With a playful smile, I shook the medals held in my hands. The reflected sunlight scattered in all directions, sparkling. Am I showing off? Yes. I am showing off. That's right, showing off. Wouldn't you be disappointed if you received something so remarkable and didn't show it off? Karl chuckled. He was laughing, but his laughter was extremely dry. The Crown Prince himself personally bestowed them upon me. Do you know what he said? He said there would be honor even for those who couldn't stand with us. Be grateful. Thanks to me, y'all received gratitude from His Highness the Crown Prince. I stared blankly at my resting comrades before me. There was no response. For eternity, there would be no response from them. Did I really do my best? I knew there would be no answer. Yet, I continued to ask. Did I truly do nothing wrong? Is there no need to apologize? The departed remained silent. Only the questions from those who remained echoed emptily. The wind blew, and the questions are carried far away on the breeze. I will live. You asked me to live, so I will. I won't forget. However, I won't be buried. To those who sleep before me, I salute all who have closed their eyes in glory. The ice in the raised glass melted a little and sank into the water with a tinkling sound. It was as if it had taken the place of a salute to those who stood before me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After briefly going somewhere following the medal ceremony, Karl returned to the academy. The Medal of Honor. It's difficult even for nobles, let alone dream about receiving it. Yet, he had received it twice. He was a hero of the Empire. A person worthy of such a name. As Karl returned, students and faculty alike congratulated him incessantly. They continued, endlessly, praising him, congratulating him, cheering with applause. To them, Karl smiled as the hero they wanted, raising his hand in response to their cheers. Observing from a distance, Selina watched as the celebration unfolded. At first, I wondered if I should join in with those cheering, applauding together, congratulating together, shouting how amazing it was. After all, even receiving the medal once was difficult for those great heroes. But soon, I decided to stop. More precisely, the thought disappeared. His expression, it's different. Others might not have noticed, caught up in the current atmosphere, but I saw it. It was clear. The person who smiled but didn't smile. PR/N, Myong. Suddenly, a fragment of a conversation I had with Karl flashed through my mind. Someone may say that this medal is proof of honor, something to be proud of. But for me, it felt more like representing those who had departed first. Though I wasn't on the battlefield like Karl, through my brother, I had glimpsed it vaguely. I knew a little about the suffering the survivors endured. Karl. Responding to my call, Karl entered the break room where I was waiting, amidst the continuous cheers. Nov. L. B //JNN. It looks like you've been somewhere. Oh, yeah. I went around showing off my medal to everyone. At his smiling words, I immediately sensed where Karl had been. Karl, who didn't think much of his medals, was showing them off? Who else would he be showing them off to, anyway? To his comrades. It wouldn't have been to boast. It was just the lingering words of those who had departed. Though not as much as Karl, I had glimpsed it through my brother. What the survivors endured. I knew a little about it. What did they say? Huh. Those guys. After hearing your boasting. What did they say? Pausing for a moment at my question, Karl soon smiled faintly. They didn't say anything. No response at all. Really? Yeah. So, it's a relief. It would have been scary if they had responded. They're already gone, after all. As Karl said this, he glanced at me for a moment, as if he had something to say to me. But still, Selena. I told them. I asked them, did I do my best? Is there no need to apologize? Living while you guys went. Isn't it unfair? Gulp. I swallowed dryly, unconsciously tensing up from the tension. I hope he will overcome it. Even if it's difficult to act like it's nothing. Even if it's painful sometimes, I hope he will eventually overcome it and spend new time in a new place. That's how I feel. That's what I said. In the end, there was only one answer. Like before, I have to live. That's the right thing to do. Honey, you don't have to worry anymore. Karl tapped Selena's shoulder gently. Sorry. I didn't mean to. No, it's okay. What's there to worry about? With a slight smile on my lips, I exclaimed. Right. Did you hear about Schleifen and Wilhelm? Or Alexander and Joachim? What news? Oh, maybe the pension fund. You know those breads you told me about last time? They said they were developing new flavors, and suddenly they mixed mint and chocolate this time. It's surprisingly good. Arg? Where the fuck are they? Karl snapped, instantly furious. At first, it was simply a thought and action born out of the desire for financial gain. The unique winter snacks Karl told them about. Based on that, several patents. It may seem like it's all about money, but that money is actually the path to becoming less despicable. In fact, being affluent can open up even more possibilities. It's like magic where anything becomes possible. You can help others, not just fill your own boat. Expanding the business to create more jobs would be the best outcome. So, Schleifen was the first to suggest to Karl that he should also put his name on the patents. As neither a titled noble nor the eldest of my family, they thought he could contribute in some way. Since it all started with Karl, it was only natural to give him rights. Never mind. You guys handle it yourselves. So when they heard that response, including Schleifen, the four of them were greatly surprised. They wondered if Karl thought of them as people who were only interested in money, so they clarified that it wasn't the case. It's true that they want to earn money, but it's definitely not just about satisfying their own desires. They also have things they want to do, whether it's business or welfare, whatever it may be. They wanted to do something that would be helpful as nobles of the empire. However, when Karl mentioned the Medal of Honor, the four of them couldn't argue any further. Upon reflection, it seemed a bit inappropriate for someone who had received such honor and glory to profit from it through patents. There's no law against it, and it's not a societal norm, but upon hearing Karl's explanation, the thought naturally arose, it might be so. I'm truly sorry if that's the case. Still, it didn't seem quite right for them to profit from the patents alone. Can the money earned from patents be used as I suggest? Karl's next words were a very sincere opinion. It was a humane thought. The Veterans Pension Foundation. It's not something implemented by the country, but an organization created voluntarily. It's not just about supporting injured soldiers, but also their families. Karl simply said he would contribute to welfare activities. But for the four who were raised as successors of noble families, it was definitely not the end of it. This seemed like something they absolutely had to do. As nobles, it was only right. It wouldn't end with just a portion of the money earned from patents. They must expand the scale of that pension fund, even if it means receiving support from their families. The four almost simultaneously expressed similar opinions. They were all on the same page. But isn't it a bit much to involve the family from the start? That's what I'm saying. It's more appropriate for us to make efforts and earn money ourselves, and then use it to support the pension fund. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What's there? Things we can do without using the family's resources. After briefly pondering, they soon found a clue in the winter snacks I had suggested. Different flavors always get a good response. Since people's tastes vary, how about developing a wider range of flavors? I think that's a good idea. The cream-filled ones we put out last time were just as popular as Karl's original ones. What flavor should we try? Sweet chocolate is always the best, right? Various opinions were raised. Then, the first to voice an opinion was Schleifen. Wait a minute. I realized we're only suggesting sweet flavors. Wouldn't it feel a bit stuffy if everything was sweet? I think we need something new. Do you have any good ideas? Wilhelm, who earnestly listened without mocking Schleifen's opinion for once today, encouraged him. Encouraged by this, Schleifen recalled something he had seen recently. There's mint, right? That gives a spicy sensation in the mouth. Are you suggesting we put that in the bunjapang? Can't we? At Wilhelm's calm remark, Alexander and Joachim rolled up their sleeves. Then, without any mercy, they pushed Schleifen down and started beating the shit out of him. Ack? Why? Isn't it a good idea? Karl said that hitting people is medicine for bullshit. Buddy, no, it's not bullshit, it's a pretty good suggestion. Ouch. Even so, putting mint in that bread is crossing the line, you bitch. Is this guy really in his right mind? Is this fucker okay? Alexander and Joachim muttered as they added more strength to their punches, patting their friend. Okay, I surrender. I get it. Stop. After retracting his opinion, Schleifen, who had narrowly escaped death, let out a deep sigh. I thought it was a decent suggestion. You guys are too much. No, really. Think about it. So far, the menu has been either sweet or salty. Why suddenly this spicy sensation? Is this tea? Huh? This is supposed to be a snack. A snack. I know, but still, if you only eat sweet or salty things, it gets a bit dull. Schleifen and Wilhelm started babbling again. Alexander, who watched them with great disdain, and Joachim too. Wait a minute, that's not how it works, is it? No, it wasn't. Instead of glaring disdainfully, Joachim offered a different opinion. Let's try mixing those two. What? Has this guy lost his mind too? Hey, Schleifen, take responsibility. Even Joachim has lost his mind. I feel wronged, Wilhelm. No, you guys, listen to me for a moment. Joachim grabbed Schleifen and Wilhelm by their shoulders and continued speaking. It's true that if you only eat sweet things, your mouth feels stuffy. That's a fact. That's true. But just because it feels spicy when you eat doesn't mean you can eat it again. I agree. So let's try combining them. Mint and chocolate. How about that? Isn't it a good idea? Despite submitting a somewhat serious opinion, Wilhelm and Alexander still seemed hesitant. Schleifen, who first suggested mint, was also murmuring, combining those two. Observing their reactions, Joachim sighed and nodded. Indeed, in such situations, it's not a matter of discussing with words but taking action to find out. And the next step, of course, was directly mixing mint and chocolate. Playing with food is dangerous, you know. Our mothers always said that our ancestors wouldn't let it slide. Did your ancestors say that, Alexander? Your father is similar to ours. Our father also said that if you play with food, you'll go to hell. Shit. So are we all going to hell? Finally, the completed mint and chocolate, somewhere in between. Schleifen, who was looking at it, made a somewhat triumphant expression and tasted it first. Ugh, you crazy bastard. Is that bravery or madness? Ignoring the grumbling from behind, they slowly tasted the mint chocolate. At first, it was, well, not great. It was both sweet and spicy, and it was strange enough that you couldn't define what taste or food it was. Yes, it was definitely strange. But what's funny is that the oddness didn't immediately repulse them. While they didn't shout, "This is delicious," they also didn't spit it out immediately with a black, which meant it was somewhat palatable. Hey, you guys should try it too. Wow, you can't die alone, huh? Cowardly bastard. Are you really the eldest son of the Marquis, Schleifen? No, you guys. Just, give it a taste. At Schleifen's urging, the other three hesitantly looked at the contents they had received. It had a very subtle color, and an even deeper scent. What is this, exactly? They didn't particularly want to eat it, but since Schleifen had already tasted it, they knew what would happen if they said, "Oh, I won't eat it. Can't eat it." So, with a deep breath, the three stepped into the forbidden realm of mint chocolate. Oh. At first, the three writhed all over, but gradually their trembling subsided. Eventually, they were calmly munching away, even making satisfied noises. It seems right, doesn't it? It's not bad, is it? It's a peculiar taste that can't be described. Not everyone may like it, but someone is sure to enjoy it. If we can target the taste buds of those people, we can certainly attract widespread popularity. Obtaining another patent through this could be beneficial to the Veterans Pension Foundation that Karl dreams of. Ta-da-it. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Karl? Yeah, it's Karl. Hey, Karl, we have some good news. We've developed something new for you, for that pension foundation. Ta-da-da-da-it. For the brave fighters and their families, more support as you wish. Hey, you bastards. A flying kick from the recipient of the Medal of Honor knocked down the four. Ugh. Oof. KCH. Arg. With just one blow, the four were sent flying in all directions like bowling pins. Karl? Why are you suddenly doing this? Help us. Help us. Shut up, you guys. No matter how hard I try to understand, I can't. Mint chocolate has crossed the line. Mint chocolate? Is he referring to mint chocolate? Schleifen hurriedly got up. Karl, just calm down first. It might be shocking, but still, try it once and then speak. Once you taste it, your opinion might change. Arg. This time, a soccer kick hit Schleifen's thigh. Who on earth created this dreadful concoction? You're not even human, you bastards. If you were truly human, you wouldn't commit such atrocities. You guys, be honest with me. What, Karl? Are all of you spies? Are you Luzerne-planted agents? What nonsense. That's rude, Karl. It seems you've forgotten, but we're heirs to a noble lineage. Oh dear. Thankfully, they seem to have some awareness, They acknowledge being heirs to a noble lineage? But despite having such awareness, why do they dare to touch the devil's concoction? Without hesitation, I delivered a solid blow to Joachim's head. Bam. Ow. You're quite eloquent. Yes. You heirs of a noble lineage dare to spread devil's concoction that could potentially cause great national division in the empire? What are you saying? National division? To suggest that we're committing treason against the empire. Ugh. Don't talk back. Hey, gentlemen. Don't protest in front of the honored recipient of the Medal of Honor. Eek. Ack. I'm sorry. It hurts. It's horrific just to imagine. thinking about the future of the empire that would unfold by spreading mint chocolate. If these guys continue to spread mint chocolate like this, there'll be a cult worshipping it. Mint chocolate is delicious. Hey, try it. Try it. Arg, it's the mint chocolate gang? We must judge them all. Guards? Guards. Gasp. Those guards have a record of eating mint chocolate. Traitors? They're traitors. Arg. Truly extreme likes and dislikes. And in my opinion, something that absolutely cannot be allowed. To think they would dare to put such a dreadful concoction into my nostalgic bunjapang. This is crossing the line. No way. Even if there's a speck of dust in my eyes, I can't allow it. I thought you said you weren't interested in patents. Doesn't that mean you have no right to speak here? Say it again, Shalifen. Now that I think about it, the words of the Great Medal of Honor recipient seem to be truly correct. When I quietly showed them the great sword from my embrace, Shalifen calmed down. Indeed. Shouldn't we prevent this fellow from drinking the noble blood instead of Canfra blood? No, I really don't understand. Karl. Is this really okay? Yeah. We've all tasted it already. While tastes may differ, still. Whether tastes differ or not, don't put it in bunjapang. Please. If you want to sell that separately, do it. I won't stop that on moral grounds, but I absolutely prohibit it from the bunjapang I proposed. Absolutely forbidden. Mint chocolate? Fine. Do whatever with it. But don't touch my bunjapang. Don't put it on my hatiak. Seriously, there's a limit to everything. If it's tasty, just eat it as it is. Don't go beyond the bounds of decency. In the end, the colossal failure of the Fours mint chocolate-flavored bunjapang was barely averted. Selena's rejection of these people was indeed a wise choice. They're truly insane. How could they even think of putting mint chocolate in bunjapang? And a week later, what the hell is this? I was left speechless looking at the articles spread out in front of me. A gust of wind sweeping the streets. Overwhelming popularity? Mint chocolate? What's this? How do you eat this? Huh? This is pretty good. Magic that calls for one more? Discovery of mint chocolate. Visiting Prince of Theodel Joachim Playson? Schleifen Rosberg. Mint chocolate is delicious. I love you, Empire. The mint chocolate, which had just started its business, began to sweep across the entire empire. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Heisen's delegation members crossed the border and finally entered Imperial territory. Finally, it's the Empire. Nov. L. B // JNN. Indeed. Mixed in with them were Eloise and Rika, who had completed all operations. The grand revenge drama named Wrath of God was almost perfectly concluded. Apart from the Luzerne faction leadership, who had already defected to the Heisen's side, most had been eliminated. There were a few among the moderates, but they were all persuaded by Rika. I'll cut off all your limbs and join the moderate faction. Or would you rather quietly defect to the Heisen's side? I won't join Luzerne. I won't ever again. I'm not sure if this can be considered persuasion or not. Eloise glanced briefly at Rika, who was walking beside her. As I mentioned before, she was truly overwhelming. Human yet not quite human. I was considered one of the top figures on the Heisen's side. However, I lacked confidence. Would I truly survive a real battle against that woman? I've never encountered someone so specialized in special operations like Rika. Sometimes I wonder if there's elven blood mixed in the Adelheit family. Such covert movements. An extraordinary level of senses, including hearing, vision, and even smell. It's bewildering how something so absurd could emerge among pure humans. If by some miracle the next emperor of the empire were born from that woman, would it be the emergence of the empire's strongest warlord? Why are you looking at me like that, Eloise? Perhaps my gaze lingered too long. Rika questioned me, upon which I sighed and then immediately spoke up. You're returning to the empire, so I thought you'd want to go see the crown prince right away. It's only been a few months since they started dating, but still, dating is dating. And I knew that those few months were considered the freshest and most passionate time. No, I'm going to see Karl first. Suddenly, I felt sorry for the prince. Ahaha, I see. Why are you moving with the Heisen's delegation, Eloise? I said I'll take care of the escort, didn't I? Oh, could it be you're assigned to be their escort when they return? The escort. Indeed, there were movements from the higher UPS to assign such a mission. Moreover, there was experience working with the Empire's personnel like Rika, and since Rika seemed to have some connection with the prince, it was intended to build more camaraderie by traveling together. Of course, I wasn't just going to obediently accept it. Damn it. Eloise Lonegrand. Damn it, you bastards. I won't do it. Can't do it? After fooling around for months again. Have you forgotten the terms of our contract? I said if you did this, I'd beat the shit out of you, right? That's why you're hearing all this nonsense. After throwing away the squirrel I caught, I took out the resignation I had been keeping close to my chest, literally, and waved it around. I quit. I won't do it because it's filthy. I won't do it. Eloise, just calm down for a moment. If we finish this mission, how many times have I heard that? I won't be fooled, I won't. Look at this. Her skin's all wrinkled. She's an elf known for eternal beauty, yet look at her now. I don't know how tortured she must have been. For 2 months. No, it's been almost 3 months since she slept more than 2 hours a day. There were many nights she didn't sleep at all. At this rate, she'll probably die without even having a chance to mourn. No, she won't even be able to get married. Her dream is to quickly meet a good man, have a sweet and romantic relationship, and have a child. But at this rate, that dream will never come true. It'll be a dream that she won't achieve even if she wakes up from death. Aloise, Commander, Aloise? Hey, bitch. What are you going to do if you quit now? Humph. Do you know what this is? Standing in front of the squirrel that flew far away and came running back, Aloise handed over a document. What was visible was the Empire Academy exchange student application and Aloise's name written inside. Exchange student? Wait, when did you apply for this? While I was dispatched to the Empire? I won't marry a stingy little elf like you. I'll marry a generous, handsome, and good-fighting human man. That's what I decided. Marriage? If you want to, at least dress properly. And why would a human man like you? Hey, Aloise. This was the recent attack by Aloise, the former commander of the extermination battalion. Word has it that chaos erupted within the Heisen's military leadership, but what can they do from Aloise's perspective? Honestly, didn't they break the terms of the contract? Aloise? Are you not going to answer? No, Rika. It's not for the purpose of escorting. Really? Then what business do you have in the Empire? With that statement, Rika didn't ask Aloise any further. She probably thought it wouldn't be polite to pry further, considering that I may have received a separate mission from the higher UPS. But now there's no more Commander Aloise Lonegrand. There's only the fresh and lively elf exchange student, Aloise Lonegrand, who has been granted a scholarship in the midst of it all. And she's eligible for marriage in elven terms? Rika, can I ask you something? Yes. Do you really not have any thoughts about a half-elf niece? I'm sorry. My mistake. So, could you please put away that dagger? Even one more word would probably trigger a full-blown elven dismantling show from Rika. In the end, I decided to make a major revision to the operation. Originally, I was going to seek permission first and approach Karl. But if things turned out this way, I had no choice but to approach it from the opposite direction. It's easier to forgive than to ask permission. The Heisens have finally entered the Empire. Originally, there would have been a grand welcoming reception, but unfortunately, due to various events instigated by the Luzerne faction, who are fellow elves like them, it was kept to an appropriate scale. The meeting was held at Lake Verdant, a natural wonderland. While traditionally important internation meetings would be hosted in the palace chambers, the Empire made a special effort to accommodate the nature-loving elves. I've heard the news, Commander Aloise. I'm not the commander anymore. And near that lake, Aloise was conversing with the ambassadorial chief for the negotiations. Why on earth did you do such a thing? And without consulting the higher UPS. What difference would it make to consult with the higher UPS? At least you could have acted with dignity. Humph. I'm still dignified now, you know, and I can't stand the breach of contract. That's, well, to be honest, breaking the terms of the contract is out of line. I heard it myself. Aloise hasn't been able to sleep properly for the past few months during her missions. Even on days when she managed to sleep, it was only for 2 hours, and sometimes, she didn't sleep at all. In such circumstances, wouldn't it be more unreasonable if she didn't become sharp? Especially Aloise, who's even more peculiar than other elves. The head of the delegation, Manon, looked at the former head of the extermination unit before speaking again. Are you really planning to study at the Imperial Academy? Yes, Chief. I've already secretly obtained permission from the Empire. They agreed just like that. I've made efforts for the Empire as well, so maybe I got some extra points there. The Imperial Academy can't be all that easy. Wasn't there any other conditions? Well, they just said I could keep an eye on all the elven students. Of course, there must have been a reason. The Empire isn't stupidly kind. From the Empire's perspective, the kingdoms and their exchange students serve as conditions for peace but can also act as spies within. Therefore, surveillance is necessary, but doing it openly could lead to diplomatic disputes. And if suddenly, the Heisen side's top special operations ace says, I'm willing to cooperate, they'll definitely throw the exchange student status. Even I would do the same. Manon sighed and lowered his head. Anyway, is that woman really an elf? Even the Luzerne faction, who seemed to embrace even the crazed Luzerne, their own, other elves, showed signs of embracing her. Aloise has shown more closeness to humans than to her own kind several times. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a good thing in the current situation where the Empire holds perfect superiority. It's just a bit disheartening from the elf's perspective. Looks like they've arrived. Commotion was heard from the Imperial tents on the opposite side. It seemed that the officials in charge of the negotiations had just arrived at the negotiation site. Would you like me to ask what they're negotiating about? Don't even dream about it. You have nothing to do with their affairs now. TCH sharp as always. Leaving Aloise grumbling behind, Manon walked forward. And then, as the Imperial Foreign Minister approached, he shook hands with him. It's good to see you again, Minister. Likewise, Chief. You haven't changed at all. The same goes for you, Minister. Fortunately, the Foreign Minister they had met before still held his position. He had been worried that if the minister changed, the personal rapport they had built up would disappear, but at least one of his concerns had been alleviated. As they were about to move to the negotiation venue, the minister stopped Manon. Minister, just a moment. A carriage was placed behind them, upon which, the imperial officers rushed out bustlingly. Soon, after opening the door, the officers stepped back and saluted in unison. Ranchtuk. Following them, the guards also stood still, showing respect. Could it be that man? I glanced at the minister next to me and had a gut feeling that my prediction was correct. The foreign minister. As the one overseeing the vast empire department, his authority was akin to that of a marquis. Even if the person holding the ministerial position were a mere noble, even a marquis couldn't treat them lightly. Excluding members of the royal family, in terms of ceremonial hierarchy, they could be considered one of the top 10 most important figures. Such a minister, stiffly maintaining his posture, gazes in their direction. This is the demeanor one adopts when facing superiors. It's the same reaction one would expect if the emperor or crown prince were present. However, such a figure has no reason to visit this place. Moreover, my side knew well who the counterpart was. It was none other than themselves. Heisens's side had fervently requested that person from the empire to accompany them. Welcome, Karl Adelheit. Thank you for the hospitality, Your Excellency. A young man, too young even by human standards, let alone elven standards. Barely out of his 20s, a newcomer to society by anyone's standards. However, the two medals gleaming on his chest directly contradicted that perception. The Imperial Medal of Honor. Those who receive them carve their names into the annals of imperial history with their courage and sacrifice. Rumor has it that even the emperor would salute them first, and it seems it wasn't an exaggeration. The fact that the foreign minister stands stiffly, treating him like a superior, is evidence of that. At first glance, he seemed like just a friendly young man smiling. But I saw it. Even just looking at his gait, he was no ordinary person. Nov.L.B/JNN. He carries himself remarkably well. Rumor had it he was a hero on the battlefield, and it seems to be true. I cleared my throat, feeling a bit of admiration. I knew why the higher UPS had called him. It seems that the one who assassinated the leader of the Luzernes is indeed this man, Karl Adelheit. Officially, it's to express gratitude for preventing 2 terrorist acts against the empire. Unofficially, it's to show gratitude for conveniently dispatching someone who had insulted our kin. A remarkable young man. No wonder he has 2 medals of honor. Thus, I extended my hand politely and requested a handshake first. Pleased to meet you, Karl Adelheit. I'm the ambassadorial chief, Manon Louisvier. Oh, yes. Pleased to meet you too. I'm Karl Adelheit. Does this kind of occasion feel a bit burdensome? There's also a slight feeling of awkwardness. Even great war heroes can be like this. Truly human traits. Suddenly, he feels somewhat friendly. That's what Manon thought as he glanced away for a moment. Sparkle. Inside Karl's chest, something gleaming with light is visible. Upon seeing it, Manon quietly adds, it feels familiar. Inside the chest of the Medal of Honor recipient, a formidable sword with an eerie aura resided. ******. Oh, shit. This is so fucking embarrassing. Do I really have to do this? I'm ashamed. I feel like I could die of embarrassment. What will they say on the Heisens side? To be honest, I arrived near Lake Verdun even before the Heisens delegation did. I was supposed to move with the foreign minister, but I came separately because of a meeting with my sister. But I moved a bit briskly and ended up arriving earlier than the appointed time. So, I thought I'd greet the Heisens delegation first. After all, they're comrades, so it's worth greeting them. But the foreign ministry side stopped me. They had to do something urgently, they said. I had no idea it would be this. You have to show it to the Heisens side. Who you are. What kind of person you are in the empire? What a wicked thing Luzerne was willing to do to the empire, so that a Medal of Honor recipient could show such greatness and at the same time be treated like this. Well, it's not like Heisens carried out the terrorist acts, right? In diplomacy, what matters is the numbers you can tally up. It's the same in war and diplomacy. If you can't seize the initiative, you'll be dragged along. I nodded in agreement with the foreign ministry's dispatched personnel's words. And the result was, well, receiving salutes from hundreds of imperial personnel. I was put in a carriage as if I had just arrived, and everyone saluted as if I had just arrived, even adopting a stiff posture. I thought I was going to die of embarrassment. There's a saying that when a Medal of Honor recipient appears, even the emperor salutes first. The crown prince says it's an implicit rule, but I didn't really want to know firsthand. It's like they're advertising themselves. I'm here, all over the place. Anyway, after doing that embarrassing act, I finally got to exchange greetings with the Heisens delegation leader. Pleased to meet you, Karl Adelheit. I'm the ambassadorial chief, Manon Louisvier. Oh, yes. Pleased to meet you too. I'm Karl Adelheit. He seems like a friendly elf. No, should I say he looks good for an elf because he's an elf? Anyway, he seemed to get along with the foreign minister as if they were old friends. He seems like a quite sociable elf. So, I tried to shake hands as casually as possible and exchanged greetings. Honestly, I was a bit nervous. I'm still not used to this kind of occasion. But then Manon, who had shaken hands with me, flinched, trembling, and subtly avoided my gaze. Why is he suddenly like that? Could it be because I'm a Medal of Honor recipient? He feels awkward around me? There's no need for that. I'm not a bad person. I won't hurt you. The meeting progressed much faster than the imperial officials had anticipated. Although outwardly proclaiming an equal relationship, anyone with common sense knows who the superior and who the subordinate is. Originally, if Heisens hadn't joined hands with the empire, they would have been almost pushed aside by the Luzernes. Despite the different factions, in any case, the same elves committed terrorist acts against the empire. In such a situation, talk of an equal relationship is nonsense. It's clear that the empire side is the superior, and Heisens is in the subordinate position. On the Heisen's side, they had to give in while ensuring they received certain promises. Because if they made a mistake, they could end up not at the level of a subordinate but rather become part of the empire itself. What they wanted was merely recognition of the empire's superiority, not giving up their own status. Therefore, it was natural for opinions to differ on the matters each side presented. However, even considering that aspect, the pace of the meeting was excessively fast. To the point where the foreign minister might have smirked, isn't there room for different conditions in this part? The aides were also thinking, what's up with the elves? So why exactly were the Heisen's officials pushing for the meeting to be concluded so quickly? This is serious. The Empire side must be really angry. The leader of the Heisen's delegation, Manon, recalled what sparkled in Karl Adelheit's arms. Could it be that a Medal of Honor recipient is carrying a great sword to the negotiation table? Does it mean they could just wipe out everything using domestic anti-elf sentiments? Some might say they're overreacting to just one great sword. But if they said that, how would the Imperial troops stationed around here explain it? However, it's none other than Karl Adelheit, the Empire's war hero. He said he stopped a train bombing with just one great sword. At first, I thought it was an exaggeration on the Empire's side, but it wasn't. Aloise, who was there at the time, reported it to the Heisen's side. There really was a single human wielding a great sword, ready to strike down an elf? And before that, he rescued allies on the battlefield. There must have been no fighting there, right? He surely moved forward, killing everything in his path, with overwhelming force? How much elf blood must have stained that great sword? And finally, he assassinated the leader of Luzerne's with a single blow. Such a figure came carrying a great sword. And then he offers a handshake. There isn't a single elf here who can be nonchalant about it, Manon thought. There might be one. Like Aloise. Or maybe Aloise. They're indirectly saying how uncomfortable it is with their homeland's sentiment. Indeed, the Empire is a frightening place. If the Foreign Ministry side hears this prediction, it would be quite unjust. As for the arms, there were plenty of armed individuals around here for security. What's the problem with a Medal of Honor recipient carrying a great sword? And another thing, it was none other than Heisen's who requested Karl to bring the sword. So now, to suddenly say, the Medal of Honor recipient is scary? Would make the foreign minister start shooting his gun. Of course, there are parts where Heisen's couldn't help but call for Karl to bring the sword. He had prevented terrorist acts by their own kind twice, so at the very least, they needed to express gratitude to the actor while strongly condemning the act to align themselves with the Empire. Anyway, this is how the meeting was almost coming to an end. *****. Although I was designated as one of the participants in the meeting, I have nothing to do with diplomacy. I'm just an outsider. For that reason, I'm just sitting in a corner of the meeting room, but the head of the delegation, Manon, keeps glancing in my direction. Why is he like that? Thinking he might have something to say, I meet his gaze, but suddenly, I panic and avert my eyes. What is it? Then, when I correct my posture again, I feel that gaze again. So, I quickly turn my head as if startled. It suddenly feels poignant that not just a woman, but even a man, especially an elf, is behaving like that. The greatsword in my arms cries out. Should I go and ask why? Rather than polite words, it's probably more effective to use polite words along with guns and swords. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Just call me student here. I think that's better. Oh, will you allow me to? Yes. And feel free to speak comfortably as well. The minister receives treatment akin to a marquis. So, the current situation is akin to a mere nobleman showing deference to a marquis. Even the Minister of War, who is a Medal of Honor recipient like myself, spoke with respect but lowered his speech. In the noble world, such nuances are strictly observed, so I requested it, but judging by the foreign minister's reaction, it seems this time it wasn't appropriate. No, Sergeant Karl Adelheit. I prefer it this way. No, it's because I feel uncomfortable. Excuse me, Minister, but you are older than my father. It feels strange to show deference to someone like that. And if the minister does it, then surely all the other ministers will do the same? Thanks to Sergeant Karl Adelheit, we were able to handle various diplomatic matters smoothly. Just look at today. Heisen's conceded more than expected. That's something to celebrate. And it's something we discussed earlier, but Heisen's wants to award a separate medal to Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Again? They want to give it to me again? Automatically, I glanced at my chest. First, 2 medals of honor. Originally, they're not worn like this, they're worn around the neck. But I received 2 instead of 1. Naturally, wearing 2 around my neck seemed awkward, so I changed it to wear them like badges. Additionally, although I'm not wearing it now, there's also the medal I received during my soldier days and the medal for martial prowess. And now, if Heisen's wants to give me another medal separately, are they making bulletproof plates out of medals? I'm about to make a scene that would only be seen in a very cold polar bear country upstairs in my former life. Of course, refusing courtesy would be out of the question. Ha ha ha, I hope you bear with it. It's a recognition for preventing terrorism. Heisen's might want to reduce any potential backlash from the Empire, considering that it was an elf who attempted terrorism against the Empire, and the Empire's anger could turn against all elves. If I, who received 2 medals in that situation, refused the Heisen's medal for merit, it could be seen as vicious, don't you think? To my question, the Minister of Foreign Affairs nodded. Even if superiors see it as a matter of courtesy, to ordinary people below, it might seem more vicious. Getting another medal isn't actually difficult, but the problem is that the medal is from the elf side. None other than the elves? I know they are not Canfras, but comrades who fought alongside us. Yet, it didn't feel quite right for them to give me something. Damn it. Maybe in my dreams the damn things are going to make fun of me for getting a medal for the Canfras. In the end, I decided to accept the medal. The minister expressed gratitude and went to conclude the meeting. And a little while later, with laughter, officials from the Empire and Heisens shook hands. As it seems my turn is approaching, I stand up and adjust my attire. Shortly after, an aide of the minister approaches and offers to escort me to the table. Oh, here you come. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. This way, please. Seeing the smile of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it seems the meeting ended very favorably for the Empire side. Well, in the current situation, the Empire is unconditionally superior, so it is impossible to go in the direction of dissatisfaction. Seeing your faces, it seems the meeting ended well. Ha ha ha. Yes, it did. We were able to conclude quickly thanks to several concessions from the Empire. The Empire made concessions? That's unlikely. Oh, I see. It's just a courteous thing to say. Actually, today's meeting ended so pleasantly thanks to you, Karl Adelheit. If it weren't for you, we elves would have been in a truly awkward situation. When you say that, I feel even luckier. I simply acted, but it's fortunate that it had a positive impact on both the Empire and the elf side. Yeah, I was lucky. To have gone into that hell like a madman and rescued Imperial soldiers. To have put a bullet in the heart of Luzern's leader. And to have prevented the train bombing, even capturing those Academy bastards. Lucky you say. But Manon, the head of the Heisens delegation, nodded at my words. It wasn't just luck. Yes, it means that God loves you, Karl Adelheit. What you humans simply call luck is, in fact, the moment when God momentarily stays by your side. As Manon finished speaking, an elf standing beside him raised a graceful necklace. Thanks to you, we Heisens have also benefited greatly. If it weren't for you, we would have been truly at a loss. Perhaps, even more blood would have been shed. Inside the necklace was a medal that looked as splendid as the Empire's Medal of Honor. Karl Adelheit of the Baharath Empire, we, the people of our forest tribe, wish to express our gratitude to you with this medal. It's the most honorable mark for our forest tribe, the Medal of Honor Legion. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The Medal of Honor Legion. I think I know what that is. My goodness. Now I'm receiving that too. It's really insane. I almost burst into ironic laughter. Did I ever expect to be the one receiving it? Me of all people. Blessed be your future, in the grand scheme of things. Manon, the head of the Heisens delegation, pins the medal to my chest. Thunderous applause erupts around me. It wasn't as grand as when the first princess or the crown prince awarded the Medal of Honor, but it was certainly significant. Now, I'm the guy who receives medals from elves, too. So, how does that make me feel now? I'm not sure. Should I say I've added another armor plate to my chest? As a returning student, I attended an imperial diplomatic meeting and even received an award from the elves. Upon my return to the academy, I found out that during my absence, I received these letters. House of Rosberg, Marquis Adria. Requesting a meeting. House of Fritz, Marquis Gramstad. Would like to have a brief talk. House of Eddard, Count Brunn. Willing to make time. House of Playson, Countess of Theoradal. Have matters to discuss. The four noble families, who have requested a meeting, are among the most prestigious in the Empire, with prominent positions among both Marquis and Counts. They all sent similar messages almost simultaneously. Did these bastards get into trouble again? That was my initial thought. With several previous incidents, I should be worried, right? But thinking about it, they haven't done anything strange recently. They've been busy patenting things since the festival. And then they started distributing folk remedies in the Empire. Come to think of it, folk remedies are a bit strange. Could it be because of that? At any rate, it's certain that meeting these four will take quite some time. It's rather impolite to say, let's gather in one place, for people who are not just any normal nobles. Of course, it's appropriate to have a one-on-one conversation in a quiet place. House of Rosberg, Marquis Adria. House of Fritz, Marquis Gramstad. House of Eddard, Count Brunn. House of Playson, Countess of Theoradal. The heads are willing to move to the designated location. They all want to meet on the same day. What urgent matter could it be? And an hour later, my father contacted me separately. The Marquis and Counts are coming to see you. To anyone else, it might seem like a suspicious conspiracy, perfect for misunderstanding. It's like I'm some hidden heir to the throne orchestrating a coup. Anyway, thankfully, I'm just a recipient of the Medal of Honor. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Please, let it be nothing. Even if it is something, let it be something I can handle. With these thoughts in mind, I headed to the meeting place set by the heads. Welcome, Karl Adelheit. The first to greet me with a solemn voice is Schleifen's father, Marquis Adria. Where are the honorifics? You should call him sir. Always poking fun, that's Wilhelm's father, Marquis Gramstad. You two haven't changed a bit. A sigh comes from the only lady among the heads, mother of Alexander, Countess of Theoradal. I'm sorry. It was so sudden, wasn't it? Offering an awkward smile and an apology is Joachim's father, Count Brunn. At least one of them is a noble among nobles recognized throughout the empire. And yet, here they are, all gathered to see me, sitting in a cafe. It's an honor to meet you all. After greeting them, I quietly took a seat arranged by them. What the hell? It feels like I'm a female lead in a romantic novel, and they've come to scold me for flirting with the heirs. I hope I won't just get hit by a fucking rod here. No way, that's way over the line. I hope we didn't inconvenience you by calling you here so suddenly, Karl Adelheit. I mean, sir. No, not at all. Marquis Adria, please feel free to call me by my name. Is it really okay? See, even he says it's fine. Why do you keep whining? Because you're the kind of friend who doesn't know how to be polite. I'm afraid your son will watch and learn. Ha ha ha, I'm really fine. Marquis Gramstad. I can see why Schleifen and Wilhelm talk so much at the academy. Even their own fathers are like that, so it's obvious what they've learned. Both of you. How long are you going to keep doing this? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. That's right. I'm sure Karl doesn't have much time, so let's get to the point. It made sense to me to always mediate between those two, Alexander and Joachim. Now that I think about it, they are just like that. Children do take after their parents? Ahem. Well, let's proceed then. Karl, the reason we called you here. Yes. Firstly, do you know that our sons have been making a lot of money through patents recently? Of course, I know. Despite the fact that patents don't immediately yield profits, the popularity was so overwhelming from the start that it's clear they're making a fortune. With all four of them being heirs, there's no doubt about the stability of their succession. But now, they've even secured the family's finances themselves. It's a perfect. At first, I thought they were doing something for the family's sake, but it turns out that's not the case. Perfect? It wasn't? What does that mean? They filed patents, but it wasn't for their family's sake? I heard it from Wilhelm. Karl, there was talk about a pension foundation, right? Huh? Oh, yes. Marquis Gramstad, I mentioned something like that. But I was just suggesting a tiny portion of the profits from the patents. That's exactly why we called you here, Karl. Yes. Are you trying to tell me I'm just taking too much? But then again, these aren't exactly the kind of people who are starving for money, are they? Come on. All three of you. Karl might be confused if you keep talking like that. Look, Karl. We want to fully support that pension foundation with our four families. That's why we called you here. I couldn't help but sigh at Lady Florence's words. Here we go again. Why does everything I do end up being on such a large scale? *****. Father. No, my lord. I want to borrow the power of the family. I was very surprised when I first heard those words from my son. My son, Schleifen Rosberg. He'll be the next Marquis of Adria. Some noble heirs get carried away with the power of their families and go astray. But Schleifen was different. Despite being the eldest son of a marquis, he never treated anyone poorly. And he never used the family's power carelessly. He always wanted to achieve things on his own. Though he never actually enlisted as a soldier even when he wanted to. Anyway, when Schleifen said that, I couldn't help but freeze. Is he finally realizing the power of the family? Is something worrying him? I need the family's wealth. I'm planning to create a pension foundation for the veterans. Wouldn't it be better if we had more? After hearing the reasons, I was even more bewildered. A pension foundation? Why all of a sudden? And not even an hour later, I got a call from my damn friend, Marquis Adria. Did you also receive a magic communication from your son too? You too. What's with the sudden talk of a pension foundation? And a pension foundation for the veterans at that? My son. And my friend's son too. They didn't give reasons. They just said they wanted to create a pension foundation. They just said they really wanted to. After hearing the news, it seemed like Brun and Theoradol were in the same situation. A pension foundation for the veterans? It sounds good, but do we really need it? We're already implementing various policies for the welfare of veterans in the Empire. And it's the nobles who pay the most taxes for those policies. In a way, we're already helping them. At least, I can confidently say that. In the end, I couldn't stand it and contacted Schleifen to ask for the reasons. I added that if he didn't give me a more detailed explanation, I would have to refuse support from the family. Karl Adelheit. The words that came out of my son's mouth were unexpected. He's my friend. He's a war hero of the Empire and has received 2 medals of honor. But, father, even such a remarkable person is struggling with the scars of war. It's not just physical wounds, but also deep emotional scars. If even heroes are like this, what about others? I want to help those people. They were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect our empire, so now it's our duty to protect the future of them and their families, isn't it? I almost burst into tears. Schleifen, this boy, my son. When did he become so mature? He still feels like a child to me, but he already knows how to think like this. I tried to hide my tears and called my friend again. But damn it, I broke down. My voice was full of tears. Sniff, sniff. Hey, Marquis, my son. Do you know what he said? Well, it turned out they had rehearsed their lines, but still, it's something. All 4 of them have grown up in their thinking. Karl Adelheit. Truly, he's the Empire's greatest war hero. A recipient of the Medal of Honor. Leading our children like this. At the same time, I felt sorry that our young friend is suffering from the scars of the battlefield. This couldn't be just a precedent for our children. It had to start with the adults and grow even larger. So, with the 3 heads, I headed to the cafe where politicians often meet. While others may not know, this place is actually a favored meeting spot for government officials. There, with our 4 families, we all reached out our hands to Karl without hesitation. How about trying the Veterans Pension Foundation together? Glorious soldiers of the Empire, be proud of yourselves. We'll remember you as proud heroes of our empire. The discussions with the 4 heads all started differently, but ultimately, the end result was similar. A strong call for support for the Veterans Pension Foundation from the heirs of each family. An even stronger opinion that it was their duty as nobility, and their rightful duty as those who had served. Despite differing beginnings, all 4 families viewed the matter positively due to various aspects they believed to be right. This was the reason why those esteemed figures had summoned me so abruptly. You guys, I really didn't expect this. I already told them that the Ministry of Welfare is responsible for all the support for differently abled soldiers, and a lot of the taxes that go into it come from the wallets of the nobles sitting there. So technically, they're already helping them enough. It was like paying taxes to support the lower class, only to have someone come and say, let's help the less fortunate, and demand you open your wallet again. There is no particular reason to step forward and do it, and if this happens, the nobles will step up and say, we're fed up with the Ministry of Welfare's incompetence. Let's create our own pension fund. The Ministry of Welfare might say, why? We're already doing our best. Or, alternatively, they might say, oh, thank you. We've been struggling on our own. Well, it would be a great honor for me to have you all join us, but I hope you don't feel any pressure. It's just my small. Nope, not small. It shouldn't be small when it comes to our own people, much less when it comes to those who have died fighting to defend the empire. He's right, Karl. You wouldn't know it unless you do it, but once you start, you have to do it right. It felt like I was having a conversation with Schlieffen and Wilhelm. By the way, Karl. Yes, Count Brunn. I'm a little worried about something. The Ministry of Welfare's various welfare programs are part of the state's business, so they're closely guarded and scrutinized. But this pension foundation is not like that, so if something goes wrong, it could be corrupted or abused. You're saying that someone who doesn't deserve it could cheat and get a pension. That's something I was worried about as well. Parasites can come from anywhere. There are always going to be scumbags who will take advantage of something designed to help the needy and hardworking. I'm aware of your concerns. Is that so? Yes. However, I believe that even if we can help just one soldier, it's reason enough to exist. And with the support of the noble lords present here, wouldn't any concerns naturally be resolved? They're going to fund it, and of course they're going to have experts to manage it. Since my stake was involved, I would want to know how that stake was being used. And even if my children had inflated egos, I wouldn't want them to make enemies out of 2 marquis and 2 counts. The ones who can do something like that are the royal family or the dukedom, so why would they be crazy and greedy for this kind of money? After carefully observing the 4 household heads, it seems that this was the correct answer. It was also good that they encouraged us by saying that if everyone works together, such worries can be alleviated. I can't stand anyone's comments that acknowledge my value. Indeed, they need our strength. Don't sound so worried, you've already made up your mind. Aha. Countess of Theoradal. Do I still worry a lot? About what? You made the decision in 5 minutes. In both politics and social circles, well-respected individuals were having a casual conversation. Is it because the families are close that the 4 of them are also close? Or is it because the 4 people are close that their families have become closer? Whatever it was good news for me now. The green light has been given for the formation of a pension foundation. Oh, and Karl. Yes, what is it? Have you thought of a name for the foundation? Yes. A name for the foundation? I hadn't even thought about it. Do we really need a name? Couldn't it just be called the Veterans Pension Foundation? I haven't thought of one yet. Is that so? Have any of the noble lords thought of a name? Since they asked for a name, it seemed like my prediction was correct. So, I asked. And seeing the lords smile, I was sure of it. Of course. We have something in mind. Karl, did you think about the foundation but not the name? That. I believe just calling it the Veterans Pension Foundation is sufficient. That's not bad. But having a real name would be even better. Especially one that could make people look at it more positively, depending on what the name is. Seeing them speak like that, it seems they really came up with a good name? The foundation should be named after you, Karl Adelheit. What? Karl's name must be included. After all, isn't he a Medal of Honor recipient? He's more than qualified to represent those who step forward for the soldiers, especially since he fought alongside them in battle. What do you think, Karl? With this, we could receive widespread support from the Empire. Oh, yes, I suppose so. Smile. I have to smile. They're not just anyone, they're people who want to help me and my comrades. Their naming sense might be terrible, but I'll smile out of courtesy. In fact, this name was suggested by our sons. Karl, how about it? Is it okay? That's what the 4 of them did. Aha. Kill me. Asterisk. Lavrenti was deliberating over a single document. Academy admission application form. The Academy. The Imperial Academy. The pinnacle of education. The ivory tower of the Empire. The foundation of learning. While others were eager to go, Lavrenti herself hadn't even thought about it. Her ongoing conflict stemmed from a meeting she had not long ago. The secret is, the Academy. That was what Selena had said was the key to getting close to Master. She added that it had happened naturally since they lived in the same place and shared the same lifestyle. Upon hearing that, I began to seriously consider the academy for the first time, and that thought remained with me even after meeting my family. Until now, the sight of my family living more comfortably thanks to the money I gave my father never left my mind. Academy. Academy. I think of my family first. Things were tight before, but now things have gotten a lot better. I myself continued to send money, my parents worked tirelessly, and above all, my younger siblings did their best to help the family in any way they could. But I can't be complacent. My parents won't be able to take care of everything forever. In that sense, going to the academy was a worry and a burden for me. It would be nice if I could at least ease my financial worries. One day, I thought to myself, while passing by, I heard some news. Extensive support for future veterans. For more details, visit the consultation office of Marquis of Nafplayan, Dianik Ifrit. A support project initiated by a Marquis family to help the future of veteran soldiers. It was operated entirely with the family's funds and donations from various sources. Seeing that, I was captivated and headed to the consultation office for that support project. Welcome. Are you a veteran soldier? Yes, that's correct. My affiliation is. After showing the discharge certificate I always carried and the Silver Star Military Merit Medal I kept just in case, the counselor let out a short gasp and then spoke politely. What brings you here today? Oh, I wanted to learn a bit. I'm considering applying to the academy, but embarrassingly, money is a problem for me. I see. Could you wait a moment, please? Especially since someone very brave has arrived, and they really want to meet you. Pardon. A moment later, a young man hurriedly appeared from behind. Sergeant Lavrenti. Yes, I'm Lavrenti. Nice to meet you. I'm Dianik Ifrit. I was an officer during the Luzern's War. Oh, I see. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Dianik smiled brightly as he explained the background of how he got into this kind of work. There was the Empire's greatest war hero who had saved his life. He wanted to repay that favor, but the hero insisted that if he really wanted to repay him, he should just consider it done. So he thought, perhaps the best way to repay him was not to help him, but to help all the soldiers who fought alongside him. Sergeant Lavrenti seems to have a strong desire for education. Oh, I suppose so. Certainly, there are scholarship systems for academy tuition and living expenses. Although there is a separate scholarship system for the academy. I'm not that knowledgeable. Well, then let's try to assist you in that direction as much as possible. So don't worry, just go forward for your future and dreams. Upon Dianik's words, Lavrenti, thinking of Karl, responded energetically, thank you. Karl, over here. Have you had lunch? If not, come eat with us. Oh, there they are. The group of 4. Target acquired. You bastards. I immediately rushed over and unleashed a flying knee kick. Oh, kayak. Once again, the Hydrolike group scattered in all directions like bowling pins. Other students, bewildered by the sudden commotion, turned their attention towards us. While as a recipient of the Medal of Honor I could easily label this as a student brawl, but let's save that for later. Right now, I need to figure out why these guys are pulling such a stunt. That's what I need to hear first. Karl, what's wrong with you again? Are you still mad about the mint chocolate? That's crossing the line, you know? Anyway, that's not it. Then what? Do they really not remember, or are they pretending not to? You guys told the heads of your families about the pension foundation. We did. Of course we did. It's a good thing and something we ought to do, but it doesn't make sense to keep it within our circle only, does it? It's a win-win situation. It improves our family's reputation, and it provides proper support for the veterans. Yeah, win-win in every aspect. I get that. But seriously, why name the pension foundation like that? My opinion? But here's the thing. Why do you all insist on calling it the Karl Adelheit Foundation? Well, because you suggested it, didn't you? I assumed you'd agree in the end, Karl. You always do. What? Why would I just agree? This is ridiculous, Alexander. Why do you assume I'd agree unconditionally? Karl, you're a recipient of the Medal of Honor, right? Yeah, and you also fought in the Luzern's War. That means you understand and empathize with wounded soldiers better than anyone else. So far, so good. Acknowledgement. I'm not sure we're comfortable with the idea of using our 4 families as the mainstay of the beginning. We need something more iconic. No, so why do we need a symbolic figure? Explain that from the beginning, Alexander. Because we have no intention of stopping here. The answer came from Joachim, who was standing next to him, smirking. Our families may be the starting point, but we don't intend to end it there. What do you mean? We'll appeal to all noble families. More attention should be given to those who sacrificed for the empire. It's time to repay the debt of gratitude. Good intentions. But I wonder if you're pushing too hard. And if too many families get involved, it might corrupt the initial good intentions. I know this from past life memories. Foundations are perfect for embezzlement purposes. That's why I proposed it only to these guys. At least those 4 families weren't that corrupt. If they were problematic, they wouldn't have been chosen as protagonists. I know what you're worried about. You do. Yeah. The gathering of the family heads was for precisely that reason. You're worried that the money for the pension foundation will be used for other purposes. These guys, even though they say they're okay with it, it seems like it's not entirely true when they say it themselves. When I stared at them, urging them to continue, Schleifen just smiled confidently and continued. That's why we need your name, Karl. My name. Think about it. Imagine someone trying to do something stupid with the funds. What's the name of the foundation? It's Karl Adelheit. The name of the madman who received not just one but 2 medals of honor. It was bestowed by the first princess, and the crown prince personally. That's a lot of imperial honors, and I'm not sure there's a big enough bastard left to tarnish that. At Wilhelm's words, the other 3 nodded in agreement. He adds, you have received medals other than that. If you add all that together, tarnishing your name would be like insulting the entire imperial army. Well, would that include Heisen's as well? What do you mean? I hadn't told them yet. I discreetly showed them the medal. What's that? This? It's the Legion of Honor. It was given to me by a delegation from Heisen's. Hey, Schleifen. Did I hear that wrong just now? I don't know either, but I think you heard it right. The 4 suddenly diverted their attention from me and whispered among themselves. Crazy. A really crazy guy. Now you're collecting medals from the elves too. Nov. L. B / JNN. What's that? Is it as good as the Medal of Honor? I think so, given the name. Morons? Don't you know what that is? The Legion of Honor. Legion d'Honneur? It's the Legion d'Honneur. What's that? Elves consider it truly honorable. Those medals are earned from there. Hey, I don't like it when you guys talk amongst yourselves when you're right in front of a person who can hear you. Did you hear that? Yep. Very loud and clear. And you're sitting there with a Legion of Honor medal, talking like it's some cheap gift. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if you, Karl, are really a noble like us. What are you saying? Even though it's the Legion of Honor, I'm not a Khan elf. This is the Empire, so medals from other nations, while admirable, don't carry much weight. If you've received them, it's like, oh, that's impressive. Even so, one's splendor is comparable to the Empire's Medal of Honor. Those elves, they put their lives on the line for medals. So, this Legion of Honor must be at a similar level to the Empire's Medal of Honor. Meanwhile, the guys who were whispering among themselves approached me and tapped my shoulder. Karl, can we ask for a favor? If it's weird, I'll split your skull. It's not weird, don't worry. We'll be friends forever. We'll be friends even when we're all old and bony. Friends. Friends, huh. Nobles, you're asking me to be your friend without paying for it, to a Medal of Honor recipient? Basic etiquette seems lacking here. For free. Wow, you asshole. We agreed to support the pension foundation. That's your family's affair. I want something personal as your friend. Honestly, with 2 medals of honor, the Legion of Honor, the Elves' highest medal, and various other medals, I've got enough armor plating on my chest here. Thinking about the medals I'll wear on my chest, I don't think there's a single noble in the history of the Empire who's ever been honored at this level. Actually, it's natural. After the establishment of the noble world, I was the only truly insane guy who enlisted as a soldier. It makes me realize once again how truly out of my mind I was. Well, so, esteemed family heirs here. What can you give to a mere commoner like me? He. No, Karl? You're just an arrogant high-ranking noble? Where's the honor of the Adelheit family gone? Aren't you ashamed? Karl Adelheit may be ashamed, but Academy student Karl isn't ashamed at all. Whatever it is, I want something interesting from them. If they don't agree willingly, the Medal of Honor recipient will remember this. Wait, Karl. If it's weird, I'll split your skull. It's definitely not, so don't worry. The 4 of them whispered to each other before simultaneously offering something. Despite their different appearances, they all had one thing in common: they are covered in handprints. What's this? It's nothing. Just class notes. I told you not to talk nonsense. No, it really is class notes. Karl, remember it's midterm season. Midterm. Oh, that's right. It's really midterms the day after tomorrow. Oh, goodness. Recently, I've been so preoccupied with everything going on that I completely forgot. Is this all right? It seems like you forgot, judging by your reaction. Damn, I really did forget about the midterms. With everything going on, I've been running around so much that I forgot. I thought so. That's why this is even more necessary, Karl. They say it's class notes, so I can roughly guess what that means. They're in the same class year as me, but they spent a few more years here at the academy than I did. They must have encountered more lectures, more professors. In the process, they would have taken notes on important parts, condensed them for later use in exams. In other words, genealogy. Others get it from seniors, but I seem to be getting it from my classmates. I feel like a very late returning student. So, Karl, is this enough for a deal? Can I trust the notes of students on academic probation? Our test scores are pretty high, you know. That's just because you're mistaking lecture scores for test scores. That's even more ridiculous, you idiots. What's the point of doing well on tests? You can't even fill out all the lecture scores? So, Karl, what's your answer? It's a given. A model of a great deal. My friends, are there any students in this class for whom today's exam is the last one? Several students quietly raised their hands at the professor's question. Upon seeing this, the professor smiled contentedly. Well done. You've worked really hard preparing for the exam. Of course, there's still the final exam ahead, but we're halfway there. Let's keep up the good work as we have done so far. For students who had been crushed by the exams, these words were undoubtedly a small source of comfort. Until now, the professor's words had been dry, like the exam will begin or any cheating will result in a 0. As the students smiled inwardly, the exam papers were distributed in front of them. The exam questions set by the professor were boasting an extreme level of difficulty. The sight of the students who had been smiling or moved now turned to garbage. Indeed, it was clear that the presence of the professor was like a demon growing on the students' tears. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The midterm exams were over. It was truly a difficult and dreadful time in many ways. Ugh, I hate the professor. In the end, the defeated students, despite being freshmen, left the classroom with their shoulders slumped. Even though they were freshmen, exams were exams. Having messed up the midterms, they had to stake their lives on the finals. The lower the scores, the more they would suffer in the next year. If you want to have a relaxed senior year, you have to start working harder in the lower grades. Looks like you did well on your test, Senior Karl. You seem pleased. As I left the classroom together, one of the juniors spoke quietly. Well, I didn't do exceptionally well, but I didn't completely fail either. Is that so? It's impressive how you manage not to neglect your studies, being a recipient of the Medal of Honor. Sorry, but I got the leaked exam papers. You should have asked for something like that. After leaving a word of thanks, I patted the junior's shoulder and headed to the agreed meeting place. It was a cafe near the academy, which had recently unveiled a new menu. Hot topic? Mint chocolate, combined with ice cream. New menu. Try the mint chocolate ice cream? Just looking at it, I was about to shout, this devil's stuff again. But reading the text underneath made it impossible. Part of the sales proceeds of mint chocolate will be used as operating funds for a pension foundation for the honorable soldiers of the Empire and their families. After all, they're the main characters, they're the only ones who can think straight. The Empire operates on conscription. Therefore, most imperial citizens have served in the military at some point. Many of them have directly or indirectly experienced the battlefield. So, they couldn't help but react sensitively to the statement that part of the sales proceeds would go to the soldiers. It made the bad look worse and the good look better. Perhaps some of the absurd popularity of mint chocolate could be attributed to that. I just want to eat it, but if it can help someone, that's even better. Hey, Karl. Did you do well on your exams? I walked in and saw the 4 of them sitting at a table. In front of them was, of course, mint chocolate ice cream. I felt something stir inside, but I decided to be grateful that it wasn't in bunjapang and left it at that. I did well. Did that help? I nodded in response to their answers. As expected. We told you. We did well on the test. We're smart, Karl. You still don't believe us after all this. Of course I don't. How can I believe you guys? Why? You said you did well on your test. Don't you know that, my friends? After taking a sip of water, I continued. Do smart people ever face the risk of being held back because of your grades? Ugh, damn, I'm at a loss for words. Cowardly, Karl? That's too cowardly. Don't call me a coward. It's your fault for creating that bullshit in the first place. Well, anyway, thanks. Thanks to you, I did well in the midterms. Of course. We're friends, so of course we should help. Shulaifen laughed as he pushed a mint chocolate ice cream towards me. I almost wanted to kick him back, but realizing I was in a cafe, I refrained. How's the patent going? Seems like it's going well. I pushed the mint chocolate ice cream that had been brought over to the opposite side to Joachim. Joachim casually catches it and begins diligently shoveling it into his mouth. Shulaifen grumbled about why I was giving it to him, but I ignored it. It's going really well. The biggest concern was financial management, but the noble families have assigned professional managers to handle it, so it seems to be resolving well. Are they trustworthy? Of course. They've all been in their respective families for at least 20 years. If they're the ancestors of those 2 from their families, they must be trustworthy. If so, the biggest worry about money should be alleviated. Don't rely too much on mint chocolate. Make sure to do well with the bunjapang and hatiak business. Wilhelm and Alexander are in charge of that. Is that so? As Shulaifen mentioned it, the 2 nodded. Mint chocolate isn't bad, but it's not really great either. We're thinking, instead of that, Karl, about what else we can change beyond what you've told us. Since snacks like that sell better in winter than in summer. Since we're on the subject, putting mint chocolate in bunjapang is the worst idea ever. Eating it cold is tolerable, but eating it hot is really not good. Thankfully, Wilhelm and Alexander agree with my strong opinion, saying, yeah, you're right. On the other hand, Shulaifen and Joachim lament, saying, it has its own unique flavor even when served warm. Once again, my sense of justice wanted to burst out, but I barely held it back. These are friends. Allies. I can't shoot them. I can't stab them. But Karl, are you really not going to take interest in both the patent and the pension foundation? Yeah, I'll just hear about how things are going from you guys. Why? To be honest, your family members will be much more effective in handling those matters than I am. It's honestly difficult to be practical even if you present the concept well. Above all, I'm not good with numbers. Money is always sensitive. When one number moves, it can often be very significant. It's better to just stand quietly behind rather than risk making mistakes that could tarnish my reputation. Perhaps the heads of their families haven't put my name on the pension foundation for a reason. If I get too involved, it might look like the foundation is for my benefit. And I'm busy. There's something else I need to take care of. What? What is it? Are you going somewhere for fun? With whom are you going? Is it Selena? Why is Selena suddenly brought up? And what's with the fun? It's not about fun. And you guys, when have I ever gone to have fun? Suddenly I feel unjustly accused. Right after I returned to school, you guys went off to the military, and while I was in the middle of training, I got caught up in a terrorist attack and caused a scene with just a great sword. Even after that, I protected the academy exchange students and handled everything else. I never went for fun. It's work, work. So stop talking nonsense. Why are you doing something after the midterms? I know you're going somewhere for fun. Just tell us. We'll keep it a secret. Okay, who are you going with? Is it really Selena? Haha, they have no intention of listening to me. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Together. Huh? Really? Yeah, let's go. I'll take you. To the palace. Whoa, they freeze as if they've made some kind of promise. Now they must be wondering what's wrong. Maybe they're doubting if that's really what I said. But no, you heard me right. Let's go together. Oh, by the way, the one who called me was neither the first princess nor the crown prince. His Majesty the Emperor himself called. I was going alone, but I would be grateful if you could come with me. First, Shalifen picks up the ice cream in front of me. Then, as if it were water, he drinks it all down, then sets it down with a bang. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Take care, Karl. Good luck, guys. Oh, wait. Come to think of it, I have something urgent too. Following Shalifen, Wilhelm leaves. Then Alexander. Have a good time, Karl. Lastly, even Joachim disappears as if afraid to go with me. I didn't expect it, but, damn. Traitors. At least they could have said, shall we go together? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As much as possible, I tried to remain silent. Too much interference could create precedents. There weren't many heroes in the history of the Empire who had been awarded the Medal of Honor, but there were certainly a few. All of them received heroic treatment, whether they were commoners or nobles, young or old. It didn't matter, they all lived in glory and honor. The Emperor of the Empire was also one of those who praised them. Despite being noble, despite being absolute. No, precisely because he was the noblest and most powerful, he had to be like that. That way, even those heroes could eventually acknowledge this empire, this dynasty, as the rightful owner. But that's as far as it goes. They are not called upon more than necessary, nor are they brought to the forefront of the empire. They had their lives, and it wasn't good for the empire to rely too much on one hero. Moreover, if you treat one person too well, wouldn't it make it awkward for the other recipients of honors? I'm sure those heroes of the past will understand. The emperor, who had just gotten up from his seat, thought of the young man who was now on his way to the palace. Honored twice with the Medal of Honor, 4 times with the Order of Military Merit, and awarded various military medals. And even though it's not from the Empire, the Legion of Honor medal from the Elven side, considered the greatest honor. Being silent now isn't for the sake of that young hero anymore. N/O/vel/B/n.C//. Let's go back in time a little, to the time when the students of the academy were struggling in the hell called midterms. Your Majesty. Crown Prince Ruffrecht looked at his father in confusion. Why are you so surprised? Crown Prince. It's not strange to want to meet someone who has already been awarded medals by the princess and then by the Crown Prince. Well, Your Majesty, even so, such a thing has never happened before. The Emperor is the master of this vast empire, the father of all his subjects. As such, no one should dare to confront the Emperor. Especially when it comes to praising merit, it is considered sufficient to send the Emperor's representative. Of course, it is by no means the intention to disparage Karl's contributions. He is undoubtedly a clear hero of the Empire. However, in the history of the Empire so far, the Emperor has rarely called someone to the palace and paid respect in person. And more than half of those occasions were during the early days of the founding of the Empire when there was still extreme chaos. Above all, the recipients of the Medal of Honor so far have not been treated to that extent. It is possible for the Emperor to show courtesy to them, of course. They are heroes of the Empire. However, the Emperor has not shown any special treatment by personally calling them or in similar ways. Care must be taken not to tarnish the essence of the Medal of Honor, which is the honor itself. The recipients of the award were also careful not to damage the reputation of their predecessors and juniors because of them. The Crown Prince continued, thinking that there was no way his father did not know such a fact. If there is a need to pay respect, Your Majesty, I will go again. That will do. The prince is right. That's how it should be. If you overdo it, it will only embarrass that young man, and it would be fair to all the previous recipients of the Medal of Honor, and, above all, it would tarnish the luster of the Medal of Honor. Please forgive my words. Tarnish? That's inappropriate. Your Majesty is the one who. The Emperor raised his hand as if to say enough. The Crown Prince closed his mouth and bowed his head. I understand your concern, Prince. I also know it well. A ruler, the more lightly he moves, the more likely he is to convey wrong intentions to his subjects. That could cause confusion, Your Majesty. But, Prince, can this matter be passed over in silence? To that question, the Crown Prince could not immediately answer and only his lips quivered. In fact, the answer was already there. It couldn't be overlooked. That was the answer. Heisens has awarded Karl Adelheit the Legion of Honor. I was stunned. I hadn't expected the elves to award the Legion of Honor. Since Heisens called Karl, I expected something. But I didn't expect it to be the medal, or more importantly, the pride of the elves. the Legion of Honor. At a time when the elves were not divided, and there was nothing for the Empire to gain. Even the population was several times larger than it is now, the most glorious moment. It was given to the leader of the Legion they had at that time, something that could truly be called the pride and history of the elves. Naturally, it has never been awarded to a human, nor is it possible to obtain it. Although the elves have declined considerably compared to the past, they still have their pride. The same goes for Hyzens, which has a pro-empire orientation. They also view the empire favorably, but they never belittled themselves. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. However, in that situation, Hyzens suddenly awarded Karl with the Legion of Honor. They bestowed quite an honor, even considering Karl's merits. Thanks to that, his status has become even higher. The Legion of Honor of the Elves. The Empire's silence in this situation is quite odd. He's already been awarded the Medal of Honor twice, but he can't give the last one to elves. Perhaps the Emperor's resolve is also due to the actions of the Hyzens. There's no need to worry, Prince. However, the Emperor seemed calm as if he had already thought of everything. What giving excessive honor to one person can do is only to arouse jealousy among others. Therefore, while giving honor, I will prevent the light from excessively concentrating on that young hero. I would like to ask your Majesty's intention once again, if I may. At that, the Emperor gestured, and soon the Grand Chamberlain presented something to the Crown Prince. Accepting it politely, the Crown Prince sighed, after a while. I always thought a moment like this would come at some point. The timing is right, so it would be right to do it. As I said that, I pressed my temples to relieve the still slight headache. As one gets older, even colds don't go away easily. Perhaps, sooner than I think, I might hand over this position to the Crown Prince. *****. Rattling. A strange sound made me glance down. It felt like an earthquake in one of my legs. My leg wasn't my leg. It wasn't my will to tremble like this. It's just shaking uncontrollably. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. It's extremely rare for the Emperor to personally summon a subject to the palace. At most, it's dukes who are the pinnacle of imperial nobility, and very occasionally marquises or imperial counts. Other than that, meeting a representative of the imperial family is all there is. But I'm neither a duke nor a marquis or an imperial count. Leaving that aside, I'm not even a titled noble. I am a recipient of the Medal of Honor, but am I the only one in the history of the Empire to have received it? No, I am not. All of the previous recipients have been treated as heroes, but I've never heard of the Emperor personally summoning the recipient to the palace to meet them face to face after receiving the medal. It's none other than the Emperor, not the first princess or the Crown Prince. The Emperor, the pinnacle of this empire. While my father sincerely assists the Emperor, and I also have that in mind, he's a figure at the center of power no matter what. If he suddenly calls, there's no way not to be scared. Did I do something wrong? Of course, it couldn't be. If there was, would it be that I'm just overzealous with patriotism? Everything I've done so far has been for the benefit of the Empire and the imperial family. There's nothing to criticize. Yet, the reason I'm shaking like this is because I, as a mere nobleman, have been summoned by the Emperor. It's only natural. Sir Karl Adelheit. We've been waiting for you. Unlike before, there was a thorough inspection of the Imperial Knights. Even if you are a Medal of Honor recipient, you are on your way to see the Emperor and no one else. Although they seemed apologetic every time they searched me, I didn't mind. They were just doing their job, and I, as a nobleman, have an obligation to be loyal to the imperial family. This way, with each step, it felt like my breath was being choked. Even though it's not my first time in the palace, I thought if the Crown Prince could just show his face once, it would ease this tension a bit. Your Majesty, Karl Adelheit, son of Count Friedrich, has arrived. The Chamberlain, who had been traveling with me, spoke in a polite tone. Immediately afterward, I heard a voice on the other side of the door, a voice that sounded both calm and harsh at the same time. Come in. After quietly taking a deep breath at the gesture of the Chamberlain, I moved forward. Then, I kneeled down and raised my manners just like everyone who had met the Emperor before. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Karl Adelheit, son of Count Friedrich, has received your Majesty's summons. I finally get to see the young talent of the Empire. Come a little closer. Should I crawl over? I thought for a moment. But it didn't seem appropriate, so I rose briefly, took a few more steps forward, and kneeled down again. Raise your head and look at me. Humbly at your service, your Majesty. Very cautiously, I lifted my head and looked at the Emperor before me. The first thing I noticed was his white hair and deep wrinkles. It made me realize that even the owner of this vast empire is not immune to the passage of time. You are indeed the son of Count Friedrich. You have the youthful look of your father. He, too, was a loyal servant of the empire. If the Adelheit family had been there from the beginning, the chaos in the empire would have been a little less. It is a great honor, your Majesty. He's smiling, but I'm not sure if he's really smiling. I've heard that those who play politics are not what they seem, and the Emperor at the center of it all is even more so. I see that your face is full of worry. You must be very surprised by this sudden turn of events. I apologize, your Majesty. No, it's only natural. It is a burden that I called upon even though I knew it. Karl Adelheit, the eldest son of Count Friedrich. I hope you understand. It's absurd, really. I pleaded for him to retract his statement, but the Emperor waved his hand. I summoned you here because there's something I want to discuss. Where should I start? Yes. I want to invite you to the New Year's Eve ceremony. I would be honored. It's not just a simple New Year's Eve ceremony. This New Year's Eve ceremony is a little different from the previous ones. Different from before? What does that mean? For this New Year's Eve ceremony, I plan to invite all of the Empire's Medal of Honor recipients. Heroes who bravely stepped forward to defend the Empire so long ago. All of them, once again, will be called upon and honored. And you will be their representative. The Emperor's finger slowly points to me. Karl Adelheit. I intend to promote you. As soon as I heard the Emperor's words, I bowed my head almost reflexively and said, I humbly ask that you please withdraw this honor that is beyond my merit. I want to know why. The Emperor asked, responding to my request, and I answered. It's not a trivial matter. It seems excessive to place myself, who is merely a junior compared to all other recipients of the honor, at the forefront. They too are saviors of the Empire, heroes for the Empire. However, they are gradually being forgotten as time passes, so it is only fitting that they should be up front. You really have a great heart. However, from the Emperor's perspective, it was all the more reason to bring Karl to the forefront. I understand your intentions. Putting juniors at the forefront may seem like saying to the past heroes, now you belong to the past. Yes, Your Majesty. That's precisely why you should be at the forefront even more, Karl Adelheit. Upon hearing this, I made a perplexed expression as if I didn't know the reason. Time is a fearsome thing. The past is such a powerful thing. No matter how bright it is, it eventually becomes dull and fades as time passes and becomes the past. Even if you try to shine it again, try to make it clear again. Polish and polish. Even if you keep polishing, the stain of time cannot be removed, Karl Adelheit. The Emperor reflexively touched his wrinkled forehead. And so, there are times when we need to share our current brilliance to illuminate the glory of the past. Not by forcing the past, but by naturally recalling it through what we have now. Surely, the past may have lost much of its shine. However, that sparkle hasn't completely disappeared. It can still shine again, reflecting the light of the present. Only then I understood what the Emperor was saying. I realized why I was being promoted. It was a request. To step forward and let the Empire once again remember the heroes of the past. To not forget that there were those who bravely stepped forward and sacrificed for the Empire. Do you understand my heart? In response to the Emperor's question, I nodded my head vigorously and then spoke. I, Count Friedrich's eldest son, Karl Adelheit. By your Majesty's command, I will do so. If I can help them shine again, I will do it 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Very well. Please do so. The Emperor looked at the young man kneeling before him. What a delightful figure he was. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I understood why I was called. It was to make a request, to seek permission. The Emperor could have simply sent someone with the command come. But he didn't. Whether it's the way it looks as a person asking for something, or the way it looks to a Medal of Honor recipient. Whatever it was, I was just grateful. Anyway, as the conversation about the New Year's ceremony came to an end, the Emperor casually changed the subject. I heard you were on the battlefield for almost 3 years. And now you've returned as a student to the academy. Yes, Your Majesty. As a mere returning student, I am truly at a loss for the honor of becoming a recipient of the Medal of Honor. You received what you rightfully deserve. There is no need to say more. After saying that, the Emperor subtly asked about the Veterans Pension Foundation. He heard about it. It was established by 2 marquisates and 2 imperial counts. At first, it was a bit sudden and there were concerns, but soon it was relieved. And of course, the reason was plainly my name being involved in it. Was it your suggestion? Yes, Your Majesty. I never considered war or welfare lightly, so it's impossible for you to be so casual about it. If you were that casual, you wouldn't have shouldered the Empire's honor twice. Rather, it pains my heart. I should have paid more attention to such matters. I was too focused on making the Empire stronger and momentarily forgot about them. That's absolutely not true. I know better than anyone how the Empire treats those who have returned from the battlefield. Saying that the Empire's treatment of soldiers is absurd doesn't make sense from the beginning. It's not like we've been in a ceasefire state for over 50 years, and just a few years ago we were in a war zone. The Empire is doing its best. I just lent a hand there. I feel much better now that you say that. The Emperor smiled slightly, showing a hint of sincerity. Then he sighed. Are you prepared? Your Majesty. I have no other meaning. I'm just curious. Has the order of succession changed? What is this about? It's surprising enough that the Emperor is asking a mere nobleman something. And there's no other meaning, but the content is suddenly about order of succession? What on earth is this? I apologize, Your Majesty. With my humble intellect, I cannot understand what Your Majesty means. This time, the Emperor raised an eyebrow as if to question me. Then he looked at me for a moment, and from his gaze, I strongly felt the feeling of, are you genuinely not understanding right now? Has he not spoken to you yet? If you're referring to my father, I've heard nothing from him. After a moment of silence, the Emperor suddenly beckoned to the Chamberlain standing beside him. Then he whispered something in his ear, and the Chamberlain walked away with quick steps. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. After a while. Your Majesty, I have received your summon. Come in, Crown Prince. The Crown Prince entered, looking as if he had been dragged away from his work. He blinked for a moment as if he didn't understand why he was called, then he lightly waved his hand when our eyes met, and refocused on the Emperor. Crown Prince. Yes, Your Majesty. It seems Count Friedrich's eldest son still knows nothing of you. How is that? What's this? Is the Crown Prince also involved? What the hell? What's going on with everyone? Actually, I talked to Count Friedrich yesterday, and it's dinner time, so perhaps the Count was planning to talk to Mr. Karl Adelheit today. That's what I think. Listening to their conversation, it seems there was some discussion between my father and the Crown Prince. But what about? Why did they talk? I still don't understand at all. The Emperor touched his chin and then nodded slightly as if to say, that could be. Well, as a student, it may take some time. Count Friedrich must be having a bit of a headache. Still, it's a really good thing for the county. A count who has twice been awarded the Medal of Honor. Has this ever happened before, Crown Prince? Not that I recall, Your Majesty. What's everyone talking about? What? No, what? A count? Why am I a count? I'm just the eldest son of the count, maintaining the family honor and ensuring no damage to our reputation. Later, I'll just have to support my sister who will eventually become the countess. My questions were answered during the conversation with the Crown Prince after I withdrew from the Emperor's presence. What? Are you saying Your Highness and my sister? SHHH. Most people still don't know. SHHH. How can this be kept a secret forever? He's the Crown Prince, for goodness sake. Oh my. Is my sister with the Crown Prince? The future Crown Princess? Even the future Empress? I'm shocked. I'm so fucking shocked that I don't know what to say. Are they taking my sister away? No way. What shocks me is not that my sister will be the Crown Princess, but even more so that she will become the Empress. Crown Prince. Will you be able to handle it? My sister is a good person. It's a bit exaggerated, causing some problems, but still good. But on the other hand, there are certainly frightening aspects. It's not just scary, it's downright terrifying. She inherited everything from our mother, including her fiery temperament. I follow my sister well, of course, and she treats me well, but I know all too well what will happen if she ever becomes disappointed in me or gets angry. Your Highness. So, mustering all my courage, I decided to ask, against all odds, are you sure about this? My sister is undoubtedly a good person, but she's, how should I put it? She might not be quite suited for a quiet crown princess or empress. Ha ha ha, how could I not know that? Karl, I know everything. And because I know, I fell in love with her even more. Yes. Is that so? What unique taste you have. You've fallen for that? Did you actually see it yourself? Maybe you saw when she stabbed the shoulders of those canfras in the special ops interrogation room last time. Wait. Your Highness. If, hypothetically, my sister were to marry you and become the Crown Princess and then the Empress, what would happen to the title of Count Friedrich? If there are no other heirs, the Crown Princess and then the Empress would hold that title. Such cases are not uncommon. The Crown Prince smiled as he took a sip of tea. But the present situation is different. There is a perfect heir to the title, a man of overwhelming prestige, of overwhelming honor, who is unlike no other noble in the empire. After returning from the palace, I immediately took out my communicator without even having time to take off my coat. It was a matter related to the imperial family, but above all, it was about my own family. But listening to such family matters from someone else's mouth was both frustrating and hurtful. Most of all, I wished I had the chance to hear it from them directly, especially from father or sister. Karl. Father. As soon as father appeared on the communicator, I went straight to confirming the facts. I heard about it. Something related to sister. That she was in a relationship with the Crown Prince. I was planning to tell you by the end of today. I heard about it yesterday evening, but I was too shocked to even find the chance to tell you. Karl. It's all right. Anyway, it would have been more of a shock for you and mother. It's a bit saddening to see my sister, who has always been on my side, now looking towards the future. But it's inevitable. My sister can't always be looking after me. From a younger brother's perspective, having the Crown Prince as a brother-in-law is quite a welcoming prospect. Fortunately, I had encountered the Crown Prince several times before, and each time, I felt something. He's a person who is friendly and affectionate, yet shows the qualities of an imperial prince. I consider myself lucky. If he becomes my brother-in-law, it's a good thing. The problem, however, lies elsewhere. But, father, as the next Count Friedrich, I should have been informed about the succession much earlier. It's such an important matter, isn't it? Yes, I should have. Try to understand, Karl. From a father's perspective, how could I have been in my right mind when I heard that my son-in-law is His Highness the Crown Prince? Well, yeah, father is right. Frankly, in that situation, how could he have casually contacted me and said, prepare yourself to inherit the title instead of your sister? Are you okay? What do you mean? Originally, sister was supposed to prepare to inherit the title soon. And when things like this happen, no matter what the outcome, it's kind of like the plan got screwed up. It's abrupt, but not unpleasant. If anything, it's a good thing. After all, it's His Highness the Crown Prince. He seemed to care a lot about Rika. From what I saw, he seemed like a very good person. As we continued our conversation, I kept observing father's demeanor. Despite the entire succession plan being thrown into disarray, father seemed unperturbed. Until now, knowingly or unknowingly, the relationships my sister had built with the servants and vassals of the household, it seems they've all been shattered. Seeing father's face, it seems there's nothing to worry about. Are you worried about having to establish the succession plan from scratch again? Could there even be such a thing? Karl, this countship, apart from your sister, there's no one else to inherit it. That's right. And you're not just an ordinary student either. Probably, even if they were to nominate you as the next count right away, all the servants and vassals would probably agree. If father is saying this, then there really seems to be nothing to worry about. Perhaps I was worried that my sister's decision to give up the title might cause some confusion. Father, should I start preparing for the succession right away? What are you talking about, Karl? I heard that sister was already preparing to inherit the title as early as next year. Is that what you heard? We can just wait until you graduate. There's no rush. It's just that sister mentioned several times that she wanted to step down. I feel like this isn't right. Right now, he's just a count, but in the past, father was a fine warrior. However, since then, firearms and gunpowder have advanced, and with the added responsibility of being the head of the household, such occurrences have become rare. So, he fulfilled his duties as a count faithfully, but sometimes he would grumble about it. All right. Just accept it as a simple tantrum. If your sister was already prepared, it doesn't matter, Karl, but you're not. Take it slow. There's no need to rush. As long as you don't trip up, it's fine. Father said that, then he told me to contact my sister. Rika seems quite nervous. Sister? Why is she? Karl, there were several opportunities for her to tell you, but she hesitated and didn't say anything in the end. But now that you've gone to the palace, she probably knows. She's probably worried that she kept it a secret from you in the end. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Sister's nervous? Rika, my sister, is nervous? No matter how much I think about it, it's unimaginable. With a puzzled look, I ended the communication with father and reached out to my sister through the communicator. Karl, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Sister, calm down for a moment. I'll come straight away. Just wait for me. We'll talk when we meet. No, sister, listen to me first. Sister, Rika, sister. A couple of hours later, I found myself face to face with my sister, who seemed ready to kneel down at any moment. Karl, I'm really sorry. So, sister, calm down. Listen to me first. I'm not upset at all. Oh, you're not upset. With half-kneeling and trembling eyes, Rika looked at me. Goodness, is this the same person who confidently came home with a bunch of trophies in hand? Even the one who used to ask me, do you want one, is now trembling? Calm down, sister. Sit here for a moment. I managed to divert sister's impending breakdown. Of course, depending on my next words, she could easily fall into that state again. Karl, are you okay? What do you mean? I didn't even tell you about being in a relationship with the Crown Prince. Despite having several opportunities to do so, even when we met recently after your return. At sister's question, I sniffed and then spoke. To be honest, I'm not entirely not upset. As I thought. Wait a moment, sister. Please listen to people until the end. Don't kneel down. Don't kneel down. But it's not because you deceived me or didn't tell me the truth. It's just that not telling me about such an important matter to your younger brother is what's upsetting. Seeing the Crown Prince, it didn't seem like a casual relationship. If that's the case, he could become more than just my brother-in-law. If I had known earlier, I could have been better prepared. Stop. That's enough. I'm not trying to blame you. I'm not asking for an apology. It's just how I feel, sister. I consider myself lucky. At my words, sister widened her eyes and looked at me. Honestly, it's like that. Sister, it's about time you got married, not to mention that there's not even a man in sight. Not only me, but I think our parents were secretly worried too. As much as you love me, I love you too. So, I want to see you happy with a good person. And if there's a niece or nephew, that would be even better. Rika, my sister, has always shown me a lot of affection since I was very young, with the feeling of repaying her kindness, and also because I want to love and cherish such a person's child. If a nephew or niece is born, I'm sure it will be like that. So, I'm fine. In fact, I want to ask you, Rika, are you really considering a future with the Crown Prince? Although she had held feelings for him for about 3 years, they had only started dating a few months ago. Until then, she had been fretting over just the thought. His personality was already considered appropriate. I saw him as a crown prince and as a future emperor. I think it would be okay if someone like that became my brother-in-law. I think I can trust him and leave it to him. Not so light. After a moment of silence, sister muttered in a small voice. I'm glad to hear that. I was worried we were just going to hook up again and then break up. Karl, do you want me to get married? I just want to see you happy. From my sister to her family. I know she has a lot of love for them, especially me. I remember it very clearly from my childhood. I followed her example. Until the day I die, I will probably be seen as just a cute little brother to her. It's sad to think that she will be married to another man. I can't help it. But she can't be by my side forever, and I shouldn't feel sorry. When I think about my own future and who I'll be connected to. Karl, if you tell me not to get married, I won't. Whoa. Please don't do that. Maybe I should be clear here. So, I gave her a light hug. Thank you, sis, for loving me, and I know you will always love me. I love you, too, and that's why I want to see you truly happy. Thank goodness. He really treats you well. In that case, it's settled. He's a really good person. I approve of him becoming my brother-in-law. When you say not so light about your relationship with the prince, it seems like it's not entirely untrue. Am I right? I let go of sister from the hug, and after a moment of hesitation, I continued speaking. When I have nieces and nephews in the future, I should really take care of them. Oh, maybe it's natural since they'll be future princes or princesses. Anyway, I hope I have nieces who resemble you, sis. Then I'll really spoil them. I'll visit them every day, hug them every day, and tell them they're beautiful every day. That's how it should be. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's a story for the distant future, but I had to think a bit more about the last thing I said that day. After finishing midterms and visiting the palace, and hearing about my sister and the prince's relationship, it's been nothing but overly dramatic developments from the time right after I returned to school until just a few days ago. The thrilling excitement is good, of course. But if you have too much of it, it bites back. And for someone like me, who's already dealing with twists and turns to the point of physical contortion, it was exhausting, to say the least. So, you're saying you're enjoying this time so much? Yeah, I love it so much it's driving me crazy. Selena's voice sounded a bit puzzled, but what can I do? It really is good. Just sitting on the bench during the spare time between classes, zoning out, then going to the next lecture. Finishing the day like that, meeting juniors, exchanging greetings, that was really nice. This is the kind of life I wanted as a returning student. Not just being buried in medals. But even saying you enjoy assignments seems a bit much, Karl. That was a bit much, wasn't it? It hasn't been long since midterms ended. But it feels like assignments keep pouring in like a tsunami. If that's the case, why bother saying well done, professors? If it's going to be like this, might as well say, yeah, well done, now suffer more. Making me expect for nothing. Maybe that saying is right after all. The existence of demons has infiltrated human society in new forms, that kind of eerie story. They disguise themselves as fitness trainers, professors, whatever, and torment humans. Ouch. Just made it for you, it'll get cold. Hurry up and drink. Selena holds out cocoa to me and pouts. Its weather has turned much colder. It's not just chilly, it's really cold. It didn't feel this cold even in winter when I was fooling around with the canfras. Maybe because it's further south, the temperature there was generally higher than here. It's really winter now. Winter? It's November. Oh no. If it's like this, I won't even be able to get out of bed in the morning. Shouting outside the blanket is dangerous. As someone who already knows all too well how happy I am to be snuggled up in a warm blanket, the prospect of winter has become quite frightening. Yeah, Karl, do I have to congratulate you? Why are you suddenly saying that? I heard the news. The pension foundation that put your name on it. Keh. I almost spit out the cocoa I was drinking when I heard that. Fortunately, I managed to gulp it down. If not, I would have seen Selena covered in a fountain of cocoa. Selena, even if you know, please pretend you don't. Why? It's embarrassing. Whatever the meaning, having my name plastered out there is too embarrassing. But it's a good cause. The Medal of Honor Recipients Pension Foundation that helps veterans. Other noble families are also coming forward to help, right? It's not 100% for a good cause, though. My name is already spread all over the empire. Of course, in a good way. Nobles may be trying to gain something based on my reputation. The title of a noble who helps veterans along with a recipient of a Medal of Honor. Honestly, even if I were one of those nobles, I wouldn't be able to digest this. Of course, everyone may have different thoughts. Because they're people. But if they can show some good results like that or have a positive impact, it seems like a good thing. Well, that's also true. Not everyone can be good and just. I never believed in fairy tales to begin with. But they're not all evil either. In any case, for some reason, people ultimately move in a positive direction, whatever the reason may be. The catalyst, or someone who can provide the catalyst, is important. And although I didn't aim for it, thanks to this pension foundation, praises for the imperial family have been continuing. Already, I've received honors long ago. There were even 2 instances of being awarded. And most importantly, it led to the formal revelation of my sister's and the prince's relationship yesterday. People who know, but the Adelheit family has never spared its efforts for the empire's well-being. My father, the current head, is like that, and so were the previous heads. And now, with me and my sister, the details are still confidential, but it's known that we worked for the empire. The praises for the Adelheit family continue. And if the eldest daughter of the Adelheit family becomes the prince's wife, and even further, the future empress? A family that sacrifices everything for the empire, naturally, can only receive the support of all the empire's citizens. Of course, praising the crown princess and the empress is expected and it's the duty of the palace. There have been cases where the empire almost fell due to wrong choices. It came up several times in history classes. From that perspective, praising the royal family suddenly seems understandable. Everyone seems to be on edge. After hearing Selena's words, I looked around and saw that everyone was walking around with their hands in their pockets. The weather is already cold, but now that the wind is blowing, it might be a bit awkward to put your hands out without gloves. Seeing that, suddenly something comes to mind. Now, let's think. Even in the less cold southern regions, people shiver less when it's winter. Those shivering there were naturally ordinary soldiers like me or junior officers. And all of them were men who couldn't light a fire, or had no other way to warm themselves. One wrong fire and you'd be a good target for a magical bombing position. It was hell back then, especially in the forest. There was wood everywhere that was ready to burn. The faint flame of a single fire was like the fire of hell itself, attracting magical bombardment immediately. Thanks to that, I, who didn't particularly dislike winter, started to loathe it since then. The white snow was annoying, the wind cutting through clothes was unpleasant, and even the cold that penetrated to the bones when sitting still was unbearable. Everything related to winter seemed cursed. At the same time, I found myself longing for something I remembered from my past life. At the time I used it, I didn't feel grateful, and above all, it reminded me of military life, so I instinctively avoided it. Heat packs? Karl? What did you just say? My muttering seemed a bit loud. I felt embarrassed, but it was just for a moment. Selena, do you happen to have something that can warm your hands in winter? You mean gloves? Not that. Gloves are just insulation. I mean, something that generates heat on its own. If that's what you mean, I don't know. Okay, first, confirm. Since there isn't anything similar, it is necessary. Wouldn't it be warmer to have a heat pack in your pocket rather than just putting your hands in? Especially considering the juniors who are on guard duty shaking in this cold weather, it's definitely necessary. It seems like nothing, but having it would be convenient or even necessary. I hope it gets supplied to the soldiers soon. It's more useful than you think. Alright, the reason and concept are roughly there. Now what's left? Gathering workers. As a side note, I could patent it and put it into the pension foundation funds. That's why you called us. Yep. Why else would I call you guys? You said you weren't interested in patents before, but now you seem really interested. Wilhelm looks over the heat pack development proposal I handed him. So, Karl, you mean to create some sort of hand warmer for soldiers in winter and outdoor workers? Exactly. Will it sell well? It doesn't seem like a useless item at first glance, but there might be a risk in starting a business just for winter, don't you think? Well, Wilhelm, I wonder about that. You haven't experienced a real winter in the military, it seems. Once you spend a winter in the military, you'll realize that the heat pack business can't possibly fail. And it shouldn't be limited to outdoor situations. It would also be good for people who don't want their hands to get cold even for a moment in winter. Maybe it could be useful in other seasons too. I'm more curious if this principle really works. What exactly do you need to put in such a small size to generate enough heat to warm hands? When Alexander asked, I smiled and replied, well, that's something you guys have to figure out now. No, you asshole. You're taking it too far. Actually, I roughly understand the principle. It contains iron powder and a catalyst, and when opened and mixed with air, heat is generated. Something like that. The problem is, I only know the principle vaguely. I don't know the details either. Ugh. In my past life, I was in the liberal arts, so I don't know anything. Help me out, science majors? You guys are all from distinguished families, right? Whether it's a renowned engineer or a talented mage, you all have connections, don't you? Talking like that, Karl, you sound like you're not one of us? If someone hears, they'll think the Adelheit family is some rural noble family. Soon your sister is going to be the crown princess. Our Adelheit family knows nothing but to be on the battlefield. Look at me, a recipient of the Medal of Honor. When did I have time to make connections? I was busy being on the battlefield. Therefore, it's only natural that those of you from distinguished families should take care of it. Wow, what an asshole. Is that all you did on the battlefield? He's a good talker. Complaints from the four of them poured out, but it was short-lived. Well, Karl's right. It's not like we don't have any connections. How the hell does this work, anyway? Are you sure this isn't explosive? Sorry. From what I remember, it exploded a few times when it was in liquid form. Once it's made, it's not feasible for small-scale production, right? Of course not. This has to be mass-produced to be profitable. It's for warming your hands on cold days. Even if it's not that, even for a little warmth. This seems similar to the concept of the winter snacks we're in charge of. Did you aim for this, Karl? Well, did I aim for it? For now, the concept seems to overlap with what you guys are saying. I looked at the four of them with my arms crossed. At first, they were wondering what this was all about, but now they're all eagerly discussing among themselves about how this works and whatnot. I think I threw them enough to chew on. It's time for the protagonist to leave soon. Think hard about it. I'm going to go now. Where are you going? I'm meeting Selena for dinner. At that, the four of them who were discussing simultaneously looked at me. Wait, what? Are you really trying to get back together with her? Whoa, who confessed to whom first? I'm voting for Selena. What are they talking about? That's not it. That's not it. Then what? There's not much time left until Selena graduates, right? So, that's why. Graduate. Selena. What's with that reaction? It's like they think Selena can't graduate like these guys. Karl, haven't you heard yet? Heard what? Selena's not graduating. Nov. L. B //JNN. Technically, I guess I should say she's graduating but not leaving the academy. Scratching the tip of his nose once, Schleifen finished. Selena is going to be a graduate student. Exhaling a long sigh, Selena looked down at the confirmation document in her hand. No matter how much she thought about it, the answer that ultimately came to her was always the same. Imperial Academy graduate student, Selena Ifrit. I've worked so hard as a student at the academy. I haven't wasted any time. I've never been late, let alone absent, and I've done my best in every assignment. During exams, I didn't get more than 4 hours of sleep. I memorized every single note. That's how I made it to my senior year at the top of my class. My professor even told me that if I graduated, I would be in the top 10 of all-time graduates. I was proud. I felt good about myself because I had done my best, and I had gotten what I deserved. Until Karl came back, I began to harbor strange feelings I hadn't felt before. At the time, I didn't know whether it was simply because I was young or because I took the love I received for granted. If you're asking if I hated it, no, I didn't. Then why did I act that way if not? Was it because it was burdensome? Was it because I felt ashamed? Or was it something else? Regardless of the reason, the beginning wasn't good. It was a mess. Everything got tangled up and messed up. We grew apart, and while I remained at the academy, Karl enlisted in the military after taking a leave of absence. I thought that was the end of it. Sometimes I thought about it, but I believed that was all there was to it. But I was wrong. Or rather, I had changed. I realized it belatedly. I wanted to be by his side. I wanted to apologize and try to change now. For that, I even thought I should stay here a little longer. Deferred graduation? Selena, what nonsense are you talking about? It's impossible. How can the top student be deferred? I don't know what's going on, Selena, but your graduation is confirmed. That seemed really difficult. There seemed to be no way out. To work so hard at the academy and end up like this. Apparently, Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim all had to stay for at least one more semester. Karl, who still has 3 more years to go, and I've gotten really close to him lately. Even if I were to tell him this, he would probably deny it. It seemed certain. I, myself, as I had recently told Lavrenti, had benefited from the academy. If it weren't for this place, I wouldn't have gotten this close. We might not have even met. Thinking like that made me feel like I should stay at the academy like those 4 no matter what. Even though I felt like it was a foolish reason, I couldn't easily shake it off. However, my grades were perfect. There was no reason I couldn't graduate. If I continued like this, it would be a perfect farewell. Even if I could meet him outside, I know what the academy means to Karl right now. To him, who wandered on the battlefield, this place is the epitome of peace. I had to make a choice. And I did. The only way to stay at the academy with Karl. That was becoming a graduate student, the document I held in my hand now. It was a somewhat frightening method. Graduate school? No, hold on. Selena, are you serious? A little. Well, quite sudden, isn't it? Wasn't graduate school something you weren't interested in? Selena, if you were to pursue a master's degree, I think you could do it without any trouble. Graduate students, those who need a master's degree, or even a higher degree, are defined. Either they're looking for a bigger stage as an academic, or they're looking for an academic position. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Commoners or mid-level noble children who had no particular path and needed to do something more. Those people went to graduate school to gain more knowledge and aim for a master's degree or higher. But Selena was different. She's the daughter of Marquis of Nafplion, and quite a cherished one at that. Moreover, with her exceptional beauty, from current academy students to graduates, everyone seemed to have fallen for her and wanted to date her somehow. If she just graduated, suitable suitors would come to her. With the power of her family and the charm she possessed, she would receive great love from her husband. So, when Selena showed interest in graduate school, the professors were naturally taken aback. Am I not allowed, Professor? It's not that, but are you sure about this? If you regret it later, it'll be too late, Selena. In the end, under the guidance of my advisor, I reluctantly applied for graduate school. And today, the results came out. Naturally, I became a prospective graduate student. Was this really the right thing to do? Did I really do something unnecessary? To be honest, it seemed quite foolish. I continued to think that it was a foolish act. I knew how busy and difficult it is to be a graduate student. For a master's program, or even a PhD program. I had heard that all the academy professors had gone through such a process, and I had seen graduate student seniors around them several times. They all looked incredibly tired. To be with Karl. To spend time together at the academy. That was the reason. But when I thought about it, spending time together might be even more difficult than after graduation. Just imagining the lives of graduate student seniors made me not just speculate, but be certain. What should I do? What should I really do? I don't know. Anyway, I've already stamped it and signed it. There's no turning back now. Don't weaken, Selena. What's the point now? After all, it's what you wanted. Even if I was busy, even if I had no time, if I could stay at the academy with Karl, that would be enough. Selena. Karl came running toward me, waving both hands frantically. His voice calling my name was so loud that I almost dropped the documents in my hand. Karl? There's still some time before our appointment. Before I could finish my sentence, Karl, moving as fast as lightning, snatched the documents from my hand. He was so quick that there wasn't even a moment for me to stop him. It's true, Karl. You really applied for graduate school. Karl's voice was filled with astonishment and disbelief as he said that. He sighed heavily, looking at me for a moment before speaking again. Why would you do that? You worked really hard to graduate, and you said you had things you wanted to do after graduation. And above all, graduate school isn't something easy or leisurely. People get burnt out. I know. Karl, if you know that, why the hell did you apply to grad school? Karl continued to sigh, seeming frustrated. His frustration was evident. Seeing him like that, I felt something stabbing and pulsing in my chest. I have to do this. Selina, I have to do this, so I can stay at the academy with you for the remaining time. Karl was stunned by my answer. Was that the reason? Was that why you applied for graduate school? To him, my reason might seem utterly absurd. But for me, it was different. I had to endure all of it, no matter what. Even if it's not the academy, you can still see me outside. Just because I'm a student doesn't mean we can't see each other. If you're just outside, you can come to the academy occasionally. I know what the academy means to you, what significance it holds. The military, and the battlefield. A place different from those hard and exhausting places. It's a place of peace without anxiety and fear. That's why Karl returned to the academy. That's also why he keeps insisting on being called a returning student. I knew that. That's why I wanted to be there, in such a meaningful place as the academy. That's why I was afraid. If I leave here alone, I'm afraid we'll become strangers again. That won't happen. But it could. Selina's voice trembled slightly. Then, suddenly, an apology burst out of her. I'm sorry, Karl. What for? For rejecting you back then. For pushing you away so harshly. That wasn't your fault. I've told you that multiple times. It was my fault. I know, but, still, I'm sorry. Even if it's because of what I'm about to say, I'm really sorry. As Selena paused, Karl glanced at her, and she closed her eyes tightly. Would you go out with me? Selina, you confessed back then, so this time, I'll do it. I like you, Karl. I don't know why I pushed you away like a fool back then, but now, I like you. I want to like you more. I want to be with you more and spend more time together in the same place. Trembling, Selena's hands, clasped together, were shaking violently. She seemed incredibly tense. Isn't it pathetic of me, after rejecting your confession once, to do this? I know, I'm too embarrassed by myself. But still, if I don't do this, my heart feels so suffocated and painful. So, Karl, can you give me one more chance? This time, I'll like you more than you like me. So, he looked at her for a moment, then let out a deep sigh. Selina flinched and trembled in response. A sigh, especially at this time, is not a good reaction at all. I'm going to lose my mind. But instead of pushing Selina away, Karl embraced her. So, is that why you chose graduate school? Because you wanted to be with me, and you didn't want us to drift apart even a little. Do you know how tough it is to be a graduate student, how little time there is? Selina apologized and Karl acknowledged his own fault. It might seem crazy to expect a positive response after making a public confession. His decision to join the military was also ultimately his own. Selina didn't do anything wrong. Even if she did, all the hurt feelings have already disappeared. How could I push away a woman who had given up graduation to be with me? How long is graduate school? 3 years. Just until I graduate. After the master's program. I was planning to finish it together when you graduate. That's really crazy. 3 years in the military. And 3 years in graduate school. What the hell are we doing to each other? Karl lightly patted Selina's back. He thought about what would have happened if Selina had reacted like this when he confessed, but he quickly shook his head. Rejecting each other made them grow, and pushing each other away made Selina realize her feelings more clearly. If they both took a step forward, then yes, that was it. Oh, shit. Shut up. Don't say anything. Shut up. Oh, I knew it. Damn, why did they have to come at this exact moment? I tried to escape, but I realized it was too late. Both me and Selina. We were too busy sorting out our messed up relationship from the start that we only now managed to get it together. It's embarrassing. My face feels like it's burning up. But even so, I didn't let go of Selina's hand. She must feel embarrassed too. If I let go first, the closeness we just gained could slip away again. I didn't want that. What's going on? How is this even possible? You were cold to each other. We should have confessed again if we knew this would happen. It's not possible, you bastards. The train has already passed. Dream on. I thought Selina's feelings had disappeared. I thought I had neatly sorted them out during my military service. There was no more pain, no more regret. I thought it was just a fleeting first love. But now it seems like they haven't disappeared after all, just forgotten.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Maybe because the military life was so hard. There wasn't even time to think about it amidst the dim war. Maybe Selina was there in the warmth I vaguely dreamed of while on the battlefield. Then, coming back to the academy and facing her again, maybe that's when those feelings resurfaced. Or maybe there was always some lingering regret. I couldn't push Selina away, apologizing and confessing in turn. Whatever it became, one thing was certain. Me and Selina. Yeah, we're really dating now. Tell me, Karl, did you confess again? I did it. This time. Selina, with her face turning red, speaks up first. I'm a little surprised. Saying that after rejecting my confession in the past must be embarrassing. Selina, you did. Ugh. It's just too unconscionable to be asked out by Karl again. Wow, that's crazy. Hey, Karl. You do realize this is historic, right? What the fuck are you talking about all of a sudden? Alexander. Selina has been confessed to hundreds of times, including us in those hundreds. Oh, let's not dwell on painful pasts. It's all in the past. Anyway, the Academy's first love, Selena, only confessed to you. Was that the case? That's pretty amazing. Glancing at Selena, she's already lowered her head. Although I can't see it, she's probably blushing intensely, right? Selena, who seems to want to die of embarrassment, whether she's visible or not, and those four guys seem overjoyed. They were shouting ugh, like crazy, and now they're suddenly crowding around me. So, when's the wedding? Fuck off, you crazies. Isn't it too early to talk about weddings? Oh, come on. If a man and a woman are in love with each other, they should get married. Geez, I've never heard even my parents push for marriage like this. No, wait, guys, weren't you all the ones rejected by Selena? Why are you all acting so normal? Where did all the guys from romance novels who used to obsess and regret go? Instead, you guys are cheering on like characters from a boys' comic. Karl, want me to sing you a congratulatory song? I'm confident in my singing. Are you guys really in your right minds? Weren't you all rejected by Selena? Well, it's the pain of first love. But we are men. We have to overcome that pain. We should wish for the happiness of our first love. That's right. The Lord himself said it. Frustration makes a man out of a man. What the hell is the genre of this world? Romance, fantasy, or comedy? They're all definitely not in their right minds. If I stay here any longer, I'll go crazy too. Without further ado, I grabbed Selena's hand and swiftly made my way to the opposite side of those four. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After finally escaping from those damn four guys who kept shouting ugh, and catching my breath. Karl. Selena, who was still catching her breath, speaks up. Are you really okay with this? What do you mean? What's with the sudden question? I am just a little flustered. I never imagined you would accept it so easily. Right. It makes sense that Selena might feel a little like that. I scratched the back of my head for a moment, trying to figure out what to say. But no matter how much I think, I couldn't come up with anything cool. Honestly, I don't even know myself. I never even thought I'd date Selena. Selena dumped me? Now I hate this woman? It's not like that. Seeing her dump me made me realize she probably doesn't like me. So, I thought it was right to distance myself from her, to avoid making her uncomfortable. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine Selena would apologize and confess first. I was just, like, too desperate. I didn't even know I said it. I really didn't expect you to accept it. So, actually, I wanted to ask earlier, but then, just a moment ago, the four of them interrupted. They have the worst timing ever. Phew, I take another deep breath. I'm still out of breath, and I need to tidy up my thoughts. Why did I do that? Why did I accept Selena's feelings without any hesitation or doubts? Even if there's some part of me that blames Selena for me going to the military, I wouldn't have accepted her feelings if I was angry or resentful. Regardless of the reason, why did I hold Selena and comfort her quietly? We're the same. You're just like me. Selena. I chose the military to distance myself from her, and spent 3 long years there. I thought I would regain my composure if I endured some hardship. Honestly, who knew there would be a war? And Selena, on the other hand, chose the academy to get closer to me. She chose graduate school. What a coincidence, she decided to spend 3 years there as well. Until I graduate, she decided to endure. They say people meet similar people, and that's how they last long. Looking at it now, I think I know why I did the crazy thing of publicly confessing to you. Why did you do that? You and I are alike. I was sure that you're a really good person to be with. And there's another reason I didn't tell Selena. I didn't tell her, but there was another reason. I felt comforted by her. She helped me through a time when I would have been very lost and very hard on my own. Even if it was just a word of encouragement from someone who knew nothing about me. I'm grateful that she, and no one else, said that to me so I could take a step forward. I can definitely say this. Military life was hard, and I got many scars during that process. But it was never Selena's fault. It was my decision and my actions. It was the weight of responsibility that I should bear. I don't want to blame her. Selena was just part of the process. Blaming Selena here would make everything I've been through seem even more meaningless. Even if it was painful and tough, I didn't want that. Honestly, look. Selena. With a playful smile, I took Selena's hand. If someone I like suddenly confesses their feelings to me, why would I dislike them? Of course, I'd think it's right. I just grabbed them without hesitation. Now, I've become the guy who monopolized the first love of all the male students at the academy. I wanted an ordinary life. More accurately, I wanted to spend time like everyone else. Among them, a life that included first love, some pain, then dating, and finally meeting a lifelong partner and starting a family. I mean, Selena, I don't feel sorry for you or anything. Or there's no other reason. It's simple. I still like you. That's why I went as far as publicly confessing in front of everyone back then. Honestly, the public confession, it was a bit too much, Karl. I admit. I really have nothing to say even if I have 100 words. Still, I'm glad. I thought you might feel sorry for me for applying to grad school. Speaking of which, is it too late to drop out of graduate school? I've really thought about it several times, and it just doesn't seem like graduate school is the right fit for you. I'm exaggerating a bit, but academy graduate school is just as hellish as the military. Even in the military, they at least give you breaks, maintain work hours and personal time, but in grad school, isn't it confirmed slavery until you finish your master's degree? After a brief moment of contemplation, Selena nods slightly. I think I'll just go with it. Selena, I want to stay at the academy with you. Don't worry, I can do it. And it feels right. It feels right? What does? A woman who is dating a Medal of Honor recipient. Unfortunately, I'm too far from the military, so I think I should at least get a master's degree. It's risky, Selena. Saying something like that could imply that a military woman could become your rival. You always have to be careful with flags. Another day begins, not much different from the previous one. Yet, undeniably, it's a start to a day distinct from before. Swiftly, I jump out of bed and rush through my morning routine faster than ever. I keep changing in and out of clothes, trying to look more stylish than usual. After getting all set, I head down to where my girlfriend is waiting. Hey, you here? Selena, with rosy cheeks, approaches me. Is it because it's quite cold today? Sorry, I'm a bit late. Suddenly, something warm touches my cheek. I can't help but let out a foolish gasp. Did she just kiss my cheek? Wait, did she? It feels like she did. As I glance at Selena, she's blushing furiously, her head ducked low, and she's shuffling her feet. Well, what can I do when you're the one who did something embarrassing and you're the most embarrassed about it? It's awkward, but it's nice. It just is. I suppress a laugh and smile warmly. Just looking at each other like this feels so good. Selena, if you're too embarrassed, you don't have to force yourself. And no, I didn't force myself. But, why yeah, I'm embarrassed. Watching Selena whimper softly, my inner sense of cuteness overload explodes. She'll probably ask for it again later, blushing bright red while doing so. And when she does it again, I'll just grab her head, not knowing what to do, and that's how it'll go. Do you want me to kiss you on the cheek? Selena. Later? We might be late if we keep this up. Let's go. The semester isn't over yet. I'm still a freshman, and Selena is still in her final year. Next year, I'll be a sophomore, and she'll be, not graduating, but going to graduate school. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Selena nods, her head bobbing slightly. Graduate school. Did you tell your father about that? Yeah. I told him everything. What did he say? I'm worried about his reaction the most. The Marquis has nothing to be ashamed of. Except for the dukedom, it's the highest noble family in the empire. His precious daughter suddenly decides to go to graduate school. It's almost like saying she's enlisting in the military from a man's perspective. How can there be no objections? At first, my father strongly opposed it. He couldn't understand why I would do such a thing. As a father, he couldn't comprehend it. But I asked him to trust me. I have my reasons. I told him I must graduate from graduate school and at least obtain a master's degree. I don't think that's enough, unless Selena's dream was to be a scholar. As I've said before, anyone from a noble family must not go to graduate school. JNN. Why would you go there? It's a path of hardship, a thorny path. Unless you're driven by academic ambition or want to become a scholar, not going there is the best option. Of course, I said that, but my father still strongly opposed it. Even after I graduate, there are many things I can do, he said. He doesn't want to see me suffer by going to graduate school. My story. If you really can't convince them, at least tell them my story. Her intentions for graduate school, or rather, to be with me in academia, were firm. I couldn't even bend that. So, I willingly allowed her to sell myself for her graduate school reasons. After all, the cause was me. Actually, you are the reason my dad let me do it. Does he know we're dating? Yeah. Speaking of you, as a woman of the Medal of Honor recipient, I should have at least some standing. I told him that the marquisate honor I was born with didn't even come close to the honor you hold. That's what I said. So, my father hesitated, saying he would think about it. I nodded at Selena's words. Indeed, one effect was certain. By now, the newly established pension fund under my name should be actively operating. Noble families who sympathize with it would gradually increase, and the imperial family itself encourages noble families to take the lead and fulfill their duties. Even without that, I am the unprecedented madman who has received the Medal of Honor twice in the empire. The princess and the crown prince personally came to the academy to award the young war hero. There's no problem with the status either. Adelheit is a noble family with no shortcomings whatsoever. From Marquis Nafplian's perspective, Selena's reasons for pursuing her degree seemed quite valid. Still, graduate school seems a bit much though. At my remark, Selena smiles. I'm surprised. Not from anyone else, but from you, Karl. I mean, I've heard graduate school is hard, but you're making it worse. Don't do that. Even after graduation, we can meet. It's better if I adjust to your schedule, right? Seriously, graduate school seems a bit much. So, even to my words, Selena nods vigorously. She seemed hesitant just yesterday, but now, all that hesitation seemed to have vanished. I want to try. I want to become someone who suits you. And by experiencing the hardships you went through, I think I can understand you better. Oh, of course, the military might be even harder than graduate school. PR/N, I want someone like her. I really appreciate that you understand how hard and shitty the military is. But graduate school, I don't know. Now, it seems pointless to argue further. Honestly, with Selena, she might handle it even better. She was always top-notch in academics. Alright, Selena. Give it your all. Then you'll become the girlfriend with a master's degree. Is this okay? Shouldn't I also go to graduate school if I want to keep up with you? No way. After I get my master's degree and you graduate, we'll be together. Oh, she's proactive. Is this the character development of the female lead who found her match? In that case, I should pay a visit to the Marquis. Already. Not already. It's appropriate to greet him before you enter graduate school. If I let his beautiful daughter suffer in graduate school because of me, he'll definitely be mad if I don't go early. At this, Selena's expression subtly changes, as if questioning what I just said. That's impossible, Karl. My dad would never do that. I was joking. No, really. I'm saying that dad would never do that to you, Karl. Huh. Have you forgotten who you saved on the battlefield? Oh, right. I completely forgot about that. I was too focused on my comrades. I didn't even remember the crucial reason for receiving the Medal of Honor. You saved hundreds of Imperial soldiers. Among them was my brother. It was not just about saving my brother, the eldest son of Marquis Nafplion. From his perspective, it was like saving a valuable vassal. How could father blame you? You're a lifelong benefactor. ****. Sigh. A heavy sigh of a middle-aged man fills the air, carrying a bitter undertone. As a patriarch, as a noble, that wouldn't be the reason. If that were the case, he would have tried his best to get the best outcome without showing any emotions. My lord. Dianik, holding a stack of documents, enters and opens his mouth upon seeing the scene. Is something wrong? Yeah, it's about your sister. Graduate school. With a murmur so nonchalant, Marquis Nafplion clicks his tongue. Instead of trying to stop his sister, didn't he just say, well then, do your best, Selena? It's your sister, you should have at least tried to stop her. Selena has already made up her mind. Whatever I say, she won't listen. Don't you know? Although Selena may not seem like it on a daily basis, once she makes up her mind, she's the type who pushes through no matter what. That's true. Well, there's nothing to say about that. In her brother's eyes and even in the eyes of her parents, Selena Ifrit, my daughter, was still a kind-hearted person despite that. But still, as a parent, I can't help but worry. She could have just graduated quickly, take her time, and then start dating and maybe even marry. I want to be a woman who suits Karl. The reason why my precious daughter suddenly went to graduate school. Therefore, momentarily, it felt uncomfortable. A benefactor. Yes, my daughter's man is a benefactor whom this family must repay for a lifetime. Even if that weren't the case, at present, just having the title honor is enough to outshine anyone in the Empire. Seeing it like this, a master's degree seemed necessary. All Medal of Honor recipients in the Empire will be invited to the New Year's Eve ceremony this time. Each and every one of them is a hero. Among them, Karl Adelheit was chosen as their representative. Realizing this, Marquis Nafplion nodded as if to say, my daughter has foresight. Graduate school wasn't a choice, it was a necessity. In this light, it seemed like a master's degree was necessary. Time keeps flowing regardless of whether we do anything or not. And when we do something, that time seems to speed up several times over, like, you just go, and it's gone. Why am I saying this? Before I knew it, I was already taking final exams. Alright. Good job, everyone. You worked hard this semester. Thank you, Professor. You've worked hard too. Have a good break, and see you next year. Finishing the final exam and leaving the classroom, I absent-mindedly gaze up at the sky. It feels like half a year passed in the blink of an eye. It seems like just yesterday I was in the military, on the battlefield. I never imagined another winter would come by so quickly. Thank you, seniors. Have a good vacation. See you next year. The academy in this world is based on the university in my previous life. And just like that, when each person's exam is over, it's the end of the semester and the start of vacation. And when the new year comes and the spring breeze blows, a new school year begins. And the existing seniors will have to graduate. Are you telling us to graduate, Karl? Of course not. I'm just saying. Not long ago, I was busy teasing the four fools for stupidly mixing up their graduation scores. But now it's impossible. Why? Because Selena is a graduate student. Making fun of them with something like, can't you guys graduate, would cause catastrophic damage to her too. So you guys better bow deeply whenever you see Selena. If it weren't for Selena, I would have made fun of you guys for being in the 5th semester. Does that mean it's a temporary goodbye? At Schleifen's question, Wilhelm, standing right next to him, grumbles with a disgusted look. That kind of talk doesn't suit you guys at all, and it's an extra warning not to say it. A goodbye? Nonsense. We'll meet at the New Year's Eve ceremony, for patent issues, and for the pension foundation. It feels like the vacation won't be a vacation at all. Alexander and Joachim also seemed to be in a mood that didn't agree with a brief parting. Even Schleifen, this brat, was holding himself in a dignified manner in front of the Medal of Honor recipients, and the three of them took turns hitting him on the back of his head. Sigh. Karl, I'm always like this. Every time it's just me. It seems like you're always providing the cause, though. To be honest, among the four of them, Schleifen is the one who enjoys teasing the most and hits the hardest. If the person in question hears it, they'll scream, why, how, so let's just keep it to ourselves. Hey, that's not important right now. I was talking with the professor earlier and heard some amazing news. I'll only tell you guys. What is it, Wilhelm? If it's something weird, you're on the same level as Schleifen. There's a saying that birds of a feather flock together, but there's nothing particularly impressive about it now. The four of them grumble while bumping their heads against each other, then suddenly look at me. Why? What? You, too, come here quickly, Karl. Don't put me in there. Fuck off. But I'm sure it's news you need to hear. News I need to hear? Right now, the only news I need is about enjoying my academy life. Next year, there will be exchange students coming to the academy. Especially, there's news about elf exchange students from the Heisens side. It's really amazing, so listen and decide. Move aside a bit. And stop bumping your heads together so much. It's a blow to my pride to have to squeeze between them. And if you really think about it, they're also protagonists, so it's fitting. A while ago, a diplomatic delegation from Heisens came to our empire, and Karl got a medal from them. Let's not dwell on that story too much. So, anyway, there was an exchange student in the delegation, and although it's not certain, rumors say that he was an elf who was a big shot in Heisens. A big shot? Well, I'm not sure. Even if she's a big shot, isn't she just an ordinary elf? Among the elves I've met, there was a woman who seemed a bit crazy. She had quite a past compared to my sister. Her name was not Pervert Elf, but Eloise Lonegrand, I think? Eloise Lonegrand, it was, I think. Wait, did that just come out of my mouth? No, it didn't. Then what is it? Wait. Wilhelm. Who is she? Eloise Lonegrand. She was a high-ranking officer from the Heisens side, but I'm not sure about the details. But judging by your reaction, it seems like you know something. Yeah, I know. But, why is that woman coming here? Why is she enrolling as an exchange student? And she's not just any military officer. She's the commander of the extermination unit. If we compare it to my past life memories, she's almost like a field commander. An elf that can't be normal. Plus her instinct to keep wearing pieces of fabric instead of clothes. By all accounts, she is a woman who does not fit in at all here at the Imperial Academy. Yet, she's an exchange student. The Empire must know her identity, allowing her to study abroad. As I realized that, I couldn't help but think, could it be the Luzerne guys resurrected again? This time as Canfra zombies. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. They created a super soldier serum and made forest elf soldiers. Chaotic. Surely it won't happen like that. Oh, come on, surely not. No matter how you look at it, this is just too much, isn't it? The Empire and Heisens have been working together to stomp the shit out of the Canfras, and then suddenly they come back as zombies or super Canfras. But still, it's unsettling. Especially considering that an elf who was the commander of the extermination unit is now an exchange student. I can't help but feel uneasy, imagining her suddenly coming and shouting, Karl, we need to act now. Found you? Karl? Karl Adelheit. Oh, come on. I didn't even say anything out loud, did I? I just thought about it. What am I going to do when Eloise shows up like that? Huh, it's an elf. What? Why is she so beautiful? And there go those four fools, marveling as if they've never seen an elf before. You guys, did you think there were no elf exchange students at the academy? And judging by looks, Selena is prettier than Eloise. Are they just too used to seeing Selena? It took a while to find you. Karl? Oh, should I call you Senior Karl? Senior? What a frozen, dead senior. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. But it's true, I'll be here from next year, as a first-year student at the Imperial Academy. Woohoo, you know, I finally escaped that damn ahem, excuse me. Anyway, I finally left that shitty job. From grumbling at the first meeting to finally escaping from the military, it seems like Eloise has escaped too. I'm curious about how inflated she must have been to not be able to withstand even such a character. Isn't it right to nurture and cherish good talents? Anyway, with this, my lifelong wish is one step closer. Lifelong wish. Yeah. Oh, didn't I mention it? I feel like I did. I don't remember. Really? Then let me tell you again. My lifelong wish is, you know, to meet a good man quickly, get married, have 1 or 3 children, and live happily. That's quite a specific plan. Cheer up, Eloise. I always support the second plan. Plus you are a true patriot. I heard that lately, the birth rate among elves has been plummeting. Isn't it said that elf couples who have children are even more remarkable than warriors? Cheer up. Ahaha, thanks. Of course, I have to cheer up. Ahem, I'll cheer up and speak. But why are you looking at me with such a suspicious look while saying that? More importantly, why did she choose to study abroad at the academy? For what purpose? I was about to ask when suddenly the 4 guys behind me grabbed me and pulled me back. Oof. What's this? What's going on? If you have something to say, say it. I'm not an object. Hey, Karl. This isn't right. What's not right? What about Selena, that beauty? You can't do that, Karl. Even though in the Empire you can have multiple wives, this is really not right. Did you guys collectively do drugs because you couldn't graduate? I've never even thought about that. It's not just unfair, it's mind-boggling. I was about to tell them to stop worrying about unnecessary things, but suddenly Eloise butted in between us and grinned, saying, hee. By the way, Karl, just so you know, I'm not interested in my own kind. Huh. I prefer human men. They may be short-sighted, narrow-minded, and rigid, with nothing remarkable except for their longevity, but human men are far more impressive than elves. I respect personal preferences. If I can respect mint chocolate, I can't object to anything else. And I mean, if I'm going to marry a human man, I'd prefer someone much more impressive, good at fighting, handsome, and honorable. It'd be even better if he had a medal. To that extent, I pushed Eloise's face away with all my might. Then, I turned to the four guys with a look that said, "See this? Don't tell Selena. I'll handle it." Will it really be handled? I think it's better to just be honest. Wouldn't it be better for Selena to know about it too? No, it won't work, Karl. Just raising her suspicions this winter. Damn it. They're really no help. This is why you guys are still single? Karl, let's go on a hot spring trip this winter. No way. No, don't say that. Let's go. I promise, I won't do anything weird. Isn't promising not to do anything weird already being weird? Of course, it's not just the two of us. We can bring other companions along. That's why I'm not going. Shouldn't we at least consider it? It's like the top hot spring resort. Even the nobles in the empire can't go. It's the best hot spring resort in the area. I've heard that Great Forest hot springs are famous. It's even said that the hot springs are one of the reasons why the empire covets the Great Forest. They said it's good for skin care and mental relaxation, didn't they? Regardless of what happened, I said I'm not going. Let's go, Karl. You have to go. Please, let's go. Hot springs trip? Suddenly? And who is Eloise again? Selena, who was slicing the fruit by hand, blinked at me, looking very puzzled. I felt obligated to say something right then and there, so I opened my mouth. Well, Eloise Lonegrand. She's the girl who will come as an exchange student from the elves side next year. Oh, and it's definitely not a weird relationship. It's a bit complicated, but basically, during the train terror incident. It's okay, Karl. I don't mind. Don't worry. Then, coincidentally, did I hear that wrong? She doesn't mind? She's not concerned at all? Whatever happened, I was the first one you confessed to, and vice versa. If, by any chance, that changes, it means I'm not the right girl for you, so I'll have to accept that. Nov. L. B//JNN. Well, that's a little extreme when you put it that way, which is why I don't care. Besides, who the hell is this Eloise that you met during the train incident? Wasn't she just an elf planning to study in the Empire? Oops. I messed up. In my panicked ramblings, I gave away more information than necessary. For a moment, I hesitated, but then I realized Eloise isn't an active member anymore, just like me. So, wouldn't it be okay to tell Selena a little bit more? Actually, Eloise isn't your typical elf. She's a former commander of the Heisen's Special Forces. Special Forces. Yeah, Special Forces. More precisely, you could call it the Extermination Squad. In simple terms, it's a unit composed of pretty scary guys. She's the field commander who invited us for the hot springs trip. Extermination Squad. Selena couldn't hide her astonishment at the mention of that. Why would someone like that suddenly retire from the military? And why come to the Imperial Academy of all places? Her name alone is intimidating, and she comes to the academy as a student? It feels like something might happen at the academy now that she's here. Actually, I'm worried about that too. The academy has been visited by someone who is not very pleasant. It's not just because she's from the Extermination Squad. If such a person came as an exchange student, no matter what, something might happen eventually. Wasn't this a rom-com novel? Wasn't this an academy story? And not just a slice of life, but a serious one where all sorts of incidents happen at the academy? If I knew it would be like this at the academy, I wouldn't have retired from the army. This is too much. Oh, anyway, I said I wouldn't go, but they wouldn't take no for an answer. If you want to go on the hot springs trip, Selena, I was thinking of asking Eloise. Where are we going? The Great Forest. Selena exclaimed, wow, reflexively, and then covered her mouth. It seems unavoidable for all four of those guys and Selena. Maybe it's because they're nobles of the Empire. The hot spring area near the Great Forest is truly amazing. It's a place that's naturally filled with good energy and is truly rejuvenating. If we develop it in earnest and attract more people to it, it could soon become the premier tourist attraction in the southern part of the Empire. Rumor has it that even Lasker, who values physical prowess, and Abilshti, who values mana, are interested in the benefits of the hot springs. It was even said that the Empire is eyeing the Great Forest area mainly because of the hot spring zone. It's not 100% true, but it's not 100% false either. In my opinion, if we could secure that hot spring area and manage it safely, we could definitely make money just by sitting there. It's a great place. No wonder those four guys immediately latched onto it when I mentioned it. So, what did you say? I said I'd think about it. If Eloise had asked me to go with her, I would have said no, but she said she had no problem taking the four and you with her. At first, I was expecting Selena to be offended, or at least have a fatalistic reaction. But based on the conversation so far, I don't see why that would be the case. I see. We should be thankful to Eloise, the exchange student. Oh, should I call her a junior now? That's what I expected too, that Selena would either be uncomfortable or react strangely. But looking at the conversation so far, it doesn't seem like that's necessarily the case. Then let's go, Karl. Really? Yeah. Luckily, I have some free time until this vacation ends. I want to go. I never imagined things would work out so well. But surely Eloise, that woman, wouldn't have instigated this, right? She's no ordinary elf, so I suddenly feel anxious. More importantly, it's strange. From what I know, the hot springs at the Great Forest aren't open to everyone. I found that strange too, so I asked. It turns out Eloise knows someone over there. She's been asking if it's possible to invite us ever since the exchange was decided. I see. We should be grateful to Eloise. Oh, now she's a junior, right? Thank goodness. Really, I'm relieved. I thought Selena would dislike it, but seeing her like that? Crack? I should be grateful. She's subtly paying attention to you, Karl. He. Stiff, awkward. I'll correct myself. Now that I think about it, she didn't want to show any unnecessary behavior in front of me. As evidence, the solid apple was now in 2 pieces in Selena's hand. Asterisk. It's been quite a peculiar day. It was enjoyable, then infuriating, then settled down, then bubbled up again. Sigh. Sitting inside the carriage, Selena sighed as she looked out the window. To be rational, I don't have the right to be angry in this situation. Even though me and Karl have just started over, deep down, it's a bit of a mess. It's been less than a week, let alone a month, since I officially committed to a relationship. I can't say that he didn't reject other women's advances more aggressively. Thinking about it, he was already involved in several incidents even before restarting our relationship. Eloise Lonegrand. Still, the fire in my belly burned, perhaps because of my feminine instincts. I was instinctively wary, and instinctively realized. This elf Eloise is interested in Karl. I don't know why, but I think she is. Otherwise, why would she suddenly suggest going to the hot springs together? Even though she said it was okay for others to join, that could just be a smokescreen. Does she have some ulterior motive for inviting us there? Only Eloise knows. No. It could be just a misunderstanding. Maybe it's just a way for her to show gratitude to Karl as an elf. Let's not overthink it. Thinking more won't make me feel better. And Karl would also become uncomfortable. We've just started holding hands, and I don't want to waste time on needless misunderstandings. And even if it's not a misunderstanding, ultimately, what matters is Karl's feelings. Selena, you're back. Father. Returning to the mansion, Selena greeted her father first. There was some father-daughter conflict over graduate school, but it was brief. Selena sincerely persuaded her father, and when he realized her sincerity, he expressed his intention not to oppose her anymore. It was truly a fortunate result. As they chatted about various things, Selena suddenly realized that Daniil wasn't around. Where's brother? He's busy these days. He's working on some kind of project to help veterans. Oh, is it by any chance the Karl Adelheit Pension Foundation? No, it's not. Your brother is doing something separate. It seems to be a different matter. As the Marquis was saying that, he sighed and told her to listen. Right after that, Daniil, looking a bit tired, appeared behind Selena. Brother. Oh, you're back, Selena. You did well again this time. Graduating with top honors. Well done. Thank you. But, you look quite tired. Are you busy with work? Despite my words, Daniil shrugged his shoulders but had a smile on his lips. His reaction seemed to show that he had considerable pride in what he was doing, and I felt pleased. What exactly do you do? It's nothing special. Just helping soldiers have a better future. Sometimes arranging jobs for them, sometimes providing business funds at a lower interest rate, or giving opportunities suitable for their abilities to those who want to learn. Treating the Empire's soldiers well. Perhaps Karl would like this news. When I clapped my hands with a happy face, Daniil, feeling even more proud, continued speaking. By the way, a pretty remarkable person came by recently. They were awarded the Silver Star Medal, and it turns out they were a remarkable female sharpshooter. A female sharpshooter. A sudden chill ran up Selena's spine. Yeah, she wanted to learn more, so I made some effort. Maybe she'll be your junior next year, Selena. And if you get a chance, could you ask Sergeant Karl if he knows anyone? Brother. What's her name? Surely not. Surely not. Really not. Selena found herself desperately praying. Lavrenti? Yes. That was the name. Sergeant Lavrenti. Selena? Why are you? Ouch. Selena? Why are you hitting me? Once again, Karl was right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Locked in my room, I clenched my fist in frustration. That's dangerous, Selena. It feels like these military women are becoming rivals. At first, I thought it was a joke. A playful comment to comfort my decision to pursue graduate school.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. But it wasn't. After Eloise, now Lavrenti too. Really, all these women who served in the military were suddenly flocking around Karl. As expected of Karl. To anticipate even this. My amazing boyfriend. No, what should I do now? Choosing graduate school was simply to be in the same environment as Karl. That was the reason. Part of it was also to properly handle the juniors who were approaching Karl more than necessary. But those women who served in the military had a different situation. One was an exchange student, and the other was a war veteran. Either way, it's difficult for me to do anything about it. And because they're military veterans, they might have something in common with Karl that I don't know. I confessed my feelings with all my heart. And Karl accepted them. Now all that's left is to spend the next 3 years with him. Even if he's busy, it was about making memories together in the same space. Of course, graduate students have much less time than regular academy students. They're much busier. That means, unavoidably, he might spend more time with those women than with me. I barely got close. I was barely allowed to be together. What if I'm pushed away? No, Karl isn't that kind of person. He's 100, 1,000 times better than me. That can't be possible. Shake shake. Shaking her head, Selena pats herself lightly on both cheeks and clenches her fists. Stay calm, Selena. I just have to do better. As Karl said, I'm always the first one. Don't lose confidence. Don't get nervous, or you'll only embarrass yourself more. As if she had made a decision, Selena stood up abruptly and hurried off somewhere. All she can think about now is her trip to the hot springs, and how she's going to make sure that Karl's face is flushed red when he sees her. Come on, juniors, let's do it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ugh, damn, this is suffocating. Is this how it feels to have your neck choked like this? I really want to loosen this collar. I unconsciously fiddle with the conquest draped over my body. The stiff uniform, the medals hanging on my chest, they're all uncomfortable, but the most uncomfortable thing is something else. Imperial New Year's Eve ceremony. The day when the nobles of the empire gather to welcome in the new year with prayers for the well-being of the empire and the royal family. Other nobles may not know, but it was an event that was somewhat distant from me. Until now, I hadn't been obligated to attend the Imperial New Year's Eve ceremony, as I was a common nobleman, not even the heir to my family. Add to that the fact that I had spent the last few years on the battlefield, and it was impossible for me to participate in such an event. But now, what's nerve-wracking is that this year's ceremony is not just a simple New Year's Eve ceremony. Are you nervous? It would be strange if I wasn't. Haha. Seems like you're shivering more here than on the battlefield. Would you believe it, father? I'm really more nervous here than on the battlefield. I look down while taking a sip of water. Behind me, the procession of carriages continues as those attending the Imperial New Year's Eve ceremony keep disembarking. They're not nobles. They're ordinary citizens of the empire. And many of them are elderly. Those who find it difficult to take even one step relying on their canes. But no one gives them cold looks. Clear as day, I can see people standing by to support them in case they fall or get hurt. Seniors. Yes. They're all like me, recipients of medals of honor. Survivors worn down by the war. When the empire was in crisis, when their comrades were in crisis, they advanced without a moment's hesitation. Even if it meant dying themselves, they defeated the empire's enemies, saved their comrades, and boldly achieved great victories, earning them the title of unsung heroes of the empire. Until now, they've been living quietly. All of them were longing for a peaceful life. But according to the emperor's wishes, recipients of medals of honor from all over the empire were called to the palace. It's not mandatory. If it's possible to attend, they would like them to come. It's the intention to remind people of these heroes who seem to have been forgotten, and those who couldn't attend due to some circumstances were excluded from the ceremony. Counting the one who just got off the carriage, it's 11. Among the countless pages of imperial history, there are not even 100 recipients of medals of honor, and even with me included, there were not more than 20 people left. Sir Karl Adelheit. I turn my head, and a royal knight quietly informs me that everything is ready. I'll be back, father. Sure. See you at the New Year's Eve ceremony. I move my feet to follow the royal knight. Eventually, I reach a place where people are sitting in neat uniforms, their chests adorned with medals. Nice to meet you, seniors. I'm Karl Adelheit, the junior who will guide you this time. Bowing my head, I greet them. In response, the middle-aged men sitting there stand up. Oh my, no, sir, it's okay. Don't do that. We'll be more uncomfortable if you do that. Really? They say receiving a Medal of Honor is something you have to tap dance at the entrance to the afterlife to earn. Naturally, all these individuals who could perform such acts were not nobles, but ordinary imperial soldiers. To them, I probably looked more like a precious noble than a junior, given my status as a scion of a noble family. It's finally an honor to meet the hero of the empire. I can't believe you received twice what you couldn't have received once. You seem to be a much greater person than us. I shook my head at their words. The number doesn't matter. Whether one received 1 or 10, the mindset to receive this was enough, wasn't it? That's too much praise, seniors. I just did what you all did here. I just did my best to do what needed to be done. I'm not more impressive than you seniors in any way. I felt sorry for those heroes over there. I felt apologetic. They sacrificed more. Just because they were gradually being forgotten as people from the past. They had to stand behind someone like me to remind everyone of them. I'm sorry. The people who should be here should be in front, higher up, shining brighter than me. Thunk. I looked up at the sound of something tapping on the ground. There, an old man was struggling to stand up with a cane in hand. Young lad. The elderly man, laboriously approaching me, looked at me with eyes still full of light. You have nothing to be sorry for. No, rather, thank you, young lad, for you are the witness to all that we have done, and without you, it would all be forgotten in the end. Without realizing it, I looked at him, and beyond him, at the recipients of the medals. All of them were old, unlike me. The youngest person was in his mid-40s. Most of them were elderly, over 60. It was natural. There hadn't been such a large war before the war with Luzernes. With no significant events to award medals for, the lineage of the recipients was on the verge of being cut off. We don't want war. Of course, the absence of recipients of medals is good for everyone. But for those who have already received them, Those who have given everything, sacrificed everything, wouldn't it be somewhat sad if all that faded away? Sometimes, isn't that a little heartbreaking? Perhaps, this is exactly what the Emperor wanted from me. As someone like them, someone who can understand them to the very end. A witness who will not let go of their memory, even if everyone else forgets. To remind everyone that they were there, willing to be the foundation for peace, witnesses, and advocates for those who sacrificed for that peace. You're more handsome than I thought. Thank God. What if your face gets damaged like this? I saw scars on the old man's face. Despite the passing of decades, those scars remained, scars that were too painful to call marks of honor. But he didn't seem ashamed of it. Rather, he seemed proud. Everyone else also had confidence in their eyes. It wasn't simply I'm a hero or anything like that. Even if that moment comes again, even if I'm put in that situation again, even if that happens, we will always make the same decision, take the same action. That was my conviction. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the end of the year, and the beginning of the new one, the Empire's New Year's Eve ceremony began. In recent years, due to the war with Luzernes, all events had been simplified. But now that the war was over, it was time to once again demonstrate the Empire's strength. The Emperor is entering. At the announcement, the noisy hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone stood up and paid their respects towards the figure to whom their hearts were devoted, the absolute ruler of the Empire. Following behind the Emperor, who finally appeared, were faces never seen before. Some were old, some were scarred. Some had missing arms, some had missing legs. A few young nobles may not even know who they are, let alone their names. They were survivors of the old war, now faded memories of the past, found anywhere in the Empire. But today, even they would come to know who they are. They would realize. Karl Adelheit. Instead of giving a New Year's greeting as usual, the Emperor called out the young man who was following them from the back with more medals on his chest than anyone else. Remember. Oh yeah, faithful of the Empire. Oh yeah, subjects of the Empire. Remember who they fought for, who they shed blood for, who they died for. Remember them, and the nameless heroes of the Empire behind them. This is your duty, your eternal shackles. A curse that must be willingly borne. I looked up and scanned to the right. Nothing. This time, I looked to the left. Still nothing. Where are our esteemed lords? My friends? Where on earth are they? Schleifen? Wilhelm? Alexander? Joachim? Please come out now. I've done it all wrong. Damn it. Damn it. My pride is hurt so badly. Arg. It hurts too much to be so prideful. But what can I do? It's too hard to endure this alone. Hydras? Damn the four? Where are all of you? Save me, please. Oh, have you heard the news, Karl Adelheit? Among the exchange students this time. From the Lasker's side, surprising news about His Highness the Crown Prince and Lady Rika's engagement. I'm going insane. No, maybe I'm already insane. Incredibly, instead of the usual New Year's greetings, the Emperor gave praise to the recipients of the Medal of Honor, including me. Normally, the nobles would have wished for the prosperity of the Empire and the well-being of the Emperor and the royal family, but this time they praised the Empire's heroes first. The problem here is that unfortunately, most of the recipients of medals are old and find it difficult to be active for long. And since I'm not just any noble, I found this New Year's ceremony uncomfortable. As a result, most of the honored heroes, along with me, felt it was too much and left the New Year's reception hall. They apologized for their age and tiredness to the distinguished guests. Thanks to that, the spotlight of being a recipient of the Medal of Honor that should have been divided among me and the senior members ended up focusing solely on me. It even doubled and poured in more. It was less burdensome when the Emperor was still there, but since he stepped down, it has become unbearable. Sir Karl Adelheit. To see an Imperial war hero like this. Isn't it wonderful? Those self-respecting elves would award you the Legion of Honor. I have heard the news. There will be a crown princess from House Adelheit. Congratulations. Wow, you should go talk to my father about our family. Why is everyone coming to me like this? I am not the head of the family. I'm not Count Friedrich. Maybe someday, but not yet. My father is over there. If you want to say that kind of congratulations, just go over there and say it. Oh, go away. I felt like I wanted to say this. To be more precise, I tried to do that. Ha ha ha. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. I don't know if I should brag about my son or my daughter. I see. I guess I'll have to call her the Crown Princess from now on. Haha. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. My father seemed quite busy. The crowd was so big that it seemed like his face was going to convulse due to the business smile he had on his face without any exaggeration. I'm not guilty of giving my father a toss for the nobles who flocked to me in that situation. Farewell, gentlemen. I throw off all the constraints and shackles of this world and go in search of my happiness, and you too? Thanks to that, I had to become the glorious sacrificial victim of an event written as a New Year's Eve ceremony but read as a ceremony of worship for recipients of the Medal of Honor, twice. Is this the medal? Yes, it is. Haha, this is what the Kampf no, the elves gave. Thank you, but I really didn't do anything great. I'm not modest. A sign? You're kidding, right? Ah, you're serious. Yes, on a glove. Yes, I'll do it. I thought I was going to die of cold feet from the sheer volume of praise. If I could, I would have escaped. But because of the Emperor's request, not a request but an order, I became the protagonist of this New Year's Eve ceremony, and I had to get used to thinking about the future of the Adelheit family. Please, no more than this? Stop it. If I had to pick a fortunate part of this misfortune, it would be that the terrifying figures like the Duke, Marquis, and Viscount went to see my father. Of course, that doesn't mean it's good, but at least I won't have to worry about the political part. That's why I'm looking for the four. They are the future lords of the Marquisate, the Duchy, and the Viscounty, so they must be here. I need to find them and maybe hide among them for a while. If I keep suffering like this, I might really sneak out of the New Year's Eve reception hall and disappear somewhere. Found them? After an anxious search, I finally found the four. Someone was there, so calm, even holding a wine glass and laughing heartily. Damn it. Suddenly, I feel disgusted. I'm here suffering, but they look so happy. Hey, Karl. You're here. How should I smack these fuckers' heads? Should I punch them, or should I knock them down? I seriously need to consider. Greetings. This is Lord Remus, Duke of Bernstfall. I almost turned my body to run away. No, damn it. Why are these giants here again? And who? The Lord of Bernstfall Duke? If I knew someone like that was here, I wouldn't have come. At long last, we greet each other, Karl Adelheit. I'm Remus Bavaria, Duke of Bernstfall. I'm Karl Adelheit of the County of Friedrich. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Remus. Dukes. Among the nobility in the empire, they were one of the three dukes, beyond just a simple military ally to the imperial family. And in my view, just as high-ranking as the royal family. Why is the Duke of Bernstfall talking to those guys? Right. They're all soon-to-be lords of marquisates, duchies, and viscounties. They're doing such strange things sometimes that I forget. They're becoming the most prominent among the nobility in the empire. It's more appropriate for me to say the honor is on my side, isn't it? Meeting someone who has been twice honored with the Medal of Honor in person. Your Majesty has personally commended you as a hero under his reign. This, I'd like to preserve as a memento, whether it's a painting or a photograph. Even with just a brief conversation, I can sense the character of this Lord Remus. He seems very friendly with the four, and even the way he speaks now, somehow, he seems quite similar to those four. He is the person who gave the biggest donation to the pension foundation this time. Karl. Oh, really? Thank you, Lord Remus. No, it's I who should apologize for not having done this earlier as a noble of the empire. Lord Remus replied and abruptly changed the subject by saying more than that. That mint chocolate, I really like it. How about this, gentlemen? Do you have any plans to expand your business? We have a number of merchants in Bavaria, so production and distribution shouldn't be too difficult. It would be a great help if you could assist us. I'm eager to have a serious discussion with you all as soon as possible. Haha, they're even into mint chocolate. Seriously, mint chocolate. Oh, Karl. I heard something from the Lord just now. If it's about mint chocolate, it shouldn't be discussed when I'm not around. It's not that. It's related to the Academy. The Academy. The topic about the Academy from the Lord of the Duchy. Suddenly, I'm interested. I quietly sit down to listen, and Schleifen continues. Just like Heisens, this time, Lasker and Abilsti are planning to send exchange students again. But this time, there's a new member from the Lasker royal family among them. The royal family has always had members among the exchange students. What's the big deal? Is that so? But this time it's different. It's a direct royal. Direct. Wait a moment. Isn't this a bit surprising? A direct member of the royal family enrolling in the Imperial Academy? Does that make sense? Why would Lasker do such a thing, rather than just a distant relative? I'll explain that, Karl. Lord Remus, sitting across from me, takes a sip of his mint chocolate drink. It seems she's been pushed out of the succession. Pushed out. Yes. Since the Lasker crown prince fell ill and collapsed 3 years ago, there has been a fierce struggle over the throne among other successors, especially between the second and fourth princesses. And as a result, the second princess succeeded in pushing out all the other competitors, including the fourth princess. According to Remus, the second princess had been busy taking away and tearing apart any siblings who posed even the slightest threat to her, even sending them to the farthest corners of the kingdom, or even outside the kingdom altogether. And the reason the direct successor enrolled in the academy this time was for the same reason. The fifth princess of the Lasker royal family. The four still haven't graduated. The heroine who could have graduated but chose graduate school. An elf from the special forces who became an exchange student. And a royal princess from another country who is now halfway to being kicked out. And a 2-time Medal of Honor recipient. What the hell is this? It's not even a mishmash academy story. I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. That's how it is. Oh, Karl. Would you like a mint chocolate drink? No, thank you, Lord Remus. It's really fine. Hey, look over there. Look. At Wilhelm's prodding in the ribs, Schleifen turned his head reluctantly. There stood Karl, surrounded by various nobles, his expression suggesting he might scream "Arg" at any moment. He's just dying out there. Looks like he's back at square one from when we first attended the New Year's Eve ceremony. Really? But that was over a decade ago. Wait. Is this Karl's first time attending the palace's New Year's Eve ceremony? Probably, right? Karl wasn't the heir to the Adelheit family. His sister was. Plus, he was fighting on the battlefield until a few years ago. So, if he's familiar with the palace's New Year's ceremonies, that's odd. They were all future marquisates and lords of the empire, so they are very familiar with these occasions. Constantly greeting the influx of guests, engaging in endless conversations, maintaining a calm demeanor no matter the topic, it was all part of the package for future nobility and heirs to titles. But Karl was different. Being surrounded by various nobles like this was unfamiliar for him. As the eldest son but not the heir, he would have simply attended the New Year's Eve ceremony with the departed members of his family. What do you think? Karl seems to think he can just get by with minimal effort. Yeah, starting from now. It was obvious, but Karl was undoubtedly the protagonist of this palace New Year's Eve ceremony. There will be a brief exchange of greetings, some small talk, and so on. And once the titled nobles stepped back, it would be the turn of the heirs who followed them. Hey, Alexander, fetch me another drink. Can't you go get it yourself? You're closer. Goddammit. Taking a wine glass from Alexander, Wilhelm chuckled as he observed the situation. The ladies seem to be really eyeing it a lot looking at them. It seems like they're all being cautious and watching each other, doesn't it? As he said, from the young heirs to the ladies aiming their gazes at Karl from all directions, it seemed like everyone was trying to catch his attention. Perhaps, for these women, Karl was the ultimate prize. Surely, the moment they stood next to him, they'd receive envy from everyone. Anyway, Karl's got Selina by his side. Do you really think other women have a chance? Joachim murmured half-slung in his chair, a statement born from experience. Indeed, they themselves had become more discerning when it came to women. They had realized that they were looking at women more than necessary. Was it because of the vanity of nobles? They couldn't help but wonder why. But they soon found out why. Selina was just too beautiful. Perhaps she was even dubbed the first love of every academy boy for a reason. Perhaps she was confessed to and rejected daily. There was certainly a reason for it all. It was fortunate that Selina was the future lady, after all. If she had been a lower noble, they might have seen attempts to manipulate her with power. Even though they had let go of old feelings, the four still believed that Selina was the most beautiful woman in the world. This was not just a subjective opinion, but an objective declaration of beauty itself. Well, that Eloise we met recently, the elf, wasn't bad either. But she's an elf, so let's leave her out of this. Anyway, if Karl were to show interest in other women while dating Selina, it was unthinkable. If such a thing were to happen, the four of them were willing to open Karl's eyes and heart as his friends. Phew. Wilhelm, who had been drinking wine, suddenly spat the contents back into his cup. Schlieffen, who had been watching, sighed as if to say, "That's dirty, you crazy bastard," and made a sarcastic remark. "That's enough for both of you. What's going on, Wilhelm?" Cough, cough. Look over there. Karl's running away. Running away? Who? Karl? The recipient of the Medal of Honor was fleeing? The war hero who slaughtered elves? Turning his head, Schlieffen saw Karl indeed darting around the banquet hall, trying to avoid the young heirs who were unwilling to give up chasing after him. The sight made the four of them chuckle nervously, biting their lips. They had to be careful. Laughing like this, they might get caught by Karl, and who knows what consequences that might bring. Surprising, isn't it? I always thought he was a very cold person. Remus Bavaria, the Duke of Bernstfall, murmured as he resumed his discussion with the four after exchanging pleasantries with Karl earlier. By the way, he was currently sipping wine mixed with a little mint chocolate. Karl, upon seeing this, panicked and darted away, only to be caught by the nobles again, and now he was being harassed by the young heirs. Is that how it seemed to you? It's inevitable. He's a Medal of Honor recipient. Even seasoned soldiers find it hard to receive it. Some even say it's like dancing on the threshold of death, if not already dancing on it. And he's received it not just once, but twice. Apart from the medal, Remus already knew almost everything about Karl. He had spent over nearly 3 years on the front lines. He wasn't just a noble staying in the rear, he fought bloodily against the Luzernes on the front lines. He even killed Canfras with a single sword and prevented a trained terrorist attack. That's the kind of person he was. That's the kind of man he was. Remus thought it was only natural for him to be cold, rigid, and even a bit frightening. Yet, strangely, he seems rather gentle, almost vulnerable. Somehow, that made him even more likable. When you see someone who seems less human, you might feel awe, but you don't really feel like getting close to them. It creates a distance without you realizing it. N/O/vel/B/n/C/om. In that sense, Karl Adelheit was undoubtedly an impressive person. Not only did he have abilities, but he also didn't flaunt them, making it much easier to approach him. Perhaps, for that reason, the four of them here had also become friends with Karl. And through that chain reaction came the arrival of some interesting winter treats and, most importantly, the appearance of the Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation. By the way, I heard the first pension was given to a veteran yesterday. Yes, Lord Remus. A war hero who lost an arm in a battle over 30 years ago. Ah, that's enough, Schlieffen. You don't need to go into detail. I simply support it gladly out of goodwill and the obligation and pride of nobility. I have no doubt it will be used for the right purpose. I can only admire the generosity of your heart. Someone watching might praise them as the true aristocrats of the empire and shower them with praise. Yes, they did have such feelings. Feelings for the people of the empire, the obligation of nobility, and pride. Those were reasons why they willingly participated. But that's not all there was. Naturally, everyone had their own motives, and especially among the nobility, there were clear political reasons as well. Nowadays, there's a high probability that we won't have another large-scale war like before. Even the elf who questioned the Empire's order eventually split into two factions, one completely crumbling and the other bowing to the Empire. Abilshti was greatly shocked by the advancement of firearms and explosives, and Lasker is in a state of extreme chaos. Indeed, it was the best situation for the Empire. For a while, no one on the continent could challenge the Empire's order. Even if they wanted to rebel, the Empire had grown too large for that. It is truly a time of peace. And that peace, in a few short years, will dull and rust all that was once sharpened. That's why we can't allow that. Even in a time of peace, what needs to stand should stand, and what shouldn't rust shouldn't rust. Only those who prepare for war have the right to enjoy peace. But then, how do you prepare for that war? Do you train soldiers every day and increase military strength? No. Doing so would surely deplete the treasury in no time, even for an empire. If the Luzerne's war had lasted for over 2 more years, it would have been a real disaster. That's why what's needed is pride. Praise for heroes. And someday, a willingness to do the same when that moment comes. So, they must glorify and uphold the past even more than before. Just as they treated them, they must give the people of the future the assurance that the future empire will acknowledge them. With just that sentiment, with just that determination, they achieve the same effect as constant military training. They gain more benefits than increasing military strength. Above all, they don't lose their legitimacy. Still, I'm curious about the reaction of the people of the empire. Of course, it's positive, since it's a system that not only supports the individuals but also their families, even though quite a bit of time has passed. Moreover, the public sentiment is extremely favorable, considering they're already receiving support from the welfare system and now they're getting additional pensions. That's really good. It's very desirable. The Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation. It's a name that seems to have been chosen very well. Lord Remus thought so as he sighed off, realizing he had no mint chocolate left. Are you sure you don't want to come with me, Selina? I want to go. I really want to go, brother. I want to go so badly, especially since it's Karl who'll be there. He's practically the star of this palace New Year's Eve ceremony. I just wanted to capture that image with my own eyes so badly, but I held back. I felt it was premature. Yeah, not yet. Not yet. I've just barely managed to hold Karl's hand. I don't want to ruin it by being too forward. Slowly, step by step. I have to be careful not to cause any more wounds. Above all, the attention should be solely on Karl. I absolutely hate the idea of sharing it. And there's so much to do. Besides preparing for the hot spring trip, the most important thing is grad school and my master's thesis topic. Just thinking about the thesis topic already makes my head spin. What should I do? My advisor said I should choose a topic that genuinely interests me and that I can pursue with enthusiasm over the 3-year period. It's obvious, but he also added that it would be better if it's a field I showed interest in during my undergraduate days. A thesis topic. It's not just about getting a master's degree. It's about choosing a topic I'm genuinely interested in and can put my best effort into. It's difficult. I've only been focused on graduating from the academy until now. I never imagined I'd be agonizing over something like this. I slightly regret doing this foolish thing. Ugh, it's difficult. While pondering over that part, I completely forgot about the palace New Year's Eve ceremony. Even after spending a whole day cooped up in my room, I couldn't come up with a good topic. You seem to have a lot on your mind, Selina. My brother looked at me with a mixture of admiration and pity. Take your time to think. You still have plenty of time. But I'm worried that if I take it easy, it might be too late. That's possible. It's really tough being a graduate student. Indeed. There are times even now when I wonder if I've done something foolish. Well, at least I have something in common with Karl now. I should just accept it gracefully. Where are you going, brother? Yeah, I'm going to see the veterans supported by our family. Today, as I said before. Ahem. From my brother's reaction, it seems that the person we're meeting today is most likely her .nov, L.B//JNN. Lavrenti. For some reason, Karl calls her by her nickname, Lav, rather than her real name, the red-haired woman. I heard she also played an active role in the Luzerne's war, much like Karl. And she even earned medals like him. It's a bit frustrating. I'm still called Selina by Karl. I hope one day he'll call me Lenny. It's fortunate that at least he doesn't see me as an object of desire. He said he only saw her for barely a week, and that they hadn't seen each other since then. There was no sign of any other feelings in Karl's eyes when he said that. That made me even more concerned. Despite that, Lavrenti had great affection for Karl. What could have been so intense in that brief meeting to evoke such feelings? Calling him master, does she intend to walk the same path, and the warm aura in her eyes? Selina. Let me say this again. This is definitely not intentional. Brother, I want to meet this Lavrenti person instead. You don't mean, what? I'll go instead. Selina, you can't possibly. Don't worry. I won't be rude. As the daughter of a marquis, I know I must maintain that level of courtesy, brother. I just want to tell that woman one thing. Now, it's not like Karl and I have no relationship at all. ******. Thus, the reunion of Selina and Lavrenti took place. Both women remained silent for a while. Awkward silence filled the air. Selina wondered how to broach the subject, whether Lavrenti still had feelings for Karl. Lavrenti, on the other hand, was clearly taken aback to find Selina here instead of Dianik, whom she had arranged to meet. As expected, I should start by saying what my brother would have said, right? Seriously. Could it be that this woman's brother is Dianik? If that's the case, did she plan this from the beginning? They exchanged glances for a few more minutes. Finally, Selina spoke up first. First of all, let me apologize, Lav, for suddenly showing up instead of my brother. No, Selina. It's a bit surprising, but it doesn't matter who comes out. Is that so? Anyway, please take this for now. What was offered forward was a document promising to pay all of Lavrenti's school expenses on her behalf. From the academy enrollment to graduation, it was a promise to support everything she needed. It's an honor to assist someone who bravely fought for the empire. My brother also asked me to pass this message on to you. Don't feel burdened, Lav. You definitely deserve this kind of favor. Thank you, Selina. And please convey my gratitude to Dianik as well. Of course. All right. The original business seems to be settled. Now, it's just a matter of wrapping up personal matters. Actually, there's another reason I came here today, Lav. Another reason. Yes. You asked me before, right? Whether Karl and I really have no relationship. At Selina's question, Lavrenti nodded. What was my answer then? You said there was no relationship at all. That's right. Yes, I'm sure I did. But now, with a slight smile on her lips, Selina looked at Lavrenti and continued. Not anymore, Lav. Selina. It's not that we have no relationship, it's the opposite. We've decided to officially date. It hasn't been long, but anyway, that's how it is now. Perhaps Selina didn't know, and perhaps she never will. When she just said those words, there was a momentary loss of light in Lavrenti's eyes as she stared at herself. It was the kind of look that might appear when Lavrenti, as a sharpshooter, aimed at the elves on the Luzerne side, took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Should I congratulate you? It's not time for congratulations yet, not until later. I see. But why are you telling me this? Because I need to correct you. I'm saying that Karl and I do have a relationship. Lavrenti, of course, knows the truth behind what Selina is saying. Unfortunately, Karl is in a relationship with me right now, so if you're hoping for the one and only, you might as well give it up now. Even if you can't give it up, I hope you don't cross the line, because the first one is mine. It's a bit sudden. Thanks to you. If it weren't for Lav, I would still be cautiously watching from the sidelines. Thank you. Thank you. Is she fanning the flames in a burning house right now? Is she teasing me? It seems to be the case. Unconsciously, Lavrenti reached out her hand to grab something. In the past, it would have been her sniper rifle, her comrade, but now that she's retired, it's only natural that nothing comes to her hand. I take a sip of the tea I prepared earlier. Ugh, it's all cold now. Need to warm it up. I won't interfere. I won't stop you. Instead, just make sure you maintain boundaries. What are you saying right now? Unfortunately, as I am now, I have no right to restrain or monopolize Karl. Maybe 3 years ago, but not now. Now, I'm, how should I say it? Just a lucky passenger who got on the second carriage. Lavrenti couldn't understand what the woman in front of her was suddenly saying. Just a moment ago, she seemed to be saying, don't covet my man. And now she's saying she won't mind if I approach Karl. Just hoping I don't cross the line. There's something, Selina. I'm not sure what it is. It's a difficult thing for me to understand as I am now. You'll know someday. For now, this is as far as it goes. Honestly, I've already made a lot of concessions. Can't go any further, Lav. This is like a gift to you, being a hero who willingly fought for the empire and also a comrade who went to war like Karl. Finally, some life returned to Lavrenti's eyes as she heard that. And unconsciously, her gesture of reaching for a gun disappeared altogether. For the Empire's sharpshooter who officially recorded 93 kills, this was the moment when the definition of Selina, a woman, shifted from enemy to something other than an enemy. Of course, I can't be completely at ease, Lav. So, let's keep this hot spring trip a secret. I'm curious to see where Selina draws the line. I'll soon be in a position to be both a senior and a junior with my master. The moment I let my guard down, Karl's affection might be taken away. Or, depending on the situation, I might be able to find an opening and turn my master's heart back towards me. Though officially in a ceasefire, the two women were still at war behind the scenes. As far as I remember, this world is a fantasy with a Western vibe, now mixed with guns, gunpowder, and quite advanced levels of science and technology. Just in case, if anyone thinks I'm imagining this world and its people into a novel, they should stop. This place is definitely real. My previous life is my previous life, and I'm sticking to my current life. It would be even stranger if this was my life in the first place and I didn't stick to it. So why all this talk about the world's foundation now? Well, the foundation is there, but it's mixed with strange cultures in odd places. For example, in the Western vibe, you wouldn't usually hear "Long live the Emperor," "Long live the Emperor," or see dishes that seem like bread made of flour but subtly using Eastern ingredients. This hot spring we're going to is one of those. Gives off a vibe like a neighboring island nation. At first, it was bizarre, but now I've decided to just roll with it. Since it's a fictional world, after all. But seriously, those Hydra-like bastards. Isn't it a bit much to have them at the hot springs? The place where the four of them dragged me to prepare for our hot spring trip was none other than a swimsuit store. It's fascinating to see such open clothing styles in a fantasy world, but what's even stranger is why wear swimsuits to the hot springs. Come on, guys. Swimsuits are for summer. Summer? Go wrap yourselves in white towels or robes. And put down those shorts that look so out of place. Oh, look at those women's swimsuits. They're so inappropriate. Hey, Shulaifen. Get rid of those trunks that look like underwear right now. I thought you were a 50-year-old man. No way. What's up with that ridiculous neon color, Wilhelm? Do you want to die? Just take off that Hawaiian shirt when we're having a serious conversation, Alexander. I'll explain later what Hawaiian is, just take it off for now. Of course it's small. It's marked as for kids. Joachim, you idiot. You foolish and ignorant protagonists. Please. Hot springs aren't swimming pools. They're not the beach either. No means no. So stop it with those. We still have half a year until summer, and I'm going crazy. Cease all movements. Trainees. Drop what you're holding right now. Execute. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. Execute. Thankfully, they still remember their days at the training camp. Calling them trainees and having them reflexively respond with drill commands might not be a bad idea to just send them off to the military forever. My proud friends. Do you think there will be any need to swim at the hot springs? But, I heard they wear swimsuits. Just go and wear a towel or robe. But what about when we go into the tub? Wrap a towel around yourself loosely when you go in. Or just take it off. Maybe it's because I'm reminded of my past life, but the idea of going into the tub with clothes on suddenly seemed absurd. Just imagine. Going into a hot tub filled with hot water with clothes on. Ugh. Even in this world, when you go into the hot springs, you either wear a robe or take it all off. So why are they insisting on wearing swimsuits? Yeah, alright. Well, I suppose I can tolerate swimsuits for now. Not everyone will, but some will wear them. But seriously, why neon-colored swimsuits and Hawaiian shirts? At this point, I can't help but think, are they trying to test whether I'll go insane? Perhaps they are. It's possible that me dating Selena is making them feel uncomfortable. You're not really trying to do that, are you? Ugh, I splashed some water on my face. Those guys, usually so normal, suddenly become comedians when something weird catches their attention. It's so bizarre that I almost think they planned it. Meanwhile, what's even more surprising is that they're 100% serious about it. Look at them. Right now, they're even arguing, what's wrong with wearing swimsuits to the hot springs, right in front of me. I really want to tear up that neon-colored swimsuit they're holding. Ugh. I really, occasionally think about it, but I'm seriously worried about the future of the Marquisades and the Empire. Just as I'm barely convincing the four of them and about to leave the store. Huh. Over there, I see a strangely familiar back of the head. I thought it might be a mistake, but it wasn't. A pointed ear sticking out amidst the hair. Just seeing that, I knew who it was. Eloise. What's this? Why is that woman here at the swimsuit store? Did she get lost? No way. It seems like she's doing something similar to my four companions next to me. Thankfully, Eloise didn't seem to notice me or the four of them nearby. More accurately, she seemed too busy chatting with the store clerk amidst all the swimsuits. What's up, Karl? Why are you staring like that? Oh, that's the elf exchange student, isn't it? Eloise, right. Yeah, Eloise. That was definitely her name. But, as the four of them mutter, Eloise receives something from the clerk and smiles satisfactorily. In her hands, there's a swimsuit that looks quite dangerous at first glance. And it's not just any swimsuit. It's a black bikini. Well, I guess you could call it a mini bikini. Wow, they even have swimsuits like that. Surprising. Who would even wear something like that? Wow, elves as a race, they're quite appealing. Hey, don't jump to conclusions. Does that really cover anything? It seems lacking to me. Okay, that's enough. If anyone overhears, they'll think we're just a bunch of lowlifes, not promising individuals of the Empire. To avoid catching Eloise's attention, I quickly tried to usher the four of them out. But suddenly, they all turned their gaze towards me and stared silently. What? What is it? Well, I just had a thought. What kind of thought did you have, Hydra recruits? I can't help but think, Karl, maybe you should pay more taxes. Why are you suddenly saying that, Shulaifen? Taxes for what? I agree with Shulaifen this time. Me too. Agreed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That guy over there definitely seems like he's purposely not looking. Right? Yeah, that's it. He's purposely not looking. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but, that's too much. You're not an easy man, are you? I knew before I even walked in. I heard his voice, and I've seen the faces of the noble students who accompanied him before. Yet, I pretended not to know on purpose, just to see Karl's reaction. Honestly, I expected him to at least pretend to know. But Karl wasn't going to make it easy. It was like he was saying, if you don't pretend to know me, I have no reason to pretend to know you. Is that one of those things where you're not going to look at anyone else because you're in a relationship? Humans had something to say about that. Oh, right. Monogamy? I think that's what they called it. Even among elves, such love exists. More accurately, as long as one of them doesn't die or change their mind, the rule of one man to one woman applies. While my people might call it a beautiful love that won't easily break, from my perspective, well, must it always be that way? It's unfair. Just because there's a desirable man, does it mean I can't even look at someone else for more than 10 seconds? And what if he has multiple wives? So what? If there's a capable and handsome man, I want to taste him too. That's what I liked about human society. Much better than the elves. I think I understand why they call their own kind Canfra. They've been living like that for so long, with so much pride and no change, that the humans they looked down on have caught up with them. We need to change. Get rid of the old and accept the good. In that sense, my husband Karl had a bigger heart, more ability, and was more handsome than an elf. Ahem. Well, that's enough. Anyway, I found out a few days ago that Karl has started dating a woman. More accurately, I heard about it from the fellow exchange students at the academy before I did. The academy has been oddly tense lately. What's going on? Don't you know? Selena Ifrit, the girl that the boys at the academy have been asking to date for years now. I've heard of it. But what about it? That girl, Selena Ifrit, has reportedly started dating a boy named Karl Adelheit, who recently received our prestigious Legion of Honor Medal for Elves. Is that why there's all this commotion? Anyway, humans are really, idiots. That's why I say no to elves, because they are so closed-minded. If you can't understand their hearts, what kind of exchange is this? Just turn around and leave? Do you know that all your studies at the Imperial Academy here were paid for by their fellow kin's taxes? It's a bigger problem than I thought. Selena Ifrit. Selena. I've seen that woman once. That woman was definitely pretty. A bit lacking in confidence though. Come to think of it, it's a bit absurd. When I first met him, when we met on the train, Karl didn't even bat an eye at me, so I thought he was a man who didn't care much about appearances. But what the hell? Looking at it like this, he cared about his appearance more than anyone else? But why? Why do I have to put on a show? Anyway, it seemed like it was going to be quite a tough fight. Right now, I can't even break through the barrier called Rika. I don't know about this woman Selena, but judging from Karl's reaction, even if it's Rika, she seems unlikely to oppose her as much as she did me. I examined my reflection in the full-length mirror inside the dressing room. Well, at least this much should create some gaps. After all, they say less fabric is better, right? There's a saying among humans that strike while the iron is hot. And there's a similar saying on the elven side of things. Valuing such sayings more than anything else, Eloise strongly expressed her intention to head south as soon as the Imperial Academy entered its full winter break. Oh, if we delay, it'll just get more crowded. We need to go now to peacefully have a good time. Anyway, that sounded incredibly suspicious just now. And so, starting with Eloise, who could be considered the beginning of this journey, Karl, who was directly invited, along with Selena, and as a bonus, the accompanying quartet. After everyone was ready, they all boarded the train and headed to the Great Forest near the southern part of the Empire, where the hot springs were. The reactions of the hot spring travelers on the train were varied, to say the least, starting with, "Wow, suddenly it feels like we're heading to a training camp on a train." It's still interesting to remember the reactions back then. What was it? Did everyone faint? Was that what you joked about? I'm pretty sure the drill sergeant freaked out. At first, the quartet burst into laughter, reminiscing about the self-proclaimed grand gesture they made a few months ago, which was not grand at all in Karl's opinion. Back then, after informing their respective families, they immediately took a train and headed straight to the training camp. Of course, they were all already well-known figures within the empire. Not just nobles, but the heirs to baronies, viscounties, and even duchies. Under such circumstances, those traveling with them on the train were surely wondering why such esteemed individuals were traveling by train without any attendants. The quartet may not have known it, but that moment was when everyone on that train became uncomfortable. A hot spring trip, huh? Sounds intriguing. Thanks for the invitation, Eloise Lonegrand. Feel free to call me by my first name. You're technically my senior, right? Selena Ifrit. Ha ha ha. Maybe later. When we're really comfortable, I'll be able to call you comfortably too, right? Selena seemed to declare that she would never get comfortable. And Eloise, looking at her, thought, indeed, it won't be easy. One invites, and the other is invited. So, if we really have to define who's the host and who's the guest, Eloise, who invited, would be the host, and Selena, who accepted the invitation, would be the guest. Hopefully, we'll just enjoy the hot springs and return safely. Ha ha ha. Aren't unexpected events what makes a journey enjoyable? Is that so? That's strange. Traveling is just about digesting the scheduled activities under careful planning. Of course, it could be that way. But then it wouldn't be fun, would it? Not interesting at all. Sometimes, it's fun to get caught up in incidents. That's what I think traveling is all about, Selena. I just hope there are no incidents. Eloise, don't overstep. Don't try to provoke. Since it's a trip, let's just enjoy the trip. That's what a trip is, so it's natural that such things can happen. It's a trip between men and women. The constant tension. The one trying to find a gap and the one not even giving them that. It was truly a battle of spear and shield. Whether to break through or to block, the fight was intense. Fortunately, the place where we were sitting was not a regular passenger seat, but a special compartment we had all to ourselves. If it had been a regular passenger seat, everyone around would have been on edge, constantly watching. Lastly, the decisive reason why the shield and spear were clashing was Karl. Could there be another train terrorist incident? Those Canfra bastards. I doubt any of them survived, but they're like weeds and cockroaches. Just show me your face. I won't leave you alone. Accompanying me on the hot spring trip was my longtime friend, Great Sword, which I was fiddling with. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. People, once they've experienced something, tend to worry about whether it'll happen again in the future. In that regard, what might be a comfortable train journey for someone was for me another occasion to wonder when another terrorist attack might occur and how I would reinforce my chest with another steel plate. I don't want to add any more here. Really. It's heavy now, aside from everything else. 2 medals of honor. Add to that the medals of order and the military merit medals, it's 8 in total. And if you include the Elf Legion of Honor medal, that's 11 medals in total. Luckily, I only need to wear 1 medal of order, so it's possible to reduce it to just 1. But even considering that, I still have 7 medals shining on my chest. Not to mention they're not made of cloth, but gold, silver, and even with gemstones for extra flair. The weight of 1 is ridiculous, but the weight of 7, well, if you don't feel it, you're strange. By the way, the jewels on the medals are from the elves, not the empire. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Why are there jewels on the medals anyway? I'm sure they're just trying to get you to sell it when you're in need. They're a strange bunch. I heard they even boil eggs in hot springs. Is that possible, Schleifen? It's not even boiling water. Of course not. You probably just heard nonsense and are proudly repeating it. No, Wilhelm? It's true. They really boil eggs in hot springs. Yeah. I want you to get into the boiling water. I'm not sure you can call it a hot spring anymore, though. Yeah, that's right. Strange folks weren't only found in distant places. They were right here too. There really are hot spring eggs, Wilhelm. What? Hey, Karl. Did you know? Yeah, I did. Of course, but they're eaten soft-boiled in water that humans are never allowed to enter, just before it boils. Western-style fantasy with hot spring eggs. What kind of world is this? Anyway, it's all strange. Look at this, Wilhelm. I was right. Didn't you just hear Karl? It's water that no one can get into, just eggs soaked right before boiling? They just call it hot spring eggs, but in reality, they're just semi-cooked eggs. Those guys seem to never tire of chattering. They fight with new topics every day. The 4 of them are the offsprings of prestigious families recognized even within the empire. It's astonishing. Whatever. More strange is that if I remember correctly, when it comes to romance, the gender ratio should be balanced when traveling like this. But no matter how I look at it, the only women I see now are Selena and Eloise. In contrast, there are 5 men, including me. It's meaningless, and it's clear who those 2 women, sitting there and glaring at each other, are targeting. Could it be? Come to think of it, are they extras? That seems to make sense, doesn't it? Or maybe they're not extras. Whatever it is, I just wish they'd stay quiet. When I turned my head slightly, Eloise met my gaze as if she had been waiting. She seems to sense my gaze. Anyway, it's amazing how elves have such keen senses. Wow, Karl, look outside. The scenery is really beautiful. Selena seems to have noticed too, exclaiming for me to look outside. However, she's fixed her gaze on Eloise, not outside the window. Look over there. Isn't it really pretty? Yeah, it's pretty. Look at it a little more, Karl. It's good for your mind and body, she says, then turning her gaze away and whispering to Eloise. Enough is enough. Why do you keep trying to meet each other's eyes on purpose? Eloise, pretending it's a coincidence, just passes by without any fuss. It seems like the trip to the southern part of the empire won't be quiet after all. If things go according to plan, we'll barely arrive today. Oh. At that moment, a voice came through the magical reception speaker in each cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, this train is the 17th train departing from the imperial capital to the southern part of the empire. I am Stephen, the train conductor who will accompany you to your destination. Our train will stop at each station for 20 minutes to meet and part with other passengers. Please be aware that the train will depart exactly 20 minutes after each stop, so please be careful not to miss the boarding time due to any delays. Please note that the train company is not responsible for any missed boarding due to time delays. There are always those who are late and can't board on time. The only silver lining is that here, the troublesome passengers won't cause a ruckus demanding compensation. Here, public order is prioritized over human rights, so you might receive a punch or a kick if you misbehave. After all, guns and fists are more effective than words. And we will ensure a safe journey to the final destination. If any inconvenience arises, please inform the crew members. The weather in the southern part of the empire is reported to be pleasant. Have a pleasant journey. Oh, and one more thing, there is something I need to inform all passengers about. It's strange. Today, the announcement seems a bit longer than usual. It's also the first time I've heard them mention having something to inform passengers about. What's going on? Could it be that the voice suddenly changes and says, "This train has been hijacked. If you cooperate peacefully with us, no one will die. Long live Canfra?" No, surely not that nonsense, right? Currently, on our train, we have a recipient of the Medal of Honor on board. This person demonstrated courage and self-sacrifice for the Empire. I can confidently say that honoring such a hero is the proudest moment of my career as a train conductor. No. What on earth is this, Mr. Train Conductor? What kind of announcement is that? If any of the passengers happen to see the honoree, please treat them with respect and courtesy. May the gods bless the Empire and Emperor. May you stand alongside the heroes of the Empire in your presence. With a clink, the train conductor's greeting echoed through each cabin, ending the announcement. Everyone, Selena, Eloise, and even the quartet who were laughing and talking, all stared at me with their mouths shut. I quietly turned my gaze out the window. Wow, the scenery is really beautiful. It must be good for the mind and body. I'm tired. I'm out of gas. I can see why they say debating makes you old. Throughout the trip, I've been arguing with that Eloise woman. I was so nervous that the elf would take advantage of an opening and get close to Karl. I wish it was Lav Laverenti would have been better. But Eloise? It's like she's determined to figure out how to deal with Karl no matter what. How can I ignore that? Whenever Karl looks somewhere, she tries to meet his eyes. Whenever Karl moves, she tries to be there. It would be easier to handle if she acted subtly, with some tact. But she's too obvious. Could you please tone it down a bit? Eventually, I found myself blurting out irritably. Revealing emotions first in a fight like this puts you at a disadvantage. I felt like I made a mistake. If Eloise tries to take advantage of this, it could be quite awkward. No. Wow, really? How can she respond so nonchalantly with a smile like that? She's not laughing to provoke or tease me further. She's just finding this situation amusing. She's enjoying it. Why are you acting like this? Usually, when someone actively blocks you like this, most people either give up or pretend to give up and think of another plan. That's reasonable. But Eloise is different. She just laughs and charges at me head on. It's like watching a dog determined not to let go of a toy it's found. It feels good. Feels good? This. Yes? Isn't it great? Just being like this is enough, isn't it? There's something, a strange aura that's hard to handle. Madness? Is that the right word? That's what it feels like. I can't grasp what kind of character she is. Weren't elves supposed to look down on humans, be incredibly proud and full of pride? And, Selena, be careful. Even if the shield blocks, the spear always wins. Wait a minute. No way, I can't just let this slide. The spear beats the shield? This is what Karl and I argued about before. I remember hearing that. Is that really the case? Everyone in the world knows that shields are far more advantageous. What are you talking about? How can the shield be superior? The spear has to pierce through, right? The shield has to block everything. What else is there? Wait a minute. What was it again? Oh, right. So, what I'm saying is, no matter what scenario unfolds, in the end, the shield is more advantageous. Even if both are broken and destroyed. If the spear breaks and the shield shatters, wouldn't it be better to have neither? That's, well, right. Now that I think about it. The moment I heard Eloise's words, I thought of Lav. If Eloise and I both back off, naturally, that woman will be the final winner. Broken spear, shattered shield. And even a ridiculous situation where the common enemy becomes more favorable, right? So, in that sense, Selena, I think it's best for us to fight moderately. It's oddly convincing. To the point where I can't immediately refute it. And since we're going to fight moderately, it's also good to just pretend we didn't see anything. And as for me going next to Karl, don't even think about it. I'd rather have Lav. You're too dangerous? Too obvious? Asterisk. The quartet laughed happily, and between them, there were two women who seemed to be making crackling noises, and finally, there's the recipient of the Medal of Honor who seems determined not to leave the compartment even if the passengers crowded around, saying, "Wow, it's the hero the conductor talked about. Amazing? Wow." They spent their time like that until darkness fell, finally reaching their destination. Ladies and gentlemen, our train will be arriving at the terminal shortly, and before that, our Medal of Honor recipient will be disembarking. We kindly ask all passengers to remain seated until the Empire's hero has exited the train. Enough. Please stop. I had to maintain a stern expression. Part of me wanted to just hide on the train, but then the other passengers would have to wait on the train indefinitely. That wouldn't be fair. The Empire's hero, Medal of Honor recipient. We salute you. Unaware of Karl's thoughts, Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim were busy teasing. Selena would usually step in to calm things down, but she seemed preoccupied with a staring contest with the prospective elven raider. With a sigh, I started to gather my belongings, but the attendants waiting outside the door panicked and hurried over. Allow me to assist. We'll handle everything, sir. Huh? Oh, it's fine, but it's not fine for us. We'll take care of all your belongings. Strange. They seemed respectful when I boarded, but not to this extent. The attendants practically snatched the bags from my hands. Could it be because there were no servants around? But that wouldn't make sense since there were already servants waiting in the south. Or did the four families request something separately? As I stepped out of the train, I understood the reason. Clap, clap, clap. Applause so thunderous that even I, who had spent 3 years on the battlefield, was startled. Although there was no shouting, the applause was enough to drown out any cheers. The south. Right. I momentarily forgot where we were going. This was the southern part of the empire. Just a few hours by carriage from here will take you to a region where soldiers like me have fought in battle. Naturally, war is no stranger to the people here. For them, it was a matter of survival, whereas the rest of the empire was just fighting against elves. There were tons of imperial soldiers being drafted here. Men who had lost comrades, lost arms and legs, and eventually lost themselves, and were returning home as lifeless corpses. So they were desperate. For them, it was a war against the elves, a distant battle that would end in I'm worried. For others, it was a war that mattered to them, and they wanted it to end. Out of that war came a man who wore the Empire's highest honor, the Medal of Honor. A nobleman of the Empire who enlisted as an ordinary soldier. And then there's Luzerne's, who suddenly collapses not long after he saves his men. To them, that young nobleman seemed like the key to ending the war. And as if to prove it, when other things happened, he stepped up to the plate and performed the insane feat of earning another Medal of Honor. Meanwhile, Karl, who received those praises, simply smiled and followed the attendants without any further acknowledgement. He raised his hand in response, but there was no gesture to show off or encourage more praise. Not pretending either. It was clear that he thought it was natural to receive such praise and that it was a far cry from wanting more. Now, he was receiving on behalf of those who couldn't receive. That was how one could define Karl Adelheit, who was now quickly escaping the station. Hee. I barely managed to suppress a chuckle that almost escaped my lips. If Selina had heard that, would she have been on guard again? Phew. Thankfully not. So different. Not like other men of my kind. So different. If Karl weren't there in that situation, but instead another male from my kin, I wonder how it would have been. Nov. L.B//JNN. And the conclusion I came to was that he would likely walk around with an air of praise me more, I deserve it, as he moved. Is it because they've lived for so long? Or were they just born exceptionally talented? Our kin inevitably have excessive pride. To me, it seems a bit extreme. But when they were beaten by the Empire, their pride must have taken quite a hit. As a result, those who couldn't bear it became Luzernes, and those who endured became Heisens. As for me, well, honestly, I don't care much about winning or losing. I just enjoy the process. Anyway, watching Karl shyly sneak away made me chuckle. Even though he's the hero of the Empire, seeing him like this makes him seem childish. Hehe. Isn't he just too adorable? You're running away without knowing where you're staying. I don't care, we need to get out of the station first. When I caught up with Karl and asked him that was his response. Honestly, I wanted to tease him a bit more, but I decided to hold back to avoid denting the few points I've accumulated. Karl. Still, I have to say it. Honestly, how do I hold this in? You seem like a really cool guy. What's with the sudden talk? Have you been drinking? Are you drunk? Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm drunk. Drunk on an amazing human being who's incomparable to other male kin? He. Are you seriously crazy? You wouldn't understand. Probably, forever. Because all heroes, they don't know why others worship them. But that's exactly why everyone keeps falling for them. So, be careful, Karl. I'm so deeply in love with you, I can't escape now. I even quit my job for this? Even though I will manage during my study abroad with my severance pay, after that, you're gonna have to support me, inside a dark room. Karl was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Outside, the sun has already set. When we arrived at the hotel, it was already late evening. So we agreed to go to the hot springs tomorrow and rest for now. Rattle. Sighing, Karl got up and walked over to the window. He pushed it open with all his might, and soon something fell to the ground with a loud thud. What are you doing again? A voice with a hint of exasperation in it. He leaned on his chin and stared at the ground. There was Eloise, sprawled out on the ground and laughing awkwardly. How did you know? This is your third attempt at sneaking in. Really? Not twice. I caught you the first time too. Eek. I thought I got away with that one. With a thud, Eloise dusted herself off and stood up. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she turned to leap through the window. Of course, Karl's quick reflexes stopped her, and she ended up on the ground once more. Come on. Let's go in. If you keep this up, I could make this an official diplomatic issue. An elven commander trying to sneak into the room of an Imperial Medal of Honor recipient at night. If taken out of context, the Empire might think the remnants of Luzernes were trying to harm the medal recipient. Wow, that's harsh. You're not really going to do that, are you? Leave before it comes to that. After a whole day on the train, I'm exhausted, and you are now making it worse. Rubbing his temples, Karl tried to suppress his irritation. He had a feeling that showing his annoyance would only play into the elf's hands. Selina. How many times has she come by? Not even once. What are you talking about? Do you think Selina is like you? A girl just like me, right? Someone who wants to get close to you, just like me. That's enough. Any more of this and I'd lose my temper. I immediately reached for my greatsword. Of course, Eloise saw it coming and said, I'm out, and ran away. As he stared after her, Karl sighed again. To understand how things got to this point, he had to think back to earlier. A double room, not a single room. That's correct. It's not like there's a lot of people or something. It's just the way this place is set up. The layout of this place is a bit odd. An Eastern-style building in a Western-style fantasy world. As it turns out, you sleep on a futon on the floor. What a perplexing world. But there are 7 of us. What do we do about that? In that case, we'll give you 4 rooms. One person will have to stay alone. And with that, the guy behind the counter slides me 4 keys. Okay, 2 people per room, and 1 person alone. The most logical arrangement would be, Karl. I'm all for it, just don't put me with Schleifen. What are you talking about? I don't want to share with you either, Wilhelm. Such friendly fellows. Haha. This makes it impossible for me to resist wielding the absolute power of the keys. Actually, do us a favor and put those 2 together. Karl, can I share a room with Joachim? Don't worry, Alexander. The absolute power of the keys in my hand is already screaming. Schleifen. Wilhelm. You two will share a room. Ayah. Why? Any objections, lads? PR/N, Karl said it in an intimidating tone. No, none. Of course not. Ha ha ha. As soon as I drew my great sword, they became obedient, well-behaved friends. I am truly fortunate to be friends with those people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to joke with them with a great sword. And Alexander, Joachim, you two will share a room. Thank you, really, thank you, Karl. Now they'll be up all night talking. Alexander and Joachim went to their assigned room, leaving Schleifen and Wilhelm behind. Now, only Selina and Eloise were left. Hey, staring at me like that is really uncomfortable. Both Selina and Eloise were staring at me intensely. I know what that means. It's a silent cry for me to share a room with them. But that wasn't possible for either of them. First of all, Selina may be in a relationship with me, but that's it. We're not even engaged, let alone married, and suddenly sharing a room? Inappropriate, to say the least. Even though Eastern Confucianism wasn't widespread, proper conduct between men and women was still important. Especially for someone like Selina, the daughter of a marquis. If word gets out, it could cause serious trouble. For similar reasons, Eloise was also out of the question. After all, I'm in a relationship with Selina. Sharing a room with another woman in this situation? I'd have no excuse if my Medal of Honor were revoked immediately. This is a world where cheating is condemned regardless of gender. Selina, Eloise, you two share a room. Karl. Oh, come on. Karl? You have to choose either me or Selina in times like this. Shut up, you're going to get yourself into trouble. I don't want to hear anything. That's right. I'm not doing this because I want a room all to myself. It's to maintain my dignity as a Medal of Honor recipient and prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. Let's just go to our rooms and rest for now. As for the hot springs, everyone can do as they please for tonight. Good idea, Karl. But right now, I just want to lie down. Sitting for more than 10 hours was hard work, even for nobles. So, after making that decision, they went to their rooms, freshened up, and lay down. Nov. L. B /JNN. But Eloise didn't want to accept it. She had attempted to sneak in twice more after her first attempt. Russell. Oh, please. Not again. Since the window didn't work, she was trying the front door now. I'm really going to lose it. Does she think it's a joke because I waved my greatsword around? Should I really stab her just once? Karl. Selina. Wait, no. Selina showing up would be a problem. I told Eloise that she wasn't like her. I cautiously opened the door. Selina appeared in simple clothing. She glanced at me and then inside my room. What? Is something wrong? Well, after taking a bath, Eloise disappeared. I thought she might be here. Of course not. Even if she came, I wouldn't let her in. I trust you, Karl. I just can't trust Eloise. Really, I can't let my guard down. Rivals keep increasing. Selina muttered. Rivals? Who else is there besides Eloise? Karl. So, would you like to go for a walk? A walk? Yeah. Oh, I don't mean outside. I heard there's a greenhouse right next to us. They say it's a nice walking route, and I wanted to see it. Without much thought, I nodded. Staying in the room would just mean seeing Eloise try to sneak in again. Later, Eloise will complain that it's unfair, but honestly, I'm dating Selina. She'll just grumble, but she can't say much more. With that conclusion, I grabbed my coat and followed Selina. ****. Enjoy your vacation, Selina. Once you start grad school, your time will be extremely limited. It's good to rest while you can. Hearing the professor's advice sent chills down my spine. Basically, this meant that this would be the last bit of freedom during the break. From then on, it would be all about dedicating myself to my studies. Ugh. Is this really okay? Of course it's not okay, Selina. What are you talking about, you fool? I smacked my head at least 10 times after hearing that. Grad school. Becoming a graduate student. One thing became clear thanks to that. During this break, during this hot spring trip, I absolutely had to advance my relationship with Karl. If I hesitated because it was embarrassing or awkward, I'd likely waste my precious time. So, I didn't hesitate. I endured the embarrassment and awkwardness. Just like now. Look, Karl. It's cold outside, but there are so many flowers here. Yeah, the greenhouse is really something. Fearing an awkward silence if the conversation stopped, I kept talking. Whether he understood my intentions or not, he responded earnestly to everything I said. Let's fully enjoy this week. We'll both be extremely busy when we return. Why? There's the patent issue, and if my sister hands over the title of head of the household to me, I'll have a lot to do. Oh, right. Karl was going to be the next Count Friedrich. So we should enjoy our free time while we can. Standing still with a somewhat dazed look, Karl gazed at the flowers in the greenhouse. Watching him, I suddenly had a thought. Should I? Karl. Yes. Oh. Without thinking, I quickly kissed Karl on the cheek. To be honest, I'm embarrassed to call it a kiss. It was more like a quick peck. But what can I do if I'm embarrassed? I can't do more than this. I don't want to be too aggressive, or he might feel overwhelmed. Yeah, so let's take it slow. One step at a time, like learning to walk. You keep doing this. This is getting on my nerves. Karl. Then I can't lose either. Huh, Ha ha ha. Karl moved closer. I instinctively took a step back, but Karl took 2 steps forward. I can't help but gulp at the sight of him. This. It's happening, right? I'm not just getting my hopes up, right? Instinctively, I lifted my chin slightly, pouted my lips, and closed my eyes. If I'm wrong, it would be really embarrassing. But it seems right. And the next thing I know, I feel something very soft and warm on my lips. Hey, Karl. Did something happen yesterday? This is what they say first thing in the morning after a good night's sleep. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Well, Selena seems a bit off today. Off? How so? Where? I stared at Alexander as if urging him to say more, and he tilted his head for a moment before continuing. How should I put it? She's unusually excited, I guess. Wow, Alexander, you felt that too? So it wasn't just me. Joachim, who was behind him, muttered as if he had noticed the same thing. Listening to them talk, it seemed they had met her briefly in the morning, and unlike her usual self, she greeted them first with a broad smile. Well, maybe she had a good dream. Is that so? Could be. She must be happy to be on a break. A good dream, I bet. Well, I mean, someone who got annoyed by a teasing kiss decided to show what a real kiss felt like, causing her to let out an alien-like giggle of hee hee hee. By the way, Karl, when are you planning to go to the hot springs? Come with us. What about Schleifen and Wilhelm? They already went last night. Already? They couldn't wait. Yeah, they came back early this morning, bragging about it. They are really in sync, despite complaining about not wanting to share the same room. It's clear there's a reason why they're close despite bickering. Then, let's try soaking in the morning. Just in the morning? What are you planning for the afternoon? A date with Selena, perhaps. Nothing like that, Alexander. Geez, Alexander. Don't you have any tact? Just keep thoughts like that to yourself. It's not like that, Joachim. It's not that. I really had somewhere to go in the afternoon. A place I couldn't quite tell Selena or Eloise about, let alone the quartet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Meanwhile, Selena was already soaking in the hot springs. The warm water made me feel like everything was floating away. And thinking about last night's somewhat sudden but ultimately wonderful kiss, I felt it was the best decision to join this trip. So glad I did. It would have been even better if it wasn't for the elf sitting right across from me, staring intently. Why are you looking at me like that? Selena finally spoke up, unable to endure it any longer, and Eloise responded as if she had been waiting. Well, it's just that you look a bit peculiar, Selena. Nov. L. B / JNN. Peculiar? What do you mean? Exactly, what I mean. Knowing full well, Eloise urged Selena to confess, while Selena, thinking there was nothing wrong, continued to stare back in silence. You were with Karl last night, weren't you? Eloise broke the silence with a sly smile. Selena paused for a moment to think about what to say before responding. Yes, I was with him. So, what's the big deal? What's wrong with a man and woman in a relationship being together at night? Especially since Karl kissed me last night. I should be feeling confident, right? I thought so and stared boldly at Eloise, flaunting a bit. Wow, I suspected, but it turns out to be true. Karl lied to me, then. Judging by the way you say that, Eloise, did you also go looking for Karl? Eloise, who had been staring at Selena in silence, turned her gaze away with a huff. Indeed. I must not let my guard down. It's nerve-wracking enough with Lev. If Lavrenti shared the battlefield with Karl, Eloise possessed overwhelming beauty. Either way, they were formidable rivals. I might even lose Karl entirely if I'm not careful. I won't let that happen. What started as an ordinary hot spring trip was now taking a strange turn. The silent battle between the two women had just begun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My throat is parched. I don't know if I've ever been this nervous before. Your Highness, are you all right? I gestured to the servant that I was fine. In truth, I wasn't fine at all. Even during my coronation as crown prince, I wasn't this nervous. Back then, it felt like the position was naturally mine, so I was less anxious. Now, it was different. I desperately wanted something I couldn't forcibly take. Giving up would haunt me forever. One more glass of water, please. Yes, Your Highness. I don't know how many glasses I've had already. As the appointment time approached, I kept gulping down water. Thankfully, Karl, my brother-in-law, had given him some positive words. Without that, I might have downed several bottles of water by now. Try not to be too anxious or tense, Your Highness. I've spoken to her well. My sister has a positive view, so just show her your usual self. Oh, and it would be good to show more affection too. My sister is surprisingly weak to that. Who would have thought that a Medal of Honor recipient would willingly play the role of a matchmaker? It was surprising and yet deeply appreciated. It was Rika's family, after all. And among them, the one Rika loved the most was Karl, which made his words all the more trustworthy. Your Highness, Lady Rika has just arrived at the palace. The moment had finally come. It was here. First, I need to take a deep breath. In, out. In, out. It seemed almost ridiculous for a crown prince, the future leader of the empire, to be so nervous in front of a woman. But then again, this woman was the one I loved, so it was understandable. So please, Ruprecht, don't make any mistakes. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. You know that, right? PR/N, changed Ruprecht rightward arrow Ruprecht. A moment later, the door opened, and Rika entered. Karl Adelheit. I have come as summoned, Your Highness. Welcome, Rika. I was slightly anxious, thinking I was the only one feeling nervous, but recalling Karl's words helped calm my nerves. He said Rika was positive about this. He definitely said that. So don't rush. You might lose points if you do. I had to do well, especially considering Karl's help. Would you like some tea? I would be grateful, Your Highness. Just a moment. We recently received some excellent tea. I decided to start with some light, casual conversation. Then I gradually shifted to talking about the Empire, and eventually, I subtly moved to the topic of Count Friedrich. How is the Count doing? I made a point to refer to the Count with full respect. As the Crown Prince, I didn't have to be so formal, but if I was to become his son-in-law, it was a different story. Fortunately, Rika didn't react negatively. Great. That's a good sign. Yes, Your Highness. The Count must be very busy now, with the change of the heir. My father has more to handle now, but I think it's fortunate. The new successor is far more capable than I am. I almost blurted out, but I think you're much better, Rika. But I held back. From what I knew, Rika was the type who preferred to elevate her brother Karl, even at the expense of belittling herself. The thing I need to say to Rika is already decided. Karl is certainly an outstanding young man. He will make an excellent count. As expected, Rika beamed with a bright smile as soon as she heard my words. Great. I made her smile. Not anyone else, but me. I made her smile. Rika. I called her by her nickname, signaling that I was getting to the main point. TL/N, so guys, the name Rika is apparently wrong and her original name is supposed to be Ricotta and Rika is actually the nickname. Technically this is not my fault completely because the Ross for both Rika and Ricotta are the same and can be TL'd as either of them, and I thought Rika to be more of a feminine name, and there's also the fact that the author failed to mention that it's her nickname, not her actual name. PR/N, L author FR. Rika put down her teacup and responded, yes, Your Highness. I think it's time we made things clear. I see. If you're not ready, I can give you more time. What I mean is, I am ready, Your Highness. I am prepared to stand by your side and serve the Empire. Wait. Wasn't I supposed to be the one to say that? Isn't it customary for the man to propose first? Karl told me that you are a very good person, Your Highness. And I don't think he was wrong. There is no greater honor than to stand by and witness how someone like you governs the Empire. Rika. For a moment, I wondered if her decision was purely because of Karl's persuasion. But I quickly dismissed the thought. Regardless of the reason, the final decision was Rika's. Thank you. Truly, thank you, Rika. I will not disappoint you. But, there is one request I have, Your Highness. I waited quietly for Rika's next words. I felt like I could smile and say, I'll try, even if she asked for the moon in the sky. Of course, being who she was, she did not make such a request. I would like the wedding not to be too extravagant. Instead, I would appreciate it if the equivalent cost could be donated to the Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation. PR/N, W sister. To some, the southern part of the empire might be a warm region, a land of great forests, a place with the most interactions with elves, and famous for its hot springs, known as the best resort area since ancient times. But for others, it might be a place that causes cold sweats and silent screams just at the thought of it, a place of nightmares. What about me now? Have I escaped being the latter? Can I say that I no longer struggle in those nightmares? I don't know, and if I could say for sure, I'd be lying. I try not to show it. I try to forget. I've regained the ordinary life I longed for, and now I'm trying to fully immerse myself in it. Thinking about it feels like reopening a healing wound, as if I'm returning to that hell. But sometimes, those moments come back to me, and I tremble involuntarily. Wounded comrades, dead comrades. The battlefield that was like hell. All those things sweep through my bones like a winter's chill. Even if I try to forget, even if I think of it as the past, it's hard to escape, knowing well that recalling it does me no good. Don't just run away from it. Was it because they knew my thoughts? Because they had experienced it too? At the recent New Year's Eve ceremony, veteran awardees patted my shoulder and started to speak. If it hurts, you don't always have to avoid it. Sometimes, facing that pain calmly is a good way. It helps you see the present more clearly. I heard you served on the Southern Front. You may never want to go back, but face it. And try to sort out the emotions you left there. If it weren't for those words, even now on this hot spring trip, I wouldn't have looked towards the Great Forest. I would have kept talking to distract myself from those memories. But now that I knew I had to face it, I outlined what I needed to do next. Memorial service for the martyred soldiers. It wasn't something I planned. It was a coincidence. Yes, purely by chance, I heard the news just as I arrived at the hot springs. The memorial service isn't in the area where I fought. My battlefield is quite far from here. But in the end, it's for all martyrs. Surely my comrades are included in the prayers for the dead. So, it doesn't matter where it is held. At first, I was worried. Would my presence be inappropriate? I survived, but they died. I couldn't help but feel that I might be causing unnecessary pain to the families of the martyred. When I conveyed such concerns to the organizers of the memorial service, they replied, "We would be honored if you attend, Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Perhaps they would also want you to come. Thanks to you, people know that they fought with all their might for this empire." It was truly ironic. For me and the other veterans, those moments we wanted to forget, that hellish time. Nov. L. B //JNN. But to honor and remember those who died then, we must recall it. Only then will the world remember their names and their noble sacrifices. Okay, maybe what the seniors said about not running away, about facing that pain calmly, means not just living with the guilt of surviving but thinking about what we can do for the dead because we survived. If that's the case, I can face it as many times as needed. No matter how painful or terrible, for those who shared every moment with me, I'll willingly do it. The reason we ultimately return to the battlefield is not out of loyalty to the Empire, nor the desire to become heroes, but simply to be with those who ate and bled together yesterday. Sergeant Karl Adelheit wishes to attend. This message reached those preparing for the memorial service. Simply put, he is the eldest son of Count Friedrich. He was a common soldier on the battlefield until a few years ago. Moreover, the current count has also distinguished himself greatly as a soldier. The mere fact that such a figure would attend the memorial service is a great comfort to the bereaved families. Now, what if this figure is also a recipient of the Medal of Honor? And not just any recipient, but one awarded by both the princess and the crown prince? It's a good thing for those who have passed and an honor for the bereaved families as well. Nobles from nearby regions and even from relatively distant areas will all attend. More people, and more distinguished people, will honor their spirits and appreciate their sacrifices. For the bereaved families, nothing could be more welcome. Seeing that their loved ones' deaths were not in vain gives them strength not to collapse in their grief. The memorial service can continue to be held, remembering and never forgetting their names and deeds for a long time. Marquisate of Adria, represented by young Lord Schlieffen Rossberg, wishes to attend. Marquisate of Gramstad, represented by young Lord Wilhelm Fritz, wishes to attend. County of Brunn, represented by young Lord Alexander Eddard, wishes to attend. County of Theoradal, represented by young Lord Joachim Playson, wishes to attend. Marquisate of Navplayan, represented by young Lady Selina Ifrit, wishes to attend. It's a bit worrying that such an unbelievable group of people is gathering. Never did I imagine that 3 marquis families and 2 count families would find a way to sneak into this situation. Aloise Lonegrand, former commander of the extermination unit of the Heisens faction. She was currently sitting on the rooftop of a building slightly away from where the memorial service was being held. Over there is Karl. There are also 4 rather astonishing nobles. And there is Selina. I wish I could be there too. Being a member of the Heisens faction and a comrade of the Empire, I thought I could at least light a stick of incense in front of their memorial. But I soon changed my mind. It seemed better to refrain this time. Even though I was with Heisens and their enemy was Luzernes, in the end, we were all elves. If I go there, it will just make the atmosphere awkward. Aloise had been called strange by the other elves, but it wasn't really abnormal. She knew well the importance of keeping boundaries and the power of perception. So, Aloise opted to watch from afar. Karl did not stop her. Instead, he thanked her for her consideration towards him and the bereaved families with a small smile. For Aloise, that was enough. In the meantime, the bereaved families began to step forward and share their thoughts. We are truly grateful to everyone for not forgetting. And we want to express our special thanks to Sergeant Karl Adelheit, who has made this memorial service even more illustrious. Our husbands, fathers, and sons, they will be grateful that a soldier of the Empire, who fought alongside them and received the Medal of Honor, is here with us today. For Karl, it must have been a difficult decision. It meant he had to confront his past. But he came. He came and used his honor to illuminate their names. The more he shines, the more those buried there will be remembered forever as heroes of the Empire. Suddenly, I hate this. Aloise muttered to herself, fiddling with her ears. She suddenly felt worried. Although Karl thought of me as a comrade rather than an elf, I wonder if there was a moment when he subconsciously equated elf with enemy. Maybe that's why he keeps his distance from me. Even if our relationship progresses, wouldn't it be miserable if memories of the past surfaced when looking at a child born between us? Damn Luzerne's bastards. I should just cut off all their ears. Despite having wiped out the remnants of the Luzernes once on the battlefield and again in a joint operation with Ricotta, something still boiled within me. She wondered if she should have stayed in the extermination unit. If she had, she could have gone back and vented her frustration by dismantling the Luzerne's prisoners piece by piece. Hello, everyone. First, I would like to express my gratitude to those who gladly accepted me at such short notice and to the bereaved families who stand strong in their sorrow. In the meantime, Karl stepped forward. As I have said before, I am not a hero. I am just one of those who fought alongside heroes. And those heroes, now honored spirits, will forever protect this empire, standing by our side yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Seeing that expression suddenly makes my heart ache. Don't make that face, Karl. If you keep doing that, I just want to run to you and tell you not to cry. Aloise tried to muster her patience, repeatedly tapping her head with her knuckles. I came here hoping to have a pleasant trip. I'm in the wrong place. I'm just like rubbing salt in the wound. Sitting on the rooftop, Aloise had to struggle with her thoughts for a while. Let there be light upon this land. The Radiant Church declares a unified prayer gathering. Cardinal Biolant of the Empire's 4th Diocese proclaims, this too is the will of God, how can we not rejoice? Exactly 2 days after Karl and his companions attended the memorial service for the martyred soldiers, articles like that began to flood the Empire as if on q.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Every newspaper, every article, every journalist was busy shouting out the same topic. Light will shine upon the empire. It's God's will. All of this is a great blessing. And so on. At the center of it all, one name was prominently displayed. The Sword of St. Louis, discovered by Karl Adelheit, son of Count Friedrich. The recipient of the Empire's Medal of Honor now receives gratitude from the Radiant Church. Let's learn about the Sword of St. Louis, the lost sacred relic of the Church. No, what in the world is this? Though no one would believe him, Karl, once again caught in the whirlwind of an unexpected event, could only mutter in disbelief, clutching his hair. The beginning of all this, indeed, goes back to the very day of the memorial service. It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Karl Adelheit. As the memorial service concluded and everyone was exchanging greetings, I encountered a prominent figure. Not only myself, but even the quartet and Selina gasped in surprise at this individual. I never imagined I would meet Your Eminence, the Cardinal, in such a place. Just as there was religion in my past life, there is religion here as well. The only difference is that here, the Empire, the kingdoms, and even the elves, all believe in the Goddess of Light. And there exists the Radiant Church, which serves the Great One. The largest of them all, our Empire, houses the 1st to 5th dioceses of the Radiant Church. The southern region is overseen by the 4th diocese, and Cardinal Adelheit, the head of that diocese, had unexpectedly appeared at the memorial service. Are you surprised to see an old man here? Ha ha ha, then my plan was a success. Your Eminence. Actually, I heard that Brother Karl was coming to the memorial service, so I hurriedly adjusted my schedule and came here. Seeing you so surprised, it seems the secret has been kept well. But, why did you? Excluding the Pope, cardinals hold the highest position within the Radiant Church. Cardinal Adelheit is even a bishop cardinal, responsible for an entire diocese, making him even higher in rank than priest cardinals. To my knowledge, cardinals in charge of dioceses receive treatment equivalent to, or even exceeding, that of marquises within the empire. Excluding members of the imperial family, even the most esteemed dukes exchange courtesies and show mutual respect towards cardinals. Simply put, they are truly influential figures. For such a person to suddenly say, I came here because of you, it was quite bewildering. With your courageous spirit and valiant actions, you have widely proclaimed the greatness of humanity. Even amidst those difficult and arduous hardships, you did not lose your light. Surely, this means that the Great One loves you and personally illuminates your path. I immediately understood what he meant. It was a positive remark, yet at the same time, it contained a political intention. As I mentioned earlier, while the Goddess of Light and the Radiant Church are the main religion on this continent, there are definitely other religions as well. However, their influence is so small that they appear faint. The Radiant Church and other religious factions sometimes coexist peacefully, and at other times, they growl at each other, maintaining a balance of tension and peace, much like nations do. Amidst this, several decades ago, the Luzerne side, which had been in conflict with the Empire, also caused discord with the Radiant Church. The reason? The Radiant Church suggested, why don't both of you stop fighting and make some concessions? To which the Luzernes retorted, you humans are siding with the Empire, aren't you? How annoying. The arrogant fools even went as far as to utter the outrageous claim that the Radiant Church, which insists on the correctness of its existing doctrines, is a puppet of the Empire. Thanks to them, even those benevolent priests started saying things like, elves, you say? Ha ha ha, you must mean the fools of Luzernes. Wow, it's Luzernes again? Amazing? Luzernes? Amazing? Fools. Of course, the Heisens, thinking, this doesn't seem right. This really doesn't seem right, immediately cut ties with the Luzernes. Afterwards, they shifted into a neutral stance, stating, while our indigenous faith is important, we have no intention of abandoning the teachings of the light, and did not reject the hand of the Radiant Church. In the end, that turned out to be a genius move. The Pope of the Radiant Church openly referred to the Heisens, who were fighting against the Luzernes, as friends. Even though they were elves, the Empire could have greater trust in those who shared the same faith in the light. And to some extent, it became an alliance that could show a certain level of solidarity. In this world, religion is quite important, and especially the Radiant Church, which holds the largest influence, has immense power. The Luzernes underestimated that. Or perhaps they misjudged that they could win the war. I have much to discuss with you, Brother Karl. If you have the time, would you like to take a walk with this old man? I would be delighted to, Your Eminence. Ha ha ha. I worry that this old man is taking away the time of a young hero. How could you say such a thing? Of course not. It wasn't just empty words, it was truly an honor to have a conversation with the cardinal in charge of the diocese. Leaving aside everything else, just considering our Friedrich County, this was a very positive event. Even marquises find it extremely difficult to have personal meetings with cardinals. I'm relieved to hear you say that. With a benevolent smile, Cardinal Adelheit left his escorts behind and strolled along a secluded path with me. Somehow, it seems I'm being recognized more than the escorts again, which makes me sad. Don't overestimate me just because I stopped a terrorist attack. I'm not a bodyguard. I heard that you saved countless lives towards the end of the recent horrific war. Yes. I was lucky. It wasn't just luck, was it? It must have been God's will as well. Perhaps he was with you, even in a small way. Thinking about it, that might be the case. Suddenly, the words of the Heisen's envoy I met recently came to mind. He said that what I had accomplished was too extraordinary to be dismissed as mere luck. He suggested that it was a sign of God's love for me, that he had briefly stayed by my side. At first, I thought it was absurd, but thinking about it this way, it might actually be true. To be honest, it was a bit of a miracle. I survived after diving into a place crawling with luzernes, a forest where the canfras were waiting with their eyes wide open. I don't devoutly believe in the existence of God, but I do think it's possible. The fact that I remember a past life is one thing. Honestly, when I think about the things I've done, it does make me wonder if some transcendental being is watching over me. Many brothers and sisters have lost their lives. While war is a constant occurrence, this time has been even more agonizing. Moreover, our opponents were those who stubbornly rejected even the light, believing their own arrogance to be faithfulness. To interpret, he meant, we suffered fighting against the fools who called our radiant church a puppet of the empire. We're so relieved to have wiped them out. As expected, even religious figures should never be underestimated or taken lightly. Currently, they may be in perfect cooperation with the empire, but in the early days of the empire, they openly opposed the appointment of imperial dioceses and cardinals. To have saved precious lives from such beings is a most noble and extraordinary deed. Those who were comforted today must have felt relieved that more people did not suffer the same fate, and they were surely moved by your actions, Brother Karl. You flatter me. I simply did what I had to do. As I scratched my cheek in embarrassment, the cardinal smiled and changed the subject. Speaking of which, now that the luzernes are completely gone, our diocese will be busy. The fourth diocese, you mean? Yes. We must now carry out the tasks we couldn't do because of the luzernes. Is it because of the sacred relic you lost in the past? The Radiant Church's dislike for the luzernes, the canfras, is not solely due to their disregard for the teachings of the light. It's because they committed acts of similar, if not greater, magnitude. Sadly, that is the case. It is the only thing lost in the long history of the church. I've heard of it a few times. The Sword of St. Louis. The church has several important artifacts that they call sacred relics. One of them is the Sword of St. Louis, which was being kept in the fourth diocese. However, that important item was lost decades ago when the luzernes attacked the empire and burned down the church headquarters. It was a crucial item that needed to be found immediately, but at the time, the area was occupied by the luzernes, making it impossible. So, the church had to reluctantly wait for a later opportunity. Later, the empire drove out the luzernes again and reclaimed all the lost territory. And now, at this very moment, with the luzernes completely eradicated, the church sought to recover that sacred relic. You are well informed. That's right. The Sword of St. Louis. It is the reason why our fourth diocese must recover it, no matter how long it takes. For a moment, the cardinal's face showed both firm determination and a hint of anger. I'm not particularly religious, so I couldn't fully empathize with him. However, based on the fact that the fools were in the wrong, I could only reply, may God help you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thus, the meeting with the cardinal concluded, and I returned. I thought that was the end of my brief encounter with the Radiant Church. That night, until the damn quartet kept teasing me, and I unknowingly smashed a few rocks with my great sword, a sword emerged from within one of them. Ha ha ha. We found out everything, Karl. As expected of someone so proactive. You even made a public confession. What are you guys talking about again? Please, I beg you, explain it in a way I can understand. At Karl's words, we all giggled and pouted our lips slightly. Honestly, it was a bit creepy, but for this moment, we could endure it 100 times over for a different purpose. Then, the Medal of Honor recipient's face started to turn red. No way, you guys. We thought Selena was acting strange, so we slyly asked her. And Selena kept denying it, but you know what they say. A strong denial is a strong affirmation. Karl's immediate reaction confirmed that our prediction was correct. He suddenly drew his greatsword from its sheath and charged straight at us. Guys, let's have a serious talk for a moment. Whoa, Count Friedrich's heir? You shouldn't do this. As fellow heirs, let's talk. You damn fools. Maintain your dignity? You shouldn't act like that towards future counts. I remember what Remus said. He thought Karl would be a cold and difficult person. But seeing him like this, he's more easygoing and surprisingly open, making him someone you want to befriend. A hero who accomplished great things. A savior who rescued countless lives. But to us, he's just a friend. The way he acted earlier was honestly quite shocking for us to see. It seemed like he was about to burst into tears. I thought he might even cry tears of blood. He had never looked so weak before. I had never even thought of him that way. I'd rather see his fierce look when he faced those intruders during the festival. At least at that moment, it was just a bit of worry and a bit of surprise. I've never been this worried about him before. So, today, we teased Karl a bit more than usual. Wilhelm, Alexander, Joachim, and I. Even though others called him a war hero, he considered himself just an ordinary soldier who fought alongside true heroes. For Karl, who carries the weight of guilt in his heart despite the numerous medals on his chest. Whoa, wait a minute. You actually cut my hair, Karl. Yay, I swung it to cut it. It seems we crossed the line a bit. Or maybe Karl is more vulnerable to embarrassment than we thought. Oh yeah? Run? Karl's gone crazy. Guys, wouldn't it be better to come over here while I'm still asking nicely? Help. Don't worry, you won't die. I'll just draw a little blood, painlessly. How is that painless? We scattered in all directions. But Karl was much faster and more agile than us, and above all, he was a skilled hunter who knew how to corner his prey. Hey, why are you coming out from there? I told you to scatter. Karl drove us here. Oh why is Alexander coming out from over there? It's the same for me. Exactly 5 minutes after scattering, we were all cornered in one place again. There was nowhere to run. The plan for one of us to distract him while the other 3 escaped also failed. In the end, we decided to ask the only person who could stop Karl. There she is. It's Selena. Selena, help. Karl's trying to kill us. Karl is trying to kill you. Well, not exactly. Anyway, can you stop him? Selena, who had been watching us for a moment, smiled brightly. Phew, we're saved. Thank you so much, Seal. Don't worry. Karl will let you go painlessly. S.E. Selena. I trust Karl. How can you possibly trust him right now? Eek. Run. He's thrown his greatsword. We scattered in every direction once more, just as Karl's greatsword slammed into a nearby rock with a deafening thud. It was a rock that seemed like it wouldn't budge even if you bombarded it with firearms or magic. But when Karl thrust his greatsword into it, it cracked open in a matter of seconds. No way, Karl. Were you serious? You weren't really trying to kill us, were you? Right? Huh. But then, Wilhelm, who was running away, suddenly let out a gasp and slowed down. I thought the guy had lost his mind. I wondered if he was so surprised that he was going to surrender, so I turned my head and, the same gasp as Wilhelm's escaped my mouth. Inside the rock that Karl had split with his great sword, there was a sword. Although it was severely damaged and worn, it emanated an extraordinary aura. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Let me ask you a question. It's not difficult. It's a probability problem. Is it more likely that you randomly fire a shot and it pierces the heart of an enemy commander in one blow? Or is it more likely that you just break a rock and find a lost sacred relic of the church inside? Still, the former is slightly more likely than the latter. Nonsense. Neither of them makes any sense. No matter how much I thought about it, something was wrong. This was truly absurd. It went beyond the realm of good luck. The day after the memorial service, when I was just messing around and split the rock in two, I showed the sword that popped out of the rock to the church, just in case. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Gasp. This is. Could it be? I think it's right. I think it's right. It is. It's certain. This crest. This aura. It's divine providence. A revelation of the light. This must be called a miracle. They were practically ready to start worshipping the damaged sword right then and there. They clasped their hands tightly, shedding tears and praying. With all due respect to the radiant church, for a moment, it felt like I was witnessing a cult. And not long after, Cardinal Bioland, whom I had just seen yesterday, came to our lodging near the hot spring. His usual calmness was nowhere to be found, and he was even breathing heavily, clearly in a state of urgency. Oh my God! Such a murmur escaped the cardinal's lips. It seemed that this was indeed what they were looking for. The sword of St. Louis. The sword is said to have been used by St. Louis, one of the first revealers who spread the name of the light. The sword that protected the faithful and showed no mercy to those who slandered and oppressed them. According to them, it was a sacred relic that God himself crafted with light and bestowed upon them. Honestly, I don't know if it was really made of light. It was obviously very old, with many scars here and there. And above all, it didn't shine at all. Nov. L.B//JNN. Of course, I only thought this to myself. If I dared to say it out loud, even I would get stoned. Brother Karl Adelheit. Cardinal Bioland, who had been gently stroking the sword, called my name. His voice seemed to have a hint of moisture in it, and indeed, his eyes were moist. You called, Your Eminence. How did you find this? Absolutely not a question with ill intentions. Just curious about how you came to possess this. It seemed like the cardinal was about to kneel, so I quickly explained the situation. Yesterday evening, after returning to the lodging from the memorial service, I was fooling around and smashed a rock. I didn't think it would be a problem since there were rocks everywhere around. But as soon as the rock split, this thing popped out. I see. So, that's how it happened. Are you alright, Your Eminence? You're not feeling disappointed, are you? That something you've been searching for decades was found so easily. Is the painful label of the 4th Diocese's blemish being resolved so simply, is just too absurd to bear? My apologies, Your Eminence. Brother, I never imagined that a sacred relic could be slumbering within a rock. If this precious artifact has been damaged in any way because of me, honestly, this was my biggest concern. The sword already looked quite worn and damaged, and it had to pop out when I split the rock. It would be quite awkward if someone said, this damage seems to have been caused by a strong impact when the rock was split. I'm afraid of being labeled a heretic for damaging a sacred relic. But I could put those worries aside. The cardinal was laughing so kindly. Brother Karl, St. Louis, the former owner of this relic, once said, no matter how precious something may be, it is not more important than a person. We, the first creations of God, are the most radiant of all. And he also said, everything happens according to God's will. In this old man's eyes, even the fact that you found this sacred relic is God's will. How can I say otherwise? Cardinal Bioland, who had been so desperately searching for and cherishing this sacred relic, gently pushed it aside. Then, he gently took my hand and continued speaking in a voice filled with emotion. You are a benefactor of our fourth diocese. No, a benefactor of the church. If this is not God's will, then what is? You saved the brothers and sisters of the empire, who share the teachings of God with our church, with nothing but courage and valor, and prevented further sins. This is truly a miracle. At the cardinal's words, I unconsciously looked down at my chest. You're not thinking of awarding me a medal from the church too, are you? Please, no more. Lately, a smile keeps creeping onto my lips. Hold it together. You must maintain composure. You are the crown prince of the empire, the future emperor. You can't just laugh without dignity. He. Ha ha ha. No, Ruprecht. Get a grip. Focus on your work. But how can I not? Next spring, I will have a crown princess. My partner will stand by my side. And that person is Rika, the one who made me pine for years. Focus. Work. Today, too, it is right to dedicate myself to the empire, but, I just can't hold the pen. I decided to lean back in my chair and take a break. Next spring. Yes, next spring. Then, I'll be a groom, and Rika will be my bride. And the empire will officially welcome the crown princess, and my father will finally see the daughter-in-law he's been waiting for. It took a while. No, it took quite a while. The crown prince of a nation wasn't focused on producing an heir but was busy with a one-sided love. The whole imperial family must have been worried sick. I'm grateful that they all waited patiently without showing it. I need to love and cherish her even more. If I fail to do so, I'll have no excuse even if the heavens punish me. Count Friedrich. My father-in-law's expression was priceless. After the New Year's Eve ceremony, I had a secret meeting with my parents-in-law. My mother-in-law just smiled, and my father-in-law seemed overwhelmed, still unable to believe it. That made me even happier. She's not perfect, but please take good care of her, Your Highness. My mother-in-law said with a smile, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I pretend not to know, but there are secrets you inevitably learn when you're in this position. And my mother-in-law's past is one of those secrets. If I mistreat her daughter, her mother might come to assassinate me. Of course, I'm just kidding. Knock knock. Your Highness. Come in. It seems there's more work. It's not the most welcome news, but this too is for the empire. As the crown prince of the empire, it's right to smile and fulfill my duties. And with the joy of becoming a groom, I'll put even more effort into. Isn't this a document from the Church of Light? Yes, it is. The attendant handed me a document from the Church of Light, not the work I was originally assigned. Why would a matter from the church suddenly come to me at this time? I wondered, but I checked the contents anyway. After reading everything, my first thought was, of course, Rika. The smile won't leave her face. Imagining that scene makes my lips twitch. She might not know, but she was most beautiful when she smiled. I wanted to see it 100, 1,000 times more. In that sense, the news that just arrived was the perfect brush to paint that smile. Lost relic of the church, sword of St. Louis, found and recovered. Karl Adelheit, the heir of Count Friedrich, recovered the relic, as declared by Cardinal Adelheit, the fourth archbishop. That's strange. I'm sure my brother-in-law said he didn't want any more medals on his chest. But his actions make it seem like he's desperate to cover his chest with medals? Asterisk. After washing up and soaking in the hot spring, I feel like this is heaven. I used to see people say it's cool when they got into hot water, and I thought, oh, man, you're getting old. But maybe that's not just getting old, but human nature. Geez. Sitting in the hot spring, a sigh escaped my lips. JNN. I clearly came here to rest. Sure, there was a memorial service involved, but the fact that I came to rest doesn't change. I just split a random rock, and voila, a relic of the church popped out. The cardinal even got teary-eyed seeing it. Honestly, watching that scene, I couldn't help but think, did the church not do a proper search? No, let me correct that. I thought about it a lot. I picked a random rock, swung my greatsword once, and the relic they had been searching for appeared. That means there was no reason why the church couldn't find it. To put it bluntly, it seems like they could have found it long ago if they had searched everywhere and everything like I did. But I guess no one would have known that the relic was inside a rock instead of being buried or hidden somewhere. Wait, why was the sword inside a rock in the first place? Cardinal Adelheit offered a fairly reasonable deduction on that point. When the 4th Diocese headquarters was burned down by the Canfras, someone must have hastily hidden the relic. In case it fell into their hands, who knows what humiliation it would have suffered. It had to be hidden so that no one could easily find it, in an unexpected way. In that sense, the method of putting it inside a pre-split rock and artificially sealing the rock would be something the Canfras would never expect. But the problem is, how do you find the rock once it's lost? The church wouldn't have left any special marks to make it easy to find, unless they were fools. And it's highly likely that they didn't have enough time to leave a very elaborate mark. With the Canfras right at their doorstep, how could they have the leisure to do such a thing? In conclusion, it means it's impossible to find. It's not that they didn't try. It's not that they were stupid. It just means I was incredibly lucky again this time. Did God really linger by my side? I muttered those words to myself without realizing it, and a beat later, I felt a presence behind me. Instinctively, I reached for my greatsword, but soon realized it wasn't with me and sighed. It's not that I didn't bring it because I was in the hot spring. My greatsword was always with me, even when I slept or washed. The reason it wasn't with me at this moment was because of the Church of Light. Your Eminence, I found the relic of the church, and the tool used in that process was my greatsword. The church focused on that very great sword, saying that there might be another revelation of God in it. Honestly, what revelation? That thing is full of nothing but the blood of Canfras. Sometimes it's stained with the blood of other things, but most of it is Canfra blood. Anyway, they took my great sword along with the sword of St. Louis as if it were a sacred object. They said they would return it, so I gave it to them, but I felt uneasy for some reason. Now my hands are empty at the moment I need it. Damn it. I immediately got up, but the opponent was much faster than I expected. This is no ordinary movement. It's a highly skilled one. Maybe it's an assassin sent by the Luzernes, who are determined to get rid of me. And their aim was right on target. A pale arm wraps around my neck. They'll either strangle me or go for the carotid artery. PR/N, the carotid arteries are two large blood vessels located on either side of the neck that supply oxygenated blood to the brain, face, and head. Sigh. I came on a hot spring trip, found the church's relic, and now I'm going to find my happiness. Canfra bastards. Even if I die and become a ghost, I will. Tada. Wait a moment. This voice, could it be Eloise? Who else would it be? I quickly turned my head, and there was Eloise. She has her arm around my neck, but she's not trying to suffocate me or aim for my carotid artery. She's just hugging me, with no intention whatsoever. What are you doing? Didn't you come to enjoy the hot springs? What does that have to do with you secretly following me? If I had something in my hand, you could have been killed? Oh come on. No way. No matter how skilled you are with a great sword, Karl, I'm not that easy of a target. I didn't lead the extermination squad for nothing. But I might be an easy target in bed. He. Let's pretend I didn't hear the last part. Sigh. The tension that had been stretched taut throughout my body suddenly snapped, releasing me. As I sank back into the hot spring, the muscles that had been ready to explode settled back into place. The blood that had been rushing through me as if it would burst out calmed down as if nothing had happened. Don't do that again. It could have been a big problem, no matter what. I'll be careful. But this time, it couldn't be helped. What does that mean? It couldn't be helped? Wait a minute. This is the men's hot spring. Yeah. The women's is on the other side. Yeah. This crazy woman. No, this crazy elf? What do you mean? Yeah. Hey, why did you come in here? Get out. I'm not leaving. Absolutely not. Leave. If you want me out, you'll have to look at me for a second. My reason screamed not to look, not to turn my head. But my body was a bit faster than my reason. Perhaps from rolling around on the battlefield so much, my body responding first was the decisive factor. Tada. And I, embarrassingly enough, was speechless. How's this? It's my secret weapon, prepared with the utmost care. Eloise's alluring gestures and captivatingly fair skin unfolded before my eyes. And, of course, the swimsuit that barely concealed the most crucial areas. This. You despicable temptress. Using such ruthless tactics, Selena lay blankly on her bed, staring at the ceiling. More precisely, she was carefully recalling the events of yesterday. Benefactor of the church. You are truly a noble soul. St. Louis himself would surely be pleased. Thank you. I appreciate it, but please stop. Cardinal Nicolaus, the first diocese, will personally visit Friedrich County, and the fourth diocese will also send a handwritten letter of gratitude. He deeply regrets that he cannot personally visit the county due to church affairs. My father. No, the count will understand. So please just. Quite suddenly, Karl had found the sacred relic the church had lost, right in front of my eyes. He playfully, it must have been playful, probably, swung his great sword, splitting a rock, and out popped the sword of St. Louis. Just in case, I informed the church, and they immediately sent someone to confirm. Soon after, Cardinal Bioland arrived, and the unbelievable magic of what if becoming reality came true. Karl, a benefactor of the church. Unbelievable. The incident where the 4th Diocese headquarters of the Radiant Church was burned down by the Luzernes attack and the relic was lost. Even though it happened long before Selena was born, she knew about it very well. It was because her grandfather, the previous Marquis of Nafplion, was a devout follower of the Radiant Church. It was natural for him to be more favorable towards the church than anyone else. Therefore, it was expected that the previous Marquis of Nafplion would be saddened by the loss of the relic. He even expressed his anger towards the Luzernes for their blasphemy against the light. Such a precious item was recovered by none other than Karl. Even though the process was embarrassingly short. Even though Karl, the person involved, waved his hands, saying he did nothing. From the church's perspective, even that would have seemed like a pious humility. They must have felt that no amount of gratitude, no matter how many times they called him a benefactor or a noble soul, could fully express their thanks. Thanks to this, Selena's worries grew even more than before. She had been confident. No, not confident, but she had a firm belief that a master's degree would make her a suitable woman for Karl, that she would not be a blemish by his side. But with the church involved, she suddenly felt that it might not be enough. Is this really okay? No, it doesn't seem okay. Let's think about it. First, Lavrenti. Although she comes from a commoner background, she is a war hero like Karl. She herself says she can't compare, but the Silver Star is a great achievement. They say guns and gunpowder are replacing swords and magic on the battlefield, but they are not all powerful. I heard from my brother that their accuracy is not as good as expected, reloading is slow, and they have many other problems. Despite this, Lavranti succeeded in sniping nearly 100 Luzern's elves. This is only the official record, and I heard that the unofficial record could be over 300. Either way, it was clearly a great feat. In other words, her background might be a minor issue, but not a major flaw. Moreover, the Friedrich County has been led by imperial officers since its inception, so it is unlikely they would look down on a soldier. She will definitely not be an easy opponent. In that sense, Eloise was also as troublesome as Lavranti. If Lavranti has the minor flaw of being a commoner, Eloise has the flaw of her race. Karl was fighting elves until recently, so it would probably be difficult for him to easily whisper words of love while looking at an elf. However, it's not entirely impossible. I've already heard about it from various sources. About the many men and women of the Empire who have found love with the elves of Heisens. About their somewhat difficult, yet sparkling love stories. You ask how I heard about it? It's a bit embarrassing to say, but there was a romance novel inspired by them. Anyway, Eloise is also a person who served in the military. Again, she is different from me. Similar to Lavranti. They are qualified to truly comfort Karl's difficult and gloomy past, which I will never know. Can I really be by Karl's side in this situation? Wanting to comfort him, but knowing nothing about the details. Am I just being greedy, without even being able to understand? Even if Karl finds it all acceptable, can I truly claim the top spot with these two women around? My master's degree might as well be worthless. Should I really aim for a doctorate? But even then, 3 years won't be nearly enough time. Wait a minute. Meanwhile, Selena sensed something amiss and immediately rose from her seat. She and Eloise shared a room. Eloise had left the room, saying she was going for a short walk, and she hadn't returned yet. Usually, she would have been back by now. I was too relaxed. This would never normally happen. It was just that the issue with the sacred relic and Karl had overlapped. I was so preoccupied with that, I forgot the most important thing. No way. Selena jumped up and rushed out of the room. Although she might be lacking compared to the two military women, she was still a woman with a sharp intuition. And that intuition was screaming at her right now to find Eloise quickly. More precisely, to go to Karl. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yufufufu. Laughter escaped her lips. Judging by Karl's reaction, it seemed my plan worked. There's no way he would be acting like this otherwise. It could be an act, but as far as I could tell, Karl wasn't the type to fake it. Hey, Eloise. Yes, Karl. What is it? There's a robe over there. Go and put it on quickly. Aha. So you want to cover me up with a robe? But I'm not that easy, you know? I'm on a whole different level from those pathetic canfras you've dealt with. A robe? Okay. So I should take off everything I'm wearing and put on the robe, right? Let's see. Should I take off the top first, or the bottom first? Just tell me. No, that's not what I meant. Below? Okay, I'll undress from below. As I quietly moved my hand towards his swimsuit bottoms, Karl, startled, grabbed my hand. Oh my, you're quite bold. As expected from a Medal of Honor recipient. That's not. You want to take it off yourself, right? Fine. Go ahead. It's a good thing for me. At that, Karl recoils in shock, batting my hand away and backing off. As if that wasn't enough, he swiftly turns his body away, refusing to even look at me. Don't you have any shame? Huh? You, Eloise, you're an elf? Elves who live and die by their pride? Aren't you one of those elves who vowed never to give humans anything? I am an elf, but not a stuffy one. I disown those closed-minded canfras. If I were just like the other elven women, would I even be in this situation right now? No, I wouldn't have pursued studying abroad in the first place. I'd undoubtedly still be stuck in the forest, sitting while thinking we elves are the best. And just in case, don't try to run away from me. I don't want to end up fully naked either. While Karl is agile, I, an elf, am no pushover either. I guarantee, the moment he tries to escape, I'll strip off my swimsuit and show him everything. JNN. And I'll insist, since you've seen a woman's bare body, you must take responsibility. Too forceful? I know, but in the face of love, forcefulness doesn't matter. I've already trampled my pride and everything, so what do cowardice and forcefulness matter? What's important is to attain it first. That's why I abandoned it all to come to the Empire? Karl. Alright, enough playfulness. It's time to get a bit more serious. I like you. The moment I saw you, I fell for you. If you ask me why, for saving me? The restrained yet overwhelming strength you showed me? Or maybe something that strangely appealed to my maternal instincts. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter at all. The fact that I like you doesn't change no matter the reason, so what's the point in finding one? Sigh. I hear a sigh. It stings a little, but it's okay. I never expected a I like you too from the start. This is a one-way street, after all. At least for now, yes. It's my one-sided love. You must be shocked. You must be dumbfounded. But this is the most certain way for me to prove my feelings. I can't wrap it up nicely or beautifully like others. I just go straight ahead. Just a head-on fight. Just bumping into things. That's all I know how to do. That's what I'm good at. Something to be proud of. It is. Sorry, Karl. For being a woman who can only boast about this kind of thing. For being an elf, of all things. I gently lean my head on Karl's back. I want to hug him. I want to hold his hand. But it's too early. I know Karl has made a big concession by allowing me to do this much, so I endure it. Give me a chance to. Okay, I'll do really well. I don't have any intention of monopolizing you or anything. I'm trying to win you over, so I'm not that kind of heartless elf. If you really want to do that, you should try to think of a more normal way. Another sigh from Karl. But the good news is that it's a little lighter than the previous one. It's a positive sign. Maybe I should thank Selena. She definitely helped loosen up Karl's hardened heart. First of all, Eloise, there's something we need to make clear. Yes. 1. From now on, dress properly in front of others. Clothes? Are you bothered by my clothes? Isn't that obvious? But I wanted you to overlook it. If you want me to overlook it, then dress properly. At least don't show that side of you to others. Aha. Is this something like, I don't want others to see you like this? If that's the reason, I can wrap myself up from now on, Karl. Next, 2. My first is definitely Selena. I know. Did I ever say I'd take first place? The nuance now is that if you could take first place, you would. Oh, you caught me. Hehe. Honestly, it's natural not to be able to resist if you see an angle to take first place, right? It's the same now. There's only me and Karl in this hot spring, so I could just make a half-elf. Bang, bang, bang. Eloise? Eloise? Are you here? Tisk caught. I'm out of here. See you tomorrow. Before that. Hurry up and go if you're leaving. Before Selena comes in kayak. Kaya haha. Success? I succeeded in imprinting my whole body on Karl's unsuspecting eyes, but still, Karl. As you said, I wore a robe instead of taking it off. Did I do well? Just as I thought? That damn elf? No wonder they call them Canfra. Arg. I wanted to burst through the door, but I couldn't. This was a men-only space, and the one inside was none other than Karl. Karl? Can I come in? Wait, that sounds weird. Stupid me? I mean, is everything alright in there? I thought I heard Eloise's voice. What would Karl say? Would he lie and say no? Or would he be honest? Whatever he says, I'll accept it. If he lies, it must mean he's flustered and I can understand that. If he's honest, it means he doesn't want to hide anything from me, which is also good. So, Karl, please just answer me. Eloise was just here, Selena. I see. My voice dropped without me realizing. Stupid. This isn't good. This will only make Karl feel awkward, especially after he was honest with me. So, is Eloise still inside? This was the question I was most curious about. Was Eloise still inside? Or had she run away? The latter would be a relief, but the former would be a headache. If she's still inside and Karl is covering for her, I might be a little sad. No, she ran away. Really? Yeah. Thankfully, Karl's response came back, confirming that she wasn't here anymore. Phew, a sigh of relief escaped me. But then, a slightly foolish question sneaked up in my mind. Did she really leave? I need to trust Karl. I have to trust him, I whisper to myself, but then the image of Eloise's face pops into my head. I can't help it. Ever since we shared a room, she kept looking at me and laughing strangely. Karl. I mean, I'm not doubting you, but I'm doubting Eloise. Are you absolutely sure she's gone? She's really gone. As soon as you came, she bolted like a child caught doing something wrong. She was so quick, just like an elf. PR/N, I mean, she's one. His answer came without a moment's hesitation. Yes, this is enough. Now I can believe him. Actually, even this is wrong of me. If Karl says she's not here, then she's not here. It's not about whether I believe him or not, I should have just believed him. Well then, I should get going. When I get back to our room, I'll give Eloise a piece of my me. Selena. Yes, Karl? Did you have something to say? Would you like to come in? For about 3 seconds, I blinked, wondering if I had heard correctly. After another 3 seconds, I was finally able to open my mouth. No, never mind. Forget what I just said. I think I lost my mind for a moment because of Eloise. Just think of it as nonsense. Anyway, there really was nothing going on, so don't worry, Selena. Forget it, he said. Think of it as nonsense. I see. Well, if Karl says so, then I'll go wash up right now. What did I just say? ******. Would you like to come in, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. I clapped a hand over my mouth, immediately regretting my words. What on earth did I just say? I messed up. You crazy bastard. You senseless fool. Calling a woman into the men's only hot spring? If someone sees this, they'll easily misunderstand and think that guy has gone mad with lust. You even did this to Selena? Then what will Selena think of me? Fuck. This is all because of Eloise. That seductive elf has ruined my sanity? Damn it. The way she looked was too deadly. I thought covering up would be safer than being nude, but hiding it made her seem even more tantalizing and seductive. No, never mind. Forget what I just said. I think I lost my mind for a moment because of Eloise. Just think of it as nonsense. Anyway, there really was nothing going on, so don't worry, Selena. Goodness. First, he's influenced by those 4 guys, and now he's picking up Eloise's habits. I'll go wash up right now. Selena, did I mishear? Or maybe Eloise was playing a prank. But a moment later, Selina actually opened the door and stepped into the hot spring with a gentle splash. What was I doing, you ask? What else could I do? I just kept staring at the wall, preparing for the worst. This world isn't exactly a super conservative, Confucian society, but those values still exist. Unmarried men and women being alone in a private space is enough to raise eyebrows. And being naked, even with robes on, in the same bath is unthinkable. What the hell? Why the hell? If I just say it was a slip of the tongue, it's fine, but why Selina? I'm going crazy. Seriously, I'm going nuts. What would my mother, my sister say if they saw this? This is insane. Absolutely crazy. What would my mother or sister say if they saw this? Just imagining it gives me chills. Plop. An involuntary sigh escapes my lips as I feel the sensation of her warmth against my back. Selina must have leaned against me, her back to mine. I feel the wetness of the water, the texture of her robe, and the undeniable warmth of her body. Neither of us speaks, our backs pressed together. Or rather, we both want to say something, but the words won't come easily. Honestly, it's a bit awkward to break the silence in this situation. Karl. After a moment, Selina cautiously spoke first. Scared? Of what? Whether I can truly be the woman you deserve. I wonder if I can really become a woman worthy of Karl. I was about to ask what she meant, but her next words came faster. A Medal of Honor recipient. A war hero of the Empire. A young noble who saved countless lives. A human respected even by the elves. And now, a benefactor of the church. I'm so proud that my boyfriend is such an amazing person, but sometimes the thought scares me. I want to say that's nonsense, but I realize it would be thoughtless. Selina's worries aren't unfounded. In fact, anyone would be justified in thinking the same way. Selina is the daughter of the Marquis of Nafplion. She comes from a prestigious background and is undoubtedly of noble status. But the same goes for me. I'm the eldest son of Count Friedrich and now the heir. I've risen from a common noble to a titled noble, so my status is no less than Selina's. On top of that, as Selina said, my name is now followed by a string of titles. Any one of them would be enough to feel burdened, but there are more than 2 or 3. It must have been difficult for her. As Selina said, it must have been scary. Putting myself in Selina's shoes, it makes perfect sense. That's why I need to say something more sincere. I need to show her clearly that she has nothing to worry about. So what I mean is, it's already enough, Selina. To me, you're more than enough. Selina's body trembles slightly, the sensation transmitted through our backs. It's as if she's asking, really? Do you really mean it? The people around us might question it. Strangers might question it. And the world might question it. But Selina, none of that matters. Just one thing. You and me. That's enough. And to me, you are more than enough. You're more than I deserve. Saying this out loud makes my face flush. Did I lay it on too thick? I chuckle involuntarily, and Selina lets out a small laugh, too. Pfft. We stay like this for a while, backs pressed together, laughing. Then Selina speaks again. I'm such an idiot. Why did I reject your confession? Well, maybe it was a divine move for the future? To make things more passionate. They say if first love is too easily attained, you don't appreciate its value. I shouted like that, but in reality, it was nothing more than nonsense I blurted out. Of course, even such words from me, Selina sincerely accepted with a "Is that so?" Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I thought this hot spring trip would just be about soaking in the water, but it ended up with another incident. After achieving another unbelievable feat, it's time to go home. Well, it wasn't bad. In fact, it was quite good. I got closer to Selina, Eloise is finally dressing properly, and those 4 guys, well, look at the glow on their faces. They're practically shining. Strange. We all soaked in the hot spring, but why do only they look so refreshed? Well, Eloise, maybe it's because you put Selina and me through so much trouble that we don't show it. Besides, you were too busy trying to sneak into my room to enjoy the hot spring. So you're leaving, brother Karl. Cardinal Bioland, who was standing behind us, speaks with a chuckle as we wait for the train. I was already feeling the pressure with all the officers, soldiers, and families of the martyred soldiers in the south. Now, people from the church, including the cardinal, are clinging to me. It's suffocating. Is this what it feels like to be watched every second of the day? Brother. Here. Right. I almost forgot. My great sword. My precious friend. I missed you so much. As a gift to the benefactor of the church, this old man has bestowed a blessing upon it. What? This sword that only craved the blood of Canfras has received a blessing from a cardinal? It's like a bloodthirsty magical sword being suddenly quenched in holy water. It's like the cursed sword, thirsting for blood, suddenly being sanctified as a holy relic. I wish I could personally visit Count Friedrich to express my gratitude. However, with the matter of the recovered sacred relic and the affairs of the 4th diocese, it's all right, Your Eminence. It's nothing to dwell on. Your presence here is more important for soothing the unsettled hearts of the people. Indeed, the war may be over, but post-war recovery is just beginning. Truly, brother, you are worthy of God's grace. Worthy, my foot. I'm just a madman who ran wild with a whatever happens, happens, attitude. I bet even the goddess of light was like, is this guy crazy, when I confessed my love publicly and then ran off to the military after being rejected. Upon returning from my journey south, I was immediately summoned by the crown prince. It's both sad and terrifying how the imperial palace is starting to feel familiar. This isn't a good sign. Well, brother-in-law. Oh my, look at how he's changed his title for me. I guess the marriage is all but set in stone now. In any case, I'm glad things worked out well. I've been dumped before, and it hurts a lot n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. If the crown prince, of all people, had broken my sister's heart, no matter how good a person he is, it would have been unpleasant. Yes, your highness. If I remember correctly, you said you didn't want any more medals. That's right. Well then, would you mind explaining this situation? Fluttering before my eyes were several documents, and written within them, none other than the Radiant Church. It was quite obvious how the church matters ended up in front of the crown prince. Would you believe me if I said I had no idea this would happen? Of course, I would. It would be strange if you did. To be honest, I understand. But, even so, this is, well, a proposal that goes far beyond the line. You're saying I'll be receiving another medal. You don't have to beat around the bush. The crown prince then burst into laughter, saying, is that so? Then I'll get straight to the point. You'll be receiving a medal for improving relations between the empire and the church, and for recovering a lost sacred relic. You seem to be the most excited about this, your highness. I grumbled a little, and the crown prince replied, isn't that natural? Wondering if he was teasing me, I waited for his next words and soon learned the real reason. The more you excel, the bigger the smile on Rika's face will be. That would be the best thing for me. The best thing indeed. I'm relieved that my sister seems to have found a husband who's incredibly devoted to her. Let's think positively. Even I have to admit that I can't refuse a medal for this. Simply contributing to improving relations between the empire and the church is enough to deserve recognition, let alone the fact that it involved recovering a sacred relic lost decades ago. It would be even more absurd to just say good job or thank you and leave it at that. To further emphasize the importance of the relic and the villainy of the Luzernes who lost it, this matter cannot be quietly overlooked. This will be the best gift for my father-in-law. Why my father? The newly appointed heir is a benefactor of the church. What could be better? Ah, you haven't heard yet. 2 days ago, Cardinal Nicolau, the head of the First Diocese, visited Count Friedrich. He conveyed gratitude and blessings in the name of the church. That's quite something. As far as I know, the only times a cardinal personally gives blessings are for the rise of a new duke or the birth of a new child in the royal family. But even without those circumstances, the cardinal appeared and gave blessings. It's only natural. A benefactor of the church, a blessed individual who returned the sacred relic. If they remained indifferent, it would tarnish the church's reputation. Ha ha ha, this is truly wonderful. Ha 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 ha, I can't wait to see the crown princess smile. Ah ha ha ha, I sighed as I looked at the crown prince, my brother-in-law, laughing until the East Palace seemed to shake. After meeting with the crown prince, the next place I went to was the Radiant Church's First Diocese. The purpose was to meet Cardinal Nicolau, who oversees all church matters in the capital and its surroundings. Of course, it wasn't me who wanted to meet him. It was they who invited me. They insisted on picking me up in a white carriage pulled by white horses. Everything was so white that I felt dizzy. I want to go on another journey. I never imagined I'd miss those 4 guys. This is why everyone sings praises of travel. What a mess as soon as I return. Whether he knew my inner thoughts or not, as soon as I got off at the Radiant Church's First Diocese headquarters, the old man with a benevolent smile extended his hand. Welcome, Brother Karl Adelheit. It's truly an honor to meet you. This is the head of the First Diocese, Cardinal Nicolaus, the most prominent figure among the cardinals in the empire. To put it in military terms, it's like having the highest seniority even if everyone holds the same rank. It's an honor to meet you for the first time as well, Your Eminence. Ha ha ha, the honor is ours. It's only through your efforts that the shadows have lifted, and light shines wherever you tread. Your words are truly appreciated, but please tone down the praise. I'm about to die of embarrassment. Of course, Cardinal Nicolaus is completely unaware of my feelings. He seems to be overjoyed. He's thrilled about the recovery of the lost sacred relic, and the fact that it coincidentally happened through someone recently awarded a Medal of Honor, whose actions are rumored to be blessed by God. From the church's perspective, they want to ride this wave, and I've provided them with the perfect justification. They can claim that a person capable of finding the relic must surely be blessed by God. And it's a chance to strike back at those Luzernes who dared to challenge the church's pride. As I've mentioned before, the Radiant Church is not to be underestimated. Religious groups can't survive on faith alone. They need to integrate into the social system and create their own order and rules within it. Otherwise, they'll be nothing more than a passing trend, soon forgotten by everyone. But those fools, the Luzernes, mocked that order, those rules, and all the efforts the church has made. The anger, the humiliation, and the disgrace the Radiant Church must have felt are unimaginable. Perhaps their closer ties with the Empire are aimed at crushing those Luzernes bastards. I met with Count Friedrich a few days ago. I heard from His Highness. You even gave him your blessings. I can't thank you enough, Your Eminence. Not at all. It's our church who should be thanking you. Cardinal Nicolaus then turned his attention to my greatsword. Even though I said it's nothing special, just an ordinary military sword you can find anywhere. The look in Cardinal Nicolaus's eyes is quite similar to what I saw in Cardinal Biolant of the 4th Diocese a while ago. It's like he wants to think of this great sword as another sacred relic that helped recover the relic. Your Eminence, this sword is really not that special. It's just an ordinary military sword. It's the sword of the hero of the Empire who recovered the sword of St. Louis. This is too coincidental. I heard that Cardinal Adelheit of the 4th Diocese blessed this great sword. Yes, he did it himself. I see. If the head of the 4th Diocese personally blessed it, it must be something special. But, perhaps because the 4th Diocese is still unstable due to the war, there are some shortcomings. Aha. So, you're saying it's a shame that someone with less seniority than you blessed it. As expected, when you think in military terms, everything becomes straightforward and clear. It's not much of a gesture of gratitude, but we, the 1st Diocese, would like to fill in those gaps. Sir Hero, would you give us the opportunity to bless this sword wielded by the hero of the Empire? What choice do I have? It would be my honor. What can I do when you say it with a look that suggests you'd be very disappointed if I refused? I quickly drew my great sword and handed it to the attendant priest next to the cardinal. Your words are most welcome. His Holiness will be pleased as well. His Holiness. The news has already reached the Holy See. His Holiness said that the return of the lost sacred relic was guided by the light through the hands of a hero. PR/N, Holy See refers to the central government of the Radiant Church most probably. Cardinal Nicolaus said this and made the sign of the cross with great devotion. His demeanor was so sincere that I unconsciously followed suit. Brother Karl, please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything you desire from the church. No, Your Eminence. I truly didn't do this with any expectations. I understand. Of course. But, brother, if you give a favor, you should also know how to receive its due. That way, the recipient can also be freed from the guilt of simply receiving. No, please don't say that. It makes me very uncomfortable. Besides, receiving its due, a reward. What does he mean? What should I ask for? I didn't do this with any intention, it just happened by chance, so no matter how much I think about it, I can't come up with a good answer. Aha. Come to think of it, there is one thing. Well then, Your Eminence, I have one request. Oh, anything at all. What is it? Actually, I'm a bit embarrassed to say, but there's a pension foundation with my name on it. Cardinal Nicolaus, the head of the Empire's 1st Diocese and a member of the Order of Light that worships the Goddess of Light, watched the young man walk away. Actually, I'm a bit embarrassed to say, but there's a pension foundation with my name on it. I would like the Order to support it. Please don't mention that I asked. Just say that the Order was happy to do a good deed with good intentions. It's nothing special. I just feel sorry that only my friends are struggling. Since it bears my name, I think it's right for me to help in various ways. He was told to say what he wanted, and that's what he said. Hearing this, Cardinal Nicolaus almost let out an exclamation of huh. Was it intentional? Or was it sincere? Being old means having a lot of experience. Although one's ego also increases proportionally, it means at least having seen more than others. In that respect, Cardinal Nicolaus found this young nobleman named Karl to be a very strange person. The Order is indebted to you, so if there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to ask. There's no need to be shy. It's good for our Order to give back as much as we have received. When told this, most nobles would stop their polite refusals and ask for what they wanted. That's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. Those who hide everything until the end cannot walk together. Wouldn't it be easier to improve the relationship between the two by asking for something that is easy to grant? That's why he's thinking like this. He did make a personal request, as he said, but the content is not personal at all. If it was intentional, it's extreme image management. If it was sincere, he's a hero who didn't receive the Medal of Honor for nothing. Cardinal Nicolaus, who had been looking in the direction Karl had disappeared for a while longer, closed his eyes. There were still doubts, but based on everything so far, this was the latter. He's not a worn-out figure in the political world. Rather, he's a very pure young man. If he really had other thoughts in his heart, God wouldn't have led him on the path to the sacred relic. It was a sacred relic that the 4th Diocese, no, the entire Order had tried their best to find. But it was all in vain. Even with the Empire's support, they couldn't find it. It had even been rumored that perhaps God, disappointed with their inadequacy, had turned the sword back into light, so it was better to give up. In that situation, they suddenly split a rock and found the sword of St. Louis inside. If this isn't God's will, then what else could it be? And surely, someone who received God's will couldn't possibly harbor ill intentions? Count Friedrich has designated the existing heir as the crown princess, and now has an excellent young lord as well. Cardinal Nicolaus muttered to himself without realizing it. The Veterans Pension Foundation. From what he heard, it was a foundation led by 2 marquisates and 2 counties of the empire. With the support of the Duke's family and other noble families, it was said to be growing in size. There were even rumors that the imperial palace intended to reduce the scale of the crown prince's wedding and use the remaining funds to support the pension foundation. The war had certainly killed or injured many citizens of the empire, and the empire had never neglected the soldiers who had become that way for the sake of the empire. They had done enough. They had done all they could. So, there was no need to do that. Yet, they did. And Karl even created such a foundation to help them. He's an amazing young man. The title of hero isn't enough for him. Well, he had to be that good to receive the Medal of Honor not once, but twice. And even the elves admired him. That's why God favored him and made him find the sacred relic. It started with good intentions, but in the end, that goodwill will become a grand cause. For such a cause, Karl asked the Order to lend a hand. He added that it was enough if it seemed like the order volunteered, without mentioning that he had asked. It's a request, but it's also not a request. It's a request where Karl gains nothing and only the order gains. Actually, there has already been talk within the order that our order should also put our name on that foundation before it's too late. That only by acting quickly before that goodwill becomes a great cause can our order also be on the side of shining the light of the great cause. Indeed, simply aiding the pension foundation doesn't fulfill all of Karl's requests. That was all he asked for, but the church has its pride. If we take credit for something we were already planning to do, even God would be justified in punishing us. Inform the cardinals of each diocese of my words. There is an urgent matter to discuss. What is the topic you wish to discuss? It concerns doubling the number of orphanages and medical facilities operated by the church in each diocese. After the imperial dioceses have concluded their discussions, I will formally present the proposal to the Holy See. This is God's will. This is what he desires. This is our new temple. Ugh, I'm dying. I'm exhausted. My whole body feels stiff. It's no wonder, after standing rigidly all day, first the crown prince, and now a cardinal. Even as the acting head of my family, these are some pretty big figures for a mere noble's child to handle. You worked hard, Karl. I'm so glad Selina is here with me. Even though all she does is pat my back and say I did a good job, it somehow relieves my physical and mental exhaustion. Thank you, Selina. I feel much better thanks to you. As expected, a girlfriend's support is the best thing for a guy. PR/N, I will never know how it feels, crying face. What about Eloise? Isn't she with you? Nov. L. B/JNN. As far as I know, Selina went straight into a consultation with Eloise as soon as she returned. The consultation I'm referring to isn't the kind you might think. It's more like, why were you in the same bath as Karl without telling me? Do you want to die? Kind of consultation. I was worried that Selina's wording might be too harsh, but apparently, there was no problem. After all, Eloise isn't just any elf, she's a woman who's slain countless monstrous canfras. Selina's threats probably sounded like mere whining to Eloise. That's why I always side with Selina, no question. Honestly, Selina is the weakest. If Eloise decided she wanted to, she could just go nom, and devour her whole. I could never bear to witness such a thing. No, never. As a former military man, I cannot allow a junior to outshine their senior. It's a matter of principle. Unless, of course, the senior is incompetent or worthless. Ah, damn it. Why do I keep bringing up the military? Anyway, she said she had something to do at the academy and left. The academy? All of a sudden. Yeah, the new Elven exchange students arrived, right? Eloise is technically a new student too. She went to meet them and attend a gathering for Elven students. It seems Selina only knows that much. And that's how it should be. But I know more. Eloise told me, and I already knew some things. Surveillance, was it? Luzerne's is anti-empire, while Heisen's is pro-empire. So naturally, Heisen sends exchange students to the Imperial Academy. Their goal is to learn from the Empire and bring those benefits back to their homeland. But whether Luzerne's or Heisen's, the foundation of their society is elves. No matter how kind or understanding they may be, their roots are elven. There are things that don't change and things that are hard to change. Among them, of course, is a vague sense of superiority, or the arrogance of being better than humans. Luzerne's used that to their advantage. That's why, in the early days, most elves sided with Luzerne's. Even though they've been completely crushed now, that kind of ideology can always resurface. They say, it's hard for a human to become an elf, but it's a snap for an elf to become a human. If that happens in Heisen's, it's their problem. But what if, by some chance, it happens at the Imperial Academy? What if the exchange students suddenly get infected with some strange ideology and start shouting, elves? 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 That's why the Empire always wanted to have a surveillance system in place. And the one to take on that role would naturally be the most pro-Empire elf among the exchange students, the one with more interest and affection for human society than Elven society. And this time, Eloise was secretly chosen for that role. No. It's more accurate to say she volunteered. Anyway, hey, Karl. I have a favor to ask. A favor. As I look at Selina, wondering what it could be, she answers. Are you free tomorrow or the day after? Free. Yeah. I was wondering if you could visit my family's marquisate. To the marquisate of Nafplion? Is it perhaps, to introduce me to her parents? My grandfather, the former marquis, wants to see you. Your grandfather? Why me, all of a sudden? Actually, my grandfather is a devout follower of the Radiant Church. You know how some families are really devout in their religion and try to force it on their future son-in-law or daughter-in-law. And if the fiancé or fiancée is of a different faith, or no faith at all, and refuses, the family throws a fit, saying things like, no marriage to our child unless you convert. Surprisingly, even though religion is a much bigger deal in this life than my past one, to the point where divine blessings and whatnot actually exist, that kind of thing rarely happens here. The reason is pretty simple: other religions are just too insignificant compared to the goddess of light. Most citizens of the empire have long since embraced the light. Anyway, I wasn't worried about the religious aspect, even though I'm not exactly a devout follower of the light. One way or another, I do believe in it, and there's no other religion to speak of. but my girlfriend's grandfather is a devout follower of a religion that calls me a benefactor and a noble person. This was completely unexpected. I hadn't even considered this possibility. So, as I headed to Selena's family home at the invitation of the former Marquis Nafplion, I felt quite uneasy. This feels like I'm going to meet the parents. Well, it's kind of like that. Why? Are you nervous? It would be a lie if I said I wasn't. But, well, it's something I have to do eventually, so I guess it's good timing. It's nice that I'll get to meet your grandfather too. No matter what, in the eyes of Marquis Nafplion, I'm the guy who's stealing his daughter. Not in a bad way, but in the way all fathers see their future sons-in-law at first. A father's love for his daughter is the same everywhere. So, to win over my future father-in-law, it's best to start by winning over the people around him. My girlfriend's siblings are a good start, but the best person is, of course, my future mother-in-law. Honestly, how many men can withstand the wrath of their wives? And then there's the former head of the family, my father-in-law's father. If I can win him over, it's a done deal. A grandfather's love for his granddaughter is just as strong as a father's love for his daughter. Having him on my side? That's unbeatable. Come to think of it, recovering the sacred relic for the church was a real stroke of luck, wasn't it? I've definitely earned some points beyond that. In fact, I've earned way more than enough. First of all, I saved Selena's older brother, the heir to the Marquis of Nafplion. Honestly, I didn't even know about this. I wasn't aiming for it, but it just happened. To be honest, I didn't even know about this. I definitely didn't plan it, but that's just how it turned out. And as a bonus, I even received the Medal of Honor for it. A son-in-law who's received that medal twice? As an imperial noble, that's pretty hard to ignore. Plus, my family isn't too shabby either. The County of Friedrich is doing quite well, and now that my older sister is the crown princess and future empress of the empire, wow, just thinking about it is overwhelming. Anyway, even though Marquis Nafplion might see me as a thief at first, I don't think he'll see me as a bad guy for long. Honestly, it would be weird if I lost points. There's no one else in the world like me, the perfect son-in-law. Oh, crap. Right. Grad school. I forgot. Selena chose to go to grad school because of me. That thought made all the points I thought I'd accumulated vanish into thin air. The culprit who sent his daughter to grad school for 3 years? Even I wouldn't be able to forgive that. Karl? Huh? Oh, Selena. Did you call? We're almost there. Is everything okay? You seem distracted. About that, Selena. You see, what did the Marquis say? When you told him you were going to grad school because of me. Not that again. I told you, Karl. My father said he understands. Right. I'm sure he did. But facing him in person is a whole different matter. Putting everything else aside, if I were him and thought my son-in-law sent my daughter to grad school, I'd want to grab him by the collar at least once, you know? *****. There are a few things that are considered more important than anything else in the aristocratic world: age, lineage, and above all, status. The status here doesn't simply refer to the distinction between commoners, nobles, and royalty. Even within those ranks, a person's position and role are crucial. In that sense, even though they have passed on their titles, the former heads of noble families still hold considerable influence. They are great figures who are impeccable in terms of age, lineage, and status. Therefore, the current Marquis of Nafplion was both pleased and quite surprised and tense by the sudden appearance of his father, the former Marquis of Nafplion, who had emerged from his seclusion. You've finally arrived. How was your pilgrimage to the Holy Land? Climbing the stairs was quite a chore, probably due to my old age. Huff, huff. The former Marquis of Nafplion, Selena's grandfather, Roem, scratched his white hair and looked at his son. More than that, I apologize. It's not right for an old man who has already passed on his title to suddenly use the family name like this. Not at all, father. And besides, he's dating Lenny, isn't he? I had to meet him in person someday to thank him for saving my son. Right. That's true. The one who saved our grandson, our heir, is also the Blessed One. Blessed One. Since when did those who follow the Goddess of Light start calling Karl that? Some call him a Medal of Honor recipient, others a war hero, and still others a savior. And now, the Blessed One. It seems like his future son-in-law is becoming more and more impressive, but Marquis Nafplion didn't mind. No, it was actually a good thing. It meant that his daughter had also found an extraordinary partner, but to the point where she has to endure grad school. Ugh, Lenny, that girl. Can she really handle it? Selena had already secured her graduation with top honors, proving her academic prowess. Even though his son and heir, Dianik, had assured him that she would do well in grad school, Marquis Nafplion couldn't shake off his uneasiness. Your Grace. At that moment, the butler quietly approached and informed them that the two main guests had arrived. Father, please wait a moment. I'll go and... No, let's go together. Father, he's my granddaughter's fiancé, my grandson's savior, and the Blessed One of the Church. As a father with a son and daughter, who follows the Goddess of Light, it wouldn't be right for me to just sit here and wait because I'm old. He didn't add that they should treat him with respect because he was a Medal of Honor recipient or a hero of the Empire. That was something his son, the current Marquis of Nafplion, should do. The Marquis, well aware of this, didn't try to stop his father any further. Grandfather. As they came downstairs, Selena ran to Roem with a bright smile and hugged him. It seems she had always been doted on by her grandfather, as she acted affectionately towards him. Oh my, our granddaughter. You've become even more beautiful in the past year. After patting Selena's back, Roem slowly turned his head to the side. There stood the young man who would one day become his grandson-in-law, visibly tense as he opened his mouth to speak. It's a pleasure to meet you, grandfather. I'm Karl Adelheit of the county of Friedrich. I am Roem Ifrit. It's a pleasure to meet you, blessed one. Please, don't be so formal. I'm not comfortable being addressed with honorifics by Selena's grandfather. Ha ha ha. All right. But that doesn't change the fact that you're the blessed one. A young hero. That's enough for now. There was so much I wanted to say, but it was time to yield to my son. He was the Marquis of Nafplion and Selena's father. He would have far more to discuss with Karl than me. Welcome, Karl. Thank you for your warm welcome, Your Grace. The two of them started chatting right away, even though they weren't in the drawing room yet. Roem watched them for a moment before turning his gaze to his granddaughter standing beside him. Our granddaughter has a good eye for men n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Right. He's well-mannered, handsome. He's perfect for our granddaughter, perfect. Oh my, it's not that far yet. You're not thinking about marriage. Selena's face flushed red at Roem's question. That's not it. If that's not it, then you should start preparing now, Lenny. Opportunities don't come to those who wait, they come to those who constantly strive for them. In this old man's eyes, this is an opportunity you must seize. PR/N, wise words. As a grandfather with a lovely granddaughter, as the former head of the Ifrit family, and as a devout follower of the goddess of light, Karl Adelheit was the perfect son-in-law. His past actions showed that he would never mistreat his wife. That was the first pass. His looks were a perfect match for our granddaughter, who was the most beautiful woman in the empire. That was the second pass. He was the first person in the history of the empire to receive the Medal of Honor twice, and while still alive, so his honor and fame alone were a gift to the Ifrit family and the Marquis of Nafplion. That was the third pass. And finally, he performed miracles for the followers of the goddess of light. That's the final pass. Roem was already determined to persuade his son, the current Marquis of Nafplion, if he showed any signs of opposition or hesitation. This marriage had to happen, for the sake of his daughter and the family. Of course, it was a shame that Selena was going to graduate school, but that was her own choice. Besides, it was a good thing for her to get a master's degree. It would be another source of pride for the Ifrit family. Ha 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 ha. Well, it seemed like the old man's worries were unfounded. Marquis Nafplion, who had been talking to Karl, burst into laughter and was already putting his arm around Karl's shoulders. I didn't know exactly what they had talked about, but it was a positive reaction. As far as I knew, my son wouldn't laugh like that unless he was genuinely happy. This must also be the will of God. He has given us this marriage as a gift, touched by our family's faithfulness. He wanted to marry them off right away, but he decided to be patient. His son-in-law was still a student at the academy, and his granddaughter would be busy with graduate school. The power of early education is truly amazing. Now I understand why all the parents in my past life were so obsessed with cram schools. My father may seem very intellectual, even rigid, on the outside, but he's actually a very sociable person. If you have a good conversation with him on a good topic, he'll open up quickly. By Karl's standards. Talking about the military wouldn't be bad. My brother's decision to become an officer was influenced by my father, who used to be a commander. Or he likes stories about nobles. Not too serious topics, but, tell him about those four, he'll enjoy that. I faithfully followed Selena's advice as we made our way to the Marquisate of Nafplion, and the result was my father-in-law, laughing heartily right next to me. Imperial officers all have a bit of a rigid side. It wasn't like that in my day. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You must have had a hard time. Well, Marquis Adria has always been a bit eccentric. I just didn't know his son would be exactly like him. Haha. I had been worried that he would grab me by the collar and yell, "You damn son-in-law, are you happy now that you've sent my daughter to grad school?" as soon as he saw me. Because, even I would have been tempted to do that. How could I look favorably upon the person who sent my only daughter to grad school? But it seems my father-in-law is a bit more rational than I am. That's why it's all the more impressive. You persuaded the four heirs and even created a pension foundation. So you were aware of it, Your Grace. Of course. How could I not be? It's a hot topic in social circles these days. Recently, the Duchy of Bremstfall has also joined the cause, so everyone is even more interested. The Duchy of Bremstfall. Remus Bavaria. The one who's crazy about mint chocolate. A sudden sense of foreboding washes over me. What if the Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation is just a front for a mint chocolate lovers club? Come to think of it, the Four Musketeers and Heir Remus are all mint chocolate fans. Later on, they won't be saying, "Try spreading mint chocolate on bread," just like Medal of Honor recipient Karl Adelheit loved it, will they? Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. What if, just maybe, the Marquis, my father-in-law, he's not a mint chocolate fan like them, is he? Please, no. It would be a disaster if my father-in-law was a mint chocolate fan. What if he says, "Ha ha ha, try some mint chocolate, son-in-law. You don't like it? You don't want to marry my daughter." However, with all due respect to everyone, I'm not too fond of mint chocolate. Oh my, mint has its own flavor, and so does chocolate. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy their original flavors rather than mixing them indiscriminately? For a moment, I almost grabbed the Marquis's hand and shouted, "You're right." Honestly, I've been worried that I might be the abnormal one, with the four of them sitting next to me every day, inhaling mint chocolate and whispering, "Why doesn't Karl eat this delicious treat?" I'm simply in awe of your Grace's insight. Thank you, even if it's just flattery. It's definitely not flattery. Absolutely not. There was still some time before dinner, so Selina, the Marquis, her grandfather, and I headed to the drawing room. A little later, the Marquis's wife joined us and exchanged greetings with me. This really does feel like I'm meeting my girlfriend's parents. I heard the story. You recovered the lost sacred relic. Well, yes, that's right. I wanted to say that I was just trying to teach the four musketeers a lesson and swung my great sword, accidentally splitting a rock and revealing the relic, but I held back. There was no need to put myself down in this kind of situation. Honestly, wouldn't it be better to be seen as a great boyfriend for a great daughter, a great son-in-law? My father was very impressed when he heard the news. Isn't that right? Indeed, indeed. It's clear that the Goddess of Light looks favorably upon our empire. Otherwise, why would she have allowed a Medal of Honor recipient to perform such a miracle? No. I should say she has already allowed you to perform 2 miracles. My apologies, Karl. Not at all. I also believe that the Goddess of Light has allowed me to perform these miracles because she looks favorably upon me. Surely, the light has guided me. It's easy for a not-so-devout follower of the Goddess of Light to do a 180. That's why it's such a joyous occasion. To have such a fine young man like you as my grandson-in-law. Coog. I nearly choked on my tea, but managed to swallow it with superhuman patience. I couldn't spit it out in front of both her parents and her grandfather. Kuk. Kolruk. Selina, who had been quietly sipping her tea next to me, started coughing as if she had choked. Why are you both so surprised? Wasn't this already discussed? Well, yes. We did talk about it, but we haven't officially announced it yet, grandfather. Both the Ifrit and Adelheit families suspected they might become in-laws, but they hadn't reached a definite conclusion, so they were keeping it quiet. More importantly, we weren't getting married right away, and both Selina and I still had 3 years left. No one knows what the future holds, so we had to be cautious. If we discussed it too early and something went wrong, it would be too painful. Of course, that was just the thinking of us youngsters. It seemed the adults had a different idea. Do you not find this young man your daughter has brought suitable as a son-in-law? How could that be, father? He's a 2-time recipient of the Medal of Honor. The fact that Lenny is head over heels for him is enough to make him a worthy son-in-law. It's absurd to say otherwise. What do you think, my dear? He's the benefactor who saved our son from that hell. Need I say more? Well, I did send Selina to the hell that is grad school, but fortunately, it seems like that part has been taken into consideration. Since she chose to go herself, my fault is lessened, I guess. That's a relief. I'd like to tell them to have the wedding this spring, but you must restrain yourself, father. We cannot show any disrespect. That's true. We must at least wait until next spring. That's right, everyone. You really must wait until next spring. If, by any chance, we were to announce, we're getting married in the spring, the emperor would clear his throat and say, sorry, but we'd like our son and daughter-in-law to have all the spotlight at least until next spring. Besides, if we were in our right minds, we wouldn't do it even if we were told to. No matter what we did, it would be overshadowed by the crown prince's wedding, so why would we want to get married then? Well then, father-in-law, mother-in-law, since things had turned out this way, I tried to score some more points by calling them that, but I'm not sure why Selina and her grandfather, who were sitting next to them, seemed to like it more than they did. This is so annoying. Seriously, what a waste of time because of these guys. Don't they know that this is why the Empire is so eager to call us Canfras instead of elves? Eloise grumbled inwardly, but then told herself to be patient and focused on the conversation of the elves gathered in the room, their legs crossed. I knew you would come. You are the highest-ranking elves, after all. Thank you. The truth is, our homeland has been quite noisy lately. Yes. We've heard about that. The lower-ranking warriors are demanding a major social change, aren't they? Honestly, it seems they've all gone mad from fighting for so long. Hyzens chose the right side. Luzerne's was wrong, and the Empire was right. But don't get me wrong. It's not because Hyzens is superior or wiser, but simply because the Empire is that powerful. It's absolutely not because Hyzens is great or anything like that. The lower-ranking warriors, who had fought against their fellow elves on the front lines and witnessed the Empire's power firsthand, clearly understood this. They knew that this situation wasn't due to the elves' wisdom or superiority, but simply because they had chosen the right side. They knew that if they did anything foolish in this situation, they could face backlash. The problem was that those who did nothing and knew nothing were obsessed with the results, as if they had done something, with the nuance that they had played some great role. Yes, they were just like those who had come to study in the Empire simply because they were nobles, mistakenly believing they were special. Do I really have to listen to all this? It's driving me insane. The Empire had secretly asked her for a favor. They wanted her to check if there were any Legion spies among the exchange students and if they were instilling any unnecessary ideas. Eloise coolly accepted. She didn't have an overflowing affection for her people, but she didn't have none either. That's why she took on the task. If another problem arose at the academy because of the exchange students, who knows how the diplomatic relations would be twisted. Honestly, I'm not happy that they awarded the Legion of Honor medal to that human male. Huh? You're not talking about Karl, are you? But why bring up that man all of a sudden n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om? Honestly, they're no better than us elves, so why give them such an honor? Isn't it obvious? It must have been the choice of the higher UPS who are too subservient to the Empire, to align with the Empire's order. Fine. I can understand that. But what I can't understand is giving the highest honor, the Legion of Honor medal, to a mere human. Ahahaha. Ahahahaha. What are these long-eared bastards saying right now? This won't do. If I neatly cut off their pretty ears, they'll come to their senses. Yes, they definitely will. Lavrenti quietly put down the newspaper she was staring blankly at. A sigh, or perhaps a gasp, escaped her lips. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Discussing the highest order of merit. Radiant Church. The first and fourth dioceses announce a prayer meeting for their benefactor, the lost relic, the Sword of St. Louis. Let's take a closer look. Lavrenti unconsciously fingered the medal she had placed beside her. In the past, when she received the Silver Star medal, she thought that she could finally walk alongside Karl, even if just a little. It wasn't comparable to the Medal of Honor that Karl had received, but it was still proof of her significant military achievements. She's sure she is qualified. No, it's more accurate to say she was sure. Karl had gone too far out of reach. The highest order of merit is awarded to an individual who has made a significant contribution to the diplomatic relations between the Empire and other countries. It's not even discussed unless it's an exceptional case. In other words, it's the diplomatic equivalent of the Medal of Honor. And because of his recent work with the church, Karl was likely to receive it. Or perhaps the discussion was already over, and they were now talking about when to award it. This is unexpected. Can I handle this? It seems absolutely impossible. As a sniper, as a sharpshooter, there was one thing she absolutely had to avoid: getting nervous or tense. A moment of urgency could disrupt her breathing, narrow her vision, and even freeze her thoughts. So, Lavrenti had never lost her composure since becoming a sharpshooter. But now, how could she remain indifferent now? Sergeant Lavrenti. Sergeant Lavrenti. Yes. Did you call me? Dianik, who was tilting his head next to her, continued speaking. The admission preparations are all done. You don't have to worry about tuition fees for each academic year, and if you need any extra money, you can always tell me. I see. Thank you, young master. No, thank you. I'm honored to be able to help someone like you. There's no greater honor. But, you see, Dianik scratched his cheek and glanced at Lavrenti. It seemed like he had something to say, but he couldn't easily bring himself to say it. Is there something you want to say? When Lavrenti asked for the reason, Dianik sighed and opened his mouth. We can take care of all the tuition fees. That's why it was created. However, the Imperial Academy isn't a place where you can continue to study just by paying money. What do you mean? If you receive 4 warnings for failing grades, you can no longer stay at the academy. Please keep this in mind and never neglect your studies. If such a thing happens, we can no longer help you with academy matters, no matter who you are. So there was such a thing. Wow. 4 warnings for failing grades and you're expelled? In the military, they wouldn't kick you out no matter how poorly you performed. The academy is a scary place. That's the kind of place Master voluntarily returned to. If Karl had heard Lavrenti's thoughts right now, he would have shouted, it's still better than the military. But unfortunately, Karl was currently overwhelmed by the disaster he had brought upon himself, so let's exclude him. Young master, do you happen to know how difficult the academics at the Imperial Academy are? Yes, I do. I'm a graduate of the academy myself. I don't know how much it's changed since my time, but if I were to guess. Dianik thought for a moment, then shook his head. It's definitely not easy. Whether you're a noble or a commoner, the pressure from the professors is immense. The only way to prove yourself at the academy is through excellent grades, a passionate attitude, and diligence. So, the pressure for academic results is even greater. To that extent, even though I graduated, I wouldn't call myself an outstanding student. It's embarrassing, but I only graduated with average grades. From their conversation so far, Lavrenti felt that Dianik, the noble, seemed like a very intellectual person. But even Dianik, who was like that, was only slightly above average. He was dissatisfied with himself. Is this really okay? Imagine the moment when she had to leave the academy due to 4 accumulated warnings for failing grades. She didn't care about the gazes of others, the shame, or the embarrassment. Just imagining Karl watching that scene. Young master, is there any place where I can get help with my studies? Lavrenti's voice was unusually urgent. Perhaps sensing something unusual in her tone, Dianik also said and hurriedly replied. If you're talking about help with your studies, am I thinking of the same thing you are? Probably. To be honest, I'm not very deep in learning. Young master, I can be diligent, persistent, and patient, but I can't do anything about learning. As you know, I'm a commoner. Don't put yourself down, Sergeant. You're a war hero. That doesn't matter. What's urgent for me now is not to look pathetic in front of my master. It's not to be kicked out of the academy for academic reasons. Has he ever seen her so desperate? Dianik thought for a moment and shook his head. No matter how hard he tried to remember, he had never seen Lavrenti like this. It seemed like the first time she had shown so much emotion. So, it felt even more serious. Someone who could fill Lavrenti's lack of knowledge to some extent. Of course, he couldn't just assign anyone. His family's pride was also at stake, and above all, the place Lavrenti wanted to go was the Imperial Academy. Therefore, the person he assigned should also be a graduate of the academy, and they should have achieved excellent academic results. Plus, they shouldn't look down on Sergeant Lavrenti just because she's a commoner. He wanted to help his comrade. He really wanted to help his comrade in need. This was a way to repay some of the debt he felt in his heart. It was an act of repaying Karl for what he had received by helping Karl's other comrades. Wait. Suddenly, the face of a woman flashed through Dianik's mind. More precisely, she was a member of his family. Why Lavrenti of all people? I really hate you, brother. You want to know why I'm doing this? Fine. I'll tell you. But you won't like it. Selina, who had suddenly hit him a little painfully and screamed not too long ago. Dianik, remembering his younger sister, stroked his chin and slowly opened his mouth. Actually, I know someone who can help Sergeant Lavrenti. You do? Yes. She graduated from the academy with excellent grades. No, not just excellent, but the highest possible grades. And now she's even preparing for grad school. She'll be a bit busy, but, if she uses her vacation, she can help Sergeant Lavrenti to some extent. From what he had heard, the relationship between Lavrenti and Karl had become quite awkward. He didn't fail to understand Selina. Whether male or female, it was only natural to feel a sense of rivalry towards someone of the same gender vying for the affections of the opposite sex they liked. And if they could get rid of them, they would want to. But Sergeant Lavrenti is Karl's comrade. If their relationship becomes uncomfortable, it will only be awkward for Lenny. It might be better to bring them together like this and improve their relationship. If he told his sister this news, she would probably get angry again, asking what he had done. But this was an opportunity. By helping Lavrenti, Selina herself could be in a more advantageous position. Believing that Selina would understand him someday, Dianik decided to push through with his plan. The woman leaned against the window, staring blankly outside. A distant foreign land. A world similar to her homeland, but never the same. Once, they competed for the sole order of the continent, but now it was a place where she had to acknowledge their superiority. And, perhaps from this day forward until her death, it was a space akin to a prison where she would have to spend her days. She didn't want this. She just wanted to live quietly, like a mouse. If they asked her to give up her noble status, she could have done that too. She just wanted to live a quiet life in her homeland, no matter how. But the blood flowing through her veins made even that impossible. This was an eternal shackle that would bind her until the moment she died. No, even in death, it would probably keep her limbs tightly bound. 5th Princess Lefia Arkebel. As soon as you're ready, head to the Empire. Go and enroll in the Imperial Academy. Strive for the peace of our kingdom and the Empire. The cold order of the second princess, who, though a half-sister, she believed she had a decent relationship with. Already perceiving all her siblings as rivals, she had pushed Lefia out of the kingdom, even though Lefia had declared she had no desire for the throne. This was the result. A direct descendant of the royal family, not even a collateral branch, was studying abroad at the Imperial Academy. Even the number of escorts was less than 10. It was called studying abroad, but in reality, it was no different from exile. After my studies are over, what am I supposed to do? It was the moment when Lefia, the 5th princess of the Lasker kingdom, sighed once again. Crack. Just as she heard an ominous sound, her body suddenly tumbled towards the entrance of the carriage. The carriage's wheel broke, and Lefia, who hadn't expected this at all, was thrown out. She was a precious princess of the royal family. In other words, she hadn't trained her body. Therefore, in this situation, all Lefia could do was let out an and be flung out of the carriage. Ugh. But that didn't happen. More precisely, she was caught by someone who happened to be passing by the recipient of the Medal of Honor, a war hero, and the benefactor of the church. The Medal of Honor, the Silver Star Medal, the Bronze Star Medal, and even though it's Elven, the Legion of Honor. What do they all have in common? They're all military medals. Tada! I didn't expect to create a bulletproof vest out of medals on my chest, not even in the vodka-loving North. PR/N, is that a Fukin Russia reference? Skull. But I've been through hell in war, so I thought, okay, I can understand getting medals for military-related achievements. We received news from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Sergeant Karl Adelheit. It seems they want to award you the highest order of merit. I never thought I'd be wearing a diplomatic medal instead of a military one on my chest. The highest order of merit, you say? Yes. It's a medal given to those who have made outstanding contributions to the Empire's diplomatic relations. For your reference, no one has received this medal in the last few years. You want me to wear more? I'm not joking, it's seriously starting to get heavy. Can't we just say thank you, you've done a great job and be done with it? If not, can't we replace it with a plaque or a certificate? Anything would be better. I asked the person who delivered the news with a truly desperate look, but the answer I got wasn't very satisfactory. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already invited you, Sergeant. The Imperial Palace has also added your name to the list of recipients of the highest order of merit. I was hoping my brother-in-law, the Crown Prince, would stop this, but it seems it was impossible. Well, I guess it's impossible not to give it to me after I found the relic of the Radiant Church. Still, I thought it would take at least a month of discussion, but they finished it in 3 days. We'll depart now, young ma no, lord. So, I ended up going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with a few members of my family. The Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, who had arrived earlier and was waiting for me, quickly shook my hand with a bright smile as I got out of the carriage. Congratulations, Lord. Ah, yes. Thank you. It's truly a joyous occasion. From a Medal of Honor recipient to the highest order of merit. You're an exemplary figure, both as a soldier protecting the empire and as a noble fulfilling your duties. An exemplary figure. No matter how you look at it, I don't think swinging a greatsword should make a relic pop out. As soon as I arrived at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I received the medal once again with applause. In recognition of your hard work and for bringing honor to our nation's name, we hereby certify this fact in the name of the Empire and the Imperial family. On behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I almost saluted out of habit. Maybe it's because I've been saluting every time I receive a medal. Fortunately, the minister offered a handshake before I could do that. At this point, I'm wondering if I should buy a display case for all these medals. So, it's come to this, Karl Adelheit. Ah, should I call you Lord now? You can call me whatever you're comfortable with, Minister. Then I'll just call you Karl. You seem to prefer that. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, whom I had met recently due to the negotiations with Heisens, burst into laughter. I didn't expect you to receive the medal so soon. The way you're speaking, it seems like you were expecting me to receive a medal soon. Of course, Karl. You're the one who received the Legion of Honor from the elves. Did you think it would end there after doing something like that? Heroes, no matter where they go or what they do, eventually make a big impact. And in the end, didn't you find the relic of the Radiant Church? Is it just my imagination, or does the minister's words sound like I knew you'd cause another huge incident? Now I'm curious. After the elves and the Radiant Church, where to next? Avaleshti? Or Lasker? Please, I'm begging you, don't do that. I'm worried I'll get involved in something with someone again. I think others would wish for it. Once you get involved, things tend to tilt in a very favorable direction for the Empire. That's why it's a burden for me. After finishing the schedule and chatting with the minister for a while, the atmosphere at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs seems a bit hectic. Not in a bad way, but how should I put it? It feels like I'm not the main event of the day. They're busy preparing something after quickly clearing up my part. Minister, is there anything else happening today? Come to think of it, you wouldn't know, Karl. They sent such a small group that it wouldn't have been widely publicized. What is it? What kind of news requires a small group and is kept quiet? People from the Lasker Kingdom are coming. Pardon, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Do you happen to know the situation in the Lasker Kingdom? The situation in Lasker. Is he talking about that? The Crown Prince collapsing due to illness? And then the second and fourth princesses fighting tooth and nail over the succession, turning the kingdom into a battlefield? When I asked if I was right, the minister said, exactly, and continued. The Crown Prince's illness has worsened, and even the King of Lasker has declared that it's become difficult to expect anything from the Crown Prince as the next king of this country, and that he will seek a new heir to the throne. As a result, the second and fourth princess factions, who had been engaged in a silent struggle, clashed directly, and the fourth princess faction was eventually pushed back, with the second princess becoming the new heir apparent. Oh, Lasker, the Kingdom of Knights. I thought it was full of madmen shouting about justice and honor. But seeing them fight over the throne, forming alliances, and determining winners and losers, it seems like people are the same everywhere, even in the Kingdom of Knights. Then, the ousted fourth princess and her faction. Although their mothers are different, they all share the blood of the Lasker royal family. So, the second princess didn't take the fourth princess's life, but there was a massive purge of her followers. Naturally, the fourth princess was exiled to the outskirts of the kingdom. That's cruel. That's the scary thing about politics, Karl. If I don't sit in that seat, the only place for me is in the midst of death. I know it too well, so I've been grateful that I have an older sister above me, and that she cares for me deeply. I've avoided politics and social circles to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Anyway, in the process, not only those who subtly supported the fourth princess but also those who remained neutral were targeted for purging. Even the neutral ones? Isn't that a bit extreme? It might be, but from the second princess's perspective, it seems she judged that those who didn't side with her until the very last moment were no different from enemies. It's not entirely incomprehensible. Neutrality doesn't exist in diplomacy. On the surface, it may seem so, but in the end, you're either shaking hands with someone or stabbing them in the back. Those who don't are seen as dangerous as enemies. Honestly, I don't know much about politics or diplomacy, so I don't really get the whole thing about targeting neutral parties. In the military, as long as they weren't enemies, anything was fine. As a result, the fifth princess, who remained neutral, was also expelled from the kingdom. Officially, it's for the improvement of relations between the kingdom and the empire, but anyone can see it's just a way to get rid of her. Suddenly, a bad feeling washes over me. My instincts, which have saved my life many times on the battlefield, are screaming at me to get out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That fifth princess entered the empire today. She'll stop by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for a brief procedure and then head straight to the Imperial Academy. The academy is where the fifth princess is going. Yes, Karl. She'll probably be your junior next semester. Ha ha ha. This is even more ominous. Why another princess? It's enough with the former executioner elf, the sharpshooter sergeant, the quartet who messed up their scores, the heroine who graduated with top honors and is going to grad school, and the crazy guy who made a bulletproof vest out of metals? Minister, I'll be taking my leave now. Now? The 5th princess of the Lasker kingdom will be arriving soon, so, no, I'll leave right now. Please. If I stay here, I'll get entangled. I need to escape before that happens. Shouting that, I got into the carriage to return to my family. Fortunately, I didn't encounter the princess from Lasker before leaving the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Or rather, I thought I didn't. That is, until I noticed the strange stiffness in the movement of the carriage coming from ahead. And as soon as I saw the carriage's axle twisting in my sight, I thought, whoever's inside is in danger, and ran towards it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Your Highness. The Crown Prince, who was dedicating himself to the Empire as usual, received a document. After checking the contents, the Crown Prince tilted his head. Am I seeing this wrong? Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Requesting review for additional awarding of the highest order of merit to Karl Adelheit, heir of Count Friedrich. The people who came from the Lasker kingdom to the Empire experienced a hell where a single moment felt like an eternity. Even though she was practically exiled as a student, she was still a princess. A precious bloodline of the royal family. She was more important than hundreds of them combined. If anything were to happen to her, they were certain they would be severely punished upon returning to their homeland. But then, the carriage carrying the princess showed strange movements, and with a loud noise, the wheel broke, the door opened, and the princess was thrown out. The moment they saw that sight, the same thought came to their minds. Ah, I'm dead. For the record, the imperial officials who were escorting the esteemed guest were in a similar situation. Even though it was called studying abroad, it was no different from exile. Nevertheless, she was a member of a foreign royal family. And not just any member, but a direct descendant. She deserved to be treated with respect wherever she went. And such a person gets into an accident in the Empire, of all places? Whether the Empire was responsible or not, it was certain that they wouldn't be able to escape blame. Ah, we're doomed. Please, don't let her be seriously injured. Please. Goddess, why are you giving us such a trial? Damn those kingdom bastards. Did they plan this? Are they trying to incite resentment towards the Empire by using the princess? Various thoughts and misunderstandings swirled together. Negative emotions began to smolder. So, to cut to the chase, the worst was avoided. No one died, and no one was doomed. Of course, it wouldn't be like nothing happened. They almost caused a major incident. They would probably be scolded and reprimanded by their superiors. But even that was a stroke of luck for these people. At least they didn't have to worry about their future or their lives anymore. Ugh. Huh. A young man rushed to the side of the carriage at a speed that even those around him couldn't notice. And as if on cue, he caught the 5th princess, Lefia, who was thrown from the carriage. More accurately, he saved the lives of the kingdom's entourage and the Empire's officials. No way. What in the... The person who caused yet another absurd incident had a look of disbelief on his face. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Damn this body. Hey, you damn thing. Why did you jump out on your own? Huh? I saw there were escorts. And there were Imperial guards around them? So why did you clench your teeth and run out there? I'm going crazy? I grabbed my head and lamented, but what was done, like spilled water. Damn it. Damn it. Thank you, Lord Karl Adelheit. I reflexively put the woman I caught on the ground as people gathered around. Seeing the moisture in their eyes, I immediately realized that the woman I caught was no ordinary person. No way, I thought. I escaped as soon as I heard the story from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I thought, no way I'll run into her like this. Oh, come on. This is too much of a coincidence, even for me. Why would a princess's carriage suddenly break a wheel? No way, really? No, the woman I caught can't be the 5th princess of Lasker, right? It's fortunate. The 5th princess of Lasker is unharmed. Fortunate? Ah, yes. I see. That's fortunate. That's good. But I'm not fortunate. As soon as I confirmed that I was involved in another strange incident, I tried to run away. I had a feeling that if I stayed here, I would get caught up in something very troublesome. But our empire's people, as well as the kingdom's officials escorting the carriage, wouldn't let me go. Where are you going? We can't just let our benefactor go like this. They dragged me back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. No, you guys, I just came from there. How can I go back right after leaving? I tried to say I had urgent business, but these people wouldn't listen. Instead, they were muttering that there was a reason why the recipient of the Medal of Honor, a war hero, and the benefactor of the church was blessed by the goddess. I was already sighing at that, but I felt a strange gaze from somewhere and turned my head slightly. There stood the 5th princess of Lasker, whom I had caught. As soon as our eyes met, she turned her head away so quickly that I almost heard a whooshing sound. I'm starting to worry about how to explain this to Selena again. As I returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the minister burst into laughter, looking dumbfounded. It hasn't even been 30 minutes since you said you were leaving. Indeed. The minister, who kept laughing, looked at the 5th princess, who was cautiously walking nearby, and continued. I heard the story. You prevented a situation that could have been very awkward for both the Empire and the kingdom, Karl. That's impressive, really. My body just reacted instinctively. It's a curse to have good reflexes in times like these. A curse, you say? What kind of talk is that? As I said before, you've just bridged the gap between two nations that could have become uncomfortable. The Minister of Foreign Affairs continued. The root of the problem lies with the Lascar Kingdom's escorts and the carriage they prepared in their homeland. What kind of idiots wouldn't even properly check the carriage that a direct descendant of the royal family would be riding in? If they return home now, they'll face severe punishment, and possibly even execution. But the empire isn't free from responsibility either. For example, the road conditions. Even if it wasn't that, an important figure from another country was injured within the imperial territory, so there's no way to avoid criticism. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the Ministry of Land and Infrastructure, could have been caught in the crossfire. Of course, we can't pretend like nothing happened, but it's 1,000 times better than if something had happened, Karl. So, you're saying I saved the livelihoods of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Land and Infrastructure officials? That's not bad. Protecting others is always a good feeling for me. It's like it's engraved in my soul. The negative emotions that come when I fail to protect someone are so overwhelming that it's almost serious. Have you spoken to her? The fifth princess. Yes. You saved her, didn't you? That's true, but she's still a foreign dignitary. I didn't think it would be particularly beneficial for me to have a conversation with her. Above all, she's from the Lascar Kingdom. The Kingdom of Knights, the one my father completely destroyed. Even though time has passed, it would still be uncomfortable for both of us. It's better to keep our distance and be cautious. I glanced at the woman who was the fifth princess. Priests from the church, who seemed to have been summoned from somewhere, were checking her for injuries. The princess was waving her hand, saying she wasn't hurt. The escorts were apologizing profusely for their grave mistake, but the princess told them not to worry, saying she wasn't bothered at all. It's unclear whether this is studying abroad or exile. I feel sorry for her. I even feel a bit of pity. It's miserable to be exiled, but to be cast out to a foreign land, not even your homeland. I know too well how painful it is to struggle in a place that isn't home. But that's it. She's a foreign dignitary, so it's not my business to get involved any further. She'll have to figure it out on her own. I hope the academy will be a turning point for her, like it was for me in the military. Ah, Karl. That reminds me. I'm thinking of recommending you for another highest order of merit. Excuse me. What do you mean excuse me? I just said it all. Thanks to you, neither the empire nor the kingdom has to lose face. It may not be as significant as recovering the sacred relic of the church, but it's enough to warrant a medal. Nov. L. B /JNN. I immediately shook my head at the minister's words. One is enough. I'd like to decline duplicate drops. *****. Let me check one more time. Are you sure you're not hurt anywhere? It's okay even if there's no pain. Just tell me if you feel any discomfort. I'm really fine, priest. Thank you. I've committed a grave sin, your highness. Please punish me. Stop it. It was unavoidable. And nothing happened, so I'm really fine. After reassuring the priests, who seemed ready to examine my body thoroughly, and calming down my people, who seemed ready to bang their heads on the ground, I was finally able to take a breath. Unconsciously, I recalled the warmth I felt a moment ago, the reliable embrace. A stranger, the first man I've ever been held by. I felt embarrassed, but why did my heart keep pounding, filling me with confusion? I once heard that everyone in the world carries a wish in their heart. Whether it's big or small, absurd or realistic, it doesn't matter. It's just a longing that people have because they are human. I also had such a wish. It might be a bit foolish, but what I wanted was, I wish the person who claims half of my life would be someone I truly love. Someone I'm connected to through my heart, not through political factors or anything else. I know how foolish this wish is. As a princess, it's almost impossible. Marrying someone chosen for me and serving the kingdom and the royal family has been the fate of all princesses so far. No one has ever escaped this fate. Even the queens recorded in the kingdom's history were no exception. They all found their partners based on political considerations. Nevertheless, I couldn't easily give up this wish. Like all wishes, it was too fervent. And the fact that my current situation wasn't so great also played a role. No matter how you look at it, I'm in a situation where I can never get close to the throne. I have mediocre talent, and I even think my personality is too weak. All I have left is my status as a princess and my body. I was destined to be a woman sold off. That's why it was an impossible wish. I thought it was something I wanted but couldn't have. And yet, that expression was still vivid in my mind. The expression of the man who caught me in his arms. His relieved face. The undisguised relief that I wasn't hurt. Of course, it disappeared in a matter of seconds. But that moment felt like an eternity to me. Slurp. Selena took a sip of coffee, her mind racing as she contemplated how to give her brother a good beating once she returned to the family estate. Lenny, would you do me a favor? What is it? There's a veteran I'm helping who needs some academic assistance. I know you're busy, but in my eyes, you're the best when it comes to academics, Lenny. She hesitated for a moment. The end of vacation meant a hectic schedule, and even now, during the break, her time was limited. This sudden request was unexpected. However, it was Dianik, her own brother. Moreover, it involved helping a war veteran. When she thought of Cal, she could never refuse such a plea. But it was Dianik, her brother. And it was about helping a veteran, no less. Remembering Karl, she couldn't refuse. Selena agreed, believing she could focus on helping during the vacation and then the veteran could manage on their own. But, brother, can't you tell me who it is? Ah, well, you'll find out when you go, Lenny. You'll find out. Wouldn't it be better to tell me now? I'll find out eventually anyway. Despite her reasonable argument, Dianik only repeated, you'll find out when you go. A slight suspicion arose, but Selina didn't dwell on it. It was her brother, after all. Her beloved family, second only to her parents. That's why, for that very reason, she couldn't help but feel betrayed by that same brother. Which is why she felt such a profound sense of betrayal. The veteran seeking academic assistance sitting before her was none other than Lavrenti, the very woman with whom she had been engaged in a tense rivalry over Karl. Brother. So that's why he didn't tell me. He knew I'd refuse if I knew. When I get home, I'll definitely give him a piece of my mind. While Selina fumed, Lavrenti was equally taken aback. You can go to this location tomorrow, Sergeant Lavrenti. The woman there will be able to help you with your concerns. I guarantee it. Thank you, young master. But, aren't you going to tell me who it is? That's, ahem. You'll find out when you go. Nov. L. B //JNN. Don't worry. It's someone you can really trust. The assurance came from Dianik, the person who had been helping her immensely. So she didn't pry further, simply waiting at the appointed place. But she never imagined it would be Selina Ifrit. Ha, ha. The two women sighed almost simultaneously, then pondered the reason behind this arrangement. Could it be? Yes, maybe my brother knows Lavrenti and I are rivals competing over Karl, so he intentionally set this up to give me the upper hand. The thought of demonstrating her intellectual superiority and proving that a smart woman was the perfect match for Karl naturally belonged to Selina. Could it be? Young master, are you telling me to fight and win even in this situation? The idea that this was a chance for a head-to-head competition came from Lavrenti. If Dianik heard their thoughts, he would probably scream. He had intended this as an opportunity for his sister to get to know Lavrenti better and find common ground, despite his favoritism towards Selina. He reminded himself that Lavrenti was Karl's comrade. As for Lavrenti, he thought, Sergeant, I apologize, but the one closest to Karl is my sister. As her brother, I have to take her side. But if you show her a different side of yourself, it might leave a positive impression. This was his intention in arranging this meeting. But the two of them, oblivious to all that, sat there thinking, bring it on, so it would have been strange if Dianik hadn't screamed. Ahem. Collecting her thoughts, the one who spoke first was Selina, holding the upper hand. I heard from my brother. You need help, Lav. For now, yes. For now? That's strange. My brother said it was urgent. You know, right? The Imperial Academy is ruthless when it comes to failing grades, regardless of whether you're a noble or a commoner. Even a war hero isn't exempt. That's why Karl was struggling, clinging to his books and studying hard. If someone with 2 medals of honor was doing that, then a recipient of the Silver Star Medal, a lesser honor, would naturally have to put in the same effort. If it's not urgent, I'll leave. I'm quite busy myself. You might have heard, but I'm in grad school for my master's degree. Grad school. Yes. It's balanced and good, isn't it? For the child, a father in the martial arts, a mother in the literary arts. They both knew why she mentioned a child and who she meant by father and mother. Lavrenti, listening to Selina, nodded. You're right, Selina. A balance of martial and literary arts is certainly a good thing. Right. Yes. So, I'll work hard too. For the child, just as you said. I can do it too. I'll do it and show them. Lavrenti declared her strong will. For a moment, Selina was tempted to abandon the whole helping endeavor, but she couldn't bring herself to do so, considering her brother's request and Lavrenti's connection to Karl. This is better, actually. I'll show Lev my clear superiority this time and make her realize it's better to compete with someone else than with me. At first, she had considered Lavrenti a formidable rival. After all, Lavrenti had shared a space, albeit briefly, that Selina knew nothing about. The battlefield. And from their first meeting, Lavrenti had called Karl master and treated him as someone special, making it seem like she could easily win his heart. But she was wrong. In focusing too much on Lavrenti, she had overlooked an even greater rival. Eloise. That woman, she's dangerous. Even Selina or Lavrenti wouldn't dare to enter the men's bathhouse openly. Yet, Eloise had done it without a second thought. If there was one thing she gained from this hot spring trip, it was the realization that continuing to clash with Lavrenti would only benefit someone else. That's a good attitude, Lav. Just keep up that effort in your studies at the academy. Thank you. Unfortunately, I can only help intensively until the break. I'll be busy with personal matters once the semester starts. So, let's do our best during the break. Doing their best during the break meant showing her absolute superiority during that time. Lavrenti sensed this vaguely but didn't argue or object. I'm at a disadvantage here. At least, for now. She wouldn't let her pride get in the way and clash unnecessarily. If she lacked something, she would accept and acknowledge it. Instead, she would learn from it, make it her own, and eventually deliver the perfect finishing blow. That's why Lavrenti was confident. Confident that she wouldn't be outdone by Selina. Now, shall we delve into the specifics of what you're struggling with? Yes. The fierce psychological battle between two women over one man began. To be precise, it would have begun if not for a piece of news the two women received 30 minutes later. What did you just say, Wilhelm? Well, it's like. Speak clearly. What did you just say? Wilhelm, happy to see Selina, had been chatting away and ended up sharing the news. Now, sweating profusely, he had to repeat what he'd just said. Well, the 5th princess of the Lasker kingdom entered the empire today as an exchange student. There was almost an unfortunate incident, but Karl stopped it. That's it. And then? There was something more after that, wasn't there? Selina's menacing aura, something he'd never seen before, combined with the sharp gaze of Lavrenti, the former sharpshooter, was too much. Even Wilhelm, the heir to a marquis, couldn't withstand the combined fury of these two women. Well, Karl, he held the 5th princess in a princess carry and saved her. PR/N, I genuinely want to know how TF he got this info skull. Immediately after, seeing the flames of fury in Selina's and Lavrenti's eyes, Wilhelm thought, I'm going to get yelled at by Karl again for saying unnecessary things. Suddenly, Wilhelm desperately hoped that his friends, especially Schleifen, hadn't made the same mistake as him. *****. Say that again, young master. What did you just say? Schleifen, facing Eloise who was giggling but with a chilling glint in her eyes, gulped and cautiously replied. Karl held the 5th princess of the Lasker kingdom in a princess carry. He. I see. I see. He. Oh. This looks bad. Within the Imperial Academy, there exist various student-led groups besides the official clubs. Among them is the one known as the Azure Whistle. This group was formed by exchange students from Heisens, with the purpose of providing mutual support for elves living in a foreign land, away from their homeland. Of course, this is just one of the reasons for its existence. The bigger reason was to stick together and avoid mingling too much with the humans of the Empire. No matter how much the Empire had grown, no matter how much the elves had adapted, they couldn't completely abandon their elven pride. We do not reject the useful aspects of the Empire. We acknowledge their strengths. But elves are undoubtedly a great race. There's no doubt that we are superior to humans. Therefore, let's embrace the Empire's technology and achievements, but not lose our elven identity. Despite being exchange students at the Imperial Academy, despite being comrades and allies who fought the same enemy, the elven students focused on forming their own small elven society, sticking together rather than mingling with the people of the Empire or learning more about their society. Perhaps it was inevitable. Most of the elven exchange students came from prominent families in their society. From their perspective, it was natural to want to limit the Empire's influence, which could potentially harm the prestige of their own families. Of course, there were elves who opposed this. They argued that this was wrong. What is the reason we came here as exchange students? It's not simply to follow the Empire, but to stand beside them someday, or even surpass them. This is the first step towards that goal. This approach will only hinder that step. A narrow perspective and biased thinking will only hold us back. We need to interact more with the Empire, mingle with them, and embrace new things. It was the right argument, the correct words. But their arguments didn't have much impact. Most of those who advocated for this were lower-class warriors, those who held little power in elven society. Thus, the elven exchange students at the academy became insular, despite their status as exchange students. This contrasted with the Lasker and Abilshti exchange students, who mingled relatively well with the imperial students. Leading this insularity was, of course, the Azure Whistle group. However, at some point, a wind of change began to blow within the Azure Whistle. More precisely, it was after a certain woman joined the group. This year's goal for elven exchange students, make at least 5 friends among the imperial students. If you fail to achieve this goal, Eloise Lonegrand will give you a little motivation. The elves were speechless at the message posted on the group's bulletin board. Since when did threatening to cut off ears become a little motivation? And on that day, some of the exchange students who opposed Eloise actually had pieces of their ears cut off. PR/N, damn, skull. How many friends have you made? Not a single one yet. I've at least started a conversation with one. As mentioned before, most of the elves who came to the academy as exchange students were from high-ranking families. In imperial terms, they could be considered nobles. Being from such backgrounds, they could have rebelled or refused to comply. But they were trying their best to follow Eloise's suggestion on the bulletin board. To be precise, they had initially contacted their home country, or rather, their families. They reported that the new woman was acting crazy, threatening to cut off their ears if they didn't do as she said, and that she had actually cut the tips of some ears. If you don't do as I say, I'll cut off all your ears and pickle them in salt. How dare you defy Karla, whatever. They wondered if those words could have come from the mouth of an elf like them. So, they reported Eloise's words to their families, word for word. What kind of nonsense is that? This cannot be tolerated. Absolutely not. Lonegrand? We will lodge a formal complaint with that family. This was the reaction the exchange students had expected from their families. They had no doubt about it. But the responses they received were completely different from their expectations. I'm sorry to hear that. But I understand. It must be uncomfortable. What can we do? Since she's not wrong, just follow her for now. They doubted their own ears. They even wondered if their ears had actually been cut off. But they had heard correctly. Their families expressed regret, but that was all. They didn't seem inclined to escalate the matter any further. Something had happened. There was some other issue back home that prevented them from paying attention to this matter. The exchange students realized this and soon received news from their homeland and families. Elves must change. The Empire has learned through bloodshed, but why haven't we elves? treatment worse than humans. We fought together, but we're oppressed just because we're warriors. Once again, the Legion of Honor medals are only for the commanders. Look at the Empire. They give the highest honor to ordinary soldiers? How long will we elves continue to let only the noble families take all the glory? The grievances of the elven warriors, who had been holding back, began to erupt. More precisely, it was due to the influence of the Empire. The Empire had a more rigid class system than elven society. Nevertheless, veterans were respected by the nobility, even if they were commoners. They received at least a basic level of courtesy. The proof was the welfare provided for veterans. Recently, a huge pension fund had been established to take full responsibility for their care, and a soldier had received not one, but 2 medals of honor. The hero of the Empire is an ordinary soldier? Karl Adelheit? He fought on the front lines, just like our warriors. Even that hero said that the true heroes are those who die fighting on the front lines. Then what are we? Are we just swordsmen and archers for the noble families to use and discard? On the contrary, what about the elves? It was the lower-class warriors who fought against luzernes, but the noble families took all the credit. Even the treatment of veterans and social recognition were no better than in the Empire. They were even whispered about as those who shed blood with their own kind. With a situation like this, the Hyphen's leadership could no longer ignore their voices. Ignoring them could lead to a disaster if they turned against them. It could even trigger the resurrection of luzernes, whom they had barely managed to defeat. Coincidentally, warriors who were not from noble families had emerged in the leadership of Hyzens. It was a natural consequence of the war, as the military faction grew stronger, and they embraced the opinions of the lower-class warriors and began to check the power of the noble families. The noble families were outraged, but they lacked the justification to suppress them. It was the warriors who had shed the most blood during the war. And one more thing, the Empire was in more frequent contact with the military leaders than with them. Thanks to these reasons, the noble families remained silent about Eloise's so-called rampage. If the warriors saw the elves, who were sent abroad at great expense, huddled together and claiming elven superiority, the atmosphere would become even more unsettling. And just a word of caution, don't do anything to offend the Empire. We sternly warn you. Don't give them any reason to cause friction with the Empire. Why? It's obvious. The friendship between the Empire and the Radiant Church is at its peak. If we fall out with the Empire in this situation, we'll lose not only in power but also in justification. In other words, they were telling the students to take care of themselves because the situation back home was chaotic and they didn't want to provoke the Empire. Thus, the exchange students, who could no longer rely on their families' backing, became obedient puppies. To exaggerate a little, they would bark if Eloise told them to bark and wag their tails if she told them to wag their tails. Is that too much? Yes, it is. But the family's power was far away, while Eloise's violence was right in front of them. Naturally, they had to obey. At least, none of them wanted to end up as elves with their ears cut off. Human friends. It's a difficult task. 5 is doable. And the fact that she gave us a doable task means she won't let us off the hook if we fail. The exchange students of the Azure Whistle were busy pondering the problem of making new friends when, bang, hic, huh, the door burst open, and Eloise entered. She was radiating an aura that screamed, I'm furious right now. Touch me, and I'll skin you alive. Not long ago, these exchange students were boasting about their prestigious family backgrounds. But now, they were just like puppies watching their master, their eyes darting around nervously. The law is far, but the fist is close. And the fist is close, but the sword is even closer. Ugh, this is getting more and more annoying. Eloise's muttering sounded even more ominous and frightening today. Was it just their imagination? The elven exchange students, tense with anticipation, quietly awaited Eloise's next words. The 5th princess of Lasker Kingdom. A first year, like me. Lasker? Is she talking about the human kingdom known as the Kingdom of Knights? Why is she suddenly bringing up their 5th princess? Could it be that this 5th princess is among the new exchange students from the kingdom? I don't like exchange students. It was unclear which exchange students she was referring to. But upon hearing this, the elves cried out, oh no, and immediately prostrate themselves before Eloise. We're sorry, Eloise. Well, try harder. We'll definitely make 5 friends. We won't cause any friction with the Empire. So please spare our ears. What are these idiots talking about? Chapter 98N/O/Vel/B//in.C//OM. We've arrived, Your Highness. Your Highness. She's still using that title, even though I asked her not to. Please don't call me Your Highness anymore. All of you? But, Your Highness. We're in the Empire now. I'm not a princess here, just a student. I'd rather not draw attention to myself. But, I gently patted the shoulder of my maid, who had accompanied me on this long journey. She never complained, even though she had been brought to this distant land because of me. She could have left countless times, but she stayed by my side until the end. That's precisely why I couldn't bear to hear the title Your Highness anymore. If we clung to that formality, I feared it would only lead to more hardship for both of us. Please, call me by my name. I cannot do that. Come on. Try it. Lefia. It was a bit of a comical scene, me insisting she use my name, and her adamantly refusing. But as always, she eventually gave in. Then, I shall only use that name while we are in the Empire. Please forgive my impertinence. Of course. I can certainly forgive that much. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I would ever return to my homeland. Knowing my sister, she would likely find any excuse to keep me in the Empire indefinitely. She probably figured it was easier to have me in a foreign land than to deal with the hassle of keeping tabs on me back home. Shall we go then? As I stepped out of the carriage, the majestic main building of the academy came into view. It was breathtakingly grand. A gasp escaped my lips. I had heard tales of the Imperial Academy's splendor, but I had assumed they were somewhat exaggerated. I was wrong. It wasn't exaggerated at all. If anything, it was understated. It's incredible. I heard on the way here that this is only a small part of the Imperial Academy. Your High, Miss Lefia. Really? Just how large is it to warrant such a statement? I've heard that the grounds of this Imperial Academy are comparable to the size of a city. Hearing this, I couldn't help but gasp in awe. A city-sized campus, you say? So this is why everyone says it's worth studying abroad at the Imperial Academy. If the sheer size is that impressive, the caliber of the people here must be extraordinary as well. Just as I was about to take a leisurely stroll with my maid, a group of people approached us. We've been waiting for you, Your Highness. We are from the Imperial Academy. No, not a princess. I'm a first-year student here to study abroad at the Imperial Academy. My name is Lefia, Your Highness. The Imperial Academy officials seemed momentarily taken aback. However, they soon nodded in understanding, cleared their throats, and spoke again. We've been waiting for you, Student Lefia. The Ministry of Education would like to provide you with more detailed information regarding your academic life here, so we would appreciate it if you could accompany us. As a foreign exchange student in the Empire, it's only natural. Let's go. I must not act arrogantly, clinging to my pride as a princess. If any issues arise between the Empire and my kingdom, I will undoubtedly be abandoned. Objectively speaking, the Empire holds an overwhelming advantage over my kingdom. I've been taught that a wise person knows when and where to bow their head. I assume the Ministry of Foreign Affairs gave you a brief overview on your way here. Yes, they gave me a brief explanation about my upcoming academic life. I understood it right away. Seeing you, Student Lefia, it seems we don't need to worry about your academic performance. To be honest, we've seen many noble children of the Empire barely scraping by, on the verge of expulsion. Ha ha ha. By using their own nobles as an example, they are subtly warning me, in the least offensive way possible, that even foreign royalty is not exempt when it comes to academic performance. They are making it clear that while they will respect the basics, there will be no special treatment for me just because I am a princess of another kingdom. This is the Empire, after all. They are saying they will protect their own pride, but they won't be swayed by external pressures. And, yes, we heard the news. There was a slightly worrisome incident on your way here, wasn't there? It was just a minor incident. In the end, no one was hurt. That's a relief. We were worried it might cause difficulties between our two nations. Hearing those words, I suddenly recall that moment. And following that gentleman as well. That reminds me, there's something I wanted to ask. I'm listening. The gentleman who saved me, who is he? Pardon. The reaction from the Imperial official is quite peculiar. It's as if he's asking me, you don't know who he is? Really? Did the Ministry of Foreign Affairs not tell you anything? Well, due to the damage to the carriage, we had to undergo an inspection by the priests, and then we only received apologies from the ministry officials. I didn't even have a chance to ask. Ah, I understand. The man scratched his nose, shrugged his shoulders, and continued. He is a noble of the Empire, Karl Adelheit. He is also the heir to the County of Friedrich. Ah, so he's a noble. Well, with looks that handsome, it's only natural that he would be. He single-handedly rescued hundreds of Imperial soldiers and was awarded the Medal of Honor for his actions. He also received another Medal of Honor for thwarting various wrongdoings by the Luzernes. Huh. Wait, what? Hold on a minute. Excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, the Imperial Medal of Honor is. It's likely the same Medal of Honor you're thinking of. In the glorious history of the Empire, only a few dozen have received it. It's truly a testament to honor and glory. Seeing his expression and tone of voice filled with such emotion, I think I know what he's talking about. I'm certain of it. The Imperial Medal of Honor. I've heard that just receiving it once inscribes your name in the history of the Empire. One's social status is not considered when awarding it. It's solely based on what one has achieved on the battlefield, what honorable deeds they have done to further the glory of the Empire. Even our kingdom has something similar to the Medal of Honor. The difference is that in our kingdom, the recipients are limited to knights. He must be a remarkable person. I've heard it's incredibly difficult to receive the Medal of Honor. He must have been a good officer who cared for his subordinates. Pardon? No, Karl Adelheit was an enlisted soldier. What? What is he talking about? Didn't he say he was a noble? The heir to a count? But a soldier? Aren't only commoners allowed to enlist in the Imperial Army? He voluntarily enlisted as a soldier. He was recognized for his various achievements and was honorably discharged as a sergeant, but his status as an enlisted soldier remains unchanged. Are you hearing all of this for the first time, Student Lefia? I heard it was even known in your kingdom. Well, I try to avoid outside news as much as possible. Ah, I apologize. I thought that if I showed too much curiosity about the outside world, I might receive harsh looks from my sisters. Since I was supposed to remain neutral, I had to pretend to be uninterested in any news. I thought it would be enough to just act like a bird in a cage, an ignorant princess. Well, looking back now, it was a pointless endeavor. Anyway, that's the kind of person he is. Oh, and not too long ago, he also received the Legion of Honor from the elves. The Legion of Honor. Are you referring to the Legion d'Honneur? Oh, you know about that too? Yes, that's the Legion d'Honneur. What the? Why did the elves give him that? Those elves, known for their pride, gave their highest honor, a legacy from their past that they consider their greatest history, to a human? Is that even possible? Receiving the Medal of Honor twice is already surprising enough, but what's this about an award from the elves? And recently, the Radiant Church has been personally calling him a benefactor, or a blessed one, treating him with great respect. He recovered a sacred relic of the church that had been lost for decades. I vaguely heard the news about the recovery of the church's sacred relic. I heard His Holiness the Pope was overjoyed. But surely, even that was done by this Karl. I stare blankly at the ground. So I was embraced by such a person. Such a person saved me. Me, who was practically cast out, despite being a princess. Such a person accepted me. Good heavens. It feels like a jolt of electricity. The happy future I briefly dreamed of is immediately put back in its place. I simply thought of him as a noble, a good person who readily offered kindness and never hesitated to save others. She embraced the excitement, thinking that if she ever saw him again, she would thank him, ask his name, and maybe even try to get a little closer. But no, that was impossible. They were far too extraordinary, someone I couldn't even compare myself to. It would be presumptuous of me to even speak to them. If I ever saw them again, I should probably apologize for intruding. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ah, there she comes. Eloise, who had been lounging on a bench, stretched and stood up. Her gaze was fixed on Lefia, who was being guided somewhere by a group of people. Looks like you've heard the news too, Eloise. Selina sat across from her, her expression stiff. Yes, I have. How did you find out? But more importantly, Selina, who's that woman next to them? It's a long story, but I can tell you one thing. She's your classmate. You'll both be first years. Eloise looked at the red-haired human girl sitting next to Selina. She's not ordinary. There are just some things you can sense. And in that regard, Eloise's assessment was this. If she became an enemy, it wouldn't just be nighttime walks that were scary. Every path would become a terrifying prospect. Working at the academy, you see all sorts of things. It's inevitable, really, when you have all sorts of people gathered in one place. It's not just the noble students of our empire, but also exchange students from the two kingdoms, and even elves. Children of dukes and barons are a given, and we've even had royalty in the past. Lately, we've been getting a steady stream of foreign royals as well. So, even a Lasker princess, isn't that surprising? Of course, this was a first for me, a student receiving the Imperial Medal of Honor. Not just once, but twice. And on top of that, the Legion of Honor Medal, the title of benefactor of the church, and so on. Alright, student Lefia. If you keep in mind everything I've explained, you shouldn't have any problems during your 4 years at the academy. Thank you for the thorough explanation. It's my job. If anything comes up, feel free to contact the academy administration. My job was done. Now it was up to this princess to navigate her way through. Or rather, navigate isn't the right word, it makes our academy sound bad. Let's just say, do well. Don't worry too much. I hear she was practically kicked out of the Lasker royal family. Treat her with respect due to a foreign dignitary, but nothing more. My senior's words came to mind. He'd been a bit nervous about a royal attending, but then he said that. At first, I was a bit worried too, but seeing Princess Lefia's reaction, I felt reassured. It was clear she understood her situation. Now, please follow me. I'll guide you to your dormitory. I opened the door, and there, unexpectedly, stood several people. Student Selina. Hello, administrator. It's been a while. Has it been 4 years? The young lady of the Ifrit family, from the Marquisate of Navplion. I heard she graduated with top honors but decided to go to grad school. Honestly, when I heard that, I couldn't help but sigh. Why? A noble lady, and not just any noble, but the daughter of a marquis, making such a choice. Grad school was usually chosen by commoner students who were passionate about academics or wanted to secure a better future. They aimed for master's or doctoral degrees to build a brighter future. Student Selina had no such need. She'd been the center of attention for male students since her freshman year. Considering most of them were nobles, she would have caused quite a stir in the social circles after graduation. Well, she did find a boyfriend before even entering society. The academy was abuzz with the news at the time. The first love of all the male students and the most decorated returning student in the history of the Imperial Academy. They had even confessed to each other once, with one accepting and the other rejecting. Yes, it's been a while. And who's next to you? Oh, my manners. Allow me to introduce you. This is Eloise Lonegrand, an exchange student from Heisens. And this is Lavrenti, a new student. Oh, and Lav is a recipient of the Silver Star Medal. What's with this? Is it because her boyfriend is such a big shot? The people she hangs out with are no joke either. I know a bit about the elf, Eloise, as an imperial official. I heard she served in the Heisens military, and not just any unit, but a special forces unit. Recently, there's been news that the elf exchange students, who used to keep to themselves, have suddenly become eager to mingle with the imperial students. I wondered what was going on, but it seems Eloise had a hand in it. And with the turmoil in Heisens, they probably don't have the time to worry about their exchange students. The prospective student next to her, Lavrenti. No surname, so she must be a commoner. But that's where it ends. Even if I'm a noble and she's a commoner, she's a recipient of the Silver Star Medal. If a bureaucrat like me were to disrespect a decorated soldier, I'd be out of a job. People have been getting the wrong idea lately because of student Karl, but the truth is, receiving the Medal of Honor while alive is a miracle in itself. The Cross of Valor, the Silver Star Medal, and the Bronze Star Medal are the highest honors a soldier of the Empire can realistically hope for. To have earned the Silver Star Medal, she must be no ordinary person. I'd stake my entire career on it. Hello, I'm Eloise. Administrator, we met once before, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lavrenti. That's right. It's nice to see you again, Eloise. And Lavrenti, is it? We're meeting for the first time. We'll probably see each other again regarding new student matters. After exchanging greetings, I was about to resume my duties when student Selena stepped forward again. The person next to you is an unfamiliar face. A new student. Yes. Well, you'll find out later, but... Student Lefia? Please introduce yourself. One of them is your senior, and the other two will be your classmates in the first year. Ah, I see. It's nice to meet you. I'm Lefia, from Lasker. I look forward to getting to know you. Good. She didn't flaunt her royal status and maintained a humble demeanor. Well educated, indeed. Aha, are you perhaps the fifth princess from the Lasker kingdom? That's me. But here, I'm just another student like everyone else, so please treat me as a junior or classmate. I see. Well then, administrator, you were going to show her to the dormitory, right? I nodded, and student Selena suddenly smiled. What was that? Why was she smiling? I'd like to say hello to my junior and have a chat. You must be busy, administrator. Would it be alright if I escorted her to the dormitory? Student Selena, are you sure? I glanced at student Selena. There was no problem, per se. She was the daughter of a marquis and a senior who had already spent 4 years at the academy. She might be able to offer Lefia more advice than I could. Honestly, it would probably be better for this somewhat pitiful princess to interact with fellow students rather than a bureaucrat like me. I turned my gaze to student Lefia. If she seemed uncomfortable, I would immediately refuse. After all, she was a guest from another country, and we had to treat her well. In that regard, student Lefia's reaction was positive. I'm fine with it, administrator. I think it would be better to talk to my senior and classmates. If that's what you think. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Escorting an important foreign student was one of my duties as an administrator. I shouldn't leave it to someone else. But this was Selena Ifrit, not just anyone. Top of her class, daughter of Marquis of Nafplion, and most importantly, the girlfriend of none other than Karl Adelheit. It should be fine, right? After a bit more deliberation, I finally handed student Lefia over to student Selena. Surely, nothing would happen. She probably just wanted to offer some advice as a senior. As soon as the administrator left, Lefia's maid approached her. She seemed flustered, which was understandable. Instead of the administrator, 3 students were suddenly taking her mistress away. Excuse me, I'll accompany you. I need to stay with your highness, I mean, Miss Lefia. Hey, what are you talking about? This is the Imperial Academy. Even foreign dignitaries are just students here. No escorts allowed, right, Senior Selena? Eloise asked with a bright smile, and Selena slowly nodded. This was true. The children of other noble families in the empire, even the royalty, had to do everything themselves as students at this academy. There was no special treatment for foreign royalty. They couldn't bring escorts everywhere. The escorts could stay at the academy but only as observers from afar. Any interference in student life was strictly prohibited. But it's okay. I'm fine, so please go. I heard there's a separate space for escorts. You can stay there. You've worked hard coming all this way, so think of it as a vacation. When Lefia herself said so, the maid had no choice but to back down. With only the 4 of them left, Selena, Lavrenti, and Eloise exchanged glances and slowly nodded. All right then. First, Selena smiled brightly and slyly stepped in front of Lefia, blocking her path. Could you tell us a little more about that, Junior? Why yes. PR/N, poor Lefia loudly crying face. I heard you were embraced by Karl. I certainly was. In Master's arms. Lefia sensed something ominous in the air, but it was already too late. What was this strange sense of foreboding? It wasn't the kind that signaled impending doom, but, how should I describe it? It was like a persistent tickle at the tip of my nose. Karl? What's the matter? Oh, it's nothing, father. Just a strange feeling. Please continue what you were saying. It seems those 4 are up to no good again. I'm used to it by now, so I'll just ignore them. Lefia, the 5th princess of the Lasker kingdom, had come to the empire for study, or perhaps exile. There must have been some unpleasant events back home. Lefia couldn't have avoided the tension and fear that came with them. While a few showed sympathy, most people took a neutral stance on Lefia's sidelining of the 2nd princess, saying it was only natural. They even went so far as to say that all direct descendants except the 2nd princess should disappear for the sake of the kingdom's stability. Therefore, Lefia felt somewhat relieved by her departure to the empire. At least she wouldn't have to hear such harsh words or see such cold stares. Could you tell us a little more about that, Junior? But it seemed she was wrong. Something ominous was in the air. The blonde woman was one thing, but the silver-haired elf and the red-haired woman beside her were truly frightening. They stared at Lefia as if shooting beams of light from their eyes. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. We heard all about it. You were embraced by Karl, Lefia. Karl? Perhaps they meant Karl Adelheit, the young lord of the county of Friedrich. Lefia quickly thought back. Even though she had been exiled by the second princess, she wasn't completely clueless. She wouldn't have survived the fierce royal power struggle if she were. If you're talking about young Lord Karl Adelheit, he did help me for a brief moment when I almost had an accident earlier. She put a little more emphasis on the word brief. She wanted to make it clear that it was unintentional, that it wasn't something she had planned. It seemed all three women here had some connection to Karl, especially the blonde woman in the middle. Selena, was it? She seemed to have a closer relationship with him than the other two. Lefia could sense it. If she showed any weakness now, if she acted arrogantly, it would be a disaster. Right now, she wasn't a Lasker princess but an exchange student at the Imperial Academy. Even if something happened, her home country would likely remain silent unless it was a major issue. I was so flustered at the time that I ended up being rude. I didn't even thank him properly. It seems you three are close to young Lord Karl Adelheit. Could you perhaps convey my gratitude to him on my behalf? You're close to Karl, but I'm not. So there's no need to be so wary of me. Lefia struggled to emphasize that point. The glares from the elf and the red-haired woman were too terrifying to ignore. They looked ready to pounce at any moment. Is that so? I see. Fortunately for Lefia, Selena seemed more rational than the other two. She was still wary of Lefia, but it was just wariness, not outright hostility. That was a relief. Lefia quietly followed the three women, maintaining her composure. Shouldn't a princess of a nation be treated better than this? The question briefly crossed her mind, but she quickly suppressed it. This was actually bearable. She remembered receiving even worse treatment when she left her homeland for the Empire. How was it? Pardon. How was it? Karl's embrace. What did it feel like to be held by him? I'm curious too. Being embraced by Karl. Master's embrace. Master's embrace. These women were strange. Not scary, but strange. I'm not sure what kind of answer you're looking for. Your honest impression. When Karl appeared at that critical moment and embraced you, how did it feel? Was it like you owned the whole world? Should I try falling in front of Karl too? Master's embrace. Master's embrace. Lefia needed a new topic of conversation. She had to change the subject. Deep and brief contemplation, swift and bold action. That was a Lasker proverb. And as a Laskerian, Lefia acted accordingly. Wait. Before that, we haven't even properly introduced ourselves yet. Are you talking about self-introductions? Didn't you hear us introduce ourselves to the administrator earlier? Master's embrace. Master's embrace. Why yes, but it's still proper to introduce ourselves and greet each other directly. Thankfully, Selena responded to Lefia's floundering. After a moment's thought, she gracefully performed a noble curtsy and gave the self-introduction Lefia desired. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Selena Ifrit, from the Marquisate of Nafplion in the Empire. I graduated from the academy this spring and will be entering grad school. Oh dear, what a bother to introduce ourselves again. I'm Eloise Lonegrand, an exchange student from Heisens, soon to be a first year. Happy now. I'm Lavrenti. I'm a commoner, so I don't have a surname. I'm also a first year, like you. Senior Selena, Eloise, and Lavrenti, it's nice to meet you. I'm Lefia Arkebel of the Lasker Kingdom. Please take care of me. Alright, take a breath. Gauge the situation, then quickly move on to the next topic. So, Senior Selena, why are you going to grad school? We're done with introductions, right? Then again, how was it when you were embraced by Karl? Tell us in detail. Instead of hearing it from her, why don't we just ask Karl to hug us too? What do you think, Senior Selena? Eloise, please be quiet for a moment. And it's obvious you'd be the first to run to Karl if I said yes. Hihi, you got me there. Selena, I think we need to deal with this elf first. Eloise, no, wait a minute. Please. Why are you all acting like this? How did it feel when I was embraced? I don't know. I don't even remember clearly. All I remember is that his gaze was so warm, but I can't even say that because you all look like you'll kill me. PR/N, LMAO. Crying face. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What's with this strange sense of foreboding creeping up on me? I don't understand. I think the first thing I'll do when I get back to the academy is find those four and make them confess to whatever trouble they've caused. Once I get back, that is. I'm busy too. My sister is preparing for her wedding with the crown prince this spring, my future brother-in-law, and I'm busy preparing to inherit the Friedrich County in her stead. Don't feel too pressured, Karl. I won't hand it over right away. You need to graduate before you can properly prepare. Still, I should learn as much as I can now so I can have an easier time later. Nov. L. B//JNN. That's true. My sister and I have a very good relationship, so the servants and vassals of our family have readily accepted me as the young lord. It's usually difficult to gain their support when the air suddenly changes, but that wasn't the case for me. It's only natural. What's important in the world of nobles? Reputation and honor, Karl. And you have an overwhelming amount of both. Father chuckled, pointing to the medals proudly displayed in the cabinet. Speaking of which, I heard you met the 5th Princess of Lasker when you went to receive the highest order of merit. To be precise, I didn't just meet her, I caught her with my body when she fell out of a carriage. And thanks to you, the princess wasn't injured. Well done. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Land and Infrastructure would have been in quite a predicament otherwise. Those two departments already tried to give me another medal as thanks, but I managed to turn them down. Medals. Yes, I can receive more. But please, give me some time between them. Let's agree to 1 medal per month. Don't try to give me 2, let alone 3, in a month. My chest can't handle it. I heard she was practically exiled here to study. Yes. The Minister of Foreign Affairs told me it was essentially exile. The second princess limited her entourage to less than 10 people. Even the collateral relative who enrolled last year brought dozens of people. The situation must be quite serious. Father clicked his tongue and stroked his chin, muttering, 5th Princess. 5th Princess Lefia. She'll be your junior, right? Yes. Look after her at the academy, not too closely, but just enough. Pardon. What was this sudden request? Why would father say such a thing? She wasn't family, a relative, or even an acquaintance. She wasn't even from the same empire. She was from Lasker. Father, why are you suddenly asking me this? I don't understand. In his youth, my father was the ultimate weapon against Lasker. Without exaggeration, he crushed Lasker like Faker dominating the LPL. He's not exactly fond of Lasker. That's my father for you. But now he's suddenly saying, look after the princess from Lasker? Yet such a person suddenly tells me, take care of the princess who came from Lasker. Well, you see. At my question, father gave an awkward laugh and continued. The 5th princess's mother, her maternal family, that is, they were the ones I fought against on the battlefield. To be precise, I crushed them with my own hands. But I didn't take their lives. I just made sure they couldn't even look in the Empire's direction again. Anyway, their family's power must have dwindled because of that, and it might have played a role in this whole situation. So, I'm asking you to look out for her a little. Excuse me, father? You want me to be nice to the granddaughter of the family you personally crushed? And you said you crushed them, so it doesn't sound like you went easy on them? Father, you realize there's a slight contradiction in what you're saying, right? Ahem. I know, son. But think about it. Isn't she pitiful? She must be going through a lot in a foreign country. And since you saved her, wouldn't it be easier for you to approach her? Easier for me? With you as my father, the monster who crushed Lasker? I'll be lucky if this 5th princess, Lefia, doesn't run away screaming at the sight of me. TL/N. We finally hit 100 chaps. Party popper, we didn't achieve what we wanted, but the princess is quite perceptive. If she had made a fuss without understanding the situation, I would have labeled her an enemy and kept her far away from Karl. It's a shame. I wanted to hear her describe what it felt like to be held by Karl. Well, if she had, she wouldn't have backed down so easily, but that's just talk. Ha ha ha. She seemed determined not to say anything about it. It seems both Eloise and Lav had similar thoughts to mine. They were likely testing the waters with Lasker's 5th princess, or rather, the student now known as Lefia, to see how she would react. But she got the hint, didn't she? Both Selena and I, and even Lavrenti here. We were warning her that Karl already has far more formidable women around him, so she shouldn't bother trying anything. Eloise is right, but you never know what's in someone's heart. If I could go back 3 years and tell myself, you'll regret it if you don't accept Karl's confession, I would have called myself crazy. I never doubt that Karl would choose me, and the other women here, over anyone else. If he were that kind of man, all 3 of us wouldn't have fallen for him. The problem is, even if he doesn't waver, others might find him attractive. Having too many competitors isn't good. It's tiring. I hope we're just misunderstanding her. It's a bit funny to hear Lav, who was just as hostile as Eloise, say that. But her words suggest she doesn't want more competition, which I can understand. The problem is, my gut feeling tells me that's not going to happen. It's a special ability of our family. Both my father and brother have benefited from this intuition. Judging by that feeling, Lefia isn't just a passing breeze. I don't know if she thinks she's hiding it perfectly or if she's not sure herself. I can't read her mind. But one thing is clear. Lefia's eyes sparkled whenever she talked about Karl, like a child hearing their favorite fairy tale. How should I put it? It's like, happiness? Utopia? Something similar, a person wandering in search of it? Selena. Yes. What is it, Eloise? Do you have something to say? I'm going to head out. It's time for me to check our elves' homework. I see. Go ahead. Wait a minute. Homework? What's this homework thing about? And even from the elf exchange students? As far as I know, elves are so proud that professors try not to assign homework as much as possible. They'll accept exams, but they don't want their academic passion to be evaluated through assignments or something like that. Honestly, everyone knows it's nonsense. But the professors accept it because the elf exchange students' academic achievements aren't bad. Because of their pride, and their determination not to lose to the Empire's students, they really do work hard. If they channeled that effort into being more open-minded, Hyzens would have grown as much as the Empire, if not more. Anyway, I don't understand why elves are all so strange. Especially Eloise, who's the strangest, ahem. No, I can't let this show on the outside. She might use it as an excuse to do something weird to Karl. Anyway, Did you say homework, just now? Yes. Homework. Elf exchange students are doing homework? Willingly. They have to. If they don't, I'm going to cut off their ears and pickle them in salt. It feels like I just heard something too absurd to be true. But what's scarier is that I think Eloise might actually do it. I think it's a good idea. That's how it should be with elves who don't listen to reason. Meanwhile, Lav is agreeing with her. Could Karl be the same? He must have suffered a lot in the war with Luzernes. He can't have a good opinion of elves. Yes, that could be it. It's highly possible. Then I agree with Eloise and Lav. If Karl says elves are bad, then they must be bad. Selena. I will accompany Lefia from now on. Suddenly? Why, Lav. Because I was the last to meet Master, but the closest to him. That is the reason. I see. At Lav's answer, I momentarily glanced at Eloise. As if she understood the meaning, she whistled and winked, as if to say, let's keep it a secret. This time, I decided to follow Eloise's lead. In fact, if you count those who got close to Karl, I'm not far behind. I even wore a single robe and leaned against his back in the same hot spring. If Lav were to find out, the aftermath would be, ugh, it's better to keep it a secret? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lefia opened her eyes and slowly sat up. As if she had a nightmare, her back was drenched in cold sweat. Ha. Lefia wiped her face with her hands and let out a long sigh.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The same dream again. The second princess, who was so kind when they were young, her own sister, was strangling her. What's even scarier is that the bodies of her other siblings were already piled up behind her. Why does this keep happening? She had to forget. It was her homeland, but now she had to live like a citizen of the empire more than anyone else. That's what the second princess wanted. It was the only way out that the second princess had given her. At first, she resented her. But soon she understood why she was sent to the empire. It was called studying abroad, but it was closer to exile, a forced study abroad. If I had stayed in my home country, I don't know what would have happened to me in this chaotic situation. Despite being neutral, she is still a direct descendant of the royal family. The opposing faction of the second princess, cornered and desperate, could very well choose her as their figurehead and rally for resistance. In such a scenario, even if she has no contact or shared intentions with them, there could be calls for her elimination as an enemy simply due to her lineage. So the second princess sent her to the empire, to go there and live as an imperial citizen. Then, no one in the kingdom would view her as a princess in the line of succession any longer. They would see her as someone who has taken to imperial ways by living there, making her unsuitable for the throne. I understand, sister. I truly do. But, I can't help but feel a little hurt. With about a month left before the new semester at the academy started, Lefia resolved to make the most of her time. She would interact with as many imperial students as possible, ensuring a smooth transition into her life as an exchange student. This was both a response to the second princess's final act of mercy, showing her a path to survival, and Lefia's own determination to live. I was supposed to have tea with them this afternoon. Lefia muttered to herself, then let out a hollow laugh. Yesterday's events came flooding back. 3 women, their attention solely focused on a single man's embrace. They were from different backgrounds, with distinct speech patterns and personalities. One, a high-ranking noble of the empire. Another, a commoner of the empire. And the last, neither imperial nor even human, an elf from Heisens. Yet, they shared one thing in common: their affection for a man named Karl. And it wasn't just a fleeting interest, it was a deep-seated love. It was palpable. Lefia had a sinking feeling she'd made a bad impression. It was as if she'd unwittingly flirted with a man who was already taken. But it wasn't intentional. She was just caught in the moment. Karl was the one who embraced me, not the other way around. It was so unfair. But saying that out loud would only reopen the wounds she'd just barely managed to close. Despite the awkward start, Lefia realized that Selena, Eloise, and Lavrenti were good people. Well, 2 people and an elf, to be precise. She reminded herself that it was wise to get along with them. Even if it was a bit embarrassing and unfair, she resolved to explain herself and smooth things over. Since we were supposed to meet for tea today anyway, it wouldn't be a bad idea to try and get a little closer to them. All right. But first, she needed to familiarize herself with the academy's layout. She'd heard it was so vast that one could easily get lost without knowing where they were going. Leaving her room, Lefia began by exploring the dormitory's surroundings. Using it as a starting point, she gradually learned the geography of the area. Once she had a rough grasp of the local layout, she moved on to the central area, where the academy's main building and several other large structures were located. It was impressive when she first arrived, but seeing it up close like this made it even more so. It was almost larger than the royal capital of Lasker, with a bit of exaggeration. Perhaps the saying, the Imperial Academy is similar in size to the capital, wasn't an exaggeration after all. Princess Lefia. A voice calling her name from behind made her turn around. Lefia realized that the person who called her was Karl Adelheit, the man the women had been searching for yesterday. We meet again. Yes, we do. I apologize for the late introduction. My name is Lefia Arkebel. Karl Adelheit. Karl introduced himself, but with a slightly uneasy expression as he glanced at Lefia. Sensing something amiss, Lefia asked, is something wrong? You're not surprised. Surprised? Why, do you not know of the Adelheit family? Lefia shook her head. Or the Friedrich County. Once again, Lefia shook her head, causing Karl to be taken aback. But, father, you said you destroyed Lefia's maternal family. Why doesn't she seem to know anything about it? Wait a minute. Just a moment. Suddenly, as though remembering something, Lefia lets out a gasp. The Friedrich County. Count Friedrich. Friedrich. Oh, wait, could it be? Lefia was horrified. A single word escaped her lips. Baba Yaga. Father, you didn't kill anyone, right? Right? But that nickname. It's so terrifying. Could it be due to the intense childhood memories? Lefia still remembers that name vividly. Why? Princess, please don't cry. Whenever Lefia fell while playing at her maternal family's home, she would burst into tears, just like any other child. Whether it was from pain, frustration, or simply seeking attention. When she cried like that, her family would immediately come and comfort her. Then, she would either stop crying right away or continue to sob. Lefia's reaction was usually one of the two. Their reactions also varied accordingly. If she stopped, they would praise her, but if she continued, they would try various methods to soothe her. Princess, stop. If you don't stop soon, a scary being will come. A scary ghost will come. A scary being who will suddenly appear and snatch you away with an invisible hand. Your uncles and grandfather were almost taken by that being. To young Lefia, her uncles and grandfather were all strong knights. She had heard that everyone in her maternal family were brave heroes of Lasker, but the thought of those knights being in danger was beyond her comprehension at the time. As time passed and Lefia grew a little older, she decided to ask about something that had been on her mind. Uncle, what is this scary ghost? A scary ghost, Your Highness. Oh, come on, stop joking. What is it? It's a ghost, Your Highness? A truly terrifying being. Uncle. No matter how much she begged and pleaded, her family seemed unwilling to tell her about this being. At first, she thought they were just teasing her. However, as she grew older, Lefia realized that they weren't simply joking. They were genuinely afraid. Afraid, yet at the same time, filled with awe. That's why they wouldn't speak of the being carelessly. Brave knights, renowned in Lasker. All because of one person. Just what is this being? Lefia, filled with curiosity, decided to find out. And soon after, she found a clue in the records of the war with the Empire that had taken place before she was even born. The war in which grandfather and my uncles participated. The figures who were active in the Empire at that time. And, the lone noble of the Empire who defeated a master and brutally crushed the knights of Lasker. The records weren't extensive. It was inevitable, as this was a record of defeat that Lasker wanted to hide and erase. But it was still overwhelming. This noble of the Empire, like some divine hammer, had beaten down the knights of Lasker. Among the victims, naturally, were many of Lefia's maternal relatives. Only after reading this far did Lefia finally realize the identity of the person she had been searching for, the being her family both feared and respected. A figure so powerful that he was almost considered a ghost. A strong individual whom even the knights, the best of the best, admired despite being enemies. Baba Yaga. /N. Baba Yaga is a figure from Slavic folklore. The author appears to be using the term as a nickname for the monster of Friedrich. Lasker referred to him as the monster of Friedrich. And now, after a considerable amount of time has passed, in this very moment, Friedrich County. Count Friedrich? Could it be? Baba Yaga. Lefia finally saw the real person behind the half-legend she had heard of. More accurately, it was his son, but still. ***n/o/b/jn.c//om. Fortunately or unfortunately, this world has many things in common with my past life. Medals of Honor, Cross of Valor, Military Orders of Merit, and Legion of Honor. No, damn it. Come to think of it, why am I only talking about medals? This is crazy. Anyway, it is what it is. And because there are similarities with my past life, it wasn't difficult to understand the meaning and feeling behind the nickname Baba Yaga that the princess had just mentioned. First of all, it's definitely not a good thing. It's not a name that would be given to a righteous, honorable, and brave knight, the kind most respected in Lasker. It's more likely the opposite. An unstoppable being, a terrifying enemy, a monster you never want to encounter again. Something along those lines, right? Hearing that nickname come out of the princess's mouth makes me realize what kind of things my father must have been up to in his younger days. Father, and after all that, you told me to look after the princess from Lasker. If the granddaughter of the people you beat up isn't scared of me, it'll be a miracle. I let out a sigh inwardly and subtly adjusted my posture. I was going to do it to catch Princess Lefia, who would be scared and run in the opposite direction. But, oh my goodness. That's right. Karl Adelheit of Friedrich County? The Friedrich County? Why did I only remember now? I was so foolish. Oh my, what's this? I thought she'd be terrified. I thought she'd run away in fear. But that's not it. Princess Lefia. Yes. No, please don't call me princess. Just call me by my name here, as a fellow student. But still, I'm afraid this might cause a diplomatic incident later. I can't even imagine what would happen if rumors spread that a Medal of Honor recipient treated a foreign princess rudely. I'm so sorry. I heard you're my senior, and you also saved me. Alright. Then, Lefia, my junior. I want to ask if the nickname Baba Yaga you mentioned earlier refers to my father. It's probably right. The battle between the kingdom and the empire 23 years ago. If your father, the noble of Friedrich County, was active in that battle, then it's correct. For now, cross-verification has been confirmed. The father I know and Princess Lefia. It seems almost certain that the Baba Yaga Lefia knows is the same person. Then the question arises. I thought she'd be very scared or afraid, but she's relatively calm. Why? Shouldn't she be running away? Isn't that the natural course of the story? This is a bit unexpected, my junior. What are you talking about? The nickname Baba Yaga, as far as I know, isn't exactly positive. I mean, how should I put it? It's more like a symbol of fear? A ghost? That's how it was used, wasn't it? Wait a minute. How do you know that? That's what my maternal family used to tell me. Well, you know, there's this feeling I get. And the way you were surprised. Aha, I understand. With a slight smile, Lefia continued. It must have been like that back then. But, there's that thing, you know. An overwhelmingly powerful enemy doesn't just evoke anger or hostility, but rather awe. My homeland, Lasker, has that kind of thing. An outstanding knight is respected even if they belong to an enemy family. I guess you could say my father was a knight. He rode horses and swung swords like one, but I don't think he ever cared about honor or anything. He was more about practicality and efficiency. From what I heard from my maternal family, Baba Yaga, the noble who was part of the Friedrich County back then, was truly formidable. Without taking lives, they instilled an overwhelming fear, as if countless lives had been lost. Now, both my maternal family and I think of them as similar to the many famous knights of Lasker. We never imagined that they would be the father of Sir Karl Adelheit. I wonder if my father saw this coming and told me to look after her. Honestly, I'd probably do the same if I were him. Someone who holds me in awe and respects me? That's a rare find. And, well, I did originally ask others for help, but, since we've met now, Lefia suddenly bows her head in a respectful gesture, even bending at the waist. Exiled or not, she's still a princess of the Lasker kingdom. Not even a distant relative, but a direct descendant. She embodies the pride of the royal family, yet she acts with such surprising humility. Thank you, for saving me. No matter the circumstances, no matter the reason. The kindness you showed me in that moment was truly warm. As a princess of the Lasker kingdom, and as a person, I sincerely express my gratitude. It's not a big deal, really. I just can't turn a blind eye when someone's in danger. You're a really good person, Sir Karl Adelheit. A good person, huh? Well, I'm not so sure about that. Maybe when I get to the afterlife, I'll have to ask my comrades if I was truly a good person. Just call me Senior Karl, Junior. As you said, the Academy cough. ******. Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation. Finally, all the sponsors for the foundation had been decided. The quartet, after confirming the identities of all the sponsors, came to the same conclusion. With this much, we could probably start a small kingdom with just the pension fund. The imperial family, dukedoms, several marquisates and counties, numerous noble families. Even the Radiant Church had joined in. It was hard to believe this was just a pension foundation. Let's quickly share this good news with the main character. He'll surely be overjoyed. With that thought in mind, the four friends searched for Karl, but soon they sighed. Oh no, who's that woman again? I've never seen her before. Karl, my friend. No matter how popular you are, Selena is your one and only. Let's go separate them quickly. If Selena sees this, we'll definitely get caught in the crossfire. The four of them nodded and swiftly ran to grab Karl by the scruff of his neck. As you said, the Academy cough. Senior Karl. Gotcha? We're borrowing this guy for a bit. Just a heads up, this guy is taken. Our friend, not only collecting medals but also women. Haha, lucky guy, ha ha ha. The history of the Empire is a series of wars and peace. There is no generation that has not experienced war. Whether it was dangerous or not. Whether it was a close story or felt like a distant fairy tale. Somewhere in the Empire, Eric, a man in his 40s, starts his day as usual. He's no different from anyone else. He has a wife, children, a house he built himself, a small plot of land he's been cultivating for over 20 years, and the memory of fighting in the Imperial Army. If there's one thing that sets him apart from others, it's his left leg. He limps slightly. Eric, you cripple? Why did you come back when you were injured? You should have gone to the rear. Fuck off. If I had really gone to the rear, you guys would have said something about me just getting grazed by a bullet. Wouldn't you? Say I'm wrong, you bastards. Ahem. Anyway, welcome back, you son of a bitch. Yeah, thanks a lot, you assholes. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. At the time, he was blinded by rage. He had been shot in the leg, but he thought it was nothing. Even the military doctor had said that with proper treatment, there would be no problem. And until that moment, he was right. He ran around the battlefield, finally won, and returned home. And until a little time passed, that was true. The problem started after that. His left leg, which he thought was fine, was actually broken. His youth and the belief that he would be fine had just masked it. But as he got older and his body started to wear down, the condition of his leg, which had been the first to show problems, worsened. Ugh. And it continued to this day. He was no different from anyone else, but he limped. The biggest reason for this was probably the war. No matter how much he thought about it, being shot back then must have been the cause of this. Did he regret it? No, not really. Eric shook his head. It was inconvenient. Sometimes he clicked his tongue. But that was it. It was his choice, wasn't it? Even if he had been drafted, he had used this leg to stand strong, to fire one more bullet, to fight alongside one more comrade, and that was enough. After all, didn't the Ministry of Welfare support me as a wounded veteran? This way of making a living was possible because the Empire's Ministry of Welfare provided the utmost convenience and benefits to those who had served in the military. He wasn't foolish enough to blame the past or anyone else in this situation. He sometimes felt regret, but he lived each day with pride in everything he had done. All right, let's do our best today. For my family, whom I have to feed. His still beautiful wife, his eldest daughter who was about to become an adult, his 2 sons, and his youngest daughter. Thinking of them, Eric sweated profusely all day. In the evening, when he returned home he was startled to see a group of officers sitting in his house. Although it had been 20 years, he remembered it well because it was such a vivid memory. Those uniforms were not worn by lower-ranking officers, but by higher-ranking officers. He didn't know their exact ranks, but they were distinguished individuals. But why were they in his house? Have I done something wrong? Have I been disrespectful to the nobles? No, right? If that were the case, these military officers wouldn't have come, would they? He couldn't understand this situation at all. Mr. Eric, is that right? Yes. I am Eric. Eric was just about to sit down when he noticed something. First of all, we would like to express our respect for your past service to the Empire. Sergeant Eric. They were nobles. They were in a position far above his own. And yet, they suddenly bowed their heads. And they were thanking him. Eric was dumbfounded, his wife was bewildered, and his children, though surprised, looked at their father with sparkling eyes. We heard the news. That you are experiencing discomfort due to an injury sustained during your military service. We looked it up and found that you are already registered as a wounded veteran. Yes. That's true. But I've already been compensated for it, and it wasn't that serious of an injury. Is that so? The officer looked around the house for a moment before speaking again. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves properly. We are staff members of the newly established Veterans Pension Foundation. Pension Foundation, you say? Yes. It is a place that aims to help Imperial soldiers who have received compensation from the Empire, but who should never be forgotten, like Sergeant Eric. What is this? Could it be some kind of scam? I had already been compensated by the state, and now they were offering more compensation? Should I believe this or not? Eric was starting to feel bewildered. Well, this is all very sudden. Everyone we've seen has reacted that way. To put it simply, it's not what you're worried about. In fact, it's because this foundation is named after a very great person. Named after, you say? It's the Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation. Karl Adelheit? Wait a minute. I've heard that name somewhere. I definitely have. Could it be? At that moment, his eldest daughter, who had been standing behind him, let out a gasp. Is it that person? The Medal of Honor recipient? Twice. You know him. That's right. This foundation was established at his direct request. No one in the Empire would dare to do anything foolish in the name of a Medal of Honor recipient. Smiling, they placed several documents in front of Eric. First of all, the foundation will immediately pay you a pension proportional to the compensation you have received from the Ministry of Welfare. This much. And once you turn 55, Sergeant Eric, you will receive an even larger basic pension. Oh, and you seem to have quite a few children here. Let's see. With 4 children, there's another support category for families with 3 or more children. What is this? Are they really giving him this much money for free? Really? And they still have money left over? There must be countless people in the Empire who are in a similar situation to me, or even worse. If the money for them was this much, the cost would be enormous, wouldn't it? Excuse me, but may I ask you a question? Anything. It's all good. It's all good, but I'm worried that if you give me this much, there won't be enough money for my comrades in need when they need it. From Eric's point of view, it was a reasonable concern. But it seemed they didn't think so. The officers, who had been blinking their eyes, burst into laughter. Then, waving their hands, they boasted that there was nothing to worry about. We understand what you're saying, but there's nothing to worry about. We haven't told anyone this far. Actually, this foundation is supported by many high-ranking individuals, from duchies to marquisates, imperial counties, and along with the Radiant Church. As one of the officers winked, Eric gasped. It would be strange if he didn't realize what the next word after Radiant would be. I haven't committed any disloyalty. Of course not. You sacrificed for the Empire. Anyway, there's nothing to worry about. We can assure you of that? After hearing their words, Eric nodded. However, his face still showed more hesitation than joy. One of the officers, who was quick to notice this, tilted his head and spoke. Is there something wrong? Eric glanced at his wife and children. His troubled expression was evident. But soon, he closed his eyes tightly and said what he had to say. I understand your kindness, but I can't accept this. Sergeant Eric. Although my leg is a little uncomfortable, I still have all my limbs. I'm not very wealthy, but I have no problem making a living. I have my house, my land, and my family. I have everything. I am truly fortunate. To be honest, a part of him was still screaming, asking why he was doing this. But Eric followed his heart. There are many comrades who are worse off than me. Those who have lost arms, legs, or both. There may even be friends who are worried about making it through the day. Even if they didn't fight alongside me, they fought the same enemy. Aren't they all comrades? I can't accept this help before they've all received it. At first, his wife had been hesitant, and his children were surprised. But now they were calm. As he said, they were doing well enough. There were others who weren't, so it didn't seem right to receive help first. Actually, the officer said with a cryptic smile. We've seen many people say the same thing as you, Sergeant Eric. They all said that they didn't do anything special or make a big sacrifice. They also said to give it to someone more deserving, someone who had sacrificed more. Then you should hurry and. We were told to tell those people that Sergeant Karl Adelheit left a message. That there is no such thing as an insignificant contribution. That there is no such thing as a necessary sacrifice. That even though they say such things, that is why they are heroes. Korhyuk. First, there was the suffocating feeling in my throat and a slight pain. Next, the embarrassment of having unleashed a stream of gibberish in front of others. Finally, the anger at the fact that the culprits were none other than those 4 idiots. I wondered what the hell was wrong with them. I thought they had finally lost their minds. So, I grabbed Schleifen's arm, which was clutching my shirt, and threw him to the floor. Then, I gave the rest of the guys, who had joined in on this ridiculous act, a taste of my own medicine with a series of throws. Kayak. Quack. Ak. Kurak. You damn hydras, what the hell are you doing? And in front of our guest and junior, no less. If it had been Selena, or Eloise, or even Lav, I would have understood. We're already close, and even if something embarrassing happened, we could laugh it off. But this time, it wasn't any of them. It was Lefia, the 5th princess of the Lasker kingdom, a person belonging to a nation that has been vying for dominance with our empire for a very long time. It wouldn't look good if the heirs of the empire's prominent noble families were to pull a stunt like this in front of her. But, we did it all for you, Karl. That makes absolutely no sense, you damn fools. Oh my, how could you, Friedrich's heir? You already have a woman promised to you in the future, how could you be thinking of another woman? What the hell are these guys talking about? Thinking of another woman? Me? Did you perhaps hit your head when you were thrown to the floor? No. Or did someone put drugs in your lunch today? No. Then why are you spouting nonsense? Why would I need another woman when I have Selena? No matter how you look at it, there's no woman who could surpass Selena for me. I confessed first, and even though things got a bit messy, we grew closer again after going through some stuff together. We've both worked hard for each other for 3 years, and most importantly, even after being rejected once, she confessed to me and I didn't hesitate to say yes. So, one thing is for sure. No matter how many women are around me, Selena comes first. If I break this rule, I deserve to be struck by lightning from the goddess of light herself. Honestly, if I pushed aside a woman who's willing to endure even graduate school for me, I deserve to be beaten to death. But, Karl, you two looked really close earlier. Yeah, calling each other senior and junior. Anyone could see I was looking out for her. Do you two agree? Just to be sure, I asked Alexander and Joachim, and after a moment's hesitation, they nodded. So if that's the case, the reason these guys acted like that was because they thought I was cheating on Selena? Their intentions weren't bad. Okay, I'll admit that much, to be fair. But still, you damn idiots. Did you have to grab me by the scruff of my neck and drag me away like that? Let me make this clear, it's not what you're thinking. Really? Yes. Where should I start? First of all, you all know what kind of person my father is, right? At my question, the 4 of them nodded and immediately answered. The Scourge of Lasker. The Night Crusher. The Kingdom's Nightmare. Ominous nicknames poured out, one after another. I prefer Baba Yaga, the name the Lasker gave him. Anyway, my father said a princess from Lasker came, and her maternal family has some connection with him, so he told me to go easy on her. Count Friedrich have connections there. Instead of crushing them. The sad reality is that I can't deny it. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. There was a good reason my mother married my father. The place my father beat mercilessly was Lasker, and the ones who got hit the hardest were none other than Lefia's maternal family. But after beating them like that, he's now asking me to go easy on them. Not only me, but the 4 of them were also completely puzzled. Well, they say men become friends by fighting. It seems Count Friedrich wanted to look out for the granddaughter of his enemy-turned-friend. Joachim, the first to snap out of his confusion, reassured the others. As expected of Joachim. Usually, he's hardly noticeable, but when it comes to calming or persuading others, he steps up like a ghost and gets results. Wait, Karl. Does Princess Lefia know you're the son of Count Friedrich? She just found out. Wasn't she shocked or scared? Not really. I thought she'd be scared too, at first. But no, she was more intrigued, actually. She even said something about how the son of Baba Yaga became a hero of the empire, and that there was a reason her maternal family feared and revered him. When I explained this to the guys, Schleifen and Wilhelm were the first to understand. Alexander and Joachim followed, saying it made sense if they were knights from Lasker. They'd heard that Laskerians give high praise to insurmountable foes or something. Still, be careful, Karl. Yeah, we might understand, but Selena might not. That's true, so I need to talk to her about it. Wait a minute. Stop right there. Hey, you 4. Freeze. Stop. Repeat what you just said. About being careful. No, the next part. If I heard correctly, I think I heard it right. We understand, but Selena might not. Yes, that's it. I immediately drew my greatsword. It's a weapon blessed by the Radiant Church, specifically the Empire's 1st and 4th dioceses, practically a holy sword. This is strange. I haven't told Selena anything, but the way you're talking, it seems like you're certain Selena knows everything. Am I mistaken? If so, tell me quickly. Otherwise, tell me how far you've spilled the beans. Be honest. Let's see their reactions. Alexander and Joachim look like they have no idea what I'm talking about. They're not con artists who lie through their teeth. They're people whose emotions are written all over their faces. So, they're off the suspect list for now. If we're honest, you won't get mad. On the other hand, there's Schleifen, who just said that, and Wilhelm, nodding beside him. Those two are obviously the culprits. They can't hide their nervousness. Ha ha ha. You guys, at least you're not denying it. You're not bad kids. For your sake, I'll give you 2 merciful options. I don't know about that, but you can choose whether I'll stab you gently or cut you gently. I don't want either. Me neither. You guys who don't want either of those told Selena everything. Hey, Karl. I didn't tell Selena anything. What's he saying? Did I hear wrong? I only told the elf? Junior Eloise. Change of options. Let's make it a little painful. Come here, you damn bastards. Come here? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Since ancient times, the kingdom of Lasker has been called the land of knights. Knights were the foundation of this country. From nobles to ordinary citizens, people loved those who were strong and honorable. They loved the founding king the most, also known as the Night King. But aspiring to be knightly and living honorably wasn't something just anyone could do. There's a reason why those things are considered the highest honor. Not everyone can do it. No matter how much one desires it, the difficulty of achieving it is the reason for the intense longing. Sometimes, one has to be more ruthless than necessary. There are times when one has to choose something else over upholding honor. Even if it's not knightly, there are times when one has to walk a different path. And that was exactly why Lasker was currently experiencing unprecedented chaos. I'm not sure if this is right. The second princess drove out even the crown prince. Oh my, this person. The crown prince can't even move. So will he inherit the throne? That's not possible, is it? But to eliminate all the others, I think that's going too far. The chaos in the royal family wasn't something that could be resolved simply with chivalry and honor. So the second princess showed a side of herself that no one had seen before and pushed forward aggressively. As a result, the chaos in the royal family subsided to some extent, but the chaos in the kingdom increased. Whether this situation was befitting the name of Lasker, the kingdom of knights, both nobles and commoners began to watch closely. From the second princess's perspective, it was frustrating. Did they want things to be this way? They had no choice. It wasn't something given to them by the king like the crown prince, it was something they had to seize with their own power. In that situation, they couldn't afford to worry about chivalry or honor. To seize power, you have to strike first, not draw swords simultaneously. To avoid being pushed back, sharpness is needed more than honor. Chivalry is of no help. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Wouldn't the fifth princess be better? I heard she remained neutral until the end. The fifth princess didn't intervene, like a true knight, but the second princess took advantage of that and destroyed the fifth princess's faction. I think that's wrong. It might have been just idle talk. It could have been a mere expression of dissatisfaction. But to the second princess's faction, which had just seized power, it appeared as a serious threat. They feared that if the fifth princess had any other intentions, it could lead to another civil war. The start of a new school year, a new semester, is just around the corner. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Everyone around me, including myself, has been incredibly busy with their own affairs. Karl, if, by any chance, I want to set the grad school on fire, stop me. Perhaps it's because the time for her official entry into graduate school is approaching, but Selena is visibly anxious. She seems stressed even before starting. She just heard from her advisor yesterday about the upcoming schedule, and she's already reacting like this. She tries to laugh it off as a joke, but it must be a tough schedule. I responded, not rationally, but as her boyfriend. If you really want to do it, Selena, don't. I'll do it for you. Didn't say that seriously. I was just kidding. I'm kidding too. There's no way a professor would intentionally make things difficult for you. Selena is the daughter of the Marquis of Nafplion. She is also the girlfriend of the crazy Karl Adelheit. We haven't officially married or gotten engaged yet, but most of the academy already accepts it as a fact. They know that if they mess with her, they might get a visit from the Medal of Honor recipient's greatsword. Anyway, because of that, no one will unnecessarily harass or give her a hard time. Professors can sometimes be out of their minds, but they also know how power works. Would they antagonize two noble families? If they had that kind of brain, it's a wonder they became professors in the first place. The academy would probably discipline them immediately. But still, just in case, tell me, Selena. I'm confident in my ability to wring someone's neck. Not that I'm proud of it. It's true that I have to uphold the honor of being a Medal of Honor recipient, but a man who just watches his woman suffer doesn't deserve that honor. Everyone understands that, right? If, and it's a big if, there's a twisted professor, I'll personally step up and straighten them out. The aftermath can be taken care of with the debt I owe my brother-in-law, the Crown Prince. Selena aside, it seems like Lav, who's newly enrolled, is also quite busy. At first, Selena was the only one tutoring her, but now she's receiving guidance from others. While Selena struggles with her grad studies, Lav's situation is a bit different. Master, I really respect you. Suddenly, how do you manage to understand such difficult subjects, and even volunteer to return to a place where you have to study? It's amazing. I could never do that. Being a noble and having memories of past life, a sort of academic elitism, made studying tirelessly at the academy not too difficult. However, reaching the level the professors expected in one go was challenging. Due to 2 lifetimes of military service, my mind felt a bit rigid. That was the only real difficulty. But for Lav, even sitting still and looking at a book is a struggle. She can manage to wait patiently as a sharpshooter, but memorizing and interpreting the densely packed letters in a book is a pain. Lav, you're the one who willingly waits hours to make a single shot. You can do it. That's true, but that had an immediate, achievable goal. This continuous endurance. As expected, the academy is tougher than the battlefield. The way you say it makes me, the one who gritted his teeth and returned to the academy, look strange. I simply didn't want to stay in the military anymore. I wanted to return to that peaceful place, the place where I made a huge mistake in life, and try to make things right. Those were the reasons I returned, but to Lav, it seemed like I had jumped into a new battlefield. When I told Selena this, she said, "Really? That makes sense." Lav is still a bit lacking academically, but her voice was a bit stiff. I thought they were getting along, but maybe it was just for show. Are they still wary of each other? Actually, I thought the one who would be most wary of others wouldn't be Selena or Lav, but Eloise. Unlike Selena, who worries about social perception, or Lav, who keeps her distance due to their difference in status and their teacher-student relationship, this is entirely from Lav's perspective. Eloise is the type to go for it from the start. She even confessed to me, "I'm a woman who only knows how to charge forward." So, I thought that would be the case, but Selena and Lav don't seem to be too wary of Eloise. And in reality, Eloise is busy with other things elsewhere. The Heisens Exchange Student Friendship Project. Yes, that's right. What do you think, Karl? Isn't it exciting and amazing? Is it supposed to be? Of course it is. Think about the elves. They have nothing better than the Empire, yet they're so full of pride. And they're so stubborn. But now they're eager to make friends with the Empire's students? This is a really, really big deal. There was a lot I wanted to say. First, whether they really wanted to make friends or were just rolling around to avoid having their ears pickled in salt. Eloise Longren creates a new trend among Elven exchange students. I've heard something like this before. Not directly, but when I went back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to dissuade the minister from wanting to give me another highest merit award. What was even more absurd here was the creating a new trend part. This so-called new trend was actually the result of violence and threats with fists and knives. Did she say she'd cut off their ears and pickle them in salt if they didn't listen to her? As far as he knew, almost all the elves who came to study at the academy were from noble families. In other words, they were backed by powerful nobles, just like in the Empire. Eloise had not only threatened these esteemed individuals but had also resorted to violence. I was shocked when I first heard about it. I wondered what this crazy elf was doing. I wondered what would happen if Heisen's home country made an issue out of it, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs told me that Heisen's was too busy with its own internal affairs to care. Just wait and see. Soon, there won't be any elves walking around with their heads held high, and no one will talk carelessly about Karl either. Is the reason you did this because of the former or the latter? Be clear, Eloise. Which would you prefer? The former or the latter? Of course, I'd prefer it if it were neither. I meant it sincerely, but Eloise laughed it off, saying I was good at jokes. She also added that she would take care of the elves' education from now on, so I shouldn't worry. Honestly, I didn't feel bad. In fact, I felt quite good. As Eloise had said, the stiff, unsociable, and still closed-off Elven exchange students often disrupted the atmosphere of the lectures. That being said, I couldn't just treat them harshly. They were, after all, exchange students from an allied nation, and causing unnecessary trouble could put the Empire in an awkward position. So, I held back. Of course, I was lenient because they were from Heisens, our comrades who fought alongside us against Luzernes. If they were Canfras, I would have skinned their heads and hung them on trees, just like they did to us. More importantly, the Empire quickly regained peace. Even though the war in the south was still raging just a year ago, the Empire, true to its name, managed to quell the chaos and take a step forward. The main reason was that the chaos wasn't too widespread, and the damage wasn't too extensive. Thanks to this, not only were the material and human resources preserved, but the public perception of the situation was also handled smoothly. However, outside the Empire, things were different. With Luzerne's fall, a wind of rapid change was blowing through Heisens. On the other side, Lasker was in turmoil over the issue of a new heir to the throne. Avaleshti was relatively quiet, but, even that couldn't be guaranteed. But somehow, the situation didn't feel so calm and comedic. It felt like something was about to happen. This feels ominous. Yes, it does. It's not about the Empire being in danger or anything like that. It's the anxiety creeping up on me that another medal might be pinned to my chest. I really want to just live a normal life as a returning student, flirting with Selena, hanging out with the other 4 troublemakers, and, well, I'm not sure what to do with Eloise and Lav. Anyway, I want to live like a normal returning student. Honestly, I've done enough. If I do more, the higher UPS might think, it's a shame to keep such a talent at the academy, and force me to graduate early. You think that wouldn't happen? I thought so too, but considering the medals I've received, it seems plausible. Asking me to talk to my friends in Lasker. No, I shouldn't think like this. It's bad luck. Besides, I have no connection or relationship with Lasker. Honestly, my abilities are limited to the anti-canfra front. I wouldn't be able to use them anywhere else, even if I wanted to. Especially with Lasker's Knights. I'm not sure how to deal with them. Winter passed and spring arrived, marking the start of a new semester at the academy. I became a sophomore, Selena nervously transitioned to grad school, and both Eloise and Lev officially became fresh freshmen. Of course, they were quite different from the actual fresh-faced freshmen, but they were freshmen nonetheless. And then n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Hey, fifth years. Stop it, Karl. Impressive, fifth years. Stop it. The best, fifth year. Gaya. I'm not making fun of my dear friends. As a sophomore, I'm simply calling them fifth years. Honestly, they are fifth years, right? Selena's in grad school, those two are fifth years, and I'm a returning student. This is just a fact-based title, not teasing. Absolutely not. Nope. So, how many classes do you have to take this semester? All four of us have 3 more classes. 3 classes. In that case. What? Then it seems like you won't have much class time during the week. Roughly. Tuesday and Thursday are free days. Oh my. Not Monday or Friday, but Tuesday and Thursday are free days. This is crazy. How can they be so unlucky? Or maybe the professors teaching in those classes intentionally scheduled them only on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. By the way, Karl, are you going to the freshman orientation this time? Me? Why? The sophomore is the one who leads the way in welcoming the freshmen. Don't you remember? It was the same when we first entered as freshmen. Who's teasing who now? I took a leave of absence and went to the military less than 2 months after entering as a freshman. After that, I was busy rolling around on the battlefield, yelling help me. How could I remember any freshman orientation? I was too busy praying not to get shot. But now that Schleifen mentions it, I think I have a vague memory of it. The orientation. It was mandatory for the new freshmen, and while it wasn't mandatory for the upperclassmen, it seemed like almost all the sophomores came. Thinking about it, it makes sense. They were finally welcoming their first juniors after being the youngest themselves. It was their first time becoming seniors, so they must have been full of anticipation. Even I still remember my first junior after being the youngest for so long. He was a lucky guy. Although he lost an arm, he at least survived and returned home. I wonder if he's doing well. Sometimes I want to hear from him, but it feels awkward, like meeting each other would bring back those difficult memories. Anyway, the freshman orientation is a party mainly for freshmen and sophomores. Fourth years, busy with graduation, rarely come, and third years tend to discreetly leave after making sure the freshmen and sophomores are having fun. It seems like not many upperclassmen came. But sophomores have to attend? I don't remember that being the case. There's no reason I have to go. That's true, but what if you, of all people, don't go? You need to think about the juniors too. I agree with Schleifen. Honestly, more than half of the freshmen are probably expecting a lot from you, Karl. They must be dying to meet you. Wilhelm's words were met with enthusiastic agreement from Alexander and Joachim. And I know that they're not just saying this for no reason. Honorary medals aside, my reputation in the noble world has skyrocketed. This spring, my sister became the crown princess, and my father became the crown prince's father-in-law, and I became the brother-in-law of the future emperor of this empire. On top of that, I myself became the heir to the county of Friedrich, destined to one day join the ranks of the empire's nobility. It's no wonder that I've caught the attention of the social circles. Plus, the talk of engagement and marriage is coming from none other than the Marquisate of Nafplion. That alone is enough to attract the interest of the freshmen, most of whom are nobles. They'll probably try to talk to me or get to know me at the orientation. Now, add to that the various medals I've received and the connections I've made while receiving them. For example, the Radiant Church, or even the 4 fifth years right next to me. Wait a minute. You guys aren't planning on going, are you? The freshman orientation. You're not thinking of going, are you? Just to be sure, I asked, and they all cleared their throats. Ahem. Are these guys crazy? Are they out of their minds? Come on. Even if you have a lot of free time, don't go, please, my friends. But why? We don't have many classes, so we have nothing to do, Karl. Then how about doing something more productive during that time, like reading books or taking care of family business? Meeting the sons and daughters of other families is also quite productive. That's right. The academy is a place of learning, but for nobles, it's also an opportunity to get closer and build relationships. Aha, I see. You guys sound like some country bumpkins. You're the heirs of families that couldn't be more well-known. Honestly, you don't have to go. Just admit that you're bored and want to go. Then I'll sigh and say, fine, do whatever you want. *****. Freshman orientation. Exactly 2 days had passed since Selena started her grad school life. And she already looked tired. Are you okay, Selena? Yes. I'm fine. I was just up until dawn reading papers. TL/N, the term papers might change in the future as I get more context. You've already started reading papers. What? Don't tell me her advisor is already making her work hard? I can't stand this. Calm down, Karl. Don't make such a scary face. But it's too early to start reading papers. Selena shook her head. No, it's not that. I wanted to read them. I'll have to look through them eventually, and it's better to adapt quickly. Is it very difficult? Yeah. The recent papers are okay, but the older ones are in rough shape. Plus, the words they used then and now are a bit different, so I have to study that first. The hellish grad school. Even other places, even the military, give new recruits at least a minimal adjustment period. But not there? Or maybe they think Selena is such an excellent student that she'll adapt quickly, so they threw her a high difficulty quest right from the start. No, that can't be it. Selena herself said she chose to do it, not because anyone told her to. Anyway, the freshman orientation. Yeah, that's right. I went there when I was a sophomore too. What do I do there? Huh. My only experience with the orientation was as a freshman, and even that's hazy. Now I'm going as a senior to encourage and congratulate the freshmen, so I wanted to know if there's anything I should be careful of. I can tell you, but, didn't you ask the 4 of them? The 4 of them? I could have asked them, but who would trust those guys? Selena is 100 times better. Honestly, Karl, you won't have much to do there. The student council will be leading the orientation, and they'll probably be grateful if you just sit there. That would be a relief. The problem is, it probably won't be that simple. Think about it. Will the student council leave me alone? Or will they somehow put me in front of the freshmen and say, look at this? This is your senior. Praise him, or something like that. I'd bet my medal on the latter. And for the record, I'm not trying to lose my medal. That's how confident I am. Have a good time. Be sure to welcome the freshmen. And, be careful of Eloise and Lav, Karl. Her words felt sincere, so I replied without hesitation, I will. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A new semester at the Imperial Academy. And the start of a new school year. The first event is the freshman orientation. Those who were freshmen until a year ago welcome their new juniors, and the freshmen get a good opportunity to start their new relationship with their seniors on a positive note. Whether they knew each other from outside or not doesn't matter. If you make a good impression here, you can start off well or continue even better. Noble or commoner, it doesn't matter. At least within this academy, seniority matters. It's a place where everyone, regardless of status, worked hard and took the same exam to get in. If you start discussing levels here, you'll fall into that trap yourself, so naturally, it doesn't happen. So this is what it's like. Sipping her drink, Lefia confirmed that there was nothing to worry about, as she had feared. The Imperial Academy. A strange place where the sons and daughters of prominent noble families mingle with students from commoner backgrounds. It's the first place where they come face to face in a world with a clear social hierarchy. Despite the rumors, Lefia had assumed there would be discrimination. She thought the nobles would stick with nobles, and the commoners with commoners. Because that's how it was in her home country, Lasker. There were similar educational institutions, but they strictly separated nobles and commoners, teaching them differently and providing different classes. But the empire was different. It had to be different. The real power that protected the empire ultimately came from the commoners. Although a class system existed, it wasn't a structure where it could be used as a weapon. Is this why the empire was able to grow much faster than any other place? Lefia glanced towards where the sophomores were. Senior Karl? We've heard so much about you. Ha ha ha. Thank you, juniors. We'll work hard to be like you, senior. To be like me, you have to join the military. I'm just kidding, so please don't take it seriously. Perhaps Karl wasn't just praised for his incredible achievements, but also for achieving them as a soldier. Among the nobles who had fulfilled a certain level of duty, his actions were truly overwhelming. He had rights, but he was someone who took the initiative with a righteous heart. What an amazing person. What a wonderful senior. Lefia thought to herself, just as she was about to take another sip of her drink. Your Highness.